think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. We are live here, 11th floor, Odyssey Radio Tower, with a brand new, fresh week of everyone back together. Well, kinda. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt, Payton on jury duty today?
Jury duty, yeah. It's John. He's doing his John Cusack impression today. Runaway Jury.
Which, if there's anybody in this building that would get picked for jury duty, it would be Payton.
It would be Payton.
Like, I'm being honest. If I wanted, like, if I needed just like 12 people that I know to be on my jury and give me, like, I feel like a fair shot and really listen to everything, I do feel like Payton would be one of those 12.
You would want him to be.
Yes, I would want him to be. And I think that's the thing. I think he's going to get into this questioning pool. He's going to do nothing to disqualify himself. And both sides are going to go like, yeah, that's a generally fair dude. Let's throw him on the jury.
Yeah, but, you know, sometimes the thought process of Payton would scare me in determining my fate.
Oh, yeah. Big time.
You know?
Big time.
Someone wears the wrong color. Someone does something here and there. I'd be pretty scared.
Or if the prosecutor says, you know, in the closing statements, or the defense attorney says, you know, remember in the OJ trial, and Payton has no idea who that is. So he can't reference that. Yeah, he can't reference the precedent.
Honestly, anybody whoever talks to him most recently will win.
Yeah.
Because, like, the defense attorney, he'll hear the prosecution, he'll be like, that's a good point. Then he'll hear the defense attorney go like, well, that's a good point too. And then there will be no rebuttal.
You don't think he could get swayed? Someone being like, I think you need more payload. And he's like, triple murder, whatever. Only 3 people lost their lives. You're good.
He sounded like he wanted to get picked. He sounded like he genuinely wanted to be on there.
Does he know the case? Did he try to get out of it?
I don't know that he
It
tried.
didn't sound like it
prior to. No,
and it doesn't sound like he's going to try.
And do we know the case?
No. So he's just going in for pool questioning. So basically, he's there with probably like 5,000 other people today, and they'll need jurors for, I don't know, however many cases they have on the docket, and then.
All right, so he's not picked on a jury. He's going in to see.
He's going in to see.
Right.
Yeah, this is that general day. Yeah, just a day.
I always get too far. Like 3 different times I've actually gotten into the room for questioning about whether you're going to get selected or not.
God, I want to sit with those chairs.
No, you don't. You don't want to sit there. No.
He would like it.
He would love it.
I would eat it up.
He would love it, and he's probably going to be the foreman or something, and then he'll come back and be like, I got payload for the next 4 weeks.
All right, paternity leave is officially over, so no more on again, off again. Maybe I'll see you guys at a firehouse once, but...
How was Ava's graduation?
Yeah, that's right. It's going to suck working 5 days again.
That's okay. Vacation season's right around the corner.
That's right.
So we'll be all right.
We go from July All-Star break? Are we going June now? What's usually the sports talk vacay week is baseball All-Star week.
Yeah, baseball All-Star week is generally the one that a lot of people take.
Yeah, I typically take I can comfortably usually take vacation in January, mid to late January, because I know the Cowboys have been bounced.
Stop it.
So, typically that's been true for the last 30 years. But, I'd say probably June, July is the next target area.
What Spittle will really love to hear in the meeting afterwards is that we're pregnant again.
Wait, are you?
Are you?
Hell no.
I don't know. That seemed like an announcement.
I know you had this. I know you got snip, but you never know. Those things don't always take.
Yeah, Chiafalo took care of that for me. So good to be back. Glad you are with us. Hopefully you had a fantastic weekend. The Texas Rangers are making some changes.
2-2. Adoli swings, hits one on the ground towards the middle, through to center field, a base hit. Seager scores. Around comes Simeon. He scores standing up. Heim goes first to third. 2-run single, Adolis Garcia. 5-run inning for the Rangers. They lead 5-1.
5 runs, like matching what they've done.
Yeah.
In however many games, I think it was 2 weeks in which they scored like 2 or more runs. Like,
yeah, they went I think they went 12
2 times,
12 of 16 without scoring more than 3 runs. It was just a terrible stretch of offense that they've come in spurts. They had 15 runs on Wednesday or Tuesday, and then they did this outburst yesterday for the guy that didn't need it. The guy that doesn't need the runs, DeGrom, is the one that's getting all the runs.
This outburst of 11 singles. On their 12 hits. They get 1 triple, they get 11 singles. This has been their thing lately, is that they'll either do nothing, they'll get 3 hits, but if they do break out, quote unquote, they'll get 9 hits in a game, and all of them are singles.
They had lost 7 of 8. You had DeGrom on the mound, as RJ said, and they decided to go ahead and score 6 runs on 6 singles and 2 walks in the 3rd inning. That's game, as they avoid being swept by the Seattle Mariners. Well, then the news comes out afterwards that they have fired their hitting coach, Donnie Ecker. Rangers entering yesterday with the 2nd fewest runs scored in baseball, 17 and 18. Well, 18 and 18, despite having the 4th best ERA in the American League. I think it made him 17 and 18 after the win yesterday. So 4th best ERA in the American League. The offense sucks, and now the hitting coach has to go. I always wonder, amongst the assistant coaches in sports, if the hitting instructor actually has the least amount of responsibility. Defensive coordinator, football, offensive coordinator, football, more. Even, a Sean Sweeney on the Mavericks, who is up for head coaching opportunities, I think, with Phoenix, you're drawing up scheme. Well, a lot of these guys have, as you know, Choppy, their own batting coaches. They have their own personal hitting instructors. Is this a move? A Texas Sandler, I said, is this a move just for headlines to try to shake things up however it can in the clubhouse, or will this actually matter to some degree?
When did they start calling hitting coaches offensive coordinators, by the way?
Right around the time when colleges named these assistant
GMs,
general managers.
Because I saw the headlines, like offensive coordinator. Offensive coordinator, is he calling plays? What are we doing?
So
he's a hitting coach. They call Mike Maddox the defensive coordinator.
Yeah. I think there are teams in baseball right now who have both, and so that's the thing. He was being called both. It's definitely come with the analytics push. Like with the whole analytics push, it's changed from just being. I think it's partially hitting coach is the one actually dealing with you swinging the bat, and then the offensive coordinator a lot of times is dealing with approach and a lot of the analytical numbers and things like that.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's a lot of times these moves are window dressing. It's a move to make a move, shake things up, different voice, different approach to the plate. But like you said, how many of these guys have their own hitting coach anyway, their own swing coach? They all do. Not all of them, but a lot of them have a guy that they lean on. So it may not be somebody that you talk to every day. Could be a dad, could be a coach from high school, college, but it's somebody they can get on the phone, or when they travel to, let's say they travel to
whoever's throwing to them in the home run derby.
Whoever's throwing the home run derby. But, let's say, your next road trip, you're from Atlanta, and that's where your road trip is, and that's where your hitting coach from when you were in high school was. You might go to him on that road trip. I know when a lot of pitchers who went to Bassick's dad, they'll come into town to play the Rangers, and their pitcher, they'll go to him during the time that they're here. So I don't know what it really does.
Yeah.
It's just a move.
What I got back from Sandler is, in many cases, we didn't specifically talk about Donnie a ton. You're getting an analytics and information overload.
Yeah.
So, hey, here's 14 pieces of paper. I'm talking generally now. Go ahead and study these, and then you have someone. It comes down to thinking versus just reacting.
Your launch angle's here. Your barrel rate is this. You're swinging too much at the pitch. It's low and outside, where that's your cold zone. It's an overload.
Yeah, I mean that was the Josh Hamilton problem when they made
blue eyes.
When they made, I'm specifically talking about hitting coaches, when they made the move to Clint Hurdle, they said they felt like it was basically too much information. You're trying to clean up his swing, take his toe tap out, do a bunch of different things like that. That was about 2009. And 2009 was a brutal year for him. Changed up his stance completely. They brought Clint Hurdle in, and Hurdle's big thing was just clean it up. He was fine. Just have him go back to doing what he was doing. Stop giving him extra stuff that is unnecessary. The dude's a monster. Just let him do it. And then he wins the MVP with Clint Hurdle.
That's got to take a lot of security as a hitting coach, because you want to work, get numbers, information versus the security. Someone like Clint Hurdle, a lot of skins on the wall, where you're like, look, I don't have to do too much.
Right.
You have the swing, it'll naturally just come out. So overactivity versus just sitting back with the appearance of, hey man, are you doing anything?
Right. You see guys Seager changed his batting stance this year a little bit. He's a little bit more open. And it's I don't know, you're Corey Seager. You've got 2 World Series MVPs. Why would you change anything?
Yeah.
But guys change for a lot of reasons. Just a comfort to see the ball better. They're getting older. Who knows?
And the big Rangers question that we've been asking for the longest time now, even though you're 35 games in, is this what they are, or are they underachieving? Are they capable of much more? And we're still trying to go ahead and figure that out.
Man, I think when you see Wyatt Langford, you see how hard Adolis has been hitting the ball consistently. The
Josh
fact
Smith,
that
4 hits.
Corey Seager's come back into the lineup now. You see all those things. There's no, whether they're good enough is enough of a question. There's zero chance they should be first in baseball in 1 run or fewer games. They have 11 games so far. That's 1 out of every 3 games, basically. They're scoring a run or nothing.
Oh.
And that's, no matter how much they
1 run or less in 4 straight home games. That's the second longest streak in franchise history.
Yeah, before that got snapped yesterday when they beat Seattle. And so when you look at the way that they've performed offensively this year, it's okay, how big are the margins that they can potentially catch up to? They may not be as big as you want, but there's enough that you can't just accept what you've gotten so far. There's zero chance that they should have these issues of week-long stretches without hitting home runs.
Also, bye-bye to Leody Taveras. Outright waivers. According to Ken Rosenthal, any team that claimed him would assume the balance of the $4.75 million salary. So CY saying, no more Leody.
Yeah, and I wonder who's going to take on the salary. That's a big question. If somebody's going to take it on. If nobody does, then he comes back here. If they want him to, and they could actually send him to the minors at that point.
Well, they tried to work out a deal. Obviously, found no takers.
Yeah, and this has been. Like Choppy said, this has happened before, where a guy can be put on outright waivers and then boomerang back to the organization because everybody's no thanks.
Yeah.
Wasn't Manny put on outright waivers before he got traded, or before the
irrevocable waivers
years? Yeah, and so this has happened before, but yeah, I would assume somebody will look at Leody, say, oh, the upside, the defense, sure, we'll take a gamble. I would imagine somebody scoops him up.
So day off today before the Massholes and the Red Sox tomorrow right here on this radio station. You're home for Rangers baseball with Sean, RJ, and Bobby. The Dallas Stars have their round 2 opponent. We'll get to that coming up at 6:20, but another Game 7 last night.
Out to Buddy Hield, and he is just not missing in Houston. Buddy Hield has the liftoff here. The Warriors lead by 10, 80-70. Hield is 7 of 9 from 3. He's got 25 points.
God, I forgot that guy's voice.
Tim Roy, all right.
How could you forget?
That was not enjoyable. Buddy Hield, 12 of 15 from the field, 9 of 11 from 3, and the Warriors go into the armpit and end the season of the Houston Rockets 103-89.
Good. Let's get rid of all the teams that don't matter. Houston, Cleveland. Let's get rid of Cleveland.
You throwing OKC in there?
No. They're good. They're a real good team. Houston might be one of those teams that was like, they tried during the regular season when nobody else does.
Houston will be good.
Yes,
Houston will be good down the road.
After they get Durant?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, actually, they won't be good if they get Durant.
They'll be good after they grow a little bit more. That's still a really young team. But, yeah, I mean, this is I was really kind of hoping for just the Golden State collapse. I was really rooting for a potential just complete meltdown, 3-1. We were at the Firehouse last Wednesday in Atlanta with Nick Harris, and Nick had to leave right at 8 because he was taking the car down to Houston. He was going for Game 5 to see Jimmy Butler close it out, and I was really hoping those would be famous last words, and we could just say, this is the Nick Harris jinx. But ultimately, Warriors put it together.
I've loved the first round of the playoffs. It has been so fun. Denver Clippers go 7. Denver takes them out. You have the Luka Doncic drama 4-1 with the Wolves. Warriors Rockets 7. Cavs Heat was absolutely awful. Pacers Bucks was fun. Knicks Pistons was a blast. Celtics Magic wasn't anything great, but now you're setting up for the Cavaliers and the Pacers. How about that game 1 yesterday? Knicks Celtics, the 3 versus the 2. Denver OKC, and Minnesota versus Golden State. Ant versus Draymond.
Look, for a league that has dealt with a lot of criticism about the quality of their play and everything else, you're right. The playoffs have been really good for them.
Yes.
The playoffs have been a big boost for the NBA so far. The one thing they probably wish they could change is they wish Minnesota, LA was more competitive. Because I don't think you're going to complain necessarily about Ant advancing because the league has made him such a priority. But yeah, I would imagine you would have liked the LeBron, Luka, LA tie-in to go further.
We know someone who is advancing. Your Dallas Stars. Forget Nico. We got Miko, and we have a second-round opponent after Game 7 in the NHL last night. We'll set you up for it with a Dallas Stars celebration next.
After we get you over to Zerez. Get that carpet clean. Clean way.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Baby.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that? Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
$33 The Frankel and Frankel there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
I think it prepares us for, because it's only going to get harder. You know, obviously, I think how the standings goes, and sometimes really good teams play on the first round, even though maybe they shouldn't. But I think it prepares us well, and now we already have a 7-game series, so we know if another one comes, what to do.
And after the year you've had, what's the most satisfying part about this?
Just to win the series, and this team has been so close couple of years in a row, and hopefully I can help them get even closer.
Well, congratulations, Kitos.
Thank you very much.
Will you remember where you were on Saturday night when Mikko took over?
I am he.
The sports world. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean, RJ, and Bobby back together again here on DFW Sports Station. The Dallas Stars trailing by 2 at the AAC, and then blackout.
Yeah, literally blackout. That was one of the great local events that we've had in a long time. If you were lucky enough to be at that game, it was a scene. It was a scene. Dead in the water. The Stars had nothing going. They had absolutely nothing working for them. And then Mikko was like, all right, you know what? I better earn this paycheck here. I'm gonna do the same thing I did the night before, the game before. Just get 4 points in the final period, and let's just go from here. And he was tremendous. The floodgates open. The place was electric. Call up K-Post. You're gonna need a new roof on that building like immediately after they blew that thing off.
1 assist through the first 4 games. Responds with a 3-point performance in Game 5, a 4-point showing in Game 6, and then having a hand in each goal on Saturday. Pete DeBoer, now a 9-0 Game 7 record. The Avalanche are the first team in baseball, basketball, and hockey history to lose 7 consecutive Game 7s.
Yeah, DeBoer can't lose Game 7s, and Bednar can't win them.
And specifically, Colorado can't beat Dallas in Game 7s. This is 5 straight they've lost to the Stars, 4 or 5 straight that they've lost Game 7s to the Stars. So, no, I mean, look, you don't have to understand hockey or be an expert or anything else to watch that third period on Saturday night and recognize that was somebody just dominant, such a difference maker in their sport taking over. And it was one of the more, I mean, again, as a novice, it's that final 13 minutes, the way that Mikko played, it's I'm trying to think of stuff that's similar to it in the history of Dallas sports in the postseason, where somebody just, it's probably one of Dirk's playoff games, where he drops 48 on the Thunder.
One of the road games. I think, was it Game 2 against the Heat in 11? He just took over the final,
final 6 minutes or whatever it was. Similar, probably closest to that Game 2 against the Heat, where he just takes over and he gets the layup and wins on the road. That's probably the closest, but this is way up there.
First NHL player ever to record a third period hat trick in a Game 7, get a Game 7 hat trick against his former team, have 4-point periods in back-to-back games, drop a 4-point Game 7 on a former team, total 10 or more points across games 5 through 7 in one series.
It's just tremendous. And, you forget, because we think we got it from Carolina, but Colorado had him at the beginning of the year, and they got rid of him. And one of the guys they got in the trade back for him committed that penalty with 5-ish to go. That was Drury. That was one of the guys they got for him. So,
and what did you think of the penalty?
The Stars got it, so I loved it. But if I was watching any other game and there was a Game 7 penalty with 5 minutes to go in a tie game, I mean, there's no blood. You got to swallow the whistle. You can't call a penalty. That's the rule. But if it happens to your team, then you don't care. If I was just watching that game, I'd be like, oh, no.
I don't know. Again, I watch hockey at such a basic level, so I lean on other people for things like that. And everything I read, all the conversation I heard, everybody said that is legitimately 100% of the time a penalty.
It's legitimately 100% of the time a penalty.
And it's something that Colorado was doing apparently pretty frequently throughout the series, was right off the face-offs, same sort of thing.
Colorado got away with about 3 penalties in the third as it is. They got away with a lot. They got away with 2 other trippings. It's just, you don't see it. You just don't see it. You don't see a Game 7 penalty with 5 to go that isn't a delay of game. We saw that last night in the Jets game. There was a delay game in overtime, hit the puck out, and obviously that's a clear penalty. But if I remember, that was the only one they called in the 2 overtimes. So that was just one of those, you got to call it. You just don't see it. Even the announcer was like, back of my day. Anything under 10 minutes in a Game 7, there was never a penalty called, and now it's a different game now.
Pete DeBoer was asked afterwards, is this exactly what you envisioned when you made the big move?
Well, you know what, he took over, let's be honest, he took over the series, the last 3-4 games. He just decided that, that we were not going to go home, and we were not going to lose. And I think it started then. But, I mean, what you witnessed there was special. I mean, this is the best league in the world against one of the top 5 teams in the world. And, what he did there down the stretch was special.
This is what you dream of when you make a move like this. This is Charles Haley. This is Deion Sanders. This is immediate impact. Bam, right there. This is why you trade for someone in this moment, in this spot. All the cliches that are thrown out there. Luka, they would have liked that in Los Angeles. More on that later. But here you go. A guy against his former team advancing you to round 2.
He was the difference maker. Like in the final 3 games, when this was anybody's series. This was anybody's series. And in the final 3 games, he was the best player on the ice.
Yeah, a lot of the comparisons you just brought up there, it reminded me most probably of the Cliff Lee trade, where when you go get Cliff Lee and then you get into the postseason and it's the Yankees who wanted Cliff Lee at the deadline. You got him a couple weeks before the deadline. You got him, but he goes out there and then he strikes out 13 in the ALCS and just shuts him down. Like that was the same sort of feel to me. But this is still, again, it's very unique. It's a team that didn't want to pay Mikko Rantanen what he ended up getting. It's a team that decided, nope, we'd rather trade you, get something for you. It's a against a big time historic rival for the Avalanche in the Stars, and so to me, it's there's so much poetry here. And that second goal, that game tying goal, the one where he splits 3 defenders and goes behind the net and off the skate, it was ridiculous.
I had to watch it 5 times to realize where it went in.
Yeah,
I didn't. I was like, did he get that initially? Did he wrap around? Did he deflect it off someone? I could not tell.
Yeah.
When the puck actually went in,
until you see the slow mo. Yeah, I mean that's just the way it was. It was a great play. And then but you got to have sometimes you got to have guys there. You got to have the redirect off your own jersey from Game 6, right? And then now you got to have the one off the other guy's skate.
I mean that's still that didn't even feel. I mean the bouncing off your own jersey, the own goal felt way more fluky than that. Because like I said, that was Rantanen just going the length of the ice, splitting 3 people and wrapping around, and it looked almost not quite intentionally, but it was close enough that I think that's mainly 90% skill.
I like what Sad Yosef tweeted. The Stars just beat the Avalanche with their best player not playing 1 second, their leading goal scorer not playing 1 second. They trailed 2-0 about midway through the final period of Game 7. When you sit there and think about what they were missing, and DeBoer is saying, yeah, our 2 guys, I don't know when, but we are getting help coming back.
They're getting them help, and now look, you're going to go face the team that won the President's Cup, and that's the President's Trophy, and now you have the curse, the President's Curse.
Hit it, Russ.
Sorry about that. 1 sec. All right, there you go.
Young walks the line, wristed through traffic. He scores! Deflected in front by the captain, Adam Lowry. Jets win! Jets win! Jets win! In double overtime tonight!
Wow, Westwood won with the call, and now it is Winnipeg who took 3 of 4 from you during the regular season.
It's loser peg. All right? With the biggest loser in sports, Connor Hellebuyck, the goalie. This guy's a loser.
Why?
Because he's soft.
He was
soft. He can win the Vezina all he wants.
ESPN having us the number 1 player heading into the playoffs.
He's a loser. The guy he got pulled. What kind of great goalie gets pulled 3 times in a playoff series? He should have gotten pulled last night. He is a loser. Stars at 4. Stars at 4.
Easy. Last guy who's made a proclamation like that had sex tapes released, which you probably wouldn't mind. But that was Shannon Sharp, Lakers in 5. Here's a clip that has Choppy all worked up.
Well, you don't love giving up that many goals, but we're 2-2 in the series. That's all that matters, winning the next one. Am I going to be better? I am going to be better. I've studied goaltending extremely hard. I've probably studied the most out of anyone in this world. So I know what to do and how to get my best game. So that's what I'm looking forward to do. And, I got to get 2 days here and, time to bring it in Game 5.
All right, Donald. I probably studied the most And if anybody in this room, oh really? Oh, good. You work hard, cool. You suck, all right, and you're gonna get destroyed in this series. He can't win a game on the road. He can't. He's gonna get pulled. He's gonna get pulled 3 times in this series too. Stars at 4.
I love this. This is not the RJ Choppy I'm used to. This sounds like me talking about Scattaboo or Dan Orlovsky or something like that. I love the RJ Choppy hate. There's not usually hate.
This is the guy that is going to. He might actually single-handedly change my viewpoint on choking in postseason. This guy might actually do it because this is all he does. All this guy does is gag.
Okay, if I'm looking for a comparison, then like David Price when he was at his peak and he was always so awesome. Then he gets to the postseason, he was just terrible.
He's like Rick Ankiel. Yeah,
that's even worse.
Yeah, Chuck Knobloch. Somebody with the yips.
So FanDuel has thrown this out. I think Colorado was the slight favorite over the Stars heading in. Winnipeg is plus 140. The Dallas Stars are your favorite at minus 166. So that is
minus 166.
Barely, right?
That's decent.
Is it?
Yeah, that's decent. That's probably like 58%.
Implied odds, 58%.
Probably about 50. I would assume, or 58%. Just minus 200 is 66.
Look,
right?
I'm not going to fact check you. I have no idea.
Yeah, I don't know. You're looking at us like looking at us like, right? Sure. If you say so.
That's K-Twiz with the Stars math. So favorite over the Jets.
And look, I mean, Winnipeg had a much better year. Not a much better year. They had the best year, in the league. Stars were very, very close. They had a chance down the stretch to put themselves in a position where they could get the overall 1 seed. It would have been nice to have had home ice advantage if St. Louis won. But, I don't know, man. Jordan Binnington he will steal a game or two from you. And I think Hellebuyck will give you a game or two. So give it to me.
And game 1 start time?
Let's see. 8:30, 8:48.
Yep.
Of course.
Same exact. I was like, Winnipeg, did we get a time something?
Isn't Winnipeg like north of Minnesota? What do the people in the New York offices have an atlas?
What is going on?
Does anyone have a map?
Bad.
I don't know. Apparently, it's just we're the closest ones typically to the West Coast time. Like they're just not going to throw anybody on the East Coast over there. And there's so many East Coast teams that they're just not going to put on at 8:00 at night.
It's just all of the NHL Eastern Conference in the Eastern time zone, and then everybody else, they just assume, if you're on the Eastern time zone, if you're west of Kentucky, you're in the Pacific Coast.
Let us know if you were at the game and whether you're going to the next series against the Jets that kicks off in just a few days. 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. Are you allowed to bring pet snakes to a kid's park and be careful of flying poop on your hood this morning? The craziness of the weekend. Let us know what you're up to as well. Sean and RJ just getting started. Back together on The Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I got to remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, pepper lady? Those are those. Not maidens? No. You said that. Was it Spice Girl?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Relax and enjoy the difference based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Happy Cinco de Mayo.
Yes, it is. Plans?
Will there be a chips and guac in your near future?
You know, we had Mexican food twice over the weekend, and I could have done it 3 times. I really could have. I don't know if I could do another one. Today. I feel a little fluffy this morning, but yeah, I got. And plus, because we had an incident at the house last night.
Oh,
everybody! My front yard. I was going to mow the lawn after the baseball game, and I almost mowed around him. There was some lady had a medical issue in our neighborhood. I don't know. They found her in the creek bed behind the house.
Found her in the creek bed.
Creek bed, yeah. The kids were down there, and it's not safe down. There's coyotes, snakes, and everything. And it's like an Army Corps of Engineers property. They find her, they bring her. Of course, they bring her to my front yard.
Were your kids back there?
No, my kids were at home. So we had just got back from baseball, and I see.
Yeah, how'd she end up in your house?
I guess I was like the closest house to the creek bed. Right, is on the corner, and I see like fire trucks there. I'm like, what is going on here? And there's like a bunch of people on my front yard, and there's a stretcher. And I'm like, oh boy. I was like, I'm getting sued. I'm getting sued. Right. Yeah. But no, it was just she had fallen ill, I guess, and there was some kind of a medical issue, and I didn't get a chance to mow my lawn. So
you were trying to mow at that time?
I was gonna mow at that time. I was like, do you think I can just go around them? Well, I don't want to do that. I mean,
finish up the rest later.
Obviously, I'm joking, but yeah. So I'll have to mow today. So no, yeah, probably not going to get out today.
Bobby, is your wife making her famous salsa? Apparently, Kristen makes this famous salsa that our boss wants to buy bottles of.
She's already got some salsa saved there. This is actually Cinco de Mayo is actually a different day in our family. It's my dad's birthday, so that's what typically gets our attention on May 5th is my dad's birthday. But
what are you doing for it?
Nothing today. Probably something over the weekend, I would guess.
Where does he live?
Farmers Branch. Yeah. So he today's his birthday. We gotta
get old Bob Senior.
Oh gosh,
out to an event.
He is. He's turning 63 today. So happy birthday, Dad! But yeah, we got the salsa already ready at the house made. She's got like 6 jars because she just keeps it ready. Jealous. But yeah,
does your dad listen to the show ever? You've never talked about his thoughts on the show.
Yeah, he pops in. He doesn't listen consistently. He just doesn't listen to a lot of.
Your segments.
No, a lot of radio in general anymore. Even though he's been in the business for 40 years. So he'll pop in and he'll randomly call me and say something he heard or something like that.
All right, Choppy had an incident in the front yard. Bobby, we had a youth baseball incident to get to.
Yeah, this is one for Choppy really to determine for us, I think. And I don't think you're going to be glad that I go to you for the ruling on this story, Chop.
Okay.
But out in the Bay Area, parents in West Contra Costa, which one is it in California? Contra Costa? I'm going to say Contra Costa. Unified are calling on the league to act because there was a racist incident involving 2 teams that were playing high school baseball.
2 times.
So, in this instance...
High school baseball.
Albany High School parents said players from Pinole Valley High School hurled racial slurs at one of their players, specifically targeting players of Asian descent. They were saying things while he was warming up, like, P.F. Chang, is that you? He can't see through those eyes. Just various, like, really aggressive racial trolling. Don't say Bobby
Save
like
that.
I just said it.
Save that, Ross. We'll put it in Kegger.
All that to say, the coach.
Did you miss me, Choppy?
The baseball coach from the offending team called a few days later after this kind of blew up and apologized for the player behavior. But now some are asking or demanding, the parents on the other team are basically demanding that their season should be ended. That their season should be just forfeit the rest of the season over this incident. Have you guys ever had an instance in any of your baseball leagues or anything else where somebody got punished with a full season forfeit? Like, basically just full season
Not
forfeit?
that I could think of.
And what's the line of dugout trash talk? Where can it go? Where does it go? And how far can it go? High school.
I'm not in the dugout anymore, and like so I don't really hear what they're saying in the dugout. Back when they were 13, it wasn't that. Kids don't trash talk the way we did back then. We were vile. We would say stuff that would nowadays would get you in trouble. That's just the way it was back then, and now it's just not that way. And it's for the better. It's for the better that it's not that way. But
create a softer society.
It does create a softer society, maybe. But
book of snaps, my book of shams. Amanda dies over that. You don't have any idea what I'm talking about.
Not a clue.
There's something called the book of Bobby. You should actually order it. I can see you ordering it right now.
Let me see.
And it's just it's a book of insults.
Yeah.
So like today, if I want to go with your mama jokes or you're so fat jokes. I got all my different chapters, the book of snaps. So when I say, we're shamming on each other, Amanda rolls her eyes and dies laughing with how cheesy and lame that is. But it's literally books of insults. And I think there was different versions and additions you could get.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the one that's available on Amazon, and the one joke that's listed on the front is, if ugliness were bricks, your mama would be a housing project. So those are the kind of 1992 jokes you're getting from this book. But
I've seen coaches get banned and thrown out of games.
That's the thing. Like, can you
never players or teams?
If it's like, let's say and I have no idea. It doesn't say that it was the whole team. Doesn't also say that it was just one kid. It makes it sound like it was several players from the opposing team. So is that a kind of thing where you just got to go, the whole team has to be punished, whatever the fallout is, it's something that's applied to the whole team? Do you apply it just to those players? Do those players get kicked off the team? Like, how generally do the governing bodies over those sort of things that you guys play in, do they rule on that? Do they rule on addressing individuals, or do they say, nope, whole team gets punished for something?
I think a lot of times the school would be the one that would levy any kind of ban.
Yeah, they're asking for the superintendent to get involved on this one.
Oh, God.
Because they're both, I guess they're both in the same school district. They want the superintendent involved making the ruling on this.
They're in the same school district.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've not seen anything like that, but I mean, it wouldn't surprise me that we see teams get banned for hazing. That lacrosse team just got banned for hazing.
What'd they do?
They kidnapped somebody at gunpoint.
They didn't shoot him though.
They covered his head with like a bag.
Yeah.
Kidnapped him at gunpoint and then dropped him cross county in the woods.
Did the team win or lose, Bobby?
The team, it does not identify if they won or lost the game. It's just a regular season game. And so it didn't identify who won that one. It does say some of the fan text reaction here. It said 214, how about the other team have better comebacks? 214, my coworker's son got called boy a few times in Richardson till he let his bat do the clapback.
And that's where you drill somebody.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, it's high
especially
school
in baseball.
Yeah.
Especially in baseball. That's the ultimate policing.
Yeah. I think Weaver hit Seager. I saw over the weekend.
Mhm.
Seager messed him up mid windup, and Weaver's like, okay, plunk. And he got tossed immediately.
Yeah, I mean,
drill him. Drill the trash talker.
Baseball will police itself. The problem is, when you get at a young age, kids can't really hit you if they want to. They don't have the
high
command.
School?
High school, yeah,
Well,
more so.
Luka could
more so. Yes,
hit you.
yeah, more so, but not nearly what they would have at the major league level.
972 says coach is the one that should have put an end to it. So if they didn't, they're the one who has to take the punishment.
Okay, I like that. Car poop, viral car poop on hoods.
Could you imagine, having doing something where a nickname just sticks to you? Well, let me introduce you to Christina Solometto, a 44-year-old woman from Philadelphia who has been dubbed the Delco Pooper. What a name. She was in a road rage incident, and she decides to get up, get out of the car, and instead of, fighting, throwing hands, She threw feces. She got on the hood, pulled her pants down, and pooped on the hood of the vehicle. After this is the post-poop press conference that she had. This is the Delco pooper
press conference.
She was in handcuffs, so she was just yelling at the cameras. This is the Delco pooper, Christina Solometto, after the pooping incident.
Can you tell us what happened?
The lady chased me. She chased me, and I asked her not to attack me.
She chased you?
I have a sickness.
Yeah.
You said she chased you?
Yeah, she chased me. And I got out and begged her to stop.
So
was
she
it
goes,
whiz or was that?
She looks so proud of herself, too, as
She
she's going to
does.
walk to the car. She's like, yep, this is what you get.
She said, I wanted to punch her in the face, but I pooped on her car instead and went home. It was very clean. Didn't even need to wipe.
Man, is there video of this?
Of the actual poop?
You see not the incident, but you see the aftermath on her hood, and it's disgusting.
Oh, like, did she roll up on the hood, like jump up on the hood?
She looks like she has IBS based on what was on the
said
hood.
I have issues.
This is
talking about internal
this
issues.
is very clearly like an illness that she just destroyed on this woman's car.
Well, I think that, someone in Garland has an illness as during one of my many days off for paternity leave, which is now officially over. Sitting out there, hey, let's go out, let's grab a pizza, let's take the kids out to this little turf park in Garland, middle of town. Let Ava crawl around, right? Ollie, having a blast. And we're sitting there for about 10, 15 minutes, and all the kids are like gathering on the other side of this park, and they're looking at this humongous snake that is brought out there. And I was like, that's got to be a toy snake. Like, there's no way. No, it was a real, probably like 8-foot snake that was out there, and no one was freaking out. And no one went nuts. Now, I don't know how many of the parents were actually looking at it, but all the kids gathering around, I'm like, we're out. Ollie, let's go. We'll get you some ice cream. I'm like, this has to be a rule. This has to be a problem, right? This has to be.
8 foot?
Can you just bring a pet snake to a park, to a kid's park? I wanted to call the police, not let alone animal control.
Right.
And people all responded to me, "Hey man, rules are different in Garland, man."
I assume that in
humongous snake
2025, it's a emotional support animal.
Oh,
they're just bringing it to a park. We saw a guy in Italy that had a meerkat as a pet. I loved it. I want one. I want a meerkat now.
Google says you can bring your snake out in public. Your actual
reptile.
Yeah, your reptile. You can bring your reptile out in public. There are no laws against it, but it's not always wise.
In public? But what about
an 8-foot snake?
Come on, man.
I would guess at that point it's just up to the restaurant or the governing body that is overseeing whatever area you're in.
An 8-foot snake could take out a 1-year-old.
What would y'all do? I mean, I was the only one who picked the kids up and left. I can't deal with snakes.
I'd probably keep distance. I don't know that I would have left. Although if I didn't want to go in the first place, I would be like, we have to leave.
Yeah.
Look, there's a snake.
Right.
There's your out.
Yeah.
On the keep distance, right? Because seriously,
But the problem is
the kids can't. You don't control the kids,
but they're
they
all
run.
gathering over there,
Yeah.
so it's mine's left out. So I want to go look at it,
Yeah.
and I'm just like, no, I'm not even dealing with this.
Right.
So it ruined the whole afternoon.
I did almost leave the media party at the Super Bowl in New Orleans when they had people taking photos of snakes. I didn't leave, but I definitely left that area. I wasn't going to stand by that snake taking photos with everybody.
Oh, you can't be near them like that?
I wouldn't be in the same vicinity, no. And so I could stay at the venue, but I was going to have to leave the immediate area.
Incest taking over the Kentucky Derby. Scotty Scheffler taking over DFW. And the legacy of Greg Popovich and why Bobby couldn't stand him for so long. Everything you need to know to recap the weekend before the commercial-free expressway. And we got some brand new show changes that are going to get started this morning as we get back together again here on Sean and RJ, continuing right here on The Fan.
Eats has low V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
M Leasing Studio. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Throws it off down low to Zubac. Layup won't go. Blocked by Jokic. Loose ball comes down to Murray. Denver looking to go up 12. Layup was good! 57-45 Denver. It's their big lead of the night.
A Game 7 that saw Denver advance on Westwood 1, going ahead and taking out the L.A. Clippers. Last night, the Warriors bounced the Rockets, so we get Draymond versus Gobert round 2. Good morning, Metroplex. The entire morning squad is back together again. In case you did not know, Sean Sharif alongside RJ Choppy and our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt with a report on Cowboys rookie camp at 7:20 as we go commercial-free with the Expressway with a Dirks Bentley ticket giveaway. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. If you're looking to check out the show, 1053thefan.com and the Odyssey app. Speaking of Western Conference basketball, the big news that Greg Popovich, no longer head coach of the Spurs, he is transitioning full-time to team president. They are hiring assistant Mitch Johnson as the next coach. He's been with the Spurs for a decade. He took over as the interim coach in November. So Greg Popovich no longer on the sidelines.
Is he the GOAT of GOATs? Where do we put him?
He's pretty far up there.
Well, let's start with him versus Phil.
Man, that's the tough one because like Phil had 2 of the literal all-time greats. Now
3.
Well, yeah, 3. Yeah, when you factor in Shaq.
Kobe, Mike, Shaq.
Yeah.
Scotty.
You know, and while Pop had a great team,
yeah,
and as great as Tim Duncan is, like, let's not put him with the Kobe and Jordan, and even Shaq,
right?
Although, you know, you could argue that, you know, would you rather have Duncan or Shaq? I mean, I don't know. I mean, I think Shaq's pretty dominant.
Parker and Ginobili can't match up to what Phil had.
Yeah, but I mean, there is something to be said for what Phil did in terms of managing personalities. Like, he took Jordan, who a lot of people wondered, like, all right, is he ever going to get it done? Because, I mean, what, it was year 7, 8 before Jordan won? And then the Kobe Shaq thing, people were starting to wonder, like, all right, is this going to work out? And so he's generally brought in as the guy who he's the Zen master. Mm-hmm. He fixed that. I mean, I think they're both great in really uniquely, totally different sort of ways. But
it's Red, Phil, Pop, and you got to pick the order.
Right. Yeah, I the whole Red thing, it's the league was so different back then. It's like, how do you
And I think of him more as the brilliant GM making the move.
Innovator, GM, things like that.
He's like, maybe black people can play basketball. Yeah, there you go.
I got an idea.
I generally, I put in my
this
head.
Russell guy, this 7-foot guy.
Let's integrate.
In my head, I put Pop ahead of Phil. Just,
I think I do too.
And I think it's just because of, and now I hate Pop. Like, Pop ruined load management. He gave us that. His impact is reverberating to this day. But yeah, I think that
damn lib.
They were just so boring. Like, the team was just so boring. That was the problem.
Yeah, but I mean, he turned. Yeah, he helped develop Tony Parker into being Tony Parker and Ginobili into Ginobili, and I think that when I think of
and
Greg
the win in
Popovich,
San Antonio,
right, in an NBA, in a sports world that really has over time kind of everything is geared towards the big market.
I think if you were to think of, and this is probably the difference to me between him and Phil, if I was to think of, I don't care what team they have that day, I'm still, there were years where I would go, I'm still scared Pop is going to beat us. Like, it doesn't matter if I think our team's better, whatever. There were days like I felt like, all right, as long as you're better, your players are better than Phil's players, you can beat Phil. Pop was not that way. Pop was Mike Scioscia. Pop was Bill Belichick. Or, like, for me growing up, these were the guys where it's like Bob Stoops. Like, those were guys who, it didn't matter if Texas had better players. I always felt like Stoops was going to beat Texas. It didn't matter if the Rangers. It didn't matter if the Rangers were better the first couple months of the season. I was like, Mike Scioscia's going to rally them together. They're going to win the AL West. Belichick, same sort of way. It doesn't matter what Belichick has around him. He's going to win. And Pop was that guy in the NBA.
And of course, the all-time audio highlights.
How can you be that professional in a suit that looks like that?
Well, I know you didn't get much sleep last night. Just trying to brighten things up.
Maybe I'm not seeing the color correctly.
Greg Popovich, 4 for 22 shooting so far on offense for you guys. What's the problem?
Well, it didn't go in the hole.
Well, Coach, defensively, you held mine to 13 points that quarter, 7 turnovers, just 5 field goals. What was the key?
I think they were looking at your suit.
We just assume that it ain't broken. You're not going to try to fix it.
Okay.
Pop, you think this team needs a major overhaul to be able to challenge for a championship?
We just lost in the first round. I'm not going to think about overhauls. I'm going to get a bite to eat and maybe have a Gatorade. We probably should try hard to win that game. That would be the urgency. Jeez, oh whiz, guys, come on. Think of a question.
For being in this position against the Hornets 2 years ago.
What? Think about the Hornets 2 years ago?
You were in similar position.
No, I won't think about that at all. These guys are grown men. They don't need me to say. Now, remember the Hornets, fellas. We got to really pull it together for Game 3. Maybe I'll talk about the Gipper if I'm going to talk about the Hornets.
So I would go back and forth between love and hate for that stuff.
Yeah.
I watch a game and he's trying to make someone's life miserable, and I'm like, you're an a-hole.
Yep.
You're a freaking jackass. And then you end up laughing at a lot of the moments. But you laugh at a lot more of these than the Belichick ones. Belichick he was never trying to have fun.
No. Pop, I couldn't tell if he was trying to be a jerk at times. At times you could tell he was being a jerk. Other times you thought like is he being like trying to be awkward funny? And then, with Sager, he always had a relationship. He would go at him.
Yeah.
But you could tell it was playful. You could tell they liked each other.
Yeah, Pop to me was funny when he was dismissive early on to people who were clearly asking just lazy questions. Or they needed to throw something out there. And so I liked when he would call that out. I felt like over time, he became too much of that character where even if it was like, that's a decent question, dude, like you could answer that.
Yeah.
It felt like every question got met the same sort of way.
Brad Townsend had a great tweet. My favorite Pop story is personal. Hopefully he won't hold it against me for telling it. Days after the San Antonio newspaper I worked for folded in 1993, Golden State assistant Popovich called to tell me the Spurs were being sold and he was coming back as GM. And Brad's like, Pop, I really appreciate it. I have no way to publish that because I don't have a job. And Pop says, I know. I'm hoping you can use that information to get a job. So he gave them that huge breaking story in order. So there's countless stories. I like reading the Popovich restaurant winery obsessions that he has behind the scenes, the team camaraderie and all that stuff. So Greg Popovich no longer the head coach. He's moving upstairs to be team prez.
Yeah, and I wonder how much that's just a temporary, all right, we're just moving him up, because with all his health issues and everything else he's been dealing with lately, I just wonder how much that's, hey, here's the next couple months and then right off into the sunset.
Mikko Magic on Saturday, and you also had this in the afternoon.
Sovereignty has taken the lead. Journalism is second toward the inside. Baez is third, but it will be Sovereignty to rule the Kentucky Derby. Journalism and Baez were next. Final Gambit was fourth. The final time was 2:02.31 seconds.
Journalism, did I hear that as one of the horses?
That was the favorite.
It was the favorite.
Journalism was the favorite
on NBC.
Yeah, and so Sovereignty wins, and Journalism comes in second. And by the way, this was all horses were sired by Secretariat. This is not cool. I know everybody thinks this is cool. This is inbreeding.
Isn't that what horses do?
Maybe, but that's just weird, man.
Hey, fifth cousin, if you heard our crosstalk a couple weeks ago.
I mean, like, what are we doing here? Like, the Secretariat just out there, I mean, he's obviously dead now, I think, but gosh, I mean, just the amount of work that dude put in late in life.
It's like the whales, the SeaWorld whales, where they got like two of them that they like, and they're like, all right, let's just have them like bring us an entire generation of whales, and then they'll keep populating from there.
Muddy. Very muddy track. Disgusting.
This is the track I always bet on, or this is the race I always bet on. I put down the all where I bet every combination. It costs a couple $100, but I've gone 2 for 2. If it's a muddy track, I want the crappier horses to obviously win.
Yes, you do. And
I don't think this horse was crappy.
No, these are two decent odds horses. I think it was like 11-1 or something like that. For Sovereignty?
Yeah, they were. If they weren't the top 2, I think they were the top 3. Journalism, I know, was the favorite, but yeah, Sovereignty, I think, was second or third.
But they did a good. The odds makers did a good job on this race, because they had the 3 of the top 5 or 6 horses that from the odds were finishing in the top 4. But now we get the question of, is Sovereignty going to race in the Preakness? And there's already questions that he's not going to, which is like, we gotta put an end to this here. That's a joke. We got to figure something out. Either extend the schedule.
It's awful.
So there's more time between.
Yes. Or
make it so if you agree to go in the Kentucky Derby, if you win, you agree to race in the Preakness.
But then it's like judging an injury.
Right.
They'll just be like, oh, you would have cost the horse's life?
Right. Because they will put the horse down. This is terrible for the sport, though, because if he doesn't run in the Preakness, what's the point?
American Pharoah was a decade ago. That was 10 years ago now that streak ended with the Triple Crown.
Wow.
Which doesn't seem like it.
Wow.
I thought that was like 3-4 years ago.
Yeah.
But it's one of those, I feel like the Triple Crown, like kind of like the baseball Triple Crown, sort of like the averaging a triple-double in the NBA. It was one of those things that I was really like invested in and interested in because it hadn't happened for forever.
Right.
And then as soon as it like got knocked out, it's a little bit like, yeah, okay. Well,
Right.
big deal that you won the Triple Crown.
Because we missed California Chrome, missed Smarty Jones, missed. We saw a lot of horses just miss, and then we finally see it, and now it's like, all right, I don't need to see it again.
Scotty Scheffler making history right in our backyard.
This dude, man.
Holy crap.
Unbelievable. He went and shot like a -31 at the TPC at Craig Ranch for the Byron Nelson, the CJ Cup. The CJ Cup is what it's called. This is the largest final round lead. This is the largest lead after 3 rounds in nearly 15 years. He was 23 under after 3 rounds, and he winds up going and shooting 31 under. And since they've moved this tournament to Craig Ranch, the score's been -23 or better every year. Which, like that, if the wind is not howling, this course doesn't have the teeth for these guys. But you saw some photos as soon as the round was over. There were still people on the course, and they already had the bulldozers out there because they're tearing the course up. They're tearing the course up. It's going to be closed, and it'll be open, hopefully in the fall. They'll be able to get guys back out there.
I mean, is -31 good to watch?
I don't like it. It's a birdie fest out there. I don't enjoy it, but I guess it's better than having a +6.
Yeah,
you don't see
there's
that.
a little middle ground.
There's a middle ground. There's about 40 strokes in there as a middle ground.
Yeah,
and so they're going to make it more spectator friendly and maybe toughen it up a little bit because they do have to try to keep this tournament. And the problem with this tournament is the same problem the Colonial has is the schedule. Next week is the it's an elevated tournament next week, and then you have the PGA, and then you have Colonial, and you have Jackson. Like they're not going to play. Guys don't play 4 out of 5 weeks.
Was that a bad move? And why did they move? I just remember a lot of people being upset when they moved that tournament
from
4 Seasons or wherever it was.
The players didn't. From what I heard, the players didn't love the course.
The Four Seasons course?
That in Las Colinas. And then they moved it to Trinity Forest, and the players really didn't love the course.
Yeah, whatever I went out to was Amanda and I's first date. It was awful. I'm sorry to the officials who could hook us up.
Well, there's no trees.
There's no trees.
It's hot.
Holy crap, it was miserable.
It's tough. There's not a lot of parking around Trinity Forest. The Four Seasons was a good setup. Just the wives, the girlfriends loved it because they stayed in the Four Seasons.
Yeah.
The players loved where they stayed. They just didn't love the golf course.
Everything you need to know this weekend. Happy Cinco de Mayo. The entire, except for Payton, the morning show back together again here on DFW Sports Station. And we have a brand new giveaway. Dirks Bentley tickets as we go commercial free with the Expressway. And our Cowboys insider Bobby Bell will catch you up with everything that happened at Cowboys rookie camp. Why did Brian Schottenheimer move the locker room like he did? Commercial free on the official home of America's team. The Expressway is next.
After we get you over to...
remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Those are those.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Navins? No.
Nutmeg Navins.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
experience.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. In case you did not know, we are your official home of the Dallas Cowboys. I missed day 2 and 3 draft week reaction, but Choppy, everything seemed pretty positive. People are very happy with the Cowboys draft process.
I don't think there's a whole lot to complain about. You know, obviously that without having.
Do you listen to G-Bag?
I did. Yeah, that's true. I thought I liked the Booker pick. Guard is it's a solid position to take. I reject the it's not a position of value.
Yep.
I think the offensive line is a huge position of value. Second round, third round. I mean, I thought they did well. Now look, I mean, the board didn't come to them the way they wanted to with the wide receiver, but I mean, other than that, they didn't take any risks that were unnecessary, I don't think.
Who did you make fun of last week while I was out? Like, what was your other big draft takeaway? You loved that someone did something. You made fun of it. What is who and what doing?
Oh, I loved what the Giants did by going up and getting Jackson Dart. I mean, I really like that.
Yeah, I think we made fun of Jax Ulbrich mainly, is who we made fun of. The kid Jeff Ulbrich's son who prank called Shedeur Sanders. That was probably number one.
I'm the only one who thought that was a little bit of an overreaction to the story.
The fine, maybe. The apology, like having him apologize, no. I think
not having him apologize, but like if Shedeur got picked one round later, are we losing our mind, or we just felt it was so much more mean-spirited because he fell to the 5th? Like, I have people text me like, oh, he should be fired, he should lose his job. And I was like, okay, so like if my kid gets my cell phone and sees Charles Barkley's number in there and prank calls Charles Barkley, what should happen to me? Like, the kid went and got a number out of his library or his study. I thought it was an overreaction to the story.
I agree.
If it was pick 9 when the Saints were picking, it doesn't get him in trouble. He did it on day 2 when everybody already kind of felt bad. Like when everybody's like, we're kind of starting to feel bad for Shedeur. It was dumb. And then it was dumb to have your face on social media reacting to it and posting the video. Those kids are idiots.
Well, that's how you get your likes. That's how you get your following.
Right. And it's fraternities, probably some hate, not hazing, but hey, you got to do this, man.
Man, the fines and like the reaction to it. I get the mean-spirited part, but I thought it was a bit much.
Now, I know just from all the monthly like HR training sessions we have to do at NFL Network.
Oh, you do those?
Yeah. And so I do them usually like 6 months late, but they get done. I know from that, like I knew this was going to be a problem because this is one of those things where they're like, one of the big ones they have you do every month is cybersecurity and making sure you're not like leaving the league vulnerable to sharing sensitive information. Like every single month you have to do this thing called Ninjio
to your kid,
which are these things where you have to like, okay, this month it's on phishing emails. This month it's on sharing sensitive information. This month it's doing that. And so they hammer that. So I knew just on like violating those protocols, they were going to lose their mind. And
all right, let's go inside the Star. What was happening at the Ford Center at the Star in Frisco?
It was a bunch of guys just running around in basically sweats and not actually doing anything of real substance. Rookie minicamp is always just, it's usually kind of a, let's get you comfortable in the building.
Mm-hmm.
Let's get you some classroom
Try
work.
out a helmet. See what the helmet fits you right.
Yeah, let's get you some classroom work. Let's see where you're at, how quickly you're picking some things up. There's definitely some moments out there where you're doing just kind of like walk-through practices. You're doing some stuff on the field, but in large part, this is classroom work and getting comfortable with the team and different things like that. Some guys are trying out as like tryout guys or rookie free agents. They're trying to stick around until training camp, and so there's some of that. But Brian Schottenheimer spoke with the media over the weekend, and he was asked about the idea of, okay, how difficult is it to make an impression on the team as a rookie during this weekend when you can't even really make contact?
It's hard. I'd be lying if I said it wasn't hard. I think it's not just on the field, Clarence. I think it is in the media room. It's good questions. You know, we talk about here like we have reviews, not installs. What does that mean? You know, we put the stuff out the night before. It's their responsibility, both the vets and the young guys. The rookies are no different, that they look it over. So when we start the meetings and we start doing installation, that it's not us teaching it to them cold. They should come with questions, ideas, and things like that. So when we ask questions, a little bit of peer pressure, you see the guys that have maybe looked it over more than the other guys.
So one here. That's valuable information. That's good. That's one of the ways they're picking up early. What kind of student are you? Did you look over the things you're supposed to the night before? Second, and the thing that's going to be most important to Sean, and it's going to drive Sean nuts all this year and moving forward. Did you hear some of that bing, 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 bing in the audio? Brian Schottenheimer is a sit down to do the press conference guy, not a stand-up guy.
Oh, no.
And he's a use his hands and hit the table, and so he's very demonstrative.
We'll fix that.
Yeah, I'm sure maybe he'll be standing by the time we get to regular season, but he was a sit down with a little stand mic, and so every time he'd kind of make a point, and it's doom, doom, doom. So we're going to get a little bit of that.
Well, we'll talk to him about it.
Yes, we will.
And he will reference us, I guarantee. Mark these words, Ross. He will reference us. The morning guys told me I got to be careful with my hands. We will get that audio at some point.
That
in
is
time.
not
after the lunch. Bobby sets up.
That
for us.
is not a leader, though, and a leader stands at a they stand. All eyes on me. This is my room.
No.
This is very Wade Phillips. This is Coach Doofus.
Parcells sack.
Hey.
But they were barely doing press conferences back then. Bill was an old man who wore loafers without socks.
But he sat. I think sitting is the way to go. You're saying let me get eye level with these guys. Let me not look down on them. I'm going to look
down.
eye level here.
Dan Campbell said eye level.
This was, I thought, the most interesting cut to come out from Schottenheimer. It was also the funniest one, but this was the most interesting one I thought of. The idea was asked of him like, hey, you got some college coaches that are coming to the NFL level, guys like Junior Adams, the receivers coach. All right, he's getting his chance here at the NFL level. Then you've got guys who've been in the NFL for a long time, who both of them are sort of going through a transition. The college coach coming to the NFL is going through a transition. The long-term Matt Eberflus type of NFL coach is going through the transition of learning how to reach players in the NIL era. Like we hear about, are these players super entitled now? Is that what you're running into?
Yeah.
And so I thought Schottenheimer gave a really good answer about how coaching rookies has changed in the era of NIL.
The X's and O's and what your objective is in coaching, whether you're coaching high school, college, or NFL, it doesn't change. You have to be able to connect with the person you're coaching, one. You have to have the knowledge of the skill sets and know basically what the hell you're talking about, number two, because the players want to know, can this guy help me get better? And I don't think that's much different in college right now, to be honest with you, because of the NIL. It's like, can this guy help me get paid? And if not, I'm going to go to another chance to get paid. So, again, after you have the connection, you have to have the ability to teach the skill set that they know you can help them get better. But it doesn't just start there. I mean, just because Matt Eberflus is coaching the NFL for 20-plus years, it doesn't mean that he doesn't have to connect with Deron Bland. I've been here for 4 years. I'm constantly going out of my way, bringing guys up to my office, going to dinners to get to know these guys. I know them, but I laugh with the guys today. You know, I told the rookies, I told the vets this last week. It's like my daughter's boyfriend. You know, I'll say somebody's name, he'll be like, oh, yeah, it's my guy. And I'll be like, it's not your guy. You know him. You know, and it's like, Clarence probably says about some of you guys, oh, that's my guy. Yeah, Cal is my guy. I'm like, but you really don't know him. So, like, yeah, I know these guys. I know a lot of our players, but I don't know them as well as I need to know them to lead them and to be the head coach of this football team.
I'm smitten.
I knew you would be.
I'm so smitten, RJ.
He's fantastic.
The first time he lets us down or we have a bad interview, it's gonna be like a breakup for me.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a personal drama for me because I know how much better he's gonna be than Garrett and McCarthy every week. And Mike was good, but this guy's gonna be freaking amazing. I'm giddy.
He has one flaw, Florida Gator. That's it.
The visor.
Yeah, he's a visor guy.
What will we change first? The visor being worn that you have a problem with, or the tapping at the podium?
It's the sitting, really, for me.
The sitting.
Yeah, so, like, because Spurrier was a stander, but he was a visor guy, too. So he took part of Steve. Now, hopefully he plays less golf than Spurrier did as an
hopefully
NFL coach.
Knows the names of the defensive players, unlike Steve.
Yeah, but, the visor is what it is. I don't want to see the top of his head. Whatever.
I love
jealousy.
I love him saying, just because Matt Eberflus has been in the NFL for a while doesn't mean he doesn't need to get to know Deron Bland.
I love that. Smush Parker, I go down these NBA.
Smush Parker?
I know. I go down these NBA rabbit holes like a nerd. All the NBA on NBC tweets over the weekend got me going, and I can't get enough Michael Kobe stories. But Smush Parker, it's all this Kobe love. It's like Facebook has my algorithm down. All NBA or Up in Smoke podcasts, and all of them are positive and glowing. And then Smush Parker had one. He's like, my Kobe experience was totally overrated. He didn't talk to me literally for 2 years. He didn't talk to me. and I was the starting point guard. I was in the backcourt with him. So I decided one day I'm going to be like, hey, man, you catch that game last night? Create conversation. Kobe looked at him dead serious and said, you haven't done enough. You don't have enough accolades to talk to me. And that's like the only negative Kobe highlight you'll get nowadays out there from all the reels. But it just made me think of that with, you need to know who that person is as well.
Yeah. And just the whole, the fact that that's what's going to be so big about Schottenheimer, the ability to relate it back. Like the fact that he's telling them in the meeting rooms about, like, guys, let me tell you about my daughter's boyfriend. And like the way that, like, he's always just saying, like, oh, that's my guy. That's my guy. Like, be careful the way you throw around talking about who's your guy. You got to know who that person is.
He's using my number one media trick as well. I tell every coach to get the names of the reporters. He's dropping a Calvin. He's dropping a Clarence. All the David Moore love over the past few weeks. He's checking all the boxes.
By the way, in case you were wondering, first question of the press conference, the very first one without David Moore went to Calvin Watkins.
Oh,
so I think we've got the I think we've got the new standard.
dean?
It's Calvin.
The new dean?
No wonder he's too important to follow any of us back on Twitter. It makes sense now.
I would guess it's the Calvin question moving forward. All right. As to what the rookies had to say this week, there was a couple different cuts here that I thought were interesting. Biggest one to me and the most relevant one right out of the gate is going to be Savone Ravel, which you were gone. While you were gone, we learned his name is Savone.
Savone.
Everybody's been saying Siobhan for a year, but that was apparently corrected. It's Savone. So Savone Ravel.
You tell me during the draft coverage, the networks, the analysts, no one had the name right?
I heard one or two that were saying Savone. I was like, that's wrong, I think.
Yeah.
But everybody was saying Siobhan. Like, people in the NFL were saying Siobhan.
Yeah.
Like scouts and talent evaluators.
Like Nowitzki.
Yeah, exactly. So Savone Ravel obviously had the knee tear, the ACL tear late last year, or early in last year. It was late September. And so there's a question about, all right, this guy could have been a first rounder. The knee drops him all the way down to the third round, which was great value for the Cowboys. Is he going to be ready? When's he going to be ready to go? So Savone Ravel talked with reporters about where he's at and the status of his knee rehab.
It's good, man. Like I said, I've been working on my knee as much as I can. I'm going to get the Cowboys and the training staff and come back as fast as I can and work as hard as I could. Right now, I can pretty much do everything, running, straight line, cutting. Haven't got too much into that. Just trying to take it day by day, trying to take it slow.
Now, Ravel he had his surgery done last year by Dan Cooper, which is the Cowboys team physician.
Yeah.
The team surgeon. So whenever they get one of those,
yep,
it's huge to them to be able to understand, all right, where's he at with his rehab, everything else.
So I'm trying to temper my excitement for this because everyone said he's a first or second rounder, if not hurt. I'm trying not to overinflate the inside medical info and be like, oh my God, the Cowboys, they know more than anyone else. They got the absolute steal. The guy's already running around. I'm trying not to overinflate that because
I saw a lot of Jalen videos.
Well, so here's where I think it's different. Jalen, the talk was Jalen would have been a top 5 pick if not for the knee injury, and that was a bad thing. Like it's like, yeah, but the fact that he slid that far tells you how bad the knee was. That's not necessarily you're getting the same player. Ravel's a little different. Ravel had been a starter at East Carolina for basically a year and a half. And it's a smaller program. It's not like a big-time power program.
Yeah.
So people were it was more about, we wanted to see what he would do his senior year to confirm what we thought. And what happened was he only got 4 games in. He was playing great the first 4 games of the season. But that's why they say if he wouldn't have gotten hurt, it's because we think we would have gotten confirmed for us what we thought about him. And we would have known he was a first rounder. It's not nearly the same as we already knew he was a first rounder and he dropped because of the injury. They didn't feel comfortable taking a risk in the first round on a guy that they weren't 100% sure about. Whereas that's like the tiebreaker you have with a guy like Tyler Booker when the Cowboys are like, this is who we're taking. It's because they were sure about him and they knew who he was and knew what he was about.
But how much more should we assume the Cowboys know about his medicals than the league? That much more? Like 15% more? 30% more? I know it's a tough question.
So I would just say, like, there's no comparison to being able to have the guy work with you that literally cut him open and was looking at it.
Yeah.
And I mean, even depending on how he relays that, like he was in there, saw it, has been doing the follow-up appointments. Ravel talked about how he's been meeting with Cooper consistently over the last year.
What a great conflict of interest for the Cowboys to take advantage of.
Is it not? It exists everywhere. It exists everywhere. They've all got it. Now, Tyler Booker, who has shot up the charts as your favorite.
The hero. I'll remember the La'el Collins press conference. Tyler Smith making everyone fall in love, and this guy is in the Sean Shreve Media Rookie Hall of Fame for the way that the Metroplex is fawning, except for Gavin Dawson.
I love Tyler Booker's approach, everything else, but I loved specifically.
You guys talked about him getting the deal done?
No, because that was over the weekend. So yeah,
4 years, $22.5 million. That includes a $13 million signing bonus. Made him the first round pick to reach a deal. The quotes again. He's just churning out gold. We were both on the same page. Lord willing, this contract just the first of a couple I have coming in front of me. I told my agent, "Let's get this thing done. I'm ready to go to work."
So he's just been so good with the media, everything else. He's got the big time leadership traits, and he was asked about like, okay, where did some of that leadership develop from? And he keeps referencing being a natural born leader, but he's pointed specifically. He said Saban's departure before last season was a big part for him.
Going into the year with a lot of uncertainty and having to weather the storm, and then just not having the success that I wanted, and that I was the same person every day. Like even when we were losing the games that we shouldn't have lost, like I was the same person. I was the same Tyler Booker every day. So that just taught me how to be resilient even more than I already was. So I feel like that last year at Alabama like molded me into who I am as a man. I'm not gonna say it was harder for me to figure it out. It was just harder to weather the storm because beforehand, like Coach Saban being there, everybody was like, all right, I'm staying, I'm good. But you got some of your best friends in the world leaving, wanting to go to other schools, and then just having to weather that storm and like not having a head coach at the time be like, hey, just stay down. I promise everything's gonna be all right. And so that's where it molded me as a man.
I hadn't even thought of, like, you don't think about that aspect of with the NIL. Maybe you think a little bit about, all right, guys who come and go and the turmoil that puts guys in who stay there and are committed. But just the fact that he essentially, and this is one of the things you hear behind the scenes, is that he really had to kind of be that rock that Saban normally would have been for guys. Whenever there were transfers and guys were upset about players leaving or friends leaving, that was something that Tyler Booker kind of took on. Was like, hey, guys, look, I'm here. We're still the same program. Like, we got that. He like had to kind of be dad to a lot of the players at 20 years old.
Maybe he had some legislative input with Saban and the president.
How about that? How about that one? Nick Saban met with the president, and Trump is considering an executive order to change NIL to put some kind of.
Did you see the SNL Trump executive order the other day?
Who was that? Hilarious. Baldwin? Who did the Trump? I just saw the picture.
It's not Baldwin. They got some other guy that's like they're permanent now, but it was pretty funny.
But anyway,
it's an executive order that 70-year-olds can date 20-year-olds. It's awesome. It's fantastic. Executive order for everything.
Saban says he wants reform, not elimination, which that's good. You know, reformer's good. You know, obviously NIL's fine, right? Nothing wrong with it.
He's a liar.
You just got to have reform to it. So. There's considered an executive order. I have no idea what these executive orders actually do. I think this still needs like congressional approval. It shows the signature. It's a wonderful signature. But it just shows the signature here. And now everyone's doing it. Abbott's doing it now. I mean, he did like 3 of them.
Executive orders?
Yeah, he just showed. Yeah. I mean, he was like, you got to show the paper.
Yeah.
He's got to show the paper. Everyone's doing these things.
I always thought the president should have that type of power, and then you grow up in school and you're like, no, everything's got to get passed. They don't really have that power. Well, now the power's here.
Now the power's here. I'm going to start doing this at home. Like, I'm going to start signing papers and showing Sarah. Man, we've got an executive order here.
I'm going to
have a binder. I'm going to start doing that.
That is amazing. Walk around, you just open up the folder. I decree. I declare.
You should have done that with your marriage license. Yeah, just flipped it over to her. Just like the signature.
Paid for it. $76.
By the way, Saban, you're out of the game now. Don't be a little rat. Quit pocket watching. Like, stop worrying about the kids. You left, so don't worry about it anymore. We'll play one more clip here. Jaden Blue, the running back that they took out of Texas, who a lot of people were talking about the juice that he brings and like, oh my gosh, that's like 4.2 speed that you have in the backfield now, something that the Cowboys have really not had in a long time, that kind of a burner there in the backfield. But he was asked about the idea of just, hey, being labeled as a speed back when you're somebody who has done a lot of different things out of the backfield, whether it's pass protection, receiving, whatever.
I take a lot of pride in being able to do all the things and not just, being a fast back, being that home run hitter, because I know, if you want to be, the best at your position, you're going to have to be able to, do all those things. And like I said, I give Coach Choice a lot of credit because, he stayed on not only me, but, all the other guys in our room to make sure that we was doing those things right because, like I said, if you can't, protect the quarterback, then, it affects a lot of things, offensively. So, I take a lot of pride in being able to, be versatile and be able to do different things and not just, run the ball or be that home run.
He's going to be the biggest thing with him is just he's got to stop fumbling. That was his big problem at Texas.
Did you comp him to anyone?
No, I mean he's so unique. My big thing is that like for a home run hitter, for a guy with like real ridiculous speed, he seemed to be content running into contact sometimes. Like he wants to run like a bigger guy. Which I mean he's really good with contact balance. He's always falling forward. He is willing to be physical. Those are all positive things. But also it's like, remember you're a 4-2 athlete, just run. Like go.
Yeah.
You don't have to run into contact. But the big thing for him is fumbling and some focus drops. But if you talk about, Schottenheimer said it, one of the first things he said when we were out at Indianapolis, when we heard him at the podium giving his press conference to Dallas media, he had talked about, they said, what are you looking for in a running back? And one of the first things he said was receiving ability. Jaden Blue will line up in the slot and run receiver routes. Like that is a legitimate receiving threat out of the backfield and on the line of scrimmage. So he gives them
a
lot. Home run hitter. He's got real speed.
Inside the Star with our insider Bobby Belt after Cowboys rookie camp here on the commercial-free Expressway. We have a Dirks Bentley ticket giveaway to hook you up with, but I got to get one more thing in here. Schottenheimer moving around the locker room. All right? So Micah is now next to Dak in the middle of the locker room. He said, quote, "We moved some guys around this year. I did, along with the help of the staff. The players don't really get a say in that, but there's a method to the madness. It's a new year. We'll do it in 2026. We'll do it in 2027 and beyond. When you start a new year, do something different." This is one of those types of topics, Bobby, that I and others really try to look into. Who's moving where? Why are you doing it? Where were they before? My initial read, you're in there every week. So your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I like shaking it up. It does make it a little challenging. I always go back to, I remember when they traded for Amari Cooper, and we knew there was going to be this crush of media going to Amari Cooper's locker, but nobody knew where he was. So it was going to be this, like, you'd get in the door, and even if you were first, you're going to be looking around and going, like, crap, where is he?
It's like guessing the elevator downstairs.
Oh, God. So, like, I had like texted like two of the players. I was like, where's Amari's locker? Who's he next to? And because of where they said he's next to so-and-so and so-and-so, like as soon as I said that, I was like, okay, cool. I know exactly where he is. I can go straight to his locker. But that's one of those things where jumbling it up, changing up who you're talking to. The NFL, even though it's 53 guys, it's much more narrow than that. You're hanging out with your position group. You're hanging out with your locker mates. Like that's who you're really sitting next to and talking to all the time. So Micah had previously been over on the far side near the showers and had been over there with a couple other defensive players. I like the idea of putting him next to Dak, though.
Yes.
And having them interact more.
I like them in the middle of the locker room, and then I like having Micah soak up as much leadership stuff from Dak as possible. It's supposed to be Dak on the offensive side. It's supposed to be Micah on the defensive side. So let Dak have him under his wing a little bit for the leadership in the middle for Micah to learn from. That's my take.
It's like when they brought Tyler Smith in. It wasn't an accident that they put him right next to Zach Martin. Like you want to put that you are making strategic decisions with that, and I think that that's an important one that Shotty's making. Is he's saying I want those
and
two
put
to
Diggs away from Micah. Get Diggs in the corner. Get them away. We'll hear them enough on each other's podcasts. So there it is. A little Inside the Star on your official home of the Dallas Cowboys. Let us know what you got into this weekend in best and worst. First, Ross is going to hook you up.
That's right, Tolos. Right now, 877-881-1053 wins 2 tickets to see Dirks Bentley at Dos Equis Pavilion on Friday, May 30th. That's caller number 10, 877-881-1053. Again, Tolos, right now, 877-881-1053 wins 2 tickets to see Dirks Bentley at Dos Equis Pavilion on Friday, May 30th. That's caller number 10, 877-881-1053.
Love that song. Fantastic. Solid. Speaking of music, best and worst, let's do it.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
Let's recap at 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. As I went to this brand new event at Cowboys Stadium, the Lone Star Smokeout, and Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I went on Saturday with the wife, thanks to Brandon Hurtado, hooking it up. John Party, starting at around 8:30.
Very solid.
Yeah. It's too late.
Too late?
Too late. Gates open at 1. We got there at like 2.
Oh, God.
All you can drink.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Did you get vomited on?
I did not get vomited on, but I did find out that vomiting did take place later on. So my wife, she has zero self-control. She lays out these game plans. She's like, I should probably just sip on beer all day. And I said, yeah, you should. But you're drinking an Aperol Spritz, and then you're drinking ranch waters, and you don't even lay out the plan. You can't execute. She goes, hey, I'm surprised you didn't want to like go to the buffet that they had there, inside the tent. I said, well, we did go.
Oh, no.
So that's what I knew that I had to get some mac and cheese in you, but it was the Jake's back there laughing. But you had all these different barbecue vendors. I was nerding out. I was geeking out.
Yeah.
I felt like such a loser. I'm going up to these guys in Austin that I'm like watching their beef cheek videos, and I'm going up and I'm all nervous and geeking out. Like, can't get a picture. The Panther City guys were out there, of course, Brandon Hurtado, but these guys from Austin, and they had to be looking at me sideways. My cowboy cachet did not carry through there whatsoever.
Look, it's that's your place though.
That was a dream for me.
That's a spot for you.
Yeah.
And then look, the music was great at the end, but obviously for you it was all about the barbecue.
Well, Brandon Hurtado made us leave. Like, he got done. He came upstairs to have a drink. Dane's Craft Barbecue from Fort Worth. I finally got to try them. We were all hanging out, and Brandon said, "All right, let's go to Haters, Brandon's bar."
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, "Well, we kind of came here for John Party,
Yeah.
But like, I'm not the biggest concert person anyway. I don't think Amanda realized if she was at a country concert or whether it was Pauly D yesterday. So she had no freaking clue. Brandon's like, let's hop in the truck. Got in, riding around and hanging out with Marquette King the whole night.
Wow.
I did not realize Marquette King had 1.3 million followers on Instagram. He's trying to get into the music world, punting for the Renegades here and there, but he was a cool ass dude. Had to beat him down in pool.
That's awesome.
Sorry,
Did you get him
Marquette.
scheduled?
Huh?
Did you get him scheduled to talk about his album?
I said, you got to come in studio. He's like, he was seriously like, hey, how do I get this played? I said, he's like, listen to it. I said, I'm trying to listen to John Party here. You know what I mean? I'm trying to listen to the actual live entertainment.
How many songs did you make it before they told you to leave?
Oh, it was probably, I would say like 7.
Okay.
Maybe 6. Brandon's like, we can stay for like 3 more. But when a guy owns the bar,
yeah.
I was like, and a big time sponsor. I was like, yeah, let's go ahead and
Let's
get in
go.
the truck. You got the ride over there, but that was my Lone Star Saturday event. Shout out to Javier. He and his wife, Big Tolo's out there. Brisket ice cream I'd never tried before.
Interesting.
Tolo Ant brought it over. The greatest, no doubt. When all the barbecue people who all have egos, right? We all have egos. When they're like, this is the best banana pudding of all time, you got to try it. And it was. It was like a frozen custard type.
Oh, that's good.
Banana pudding.
good.
But the brisket ice cream, you know how in ice cream they'll have like a sometimes a pecan or like a almond, like a nut component.
So that's what it is?
They use that as the brisket. It made sense. It was salty.
Yeah. It's
You
like
know, it was a little
you
bit.
said bacon ice cream before.
Did I say?
No.
Oh
but
yeah, bacon ice cream.
Bacon
yeah.
ice cream, but now it's like
Yeah, it's that salt, sweet caramel type.
I get it.
It made sense.
I get it.
It was good, but yeah, I was nerding out.
Did you were you regretting not going for Pauly D though for that day?
Oh, Pauly D was Sunday.
So you weren't going to try and get out there for
No.
a Sunday?
You know, I don't have fun on Sundays.
But it's Pauly D.
Amanda would have chosen Pauly D over John Party. She would have.
I'll tell you mentioned Aperol Spritz. I had no idea. When we were in Italy, that's all they drink.
Really?
Aperol Spritz or is it
I don't like that.
Negroni?
Yeah. I don't
Negroni's the
like
other
that
one.
aftertaste on the end.
It's not for me.
What the hell is I don't even know what Aperol is.
It's a liqueur.
Okay.
So it's like less than. It's not like 90 proof or anything like that. It's like less than 80 proof.
Yeah.
So it's a liqueur. You mix it with Sprite or whatever. I'm not the biggest. We had to try one. I was like, I got to try one. You're in Italy. But yeah.
And what's the Negroni?
It's another type of liqueur. I think Aperol might be an orange liqueur or something like that. But it's not for me. But I know they love them.
Yeah.
They drink them like
so
crazy.
Javier, you know how I get like if someone's trying to leave? Like Javier basically saved us socially as we were sitting there and we're like, we got like 4 hours until this concert. Like we don't know anyone here. And Javier was over there and I was like, all right. He's like, we're going to try to leave, at the start of the concert. And I was like, I'll just get him too inebriated to leave. So I'm the only idiot there at the open bar, this fancy tent upstairs, ordering all these shots. It was like Payton was there all over again. The disgusting warm tequila. And I'm like, here, you keep drinking these, you can't leave. He still ended up leaving. It did not work whatsoever. Best and worst of the weekend.
I don't really have a best, but I do have a worst. I've lost the moral high ground with my children in the punishment
I thought you were saying the dead woman in your yard.
No, she's very much alive, thank God. But I guess last week we had that big thunderstorm, and I was leaving the gym, and I had my headphones in my pocket, my earbuds. I put them in my pocket, run to the car, soaking wet. I forget to put them back in the case. Well, we wash them. Now they're ruined. And this is a move that a teenager would make. All right, my kids have done this twice. They've left them out. Once the dog ate them, and once they washed them. So I had to buy new ones over the weekend, which is great. I got nice new earbuds, but I can no longer chastise my children for doing the same thing.
I mean, you left something in your pocket. I always leave a paper towel.
Yeah,
like whether Ava's
always.
got a runny nose, I always have like a napkin in my pocket. I always get shredded in the laundry and in the wash. I don't know if they've lost. Well, I guess you can't lecture them for leaving stuff in there.
Right, that's it. So now if they do the same thing, what am I going to say? I'm 45 years old doing the same 13-year-old, making the same 13-year-old mistake.
I think you're being too hard on
Would you have cracked down on them to begin with, though?
I mean, no. Let's be fair.
I don't see you really dropping the hammer for forgetting something like that. I always forget. Yeah, it's like paper will go there, but for a long time it was whenever I was using the wired earbuds. I would wash those 3 times a year and they'd get destroyed, and I wouldn't be able to use them.
And no coming back.
No. I mean, they're done when they get washed. They just don't work anymore.
They don't charge. The film or whatever the screen is gone now, so they're toast.
I'm just using Bobby's earbuds that he gave us.
Yeah, see, right. That's all you got to do there. That's all you got to worry about. I'm the dual best and worst of the weekend is from the world of softball. I got Marcus High School, our home high school, and Keller High School, our buddies there. They're both advancing in the playoffs, the state playoffs. It's great news.
Well done.
They're playing each other.
Oh man! So now what?
At Byron Nelson High School, I think I'm gonna have to wear the Keller hat and like the Marcus shirt. But I'm already getting pressure.
So soft.
I'm already getting pressure from both sides. Did
you? Oh,
we have really.
Mind. You didn't go to any high school.
I did not. I did not. That's why.
When is this game?
I'm smarter. What?
When is the game?
They're starting Thursday, Friday night, and then potential game 3 on Saturday. But this is a case of I've got people already kind of pushing me on both sides. Like we have really good family friends, the Olguins, and their daughter Mylene. She's on Marcus's softball team, like on their varsity team. And so it was explained to me that like, hey, just remember, if Bobby's thinking about rooting for Keller, this is his home high school. He's friends with the players over here, and I'm already getting the Keller push on the other side. I had Tolo Mark Clee, Dr. Mark. He was saying, hey, you got to pull for Keller to make state, and then they end up in Austin. And
whoever gives you the most merch.
Right.
Well, I mean, so far given me merch, it's Keller.
Yeah.
It's the Keller folks have given me the most. I've had to buy all my Marcus merch.
Oh.
So I
do a
don't know.
Gruden unpacking box from both up here in studio. So that's what we'll do. Keller, you send the box here to the station. And Marcus, you send it. We'll do the unboxing like John Gruden, and whoever has the best box, that's who Bobby will be rooting for.
I know.
I had to make it by Thursday.
Mike Eggleton, one of the dads there for the Keller team, he made these hats. He's the one who made the shirts. That he gave us all shirts. Like he's given everybody Keller merch, and so he's.
I'm leaning towards Keller.
I think I gotta split a little. I gotta at least. I have to. I'm having peer pressure from
one of those
family friends.
Get one of those lame jerseys.
Take a stand.
Get one of those lame jerseys that the moms wear that are split.
Or
one of the front.
Exactly.
Make a Donna Kelsey jersey.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, or a Nate Lowe jersey, like the parents who had the both of them playing there. Yeah,
Best
same thing.
and worst of the weekend. Every Monday during the commercial-free Expressway, Sean, RJ, and Bobby back together again, and this HOV portion of the Expressway driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano. Where does Mikko's performance rank all time in DFW? The magic of Saturday night as the Stars now have their round 2 opponent next.
Uber Eats has low-fee products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak.
RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
22 seconds left on the McCarr minor. Rantanen in with speed. Wraps. He scores! Mikko Rantanen. Game 7 is tied.
I don't think it's a stretch to call it a legendary performance. The internet was saying an all-time, and I took that personally, performance against his former team, and the Dallas Stars move on after trailing by 2 Saturday night at the AAC. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean, RJ, and Bobby back together again. We're staying together as well. Payton is out today on jury duty. We're rooting for him not to get picked, right?
Yeah. Yeah, he needs to be back here. He doesn't need the vacation time. That's vacation time for him.
Is it?
Oh, yeah, gosh.
I've never had it. You're the broadest of this show when it comes to Payton's days off.
He would
all the guilt.
That's
all the guilt.
It's all the guilt because of just how he's talking about, like, man, I can't possibly be in here Monday morning after a Cowboys night game. And it's like, right, as I'm walking off the plane and driving in here without sleeping. So I don't want to hear from. It's more just when he's trying to talk about it, like, it's impossible to do that. It's like, I gotta talk for 4 hours with no sleep. You just gotta, hit the little sounder all the time.
Well, yeah. I've never had jury duty. I can't wait to get it. But are those chairs comfortable? I mean, what kind of chair is he in? Is it an uncomfortable wooden chair? I mean, that's dang near hard labor.
So I can only speak for Dallas County, but in Dallas County, you are in some like just the standard, like, the church choir chairs, the little cloth ones with the steel frame. That's what you're in the main pool area. When you get upstairs into one of the courtrooms and you're doing jury question, then they're like leather office chairs that you're sitting in. So it's not so bad.
One of the things that the internet likes to do is explain this to me in other sports terms.
Right.
Explain this to me in football terms, in basketball terms. And someone came out and said, look, just for perspective, what he did on Saturday night, the performance by Mikko, the equivalent of Luka scoring 50 in Game 7 against the Mavericks, including 30 in the fourth quarter, with the Lakers trailing by 20 with 10 minutes to play.
Yeah.
Does that sound right?
Yeah, it's like, remember LeBron, 25 straight points against Detroit with Cleveland. It was something like that, right? It was an amazing performance. I mean, they were dead in the water. They had no business winning that game. None. They were outplayed. I wonder what Money Puck had to say about that game.
For the game, Money Puck said they were 57% Colorado.
Okay.
Because they even got outshot in the third period.
Yeah, and there was literally like no reason. I mean, Colorado had a shorthanded goal net. I mean, there was no reason why the Stars should have won. They were exactly in the position they should have been in. They were down 2 midway through the third period. That's about what the game was. And here comes Mikko, and he took over. He was the best player on the ice in the final 2 games of the series, and they win. What?
Other revenge performances or just DFW? Just take it right there with local playoff performances.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. So
the revenge didn't have the Luka hatred. Luka hates the Mavericks, at least, Nico and the leadership, probably Damon as well. Mikko had nothing but glowing things to say about the Avs. He's like, I love all those guys over there. I'm sure there was some feeling after dealing him, but he didn't seem to have the same Luka resentment, which understandable.
Yeah, he even said like in the handshake line, he was very emotional, and like that had to be tough because I don't think he truly wanted to leave there.
He's similar to Luka. He said, I was going to sign.
Yeah, they never came to terms, and then they traded him to Carolina, and Carolina never had a shot. That was just a dumb deal on their part, and Stars reap the benefits, and the Stars get that big contract on.
Yeah, in terms of revenge games in DFW history, I don't know that we've had anything like that before. If you're just talking about
this blows away the Luka one. That was regular season.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if you're talking about big time, like big crunch time performer, like playoff, like, yeah, we got some that are similar to that. But in terms of just like the added effect of like it's your former team and it's a revenge thing, like, no, I don't know that we have anything like that. The closest would be Cliff Lee was thought to go to the Yankees, or there was a chance he was going to go to the Yankees. He ends up with Texas. He ends up striking out 13 in the ALCS and shutting them down over 8 innings. That one's close. But outside of that, Charles Haley going to the Cowboys and beating the 49ers in back-to-back NFC title games. But it wasn't like he wrecked shop in those games.
And the Dion pendulum,
Yeah.
But this makes Jim Nill look like a freaking genius, right? You get the big acquisition in a Game 7 that has you advance in the first round. Pete DeBoer, and there was heat. Right? I'd reference the Jason Robertson pressure. Like, is he going to show up? Years past, where's Jamie Benn? Mikko, 1 assist through the first 4 games of this series. Here's Pete DeBoer on gelling, and this process just taking time.
I think every situation's different, Pierre. I think, we had the benefit of the other Finns in the room, and then we also had the benefit of a motivated guy. This was Colorado and the team that he had played for a decade. And I don't know all the behind the scenes what went on there, but he was a motivated guy to make an impact in this series, and he just got better and better.
So, and the fan text is coming up with some names here, by the way. We've got the Randy Moss revenge game. A bunch of people are saying that when Randy Moss came to town, scored 3 touchdowns on Thanksgiving. Not for Dallas, but against Dallas. The only one that comes closest, this one just popped in my head. When Nash came back the following year with Phoenix and made that 3 to tie it at the end of the fourth quarter in game 6, and then continued, like the last 3 games of that playoff series against Dallas, he had scored 48, 34, and 39. Like he was averaging 40 points per game over the last 3 games and beat them here at the AAC. That would probably be the closest I can think of, just even tied to Dallas, but not even from Dallas.
What if we just whittle it down and Spittle, if you're listening, maybe you can text it into Stars history, RJ. Top
in terms
game
of revenge?
Top game, moment, or performance. It's just Stars history. I know I'm hitting you with that out of the blue, but I think that's a reasonable conversation and topic.
I think it is. I mean, this has been just from his perspective, coming in here mid-season. You know, like Madonna could have a game like this. Madonna had been here, right? For when the Stars won the Cup in '99, Madonna had been here obviously his entire career. Pushing a decade at that point. For a guy to do this, I mean, it's been 30 games, and he's already doing something like this, and he's putting himself, etching his name in Stars lore after one playoff series, his first playoff series. It was phenomenal. Like this was something that,
like, watching PK Subban and the NHL Sports World react to this was really cool. He was like standing up, like we're in the middle of a moment.
Him and Messier were just sitting there like high-fiving each other. Yeah. And could you imagine like watching, if you're a Colorado fan, like they're rooting for them.
Yeah.
They're rooting for them.
Yeah. Smoltz.
If we're talking hockey, the performance that always stood out as a kid was Eddie Belfour holding Buffalo to 1 goal in that 3 overtime game, the clincher, when they won the Cup.
Historically, it's a goalie that's doing something like that.
Yeah, it's not. It's not typically just one guy going like, okay, over the next 12 minutes, I'm going to get you 4 points and just basically win this game for you by myself.
Back-to-back games.
And this was Tolo Trey saying Nash versus Mavs after we didn't match. 39-point performance, 3-pointer to tie it. So where were you? You're always going to remember it on Saturday night as the Stars advance. And this is a series, Choppy, that got wasted in a first round.
Yeah, I think so. And, Rantanen even mentioned this when he was talking to Emily Kaplan after the game, how they might need to have some changes when it comes to the playoff series. And I don't like the fact that they break it up by divisions instead of by conference. It should be 1-8, 2-7, 3-6.
Yeah.
This is not that hard. I think because of the way things ended up, this would have been 3-5, which is not crazy, but this was not a true 3-5. This wasn't a true 3-5 series. I mean, these two teams were easily the 4 best teams, or 4 of the best teams in the conference. They should not have been playing in the first round. The Stars should not be playing Winnipeg in the second. Right? It shouldn't be like that.
And the Jets tied it with 1.6 seconds left to cause bedlam there as they win in overtime.
I don't usually make noise at home during sport, like when I'm watching a game.
Oh.
This made me go, whoa! I was like, oh my God! I couldn't believe that they tied it up because I was torn on who I was rooting for in this one, because obviously the Stars would get home ice with St. Louis, but Hellebuyck is just a loser, and I have no doubt the Stars in 4 if they play Winnipeg.
Well, you said 2 losers. The options
the Bluesers.
The
Blues are the Bluesers, and then I can't stand St. Louis, but I also don't like Winnipeg, and I just think that obviously you have home ice, or you face a team that is a guy. He's a choke artist. Hellebuyck is a choke artist. So Stars at 4, baby. Let's go.
Winnipeg is now tied, by the way, for the worst odds to win the Cup of the remaining.
No one trusts them. I think they have some injuries too, but nobody trusts them. Hellebuyck's got pulled 3 of the games in this series. He doesn't play well on the road. Stars got to steal 1 game in Winnipeg.
Spittle just texted, Stars acquire Joe Nieuwendyk. He wins the Conn Smythe playoff MVP. Massive trade. They win the Cup.
Yeah.
So there's a little comparison there from the Hockey Hawk.
Loser peg.
That one doesn't flow.
Yeah, we got to come with something better than that, maybe. 8:40 start time, though. There you go. That's what I was rooting for. Whoever gave the better start time.
Yeah, if we're lucky, 8:40.
Oh yeah, it's not going to be that. So we'll get you set for round 2, game 1 throughout the week here on Sean and RJ. A lot of A lot of Luka comparisons. I've been dying to ask, and I know I was out last week after they got eliminated, where are things with the Luka-Nico scoreboard right now? I came up with like my own little point system. Nico starts off down 5 points for the trade. You could make it 10 if you wanted. I was just trying to be reasonable. So he's already down 5. Then they missed the playoffs. A lot of that Kyrie injury, but Anthony Davis was hurt as well. So you have to deduct even more points, 2 or 3 points minus. And then Luka, first round exit, 4-1. How many is that worth? So how much of that did you get last week from the Tolos on the text? Maybe Nico. Or it's still too dangerous in terms of going close to that territory to speak it.
You know, what I saw wasn't anything about, this didn't like boost Nico at all. It just detracted from Luka. It was like, yeah, Luka's a loser, or he's out of shape.
Nationally, I still don't think locally.
Not locally, but he's out of shape, or he can't win, yada yada. But it had nothing to do with
Nico being right.
It didn't teeter-totter seesaw the thing, right? It was still Nico's way down here, but now Luka's down here too.
Because J.J. Redick in the season-ending presser was like, we need to get in championship shape. Championship shape. He said the same. He said it.
Well, he was talking about LeBron, though.
I'll tell you this, though. JJ needs some fault here. He did not make a single substitution in Game 4 in the second half.
Well, he's getting killed.
Yeah.
Windhorst went after him.
Right. I mean, you
Said
can't...
he coached immaturely.
Right. You can't tell me that Luka's not in shape when you play him 46 minutes.
Okay.
46 minutes, and I mean, he scored 30 points a game. Like it's not like he shot 35% either. He shot 46%.
Now, was he gassed at the end in the final few minutes? Yeah, I bet he was, because he's playing more minutes than he should be playing.
It didn't elevate anything. If anything, it made some of the people who always wanted to trade Luka, that small group they were just loud last week locally.
All right. Every year, Bobby conducts the morning show annual survey, and you request some changes and some additions. And one of them debuts next, especially if you love some music coming out of your speakers as well. It's a new Music Monday and Below the Belt as we continue with the morning show back together again right here on 105.3 The...
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
We got some brand new segments to unveil here on the morning show. Bobby always conducts the annual Tolo fan survey, and it could be some good news for Payton Russell tomorrow if he does not get selected for jury duty.
Yeah, that's the hope. We always take in
bringing back this wheel back here that the
baby.
KNC Masterpiece used to use.
Yes, we will actually be using the wheel. That'll get some use. There are going to be some different shifts, some different things that we're doing. One of the things that we got feedback on, because we get people saying, hey, we want to hear more of this, we want to hear less of this, we want to do this, we want this. One of the areas that we got some feedback on was they said they wanted a little more lifestyle segments, a couple other new ones, if we could spice it up a little bit and stuff outside the expressway, not just put it in the expressway. And one of the common things we got from a lot of people is like, hey, I like when you guys play songs or like talk about music, like whenever you do the Ask Reddit questions that are on music. I want to hear you guys kick around some of the music topics. So with that in mind, we're going to debut a new segment that if it gets roundly killed by the listeners, then
we'll keep it going.
That's there you go. But yeah, today we're going to debut every Monday at 8:20 New Music Monday.
I'm Casey Kasem. Coming up next are the 3 biggest hits of the year.
Maybe the 3 biggest hits of the year. Let's see. These are songs that were released over the last 3 or 4 days over the weekend. Friday, a big music drop day.
See, I did not realize just how out of it I am in the music entertainment world. I was like, when Bobby brought this up, I said, there's not going to be enough music to play every week.
It's like every week.
Is it every week?
Every week.
Every week.
There's singles. In fact, I had to like narrow it down. There were probably 10 songs we could have played this week by artists that you know. So, I mean, there were a lot of them. In fact,
we're creeping towards summer.
Exactly.
More out there.
Because you're going to get Song of the Summer stuff.
Yeah.
We'll see if any of these are Song of the Summer. First one that we got, Ed Sheeran has a new album coming out in September. You know, he was always the plus and the equals. He was using all the signs. His new one is called Play. So he's got the little play button that you would see on the old VCR. That's what he's got. But he released a new song.
What are you writing?
Writing the songs down.
He's grading
for your pool parties.
He's grading these. Song one, first one we got here. Ed Sheeran has a new song called Old Phone.
Opened up and saw familiar names. Now I wonder where they've gone. Conversations with my dead friends.
That's negative.
Messages from all my exes.
Exes and dead friends.
I kind of think that.
So the thrust of the song is like, maybe I shouldn't have opened up and powered on this old phone that I had, because now I'm seeing all these old messages from like basically a snapshot in time. I had this happen a couple of years ago. I found an old phone in a drawer and I like unlocked it and I found. Kristen loved it. I thought every single like text we had from when we first started dating, like they were all on that phone. And so we ended up being able to save all those because
it'd be better than the phone you have right now, as Bobby is freaking out in the commercial breaks.
The new Android update is pissing me off. It's legitimately like we're so much better than Apple. And yes, I said we. We're so much better than Apple, and now you guys have ruined it. Because so like, Chop at Show, if you swipe down from this side, that's the notifications tab. If I swipe down from the other side, that's where I get things like my control panel.
That's basically what the Apple does.
And then look at this. I've always had the pages that I could swipe through for apps. Not anymore. It's a scroll of all the apps. I hate it.
Oh, you can't go to another page.
No, it's just a scroll, and so I'm gonna have to scroll down and find where my app is.
Is it that different from swiping left, right versus up, down?
Yes, because I know
how many swipes.
I know an app is on page 3.
Yeah,
like boom, boom, boom. Whereas an endless swipe, like okay, am I down there yet? Oh, okay, here it is. Like this is going to be a pain. I'm not happy with you, Android. I'm going to switch to an old phone like Ed Sheeran. That's very Ed Sheeran.
It is.
I like the song.
I like
it's
Ed.
Fine.
Where's Ed been?
I know.
Good question. So he got married.
Oh,
and then he kind of just stepped away from music for a while. But
now he's divorced.
No, he's still married.
He's back.
He's still married. He opened up an old phone. He's like, oh my gosh, I have a dozen songs here I could write.
I'm gonna sign off on it.
I like it. It's good, but it just strikes me as just like it's generic Ed Sheeran. It's like exactly what I expect to hear from Ed Sheeran. So it's solid. All right, next song here. I really like this one, and this is a controversial take. This is a controversial take.
Old pen, he's rolling up his cuff to take these notes.
I like Doja Cat, and I know a lot of people don't. I do like her. So there's a new F1 film coming out, I guess, starring Brad Pitt in June.
Formula One?
Yeah, it's called F1. It's like a movie about F1 racing.
The first one was good.
And so this is the, I guess, I don't know if it's the main song off of it, but this is one of the songs off the album. It released on Friday. This is Don Toliver and Doja Cat, Lose My Mind.
It's the bow trigger, get that key driven. None to wrap up, I ripped a new ribbon. They wanted to catch up, wanted my good riddance. You show me a rock bottom, you wanted a new winner. I paved the way for 'em. Take the pain, double it, put it in way for 'em. Safe to say, trouble ain't what you was made for.
I like it.
I really like it. It's just,
yeah.
And like,
I need more Don Toliver. I need to hear it.
Well, Don Toliver's in there, but I'm grabbing little 30-second snippets. Doja Cat was the important part. Don Toliver, he was mid in the song. The song, I like it, though.
You surprised? I've never heard of Don Toliver versus Doja Cat.
He's got some good stuff. He's got some good stuff with Future. He's got a song with Bieber.
And then I like the song. I do like Doja Cat. I know most people don't. And she's got some questionable social media history and some things she said. But
what'd she say?
A lot that I would not repeat on the air. It's like Kanye light. Basically.
Oh, no.
Yeah, it's not good.
Yeah, it's not a good history at all.
Wow, Ross, you know this, huh?
If there's one thing I can chime in on, it's pop culture.
All right, this is country. This is a country submission. You were around country music over the weekend, and Choppy is Mr. Country now with his cowboy hat. So this is the third and final song for this week. This is Bailey Zimmerman and Luke Combs. I know Amanda's a big Luke Combs fan.
Huge Luke Combs.
Bailey Zimmerman and Luke Combs. The song "Backup Plan." Okay, so I heard this song yesterday, and I immediately thought of an artist. And I was like, oh my gosh, this sounds just like a song this person would make. And I played it for Kristen. I was like, who does this remind you of? And she came up with the same exact name. So does that remind you of anybody, that song?
I think I think of it at the top of my
Chris
head.
Stapleton?
Jason Aldean. That sounds like the most cookie cutter Jason Aldean song. Now it's Luke Combs. It's good. Bailey Zimmerman, Luke Combs. They both can sing. It's good. It's solid, but it's not like earth shattering to me. Again, it just seems it's kind of like the Ed Sheeran.
It's hard to judge it in 10 seconds.
It is.
No, I know, but you get a general vibe for that's the chorus. You get a general vibe for the song.
And those two guys seem like they're good enough on their own. Like those two guys need to be solos, not doing a collab.
But
like,
it's a power collab.
I know.
It's
I know, but like Morgan Wallen's good with the collab. Like Luke Combs is like just do by yourself.
I will say one of the other songs I was looking at yesterday was Maroon 5 has a new song out with Lisa, but like all three, that's 3 of the 4 songs I was looking at were collabs. The only one that wasn't a collab was Ed Sheeran.
Where's he been? Man, after his cheating allegation, he disappeared. Adam Levine, off the face of the earth.
I had to go when I was listening to the song.
Is he still with them?
Yeah. And when I was playing the song, I was like, who is this? And I had to look, and I was like, oh my gosh, that's Adam Levine singing? Because it sounds like auto. No, it sounds auto-tuned. It's not good. And he's kind of lost his quality. But those are some of the new songs out this week. I like the Lose My Mind song. I like Doja Cat. That's going to be what did your notes end up saying?
I like collabs.
He probably crapped on all those like he does your songs.
I like I think the Luke Combs Bailey Zimmerman was my least favorite.
Really?
Yeah, probably my least favorite. It just sounds too it sounds like if AI did a country song.
That's fair. Like I said, it sounds cookie cutter Jason Aldean. Like, let's just mass produce something, put it out there.
New Music Monday. Let us know what you think. We'll try to hit it up every single Monday at 8:20 here on 105.3 The Fan. I was asking Choppy about his traveling back and forth from Italy with the honeymoon, and you sent a disturbing story over the blankets on these planes. You're just ripping away my safe havens that I have mentally.
So,
not that I use a blanket on a plane. I'm a guy.
I never used it. Now, well, we were.
Oh man,
we were in these. We were sleeping on the plane. Right, it was an overnight flight, long flight. You got to sleep. You get They give you a pillow. They give you a blanket.
Yeah.
They were. You could tell they were washed. Most on international flights. On the domestic flights, they say stay away from the blankets.
Really? See, I just assumed they were all new, not washed.
I
assumed coming in that packet, it's a brand new blanket, and that people are just going to go ahead and take them. But I guess it does make sense to wash them and keep reusing if people leave them. Are you supposed to leave them? Can you take them? Is it you looked upon as cheap if you take them?
You could take
it's not like I'm stealing a hotel towel.
These looked like they were ones that were like, you do not take these. These looked very, very nice. But flight attendants warned the complimentary blankets given out on planes are full of hair, food, mold, and bodily fluids.
Gross.
A flight attendant of 20 years told Travel and Leisure magazine, if it's even still a magazine and not just a website, that not even a flight attendant would touch these blankets. They've seen passengers use these throws to clean up spills and messes, wipe their nose, gather toenail clippings. They are the grossest thing
You wash them
on an airplane.
I'm calling BS on this report.
Yeah.
We would have heard by now. Planes have been around a long time, on planes for a long time, since the sun, according to Jason Garrett. And we would have heard something or seen visuals of these blankets with all the plane stories out there.
So they say on international flights, the airlines contract cleaners to take the blankets off, wash them in hot water, seal them in plastic bags to reuse them. But on domestic flights, the flight attendants are instructed most of the time, just refold and put them back up.
Oh, this is what you get a sweatshirt for.
I don't think I've never been on a plane and thought to myself, now, I'm like the one who likes to sleep with a fan blowing in my face. So I've never been on a plane and been like, I need to warm up. If anything, I'm usually like, it's hot on here. And I'd never
Well, you
ask
didn't
for
fly
a
fancy like the Choppies.
It was 60. Exactly. It was 65 degrees they had on the plane, and the flight attendant got on the microphone and was like, we realize it's like 65 degrees here. We're going to pump it up a little bit to make it close to 70 because it was cold. It was really cold in that flight home.
I mean, 65 sounds great to me.
I loved it, but it was still chilly.
I feel like any dizziness on a plane is usually exacerbated by heat.
All right, we got Michigan money and a missing woman who just got rediscovered. Who is this? Who is this girl?
Dude, this is the dream. If you want to start over, if you just want to walk away. Dave Chappelle used to have a bit where he's like, it's impossible to walk away now.
Yeah.
He's like, back in the day, you could just go, honey, I'm going for a pack of smokes. And then you just move like 20 minutes away and they'd never see you again. He would never run into you again. You'd never see him. And this is an example of that. This woman who's been missing since 1962, the state of Wisconsin announced that she's been found alive and well. A woman missing for 63 years, Audrey Backberg, was 20 years old when she disappeared from her home in the small city of Reedsburg, Wisconsin on July 7th, 1962. And she was found, oddly enough, through Ancestry. It's those same sort of like genealogy things. But they ended up getting in contact with her. This private investigator called her, got a hold of her. She was like, no thanks, I'm happy. Life was good. Just basically changed things. We had the story a few months ago, the guy who like faked his death on a hike and he went to Milan or something, and he was only able to be gone for 3 months before they realized, he didn't really die. This woman just hitchhiked after getting her paycheck to another state, and they were just like, well, she's gone for 63 years. We're just never going to find her.
Man, I dream, and again, we're Z-listers, right? We're not popular, as I found out at the barbecue convention. All the pitmasters were the stars, but
I wasn't there.
Sometimes I'm just like, if I can go into this restaurant, I would like to go into a restaurant that I frequent and just know I won't see anyone. Like, not like, hey, man, or a server. Like, I just go in there and sit down and eat regularly. Just it's a form of disappearing.
It is.
This also tells me these people don't have any friends. Their friends aren't good friends because they're not looking hard enough.
No, again, it was What were you going to do in 1962 if they went to another state? Where do you even begin? I can't Google her. She doesn't have a cell phone. You don't think they could find people in 19... You don't think there was something before the Amber Alert? They clearly couldn't find people in 1962. What are you talking about? Like I said, it was the era.
You could get. I think it was easier to get off the grid. Obviously, you've got to fake. Now you've got to fake a death.
Yeah.
Like who was the
deactivate the account?
Yeah, because people are suggesting that Brian Laundrie guy is still alive.
Really?
And that the death was fake. That was somebody else's
the guy
body
who killed his girlfriend Gabby Petito while they were in
and some of the
state park.
I think it was like Idaho or something. Some of the conspiracy theorists are that he faked his death. That wasn't the body they found in the Everglades.
He's living in Argentina
and then he's
now.
living in Milan, like the guy that you just mentioned.
All right, everything that happened over the course of the weekend to catch you up with it as the morning show is back together again here on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. RJ with Diamond Cavs at 9 with the Rangers firing someone responsible for the offense. We'll get into that, but could the Cowboys be getting help at cornerback sooner rather than later? That's next. And below the belt right here on Sean and RJ.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What's it say from squad?
Grapevine, back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Relax and enjoy the difference based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
take off my belt. We're not. Are the Cowboys getting corner help sooner rather than later? Sure appears to be that way with some optimistic timelines shared by Brian Schottenheimer over the weekend at Cowboys rookie minicamp. Josh Butler, who was one of the, I think, the positive, uplifting stories in the second half of last year, the guy who was like a 29-year-old rookie and had just grinded to do everything he could to hang around the NFL, got an opportunity to play with the Cowboys, had some good games, made a difference for him down the stretch when they were winning games, and then it all ended in just a devastating fashion when he ended up suffering a knee injury at the end of last year. His rehab is going along a lot better than was initially anticipated, it sounds like. The new timeline, according to Brian Schottenheimer, is that he could potentially, Josh Butler, be on PUP, physically unable to perform at the start of camp. He said it's really early still right now, but he's doing great in his rehab. He's here every day. He was one of the first ones here, one of the last ones to leave. And so Josh Butler, who they were kind of excited about in terms of what he was showing on the field for them, that would be a really quick turnaround if he was going to be able to be ready within the PUP window, which would be first 6 weeks or so of the season, because he tore his ACL on Thanksgiving. And you remember, a lot of people felt like Michael Gallup was rushed back too quick when he was hurt around the same time.
Yeah.
So if Josh Butler's able to if he's able to get healthy and be ready for the first 6 weeks of the season, that helps a lot with the questions about Trayvon Diggs and about where Savon Ravel, their third-round pick out of Eastern Carolina, where he might be. With Cowboys rookie minicamp going on at the end of last week, Savon Ravel did get a chance to talk to reporters and talk about where he's at with the status of his knee injury.
It's good, man. Like I said, I've been working on my knee as much as I can. I'm going to get the Cowboys and the training staff and come back as fast as I can and work as hard as I could. Right now, I can pretty much do everything, running, straight line, cutting. Haven't got too much into that. Just trying to take it day by day, trying to take it slow.
So there's two ways to look at this.
Two ways.
You can be glass half full or glass half empty. Yeah, I know. Glass half full says you're getting two corners back. Like you were worried about the depth there. You're getting two guys back potentially for the start of the season. Glass half empty might say, okay, if we're like celebrating the salvation of Josh Butler, who barely hung on into the league after 6 years and got an opportunity after a bunch of injuries, and we're hoping he might make PUP and not be available for this first 6 weeks. And then Savon Ravel of just, oh my gosh, he's cutting on the grass right now.
Yeah.
We're going to be able to throw a third-round rookie out there and have him ready to go to play significant snaps. Is that more concerning than optimistic for your Dallas Cowboys here on May 5th, 2025?
It's first thing that comes to my mind is that's a lot of ifs.
Yep.
A lot of hope.
Man, if the ifs add up, if the ifs on your team are longer than the word, it's a bad thing.
Okay. A lot of Rangers
on the word.
Yeah, if you have more than two ifs on your team.
Oh, okay, I got
I think
you.
it's generally bad, right? Because if
I thought you were homeschooled.
Breaking
Mr.
news.
Smarty Pants.
Breaking news. 2 letters.
Yeah.
Oh.
So to me, I think you can have 2 ifs. You can have 2 ifs on your team.
Ravel's a guy who, even if he was healthy right away, there's still questions about like how raw is he and where's his technique at. I mean, this is going to be an important week for him.
Yeah.
The stuff that's really important for him right now is going to be the classroom stuff anyway. They don't need him running around out there at camp. I mean, he'll do work with the rehab group, but honestly, the big thing for Savon Ravel is just making sure he's getting technique down and he's learning different aspects of that. the guys they drafted in front of him, the first two, Tyler Booker from Alabama and then Donovan Ezeraku from Boston College, those are two guys who are like, they're pro ready. They're ready to go. If you want to just talk about pure pass rushing ability, the traits of getting to the quarterback and having a toolbox to be able to counter some of the things offensive linemen do, speed, all the little tools that go into that. Donovan Ezeraku is probably the most pro-ready pass rusher that was in the draft, even above Abdul Carter.
Whoa.
Like, in terms of just ready to go and ready to contribute right now, that's him. He's a smaller guy, like we talked about last week, Chop. He's 6'2", 245. He gets compared a lot to Yannick Ngakoue, who's just pass rush, doesn't really do anything in the run game. Ezeraku will at least contribute in the run game. It's just he's a smaller guy, so he tries to dip around tackles. That loses the edge sometimes. But he's pro-ready, and he said a lot of his pro-ready nature came from playing for two former NFL coaches, Bill O'Brien and Tim Lewis.
Two former NFL coaches.
Bill O'Brien and Tim Lewis at Boston College.
I would go into the office and they, we would just talk. And, that talk would lead to, now I'm asking questions about, okay, what is it really like? And Coach O'Brien, he helped me, kept my body right, for the entire season. I appreciate him for that. Coach Lewis, he put me in, great positions on the defense. He put me at edge. He put me, floating around over the guard. He had me standing up, kind of, roaming around linebacker area. So I did everything, and I appreciate them for that.
You can hear just the type of person they were going for in this draft. Yes. Every single one of them when they talk. They're all, I mean, Ezeraku was a captain at Boston College. One of the common questions that came up for Ravel and Ezeraku with the media over the weekend were the questions about NIL. Like, hey, you're at East Carolina, you're at Boston College. You had to have had some offers to be able to jump. And both of them said kind of the same thing. They were like, yeah, there was more money out there. I wanted to be loyal to the program that was loyal to me. They gave me my shot. This is like my team. These are guys that I'm close with. There were some things that were more important to me than just whatever payday I could get from NIL. And that's something that would really resonate, I'm sure, with the Schottenheimer regime and everything that they're trying to do is the idea of, all right, what kind of a culture guy are you versus just what kind of player are you? Now, player-wise, they still got really good players. They still got guys who are really ready to contribute right now. It's just the culture aspect of it is clearly something that was a blinking light on their first three guys that they took.
I thought your corner tease was going to be about Jalen Ramsey, as the Dolphins are saying that they're still working on a trade with him. So
we have a fourth rounder for next year still.
Amari.
Yeah.
So
there you go.
yeah,
what was the Amari feedback last week?
Everybody universally was like, yeah, bring him back.
Sure.
I think with Amari, there's a little bit of get the band back together or the one that got away feeling. I mean, when we talked about Mikko Rantanen and the things that he did as like a late season addition, Amari Cooper was, when I was thinking of other similar players, Amari was one of those. Like, Amari got here and completely flipped that team around. That was a team
Saved
headed
the passing game.
Yeah, that was a team headed for. They were 3-4 when he got traded for, and 3-5 after the first week. And then they went on that 7-game winning streak. They finished the year 10-6. They win the division. So he was I think there's still a lot of love for him and a lot of thought of just what did we miss. They may get hit with a sobering reality pretty quickly if he ends up signing here, but it's something where I think a lot of people just still feel like, yeah, Amari was a great route runner, and it's nuts to think about. He's still just 30. He feels like he's 35.
If you talk to me about Amari before the draft, I'm like, he's washed, he's cooked. But with the status of the receiver room right now, it totally made me be like, beggars can't be choosers.
Absolutely.
And I'm like, okay, yeah, sign it up for cheap, and then, hope to find something else on top of it.
If they had
going to work out one of these big trades they were hyping up.
Right. Yeah, if they had gotten somebody in the draft, obviously just give him a shot. Give him a shot. But now that you are sitting where you are and the prospects of Mingo as your 2, a possibility based on the room, you got to look somewhere else.
I was asking Choppy this last week. Do you think Amari Cooper at 30, he'll be 31 next month? Do you think Amari Cooper at 31 and what we've seen from him has the potential, given his history with Dak and everything else, has the potential to be more for you than what Brandon Cooks was when you traded for him? Or do you think, because I don't know that he's even Cooks at this point. I don't know.
Are you seeing it or are you hearing from people who watched him?
No, I watched him in Buffalo and Cleveland. He did not look great. Now, he may have been banged up. I don't know. Yeah. We've seen issues with him in the past. Some people have felt like
he was missing so much in Buffalo. I would ask on the air sometimes, is he active?
Yeah.
Is he even playing with an MVP quarterback?
Right.
What the heck happened?
Well, and I mean, if you look at the postseason, he did essentially nothing in those games.
He had 4 catches?
Yeah, I mean, it was absolutely nothing. He couldn't do anything for him in the postseason. He had, I think it was 3 catches. He was targeted basically once a game in their playoff run.
Brandon Cooks here had that 54 catches for 657 and 8, and then last year 26 for 259. So you ask me about
year one, basically, of Brandon
year one,
Cooks.
54 for 657. I don't think I'm getting 8 touchdowns. No way. But I think I could get that.
I think I can get that production. Can I get the efficiency? Like, I felt like Brandon Cooks is 650 yards. Like, we all felt like, why aren't you tapping into it more? Like, he could do more for you. I feel like that's just what Cooper could get for you if you really max out what he can do right now. Because he had 6 catches during the playoff run for 41 yards. And in those games, he played 27 snaps, 21 snaps, and 32 snaps. So, I mean, he was getting opportunities within the offense and just was not seeing them through.
By the way, we do have some breaking news out of the world of college football. The old self-imposed punishment.
Oh, baby.
For Sharon Moore at Michigan over the little loser, Connor Stallions.
Yeah.
Little loser. Unless you're a Michigan fan, Connor Stallions and the whole Spygate Michigan story. 2-game ban that apparently, now Michigan's just going to be able to pick the schools. One's going to be Nebraska, though. So Central Michigan and then Nebraska, 3rd and 4th week opponents.
Wait.
It seems weird when you say 3rd and 4th week, but the first 2 weeks are going to be cupcakes.
So, hang on. So he's going to coach against New Mexico and then at Oklahoma, but then skip Central Michigan and at Nebraska.
Yes.
Makes absolutely no sense. Like, why not just suspend the first 2 weeks? Big Ten. That's Big Ten play. Nebraska's Big Ten play.
I don't know. Maybe he was a Central Michigan coach. I don't know. Maybe they thought that would hurt him if he couldn't coach against his former team, something like that. Really quickly here in the last minute or so, Jalen Milroe, the former Alabama running back who got drafted by the Seahawks to play to play quarterback, who went ahead of Shedeur Sanders, I might add. We asked Matt Pittman about that too. About what do you think about that? He seemed to not want to spike the football too hard on that one. Jalen Milroe was out at Seahawks rookie minicamp this weekend, not doing a whole lot on the field. Instead, they had him with a giant VR headset on. They're just trying to get that man to understand how to play quarterback. Apparently, he's focusing on his lower half mechanics, working a lot with Jordan Palmer, the brother of Carson Palmer, and that has involved a lot of VR headsets. And this comes on the heels out of a report we saw from, I think it was On 3 last week or 2 weeks ago, that said if Jalen Milroe would have stuck around for another year, there were Alabama players that were going to transfer.
Yeah.
Not because they didn't like him, but because they just felt like, all right, the offense is not going to do what it needs to do if Jalen Milroe's back. A lot of people love the guy. They're really big fans of him as a person. But I think when you're starting off your NFL career with bro, just put on a headset, play some Madden, and just learn what a defense is doing.
Were you outraged over Shedeur? Did you feel bad?
Dropping in the 5th, I felt bad for him.
Understood?
I felt bad. I understood.
Yeah. I
did feel bad for him. Outraged? No, I mean, it's... teams are fickle with what they do and why they do things. And after a while, I thought Pittsburgh blew it. Pittsburgh had a chance to get him 5 times. They don't have a quarterback. They clearly were drafted for Aaron Rodgers. But no, I wasn't outraged. I felt really, really bad for him. Really bad. But again, I could see why a team, if that's how they viewed him, would do that.
Below the belt on the official home of the Dallas Cowboys. Bobby is our Cowboys insider. He has it every single day at this time. We're also your home of the Rangers. They finally win a game. They finally score some runs and then fire some people after it. Choppy has it in Diamond Calves after this. But let me go ahead and get you set up with Gimme the Vin.
States has lower fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you know. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I explain like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Young, the 10th to bat. He swings here, and that one is lifted to left, and it drops for a base hit. Heim scores from third. Garcia stops at second. Josh Young down the line with a lofted shot that gives the Rangers a 6-1 lead.
You never experiment when you compete, not at the major league level. That's the way baseball goes.
A 6-run third inning for the Texas Rangers gives them an 8-1 victory over Seattle as they avoid the sweep at the ballpark. It is Diamond Cavs on 105 through the Fan. One extra base hit in this game, Bobby Bell. It was a triple by Josh Smith.
That's one extra base more than they've gotten in several games.
Man, is it ever?
4 hits for Josh. They scored 6 runs on 6 singles and 2 walks in that third inning for Jacob deGrom, who gets win number 2. How are we grading deGrom's season so far?
By deGrom standards or league average pitcher standards? League average pitcher, he's an A or a B, A minus, something like that. By deGrom standards, like a B.
Yeah, last two outings have been pretty solid. Last 2 outings. But like Bobby said,
Guess his ERA, Choppy.
2.47.
2.61.
All right.
I mean,
that's pretty dang good.
Damn right it's
That's
good.
pretty dang good, man.
It's a 2.61.
Yes, and that's why by normal standards it's great. It's not even the ERA that's the issue. It's that yesterday he goes 5 innings, he strikes out 3, he walks 2. That's not a deGrom start typically. He's had others. He had a 4-walk, 4-strikeout start the other game that he started against Seattle about a month ago. He's had it like giving up the home run ball a couple times. He's been really, really good. I'm not saying that he's not.
Yeah.
It's just by his standards, it's a little below what you expect from deGrom.
Since they scored 15 runs last week, they have 2 extra base hits, both by Josh Smith. One of them was a home run in the 9th inning of a 13-0 game, and then the other one was yesterday. Coming into yesterday's game, they were 2 for the last 21 with runners in scoring position.
Second fewest runs scored in baseball, despite having the 4th best ERA in the AL.
And there you go. That's the only thing that's keeping them afloat is their ERA. They didn't even have an at-bat with a runner in scoring position on Friday. Smith's home run was a home run. That wasn't a runner with scoring position. But so they've really, really struggled offensively. Now, they did make some moves. Donnie Eckler fired as the offensive coordinator / hitting coach. I still can't get over the fact that they use the term offensive coordinator in baseball. This is a what kind of move, though? It's probably a messaging move, a window. Not going to do much.
Yeah.
But, a lot of times the Astros are really good at this. And, of course, they're really good at giving information about, stealing signs, too. But one of the things they did well under the Jeff Luhnow, AJ Hinch, and AJ's taking this to Detroit, is they really do. AJ's really done a good job of giving the message of what the analytic department wants. And sometimes you're either really good at that or you are really bad at it, and it's an overload of information. And maybe that's what happened with Donnie, but they are moving on. They are moving on from him. That said,
and the thing I had heard about him, or just these hitting coaches in general is maybe sometimes there's an overload of information. So the message may be, hey, think less, react more, versus trying to compute everything into the system.
Yeah, Leote, DFA.
See ya.
That's $4.75 million on his contract. I think the prorated portion will be like 3.8. Somebody might pick it up. I don't know that they will. I maybe be a little surprised if somebody did pick it up, but so there's a chance that he could come back here before all is said and done, and we'll see what happens.
Someone passed along some information on him in the sport. His under-the-hood offensive numbers are even worse. His only value is defensively, and that has slipped this season. And then, there was some talk about you bring up some of the young kids and all that stuff. But, yeah, if he clears waivers, the Rangers will still control him. But not a glowing review, as you would expect on Leote Tavares.
Yeah, not a glowing review. Hey, the great Mike Bassick texted in the program here, saying that striking out the Mariners is tough. Edgar and Seitzer's got them hitting with good two-strike approach. Teams have realized the way of hitting for the last 10 years doesn't work. It doesn't work. It doesn't work in sports.
Positive Ranger comment.
Don't come at me with that company man stuff, Mike. Come on, I want you to come at me with your old cowboy energy. Come on, man.
I said it the other day. He's good.
Oh, he's good.
Bassick.
Mike's good on the broadcast.
I'm making his head explode, but he's already.
I don't think you had to tell him.
I know he's good, man. He's already the best analyst this team's ever had.
Oh,
he's
that
look
good.
At
that!
He is
Grieve,
that.
shots fired.
No, Grieve was great. Grieve was different. It was down home style, like very
feel good.
Very feel good.
Grandpa.
This is just hardcore analysis. He's all that, man. Saw David Murphy over the weekend at the youth ballpark.
What a
youth baseball.
What a great guy.
Awesome guy.
The baseball Darren Woodson of people I've met around here.
Awesome guy.
Yeah.
Awesome guy.
That was Derek Holland has always said David Murphy's like, that is the best human being I've ever known or been teammates with. That is the salt of the earth.
Yeah, he really is. So the Rangers stave off the sweep, and they have a day off today for Cinco de Mayo, and they head to Boston. They're in Boston tomorrow, taking on the Red Sox. It'll be Lucas Giolito and Nate Eovaldi on the hill.
Do they have the day off for Cinco de Mayo? That's not why they have it.
It's not why they have it. It's just they get to celebrate it in Boston.
In Boston. Yeah.
Yes.
What a place to celebrate minorities.
Yes. Go get some ketchup and chips. That's what they're going to use for salsa in Boston. So, like I said, Rangers did hit a homer over the weekend, but then also on Saturday, the offensive woes hit again, and Jack Leiter. In his 2 starts since returning, he has failed to get out of the 5th inning either time. He's thrown a total of 7 2/3, 8 earned runs, a hit per inning. Not great.
Spin that one, Mikey.
He had more strikeouts in his 5-inning start against the Reds than he had in the last 2 starts combined. But as Mike said, Seattle didn't strike out a ton, so that was this game. So we'll see. We'll see what happens with Jack Leiter as things move on.
By the way, in their last 10 games, Texas has 1 extra base hit or fewer in 7 of them. 7 out of 10 games, you have 1 extra base.
Is it obvious now, Choppy? Like, we know that Chris Young's going to be burning up the phones.
Yes. And he's already, he's already not made.
Burger got moved.
Okay, so it's just interesting you brought him up. So the reason that he got sent down isn't necessarily because there were other guys that weren't hitting too. It's not like, hey, we're going to send Jake Burger down because he can't hit. No, Jock Peterson isn't hitting either. Marcus Simeon's not hitting either.
Yep.
But those guys don't have options. And same with Leote. Leote didn't have options. Jake Burger had, I think he only has 2 years of service time or something like that. So you could send him down. You couldn't send the other guys down. They're out of options to send down in baseball.
The guy they brought up, Blaine Krim, who was 0 for 5 to start out for his career. He's got a couple walks, I think. But we got some Tolos over the weekend telling us that they think that this is a young RJ Choppy, Blaine Krim.
Face looks wise.
I see it like maybe I could see if them being cousins or something.
I'm not seeing
but I don't think that's an identical ringer or anything.
I don't see it, man. I don't know. I haven't seen myself without a beard in 20 years.
I don't know. Now that I look at it, though, that kind of looks like Tindy Hands a little.
It does look like Nephew Nick.
And so there is some family connection there.
Yeah, I could see that. the Pirates fan. This guy.
Okay, so what did he do? They said he had 2 beers and jumped or slipped.
He jumped out of his seat to cheer.
Yeah.
But he was in the front row, and I guess the railing is lower there where it should be a little bit higher. So he jumps up, and he realizes that he's kind of jumping out and up, and he tries to catch himself, and he does kind of like a pirouette down.
Dude, this feels like, my God, this video is insane.
It's
every time I
terrifying.
look
It's
at it.
terrifying.
It sounds like the Pirates, they were trying to get themselves out of a lawsuit. They checked every person's credit card statements around that fan that night. He didn't buy any beers. He consumed apparently 2 beers, and they were just checking it. They needed that to come up as this guy had 8 beers. Check his credit card statement.
Yeah.
Versus a stadium default or something like that they could get sued for.
Right,
Or maybe they'll offer a freaking Olivia, what's her face? Is it Dunn?
Livy Dunn.
Yeah,
Livy Dunn.
Livy Dunn suite to make up
There
for
you go.
this,
Well,
son
they
of
were-
Bayou spin move.
I'm sure he was pre-gaming too.
You what?
I'm sure he was pre-gaming too.
Are you just assuming?
I don't know.
I mean, if it was just 2 and he was...
Who pre-games for baseball games on a,
I don't know. The McCarthy family bar is very popular. You don't know who's just going in there having some beers before the game.
But yeah, this was a terrible, terrible situation for all parties involved, but particularly this guy. But he is awake. So Jennifer, the organizer for the page, his name is Kevin Markwood, or Caven. He's a 20-year-old, slipped off a railing in that game. But he's awake. He's alert. So that's good. Now the next step is they've raised $27,000 on the GoFundMe. But obviously the next step is is he going to be able to leave the hospital on his own? And
I just can't get a great feel for what happened here. Like whether he jumped, whether it was a crazy slip.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Yeah, the common...
If he caused it,
the common
I don't know.
line
I'm giving it the GoFundMe
from people on there was somebody who had a fan who posted on Reddit and said they were sitting right behind him when it happened, and they said that it was him jumping up to celebrate, like Choppa said, that it was a jump up, celebrate, and just he was uncoordinated. They said that he was acting drunk all night, and so that was their thought, was that he was just uncoordinated, jumped up, and tipped.
Diamond Cavs on the home of the Rangers with RJ Choppy on 105.3 The Fan.
I went and looked at. I was just doing a look at the stats on who's leading the league in all these different categories, and basically now they don't separate AL NL the way they used to. Where on ESPN have it both NL and an AL side. It's just all MLB. But Aaron Judge has a 74-point lead in batting average over the next highest. He is second in the sport in home runs. The leads in RBIs, has 10 more hits than anybody else in the sport. It really is stupid what he's doing. He's at a 423 batting average, Bobby.
Wow.
The next highest is 349.
And who is that?
The next highest is Paul Goldschmidt.
It's another New York Yankee. So that's what they've got. In fact, if you got to get just in the AL, if you want to find the drop from Aaron Judge to the next highest batting average in the American League, who's not a teammate, it's Steven Kwan, who is 90 percentage points behind him.
And didn't you say that despite this horrific offense, that the Rangers are not like bottom 5 in all these offensive categories?
They're in the bottom 10, but they're not bottom 5 in average. They're not bottom 5 in slugging. Their OPS, I think they're 4th because their on base percentage is lower than a lot of teams. But yeah, the Rockies are the worst hitting team in baseball while hitting at Coors Field.
That's something you never see. That's something you just never see. And Colorado at 6-28. That's right about the pace that the White Sox were on last year. So we might get another team lose 120-plus games.
Just contract. When's the last time Colorado was like real good?
They've had, I think, 7 straight losing seasons, 6 or 7.
Yeah, we need to get rid of the Rockies. They're not a good. I mean, that ballpark's awesome. I love Coors.
It's apparently supposed to be like a great opening day.
All right, don't look. Their run differential.
Colorado's?
Yeah.
Let's say they're minus 50.
Oh, I think it's high. They're 30 games under 500.
Worse.
Or 20. Minus 105.
Minus 89.
Minus
89 for
minus 89. We're barely into May.
And the Rangers are minus 18. And the Athletics in second place in the West are minus 22. The A's are second place in the American
Well,
League
13
West.
of that came in one game against us.
Yeah. 7-3 in their last 10.
That would have been that run differential for all of last year would have been the 7th worst in baseball for the Rockies. There were only
For
6
all
teams
of
that
last
had
year?
the entire season that had worse than -89.
There's Diamond Caps.
The numbers are down, though. The average, like Aaron Judge's, like you said, versus the rest of the league.
Yeah, oh yeah. Well, the batting average is dying. I don't even know what a 300 hitter is anymore.
I know yesterday with the way the Rangers scored these runs, people were like exalting the Rangers. Oh my God, like you remember it's small ball. Like, singles can matter.
Singles and hit and runs and stolen bases. Stolen base, we're already ahead of the pace. Last year, you had the most in a century. This year, we're already ahead of that pace. Let's go.
Day off today, back tomorrow on your official home for Rangers baseball. Sean, RJ, and Bobby back together again for the long term here on DFW Sports Station. More changes to the morning show. If you love football, this next segment every day is going to be for you. We'll explain next on The Fan. But
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Angel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
877-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
How many people want to eat a W tonight?
You know what I like about the media? They think you can just dial 1-800 and get a quarterback.
More changes to the morning show. Bobby Belt with the annual Tolo survey, and we just want you to know what you're getting every single morning. At 9:20, it's going to be football. We love football the most. We're your official home of the Dallas Cowboys. Below the bell, 8:40. We break it up at 9. Right now, we're going to call it the Red Zone. We're 20 minutes after 9, 20 minutes before crosstalk, 20 Red Zone. If you watch more football than me, you know the relation. So around the NFL, and I'm super hyped up to talk about this NFL executive reaction to the draft. I love stuff like this. This is courtesy of Mike Sando, The Athletic / New York Times, and this is Sean and RJ with our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt here on 105.3 The Fan. They went and had the AFC report last week. Well, over the weekend, we got NFC reaction. The New York Giants, off-season chumps a year ago after Hard Knocks earned praise for their work in the draft. They were not alone. So trying to think how to skip around here. I guess obviously we should start with the Cowboys. And you have league executives saying that we're all overreacting to the wide receiver 2 problem, that we're taking it too far. Here we go. I don't know why everyone wants them to take a receiver so bad when they have one they're paying $34 million a year, one exec said, referring to Lamb. There are always wideouts out there, and you have a guy that demands coverage. So, RJ Choppa, you've done wide receiver studies over your years. Are we overreacting to the number 2 wideout problem, especially when you have a $60 million quarterback, or as these people are referencing, a $34 million receiver?
Well, look, I mean, part of the reason you pay a quarterback $60 million is to find the next $30 million receiver, and they create them. Now, that's easier said than done. Now, the thing is that study or that philosophy may be in a vacuum where not every quarterback is just flip-flopping to be the next $60 million guy, where there should be a hierarchy of players, and the $60 million guy is Mahomes and Josh Allen, and then the next tier is 55, and the next tier is 50. That's just not the reality of the NFL. But yeah, I mean, theoretically, if you have a $30 million receiver and a $60 million quarterback, you should be fine at the receiver position.
Yeah, I get the idea. I think it's in general, a sound approach. Like, I get the logic behind what he's saying, what this exec is saying, where they're saying, yeah, look, if you're drawing coverage, that's the biggest challenge, is just making sure you got a guy. You need a guy. You need somebody who's going to draw the attention of the defense and create vulnerabilities that the quarterback can exploit with guys who are just solid. You don't need studs at every position. Obviously, in the area of the salary cap, everybody's got to structure how they build the team. Kansas City, for instance, has largely had a big-time target for Pat Mahomes, Kelsey, Tyreek Hill, whatever else, and then guys around it. And guys who, it hasn't really affected to a great extent what it is that Mahomes does on the football field. So I get the thought process. I've just seen it play out way too frequently across the NFL, where when you've got a guy and they take away that guy, then you got nothing.
Yeah, I'm not thinking it's an overreaction. It's a glaring need right now. Amari Cooper and hopefully more. The Panthers' decision to take Tetaroa McMillan at number 8 doomed a slew of mock drafts that had the Cowboys taking him at 12. League reaction to that, quote, Booker is huge and he can knock people back, but he does run out of gas some, said an executive. We like the corner they took, Ravel. He can change the angle of the ball arriving like Seattle used to do with those taller corners. So that's kind of the draft right up there for the Cowboys. Tyler Booker was the focus of my favorite Cowboy right now, interview-wise. DeMarvion Overshown was talking about the energy that Booker brings and the Cowboys need.
Active to get drafted to the Dallas Cowboys, that's what we need. That's the energy we need in the building to get to where we want to go. We want somebody to love the game of football, take the wheel out of the opponent. And I kind of knew him before he even went to Alabama. And when he actually slid up on one of my videos, he seen some of my highlights. He like, your highlights fire, bro. And then just from there, it's just like, oh yeah, I'm gonna see you soon. Being from Texas and knowing like what it is to like be a fan of the Cowboys. The Cowboys lose on Sundays. Like people will probably have like a bad week of work. It's a religion down here. You gotta win if you with the Cowboys. You gotta have that energy to want to run through everybody that thinks the Cowboys suck.
So that's on Tyler. When it comes to Donovan, Ezaraku, team captains in college, NFL executives said they got the best guard in the draft, and they get a pass rusher opposite of Micah who can actually win with speed. Their pass rush is going to be, quote, a pain in the ass to deal with. They got the corner in the third that may have gone back end of the first round if he never got hurt. So the Cowboys pass rush is going to be a pain in the rear end to deal with, according to this exec that the Athletic polled.
Yeah, I mean, what you've got here in your first three picks is Booker is a pro-ready, immediate starter on the offensive line and has Pro Bowl potential. Ezaraku is a guy who absolutely can be a double-digit sack guy in the NFL. Like, some guys just don't have that potential. Ezaraku, that's what he does. He rushes the passer. That's how he wrecks shop. And he talked about it a little bit when we played at 840. He will line up at, over the guard. He'll line up over the center. He'll be outside. He'll play both ends. Ezaraku is a really advanced pass rusher. And then obviously Ravel is a guy who has the ceiling. He's got to hit it, but he's got the ceiling to be an all-pro type of corner.
Ezaraku was talking during Cowboys rookie camp, and he was explaining how Bill O'Brien and his defensive coordinator got him NFL ready.
I would go into the office and we would just talk. And, that talk would lead to, now I'm asking questions about, okay, what is it really like? And Coach O'Brien, he helped me, kept my body right, for the entire season. I appreciate him for that. Coach Lewis, he put me in, great positions on the defense. He put me at edge. He put me, floating around over the guard. He had me standing up, kind of, roaming around linebacker area. So I did everything, and I appreciate them for that.
Why did the Giants get so much praise in this? Here's what they had to say. They correctly determined they did not need to address their quarterback future at number 3. Getting an elite talent in Carter in that slot and still getting the draft's next quarterback later, Jackson Dart, was seen as a victory for the process. Quote, they had conviction and confidence. Then they had the execution as well. So you have to give them credit. They had a good draft. Whether it all comes together, who knows? Execs were split on whether the runaway for the team's current leadership is any longer with Dart as the long-term prospect. Some people think Dart is a year away, more of a project. They probably shouldn't play him at all this year or not until very late. Carter, their nickel pass rush package will be crazy. They don't want to blitz that much, and now they don't have to. They are loaded. Carter is more like Micah Parsons than people realize. I think he can play off the ball. He transcends any specific scheme. Woo!
That's strong.
Glowing review.
That's strong. I don't see Micah. I see Micah-like traits, but I mean, to be fair, when Micah was coming out, people didn't see Micah either.
Nick Harris,
a linebacker,
thought better run defender in Carter.
Yeah, he 100%. Carter's a better run defender in terms of like making your money at that position though, and like wrecking shop and like being destructive. It's rushing the passer, and he's not a Micah pass rusher. He's like a great value brand, or like the off-brand version of the pass
Shots
rusher that
fired
Mike
at
is.
Walmart.
It's what I'm saying, the off-brand version of whatever it is. Not that he's not General Mills Micah Parsons. He's the off-brand. Yeah.
Anything else that jumped out from this, Bobby, in terms of the exec poll on draft results?
No, I mean, I think that just in general, the observation that they didn't need the 2 is what surprised me, because that makes me wonder just about in general, if that's a common belief across the NFL, if that's common to what that guy has there, then to me it maybe explains why some of the receivers we've seen in recent years have gone for less. Like when you're trading away a number 2 receiver, you're trying to clear something up. It may speak to why teams have not had to or have not been able to collect like massive capital, except if you're trading Jonathan Mingo.
How difficult is it to replace a receiver?
Yeah, which the NFL
replacement cost,
which they've determined it's not very difficult.
Right. So I mean, think about it. Just I don't know if it feels like there's fewer busts at receiver now than there was maybe 20 years ago. In the first couple rounds, maybe fewer busts.
Didn't you do a study that said there were a ton of busts?
There's still
don't draft one in the first 2 rounds or something.
Well, I think it was that the receivers taking the first 2 rounds haven't won titles.
The last 10 years, receivers have started hitting at a higher rate. There was a run there of about, I think from the time Dez was picked until Amari Cooper, which was like 4 or 5 years, there was not a single Pro Bowler in that group of receivers that win the first round.
All right, let's talk about the Giants and Carter, because the Abdul Carter number saga has hit another note. He first asked Lawrence Taylor. Lawrence is like, no.
He hit 56.
Gronk went out and was like, dude, prove yourself. Do something before asking for 56. LT shut it down. Well, then he said, all right, I wore 11 in college. Micah, can I wear 11 with the Giants? Well, our ice cream Sunday buddy, Phil Simms.
Still never seen anybody hammer ice cream like this. Was this in Atlanta? This is the Atlanta Super Bowl. We're in the bar, the lobby bar, and Cowher and Simms are there.
Well,
and Simms says, I'll have 5 scoops of vanilla ice cream and strawberries.
We're all sitting. Jalen Rose is there. I mean, we're drinking. We're partying.
And fierce Phil Simms with his
like
giant
a kid
head.
at TGI Fridays.
I don't know how he has any shirts that have the elastic still. Yeah. That head is massive.
So
and 5 scoops.
Simms starts off giving the permission and then changes his mind. Here's Simms on FanDuel.
Hey, look, I told some of my friends and people around me, I said, I'd let him have it in a second. I said, can you just help it a little and make it better or whatever? I think it would be a lot of fun. It wouldn't bother me. But
would you really though? I mean, that's a pretty big honor, the 11. You're not going to give it
is,
right? Yeah.
It's just whatever. I don't know. I just go, if they really want it. But my wife, I don't know if my family said anything. The boys didn't say anything. But my agent, don't you dare give up that jersey number. Well, first of all, Bill Carter's going to ask for it. But if he would have, if it was up to me, I probably would give it to him.
Well, now he's rescinded it, apparently.
Yep.
Here's my number one thing. Old school, I need your help a little bit here. Phil Simms good enough to be having this jersey talk? Phil Simms good enough to have his Giants jersey retired?
Yeah, this is the guy that, like, they didn't even need him to beat the Bills. Jeff Hostetler was like, I can do it.
I think he was a Super Bowl MVP. He was like 23 of 25 in that game.
He was super accurate against the Broncos.
Yeah,
everybody was.
He was not an elite quarterback, but
he beat Elway.
He is, I guess he is a legend in that for that team, but
okay.
He says that he was outvoted by his family.
Man, what a soft move. What a soft
outvoted by the family.
The wife and agent.
And kids, maybe, yeah, wife, agent, kids.
He didn't want to throw Chris under the bus because Chris got that platform every day.
That's right. So family vote. Now, listen, I don't know if you believe this or not. Do we buy the family vote? If it's true.
Yeah, I buy it.
He sounded like he was willing.
Yeah, he sounded like he was cool with it. Do you think that do we judge these kids for coming in and asking for something like this? Or you don't care?
I judge him for asking Lawrence Taylor. That is... No, dude.
Okay, well, what about around here? Like, we just hand out D-Wares. We hand out Pearson and Irvins. We don't get mad at that
hand out
player, do we?
So it kind of depends. So
what did Jalen try to do? Was it the practice jersey?
He wanted the 9, but it took he was gonna have to pay to get the number freed up. 94 and 88, I guess it just kind of depends on how the team views it. So the Cowboys view 94 and 88 as legacy numbers. Like the next up wears it. Whereas 8, 12, Bob Lilly's number, like typically they don't give out a handful of numbers. Like nobody ever touches 8. You may get 74 in like a training camp, but when the regular season starts, generally nobody's getting 74. Staubach's 12, nobody gets it. Emmett's 22, like they don't hand out those numbers.
Yeah, and there are some organizations like that literally just they retire them across all sports.
I guess we'd be offended if like LeBron gets drafted tomorrow to Chicago and he asks, or Cooper Flag, and he asks for 23.
Yeah.
I would be offended.
Right. And you know, even if it's not like a guy on the level of Michael Jordan, but an organization
local hero.
Yeah, but an organization that retires a lot of numbers. You know, like if once it's retired, it's retired. Now, as long maybe that once that person dies, maybe then you start giving it away again.
Yeah, like OJ in Buffalo.
Oh, there you go.
That'd be amazing if the Bills handed out.
Start handing out 32.
32.
Hey, they took they put John Gruden back in the Ring of Honor in Tampa. I mean, they can make some changes with
all right.
OJ.
Red Zone debut. Every day you're getting football at 9:20 on the official home of the Dallas Cowboys. We got even more changes tomorrow involving Payton Phillip Russell if he doesn't get picked for jury duty. Crosstalk with the KNC Masterpieces next.
Yeah, to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Singing Sisters?
Basil Baby.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And 2024.
Rantanen goes low. Duchesne across. Score! Wyatt Johnston! Mr. Game 7!
Let's cross talk with a KNC masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. Corey Majors, Kevin Hageland. Are you always going to remember where you were for that Saturday night performance?
Yes.
Or is it just easy to say because it's Monday?
I mean, I don't know about always. Like, if they win the cup, then I feel like yes. If they lose to the Jets, then I'd be like,
they're going to lose to the Jets. They're going to win in 4.
I heard your bold proclamation about that this morning.
Yeah, I got a good hashtag I'm going to debut this afternoon. I don't want to say it on the radio, but I'm going to debut it.
Okay, but you won't
What
tell
is
us
it?
now?
I'll have Fred say it tonight.
I'll have Fred say it. It seems like it's an after 7 p.m. type of comment to make.
Man, you know what I didn't realize until I started working with Fred on Friday? How many people think y'all are the same? And so, like, the same in terms of basic, generic white person look. Same
I'm
in
Italian,
terms,
so
same,
white.
yeah, I know. Same in terms of like hot take, East Coasty kind of stuff.
He's from Kansas City, so
Well,
East Coast.
yeah, but that's a mindset.
That's a mindset. There are some Italians there. It's supposed to be good
So
Italian
you guys
food.
have divided Fred into Bobby and RJ.
Oh, I could see pieces of Bobby and pieces of RJ in that.
Weird.
Sure.
It's like if we had a child, Chop.
Or put him in
You and
here
I
and
had a
replace
child.
both of you.
Yeah. You and I had a child together.
I would love to see how that went for you.
That would last all about 2 weeks, I think.
How that went for you.
What's coming up on the show, Corey?
Guys, today we actually loaded it up with guests for everybody today. We do have Brian Ray joining us. He'll be on at 12:20. We'll talk some stars with him at 12:20. At 12:40, Bob Nightingale talk a little bit about the Rangers' decisions yesterday because, man, that was chaos all day there. And then at 11:20 today, actor Shea Whigham will be with us. If you don't know Shea Whigham, go look him up. You know Shea
He
Whigham.
was Dusty Daniels in The Righteous Gemstone.
Yes, this
Just how I
dude.
did last night.
He has a look.
SHEA.
Yeah, he has a look that is like he can easily play an old school detective, an old school cop of some sort. But I think he's a really talented actor when you watch like the way he adds elements to it. So I'm really excited about
This
this.
is the guy that looks like Trevor Wallace's dad.
He's in a few of the Fast the Furious movies.
Yep, that's right.
It looks like Michael Douglas here.
He does look like he does have a Michael Douglas look to him.
Hopefully he's careful.
Stop.
Is that
the Zero Res commercial?
That was a Zero Res commercial, yeah.
Old school reference.
That's an old school reference.
Yes.
We left a Michael Douglas cancer topic with how he got it.
Holy moly,
Right into
man.
a Zero Res commercial.
Jeez Louise, no wonder you were associated with them for so long. They're like, we got to keep it. That's an amazing commercial. Yeah, he was the Grand Marshal at Texas Motor Speedway yesterday.
Oh, okay. Nice. How did the Stars match up? Give me a little scout report on Winnipeg.
Yeah, actually, you know what? It's really funny. Game 7, I played out pretty much exactly how I would have hoped in terms of it went to double overtime and late in double overtime.
Yeah.
My bold take for this, and I know people are going to get angry. He's probably going to win MVP. I think you absolutely have a goaltending advantage in this series.
Yeah, you do.
Because it's not Hellebuyck, it's playoff Hellebuyck.
It's loser buck.
Yeah, and playoff Hellebuyck is totally different. And I think you have a defined goaltending advantage in this, and I'm excited about it.
He's a loser.
Wow.
He's a loser. And that's exactly what Hellebuyck is.
Set up your clip.
This is him. This is him being and this is the smartest guy in the room. This is one of the most hateable clips.
And I had no idea you hated
Can't stand
so
this
much.
guy. Can't stand him or Winnipeg, loser peg, as I call him. But
That's
here's
so
Hellebuyck.
original.
This is after Game 4. I believe he got pulled in this game.
Yes, that was the second time.
Just pick a game in the series that they lost. He got pulled in all of them. And here he is talking about.
And I want you to imagine this face saying it while you hear the audio.
Face.
Look at that
face. He looks
He's
like
a villain.
He
That's a
looks like
villain
an
face.
unlikable Scotty Scheffler. and there he is. There he is, Connor Hellebuyck, talking about how great he is.
Well, you don't love giving up that many goals.
No, you don't.
We're 2-2 in the series. That's all that matters, winning the next one. Am I going to be better? I am going to be better. I've studied goaltending extremely hard. I've probably studied the most out of anyone in this world. So I know what to do and how to get my best game. So that's what I'm looking forward to do. And, I got to get 2 days here and, time to bring it in Game 5.
It's the laugh after.
I'm probably the most studied goalie ever. I've studied more hockey than anybody in the world.
How did I not hear Connor Hellebuyck saying he studied more goaltending than anybody ever? That is
It's a LeBron
amazing.
quote. It's a Trump quote.
Yeah.
Trump would say something like that, right?
Yeah.
No one's ever studied more than me.
See, I would think
And
you would gravitate towards that.
That's
then.
but this is it's like you're, and then he goes out there. He's so studied that he goes out there and he just all over the place. Yeah. You know what? He
got pulled 3 times.
Delco poopers all over the place. All right, that's what he does. And that's what he's going to do in this series. Stars and 4.
So this guy is. You need to think of the signs to hold up, maybe in the arena, or have the girl behind DeBoer hold him up.
Oh, Natalie.
Oh, we have first name basis.
I'm on a group chat with people. They know her apparently, and it's Natalie. When Natalie's there, good things happen.
Okay.
Would you prefer that girl behind the bench or that guy who does a bit and dresses up in the suit and everything like that?
Nick,
the Bednar guy.
Yeah. Nick's good.
I bet he could do it for other people.
Nick and Nat.
Nick and Nat.
Yeah,
Kevin,
both of them.
Nick at Nat. It's
What
like
city?
Nick at night.
What city do you reside in, if you don't mind saying?
Garland.
Okay.
The land of Gar.
Did we do something bad?
You did do something bad.
Just alligator gars everywhere.
So there's,
I could see that.
you know that little park there, like right in the middle. It's like a little play area for kids, right in the middle of town.
downtown.
Yeah, downtown.
Yeah.
We went there.
Oh, you didn't like it with the fountains and everything?
No, I loved.
Next to Intrinsic. Yeah. Okay, I got you. Yeah.
I love the way it was set up.
Yeah.
Then a 7-foot snake appeared.
What?
That was brought by a guy
okay.
to the park.
He was just walking his snake.
Some person?
Yeah, walking the snake. Yeah,
Have a little leash on it.
he's walking around with this reptile.
Oh my goodness!
Sets it down. All the kids go and gather around. I don't even want to know what's being said on the right side of the room here. And all the kids are gathering around this reptile.
Yeah.
I scoop my kids up. I book it. I'm out of
You don't
there.
want to get eaten by a snake?
See you later. Peace out. Gone. And I'm like, this has to be illegal. Like, this can't be common practice. And all the Tolos responded to me basically saying, yo, man, in Garland, the rules are different. These are Garland.
Just about snakes or in general?
Just that type of activity, that type of move to bring a 7-foot snake to a kid's park and just lay that bad boy down. And parents didn't freak like I did.
And this was just like a regular run-of-the-mill day? There wasn't
Regular
like
day.
a party or something? And...
Right? No, just kids were running around playing. This guy moseys up with his damn animal and plops it down. A lot of the other kids gather around. I didn't see other parents freaking out, and I got out of there.
So it was on the ground. It wasn't on his shoulders.
No, it was on the ground.
Was it wood chips? Or was it like
I didn't get
rubber?
close enough to see.
Turf.
I did not get it. It was a turf.
Yeah, there's a lot of turf out there.
Turf.
Yeah, it's a great setup.
It is. But
So what would you do in that situation?
I've never seen that in my life. I would just casually walk by and ask him if he's allowed to be this close to kids.
Oh,
and then
gosh,
see if that
yeah.
scared him off. And
Okay.
if not, then I would probably also go elsewhere because Noah would be all about
Yeah, they
going
all
over
wanted
there.
to go up, but do you really want to go up to someone who walks into a kid's park with a 7-foot snake
no.
and
No,
question
I
or
don't.
have say that insulting thing that you would have said? You really want to do that?
I don't want
didn't
any part of
say
the
an
7-foot
insulting
snake.
thing. I asked an insulting question.
Mhm.
There's a difference.
Is there?
Are you allowed around small children? You think that it doesn't qualify as an insulting question?
No, it is an insulting
Oh, okay.
question. I said it's a question, not a statement.
Oh, God.
I didn't say.
I mean,
freaking grammar.
an 8-foot snake, that'll take out a 1-year-old, 2-year-old. Easy.
What's the name of that goaltender?
Hellebuyck.
Yeah, you're the Hellebuyck of this crosstalk right here.
Hellebuyck.
You grammar police me
Hey,
right
I
there.
could have been much worse.
No one
I'll tell you, I
studies.
toned it down.
No
for
one
this.
studies the
No one
English or
studies
grammar.
the English.
Everybody knows words the way I know words.
I don't think you can be that fancy and be from Garland. All right, as you just established.
Wow.
What is the Garland?
I am from
I'm
Garland.
surprised he went to Garland.
Fancy.
Yeah.
Well, there's
I
a
am
pizza
too.
place there that's blown up.
They're okay.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So coming out of Sunnyvale, they're like, oh, you got to cross the wrong side of the tracks to go over to Garland.
Look up that the
Other
town
side of the bush.
stereotypes that you had got that kind of nailed all the areas around here. I want to know what Garland's was.
yeah.
What would you say Garland's is, Kevin?
Oh, let me find
I mean,
out.
look, King of the Hill is based off of Richardson and that Richardson-Garland divide. So that's probably what I would
Isn't
go
the city called Arlen?
Yes.
Arlen. Yeah. So yeah, that was the idea.
What's
And he's
ha-
from Garland.
How
the
does
writer.
the which one is it? It's the zombie movie with Jesse Eisenberg.
Zombieland.
Zombieland.
Yeah, Zombieland starts out taking shots at Garland.
And
Yeah,
he's
the
like,
two
you might
taps.
think I'm in a desolate wasteland, but this is actually Garland. That's a real thing.
He's like,
That's
Garland's
really sad. So
No, I love going to that little play area.
it's really nice.
You know what I mean?
I was
So-
kind of concerned about the intelligence level of Noah when what he wanted to just do was stick his face in the fountains every time when it threw up the water. And I
Yeah.
was like, oh, okay.
I'm
Bob?
still looking for it because that was for Dallas neighborhoods.
Yeah.
So this is for Garland. I'll be
Bassick
able
still
to find
chiming in. Garland's the home of Mookie Blaylock.
Oh my gosh.
it. I'll just
That's
ask her to
true.
do it.
Okay.
And Leanne Rhymes.
All right, we're back
She blew.
tomorrow with maybe a little more Payton Russell if he escapes jury duty. It's the yeah.
Oh, man.
I think he wants to get picked.
I do too.
You do? RJ's
Yeah.
dying to get
I
picked.
can't wait. I haven't gotten a summons ever.
It's the KNC Masterpiece next on 105 through the Fan.
Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
By our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hageland. You got the return of, it's Corey Majors and the famous Alec Medford. Gentlemen, welcome to the program. How we doing?
I'm doing really well, and man is done.
Oh,
guys.
What?
Yeah, man was a 2-week run for the Great Barbecue Pit, and so now
I think it should have been extended to 2 years.
I think it should be a lifetime thing that we do here at the station because it was fun.
Oh man!
Yeah, but that'll stick around. We'll always have the words.
Okay.
Looking really forward today to talking to Shea Whigham. Kevin, he was at Tyler Junior College. We saw this early, in our research, but now we're getting stories from Tolos about it.
Wow.
So I'm pretty stoked about this. On Cinco de Mayo.
All right. Look, here's the thing. We're going to talk about the Stars in just a minute. But I just got this text. And I don't understand the connection necessarily. It's Cinco de double points at Jersey Mike's to celebrate.
Double points?
Cinco de double points at Jersey Mike's. Enjoy double points on all sub purchases today. All right. That's great. I love Jersey Mike's. This has nothing to do with Jersey Mike's and their product. I think their sandwiches are delicious. I think those brownie things that they have are freaking amazing.
Yep.
But when you think of Cinco de Mayo, you don't really think of Jersey Mike's, do you? You're like, oh man.
Well, they added that new chili red pepper relish. So no, actually, is the answer.
I was about to say, are you just being that lady at the restaurant who's like guacamole, and you're like, stop that, stop everything that you're doing.
Can I please get some queso?
Oh my God.
No, man, I don't. But it's an American holiday, and if you're in America and you have a business, you have to do anything you can. When I was working at Pueblo Arriba, Kevin, running the bar over off McKinney, uptown,
much more authentic.
There we are, Pueblo Arriba. Guess what? The Irish pub across the street was packed full of beer drinkers. All right, it was for a Cinco de Mayo party at an Irish pub, and I was like, "This is crazy." But yeah, man, it's a holiday, and you got to celebrate it the right way. You got to take advantage of it.
All right,
take advantage.
Nothing says Cinco de Mayo like Jersey Mike's. I guess was my basic thought and question.
Jersey's the destination. It's the destination for Mike's.
Please do not respond to people on the fan text by saying gracias.
From the 817 double the juice. Yes, I did say gracias, by the way. That's what I'm doing. Thank you. It says it's the way you say thank you. That's just the way that you say thank you.
Everybody knows that. All right. So
from the 817, I'll only be eating Mexican food on Cinco de Mayo. And I'm planning on eating steaks tonight.
Okay.
But I need some rice and beans on the side and some enchilada sauce. I'm just saying.
Oh, my God.
And some queso.
Stop.
Oh, man, I'm starving.
Maybe a Dos Equis.
Can you go ahead I guess, and give me cut number 4, because we need to talk about the freaking Stars.
15.2 to go.
This calls it.
Colorado the last 11 shot attempts. McCarr kept it in. Free puck. Lindell didn't get good wood on it, but Sagan got it out. Rantanen again. Unbelievable. A legendary performance by Rantanen against his former team.
I love that call so much. And that call, along with, you can see the arena like shaking in the camera and everyone going berserk and knowing that you're going to win. It is all freaking incredible.
Yeah. It was nice to see that.
What are you about to do?
I actually, guys, I was watching this game on my phone at an event.
Oh yeah.
With Adrian's My Possibilities. It was her last one. Man, I haven't announced this yet, have I?
Oh, no,
can I announce it?
I don't know. It's your family and your wife.
Yeah. Adrian is she's leaving My Possibilities to go be the executive director for Jared Sandler's Sandlot Children's Charities. Woo! And so it's a really cool opportunity for her to take on a really awesome project that they're gonna work on. Y'all are gonna be hearing about it soon, trust me.
Breaking news.
Thank you very much, Lucy. But it was
That's the best use of that.
It was her last community ball, and it was down at Reunion Tower. And I'm sitting there at the table, and my buddy, he's like, "Hey, we're watching this game." I was like, "All right, man." So he pulls his phone out, sets it up. We're watching it. We're down 2-0, and he's just like, "I can't anymore." And he turned his phone off and went and he started drinking. And I was like, "Oh man." So I would occasionally check in, and I saw the first goal on alert. Then I saw the second goal to tie it up, and I was like, "I got to go get this phone out." So I'm watching on a phone, and they're playing, Whitney Houston's "I Want to Dance with Somebody" on the stage, and I'm just like, "Oh my gosh." Dude, I had to go back, though. I went back and watched the third period multiple times yesterday just to get that feeling, because I can only imagine anybody that was watching that live and seeing all that unfold before their eyes the way they did, not the way I did, but the way you did when you're sitting there watching it, it must have been epic for you. And you also must have been nervous and terrified all at the same time, and I wish I could have lived that with y'all, because seeing the result of it all is spectacular.
So I want to talk about the idea of sports superstitions and how the Metroplex helped will the Stars to victory. So I'm watching the game. I'm watching the game with Jess. We're losing 2-0. It feels very sad. That goal early in the third period kind of felt like it might have been an all hope is lost goal. And then Jess is like, "Hey, I'll go get us dinner, late dinner." She leaves to go pick up food. Surely the Cinco de Mayo special at Jersey Mike's. And while she's out, the Dallas Stars score. So at 9:21, I tweeted out, "My wife is running an errand and the Stars just scored. I need to ask her to stay out," right?
Don't come home is what I would have said.
My wife is stupid.
Okay, that was unnecessary. Shot at my wife.
On the day she's taking a new
smart,
job, as far as we know.
Yeah.
So
I think she starts next week.
So 12 minutes later, 9:33, she's still out getting us food. Stars score.
This is a long food run here.
Yeah, I don't even remember what we got. Because I was overtaken by the emotion of the Stars.
Yeah, yes.
So now the Stars score again. 2 Dallas Stars goals since my wife left the house. I'm definitely locking her out until the end of the game, which is what I did want to do. But I also want to stay married after this series and everything like that. So my wife comes home. She brings the food. I explained to her the situation. And this is how I know I married the right person. Because you know what she said? "Do you need me to leave again?" And I was like,
it's a good woman right there.
Yeah.
Or just partner in general. Yeah,
exactly.
Any person that does that for you.
I was like, "Yeah, do you think you could?" And she goes, "I could always go return something to Target." And I was like, "Okay, she's middle-aged and married. That makes sense." And so, come on.
Was it just one thing or was it multiple things?
I think it was just one thing. I'm honestly not sure. No, she returns multiple things on Amazon. And I was like, "Hey, will you put that on a credit card?" Because it's like, "Hey, I spent $462 on Amazon." She's like, "But really, it's only $78." And I'm like, how
do
is
you
that?
do it? Because I returned most of it.
Yeah, and I'm like, well, that's not the way our checking account works, but okay. So anyways, So she leaves.
You keep you chart the book.
Yes,
That's
I
why.
do, and it drives me freaking insane, and we've had to adjust. So I'm going to go to cut number 3. She is driving out of the garage, and Colorado gets called for a penalty. 15 seconds or so into that penalty, we get this.
A man up, now trying to take the lead. Down low, Johnston scores! Wyatt Johnston with 3:56 to go.
So now I texted her at 9:39, and I said, the Stars just scored again, for real. She said, woohoo, I live here now, it's fine. And then I texted her at 9:46, empty net goal, Stars win, and her response was, you're welcome. And so I'm just curious, like, I got so much feedback on that with people being like, hey, I was watching the game, and we were losing 2-0, and I turned it off, and then we scored 2 goals, and I decided I don't get to turn it back on. Like, the power of superstition, because, Alec, I realize in that moment, you shouldn't think that, but there is nothing in the world that could have convinced me that we didn't win that game because Jess left the house. You know what I'm saying?
That's amazing. That's good commitment, like Corey said, from your partner, but too, you believing in that moment was key too.
Yes.
Because I've always told myself that, like, I need to allow myself to be emotionally invested, because if I try to stay level-headed and say, you know, they're going to come back, it's okay, it always seems to go the wrong way. So I let myself get mad in that moment. I was like, as soon as we went down 2-0, I was like, it's over. It's done. I just walked around the house all mad. I was like, it's done. I was allowing myself to just overreact. And then what happens? I'm ripping my shirt off Hulk Hogan style whenever we take the lead. And I'm like, okay, we're back. And we're totally winning this game. So that's my superstition, is like, I just need to be mad or overly excited.
Yeah.
And then things usually go my way. So I'm right there with you. It doesn't make sense, but it makes sense to us. And that's all that matters.
From the Twitch, Sethnicity said, I once had my wife sit in the bathroom for 40 minutes at the end of a Cowboys game. That's a long end of a Cowboys game for one, but at the same time, hey, the commitment to stay in the bathroom. Did she go the whole time, or was it just hang out in there and like playing on the phone? You send some books in there. Did you open the door and go talk during commercial breaks? You know, like what was going on there? What do you mean? Dude, we all go in the bathroom after somebody else.
Yeah, but not to talk to them while it's happening.
If they're done, like they're just in there now.
Okay.
Like just staying and chilling.
So when she went back and left, I think there's about 5 minutes left, and she goes, is this like a real 5 minutes, or is this like basketball 5 minutes? And I go, it'll be much closer to real 5 minutes than basketball 5 minutes. So she was glad to do so. I know my mom has always felt that way. If she turns off the TV and the game turns around, she's like, it's because I wasn't watching. That's just the way it is. And there's even a joke. There's a It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia episode where I think it's Charlie that is all tied up, and he's trying to get up and like do his thing for the Eagles. And then he imagines an Eagles player who shows up and was like, Charlie, we all know that if you don't wear the green man suit, we can't win this game. And like, that's the way so many of our fans think, even though I know in the logic center of my brain, that has nothing to do with it. In the minute, there is nobody who can tell me anything differently.
At 9/11,
never forget,
on Saturday, I texted Kevin and said, we suck.
Yes.
And we were down 2-0, and it was just bad. And Kevin texted back 40 minutes later.
I was watching the game.
40 minutes later, Kevin texts back, in your face. And I was like, oh my gosh. And that's when I realized I needed to say we suck in order for us to have the magnificent turnaround that happened.
Man, you might be right about that. From the 972, from a Stars fan, thank you, Jess. You also sent out the email yesterday. Now that the Stars are playing St. Louis, who are you rooting for?
That was my prediction.
Okay, but I had to go back and check like a million times. I was like, is this tape delayed? Like, what? But all the information I could find, I was like, he would have sent that out before the game even started.
I was just hoping I got my prediction right.
Well, I mean, it looked like for,
most of the
59
game.
minutes and 57 seconds, you were going to get that right. And then St. Louis was like, I'm good.
I kept asking during the series, when will Mikko put the cape on and just go be Superman?
Yeah.
When is he going to tell the rest of the team, don't worry, I got it? And holy crap, I didn't know that was, like, I'm getting chills now just thinking about the version of him that we got, was what we saw with McDavid last year, when he was just like, all right, guys, I know. I'll take care of it. And he went and did his thing. And so this version of it was amazing. The Wyatt moment is so spectacular. Otter shutting the door the way he did, though, and saying, hey, guys, I know I gave up a couple goals. It's not going to happen. Once he realized, this is actually happening. We have a chance. All I have to do is my part.
He's like, I'll keep it at 2.
And he did. And that's when Pete DeBoer's talking about that after the game, and he's like, a lot of people, they look at they're like, he doesn't have a 98 save percentage. But for us, it's the timing. Whenever he does turn it on like that, it changes everything, and you have one of the top 5 goalies in the league going at it, DeBoer said, this is the best league in the world. Sure. And my guys went out there and just beat one of the top 5 teams in the best league in the world.
Sure.
And like that without 2 of our best players. This is amazing.
Yeah, which brings all kinds of fascinations for like the Jets and hopefully the teams after that. From the 817, I did the same thing. The Stars gave up a goal. After I took my jersey off, I put my jersey right back on, and they scored a goal in the next 5 minutes. From the 469, so you're saying your wife is bad luck? No, just for this particular instance, I needed her out running errands to make sure that we won.
Yeah, look at it on the bright side. She was good luck in that
Exactly.
instance.
And you talked about Mikko taking over, and we'll break this down as the show goes along. I understand that last empty net goal and the call is incredible. I know a lot of people are going to focus on the wraparound that defied physics and logic, but it was that first goal to me because it felt like he goes, let's call it the Mikko play. Like he's moving down the ice and he said, the hell with it. I don't care who else is on the ice. I don't care what kind of odd man, or they didn't, but if they had an odd man rush or anything, I'm calling the Mikko play, and I'm going to try to score a goal right now. And he did, and it was incredible.
He put eyes on that puck, too. That thing traveled and was like, I'm going where I want to go.
It felt like a force of will when he scored that first goal. Like, obviously, all the goals are important, but before that, it felt like you were dead in the water, and you were just watching the last 20 minutes of your season until he scored that goal.
Yeah, man, that's some Kevin, we kept... When he arrived, the word elite goal scorer was said.
Yes.
And you were like, in Carolina, he was not the same guy. And we were like, hopefully we can get it. And we didn't see it until this series, late in the series.
Yeah.
But now, Kevin, that's the difference. That's when Brian Ray said the line of Jim Nill rewarded the team with a player like this. They worked their butts off. Now you give an extra injection of juice of, hey, man, we can actually do something special because we have that guy. That's what we're rolling with from here on now, man.
From the 2-4, Kevin, I don't know your wife, but she rocks. She does. And from the 817, if I go outside to smoke and the Cowboys score, my wife makes me stay outside. See, we all get it. We all understand the parts, inconsequential or vitally important, we have to play. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, just how much did us fans and the Metroplex sports scene need that Stars win on Saturday night? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Back for Rantanen. Rantanen, all kinds of room. He scores!
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Just how much did us fans and the Metroplex sports scene need the Stars Game 7 win on Saturday?
Oh, man, I needed it for sure. Not just personally, but just my sports soul absolutely needed it.
Exactly, because you look at the Stars, or you look at the Cowboys, they're stuck with a quarterback who, while he does great charitable work again and again and again, and that is amazing, is unfortunately overpaid and injury prone, and their prospects look mediocre. Obviously, everything with the Mavs, from missing the playoffs, the injuries, to the Luka trade. The Rangers, before yesterday's game, had lost 4 in a row, lost 7 of their last 8. You saw the consequences of that in terms of firing your hitting coach / offensive coordinator and then releasing or putting on waivers Leote. It just felt like everything that was happening in the Metroplex was an S sandwich. And then there was the Stars that came along. One of the favorites to win the Stanley Cup. And then they're matched up against maybe the favorite to win the Stanley Cup. And it goes to Game 7 after you couldn't close it out in Game 6. And if they would have lost that game, I don't know how today would have gone. I'd have been like, what do you want to talk about? The next terrible thing that's going to happen to us?
Yeah, there is a tradition, Kevin, of me tweeting out all the teams I root for let me down. Like that.
Yes.
Any team, and it doesn't even matter if it's a DFW team. Okay, I'm selecting this team as the team that I'm pulling for this time, and they end up letting me down. And so that was kind of the expectation in Game 7 was, you know what, it might just happen, but I still got to check it out. But I'm going to get hurt at some point. And then after 2 goals down, that's what I was thinking was, dadgum. But what this team does is they stick around until the end of a third period. Like look how many times it happened in this series alone that they did what they did in the third period. They're big enough, Kevin, now to wear you down. They're that kind of team that can actually do that. So waking up Sunday morning with that victory made me feel so much better. Like coming into work today made me feel so much better, and the excitement from that kind of moment. I think somebody texted in this morning. No, it was actually, I was listening to the Spits and Suds podcast, and somebody had messaged into him and said that picked a really good time to start watching hockey playoffs.
Yeah.
If that's the first game that you decided to watch was that game right there, then yeah, you did pick a really good time.
Oh, man. You might be disappointed by some other like run-of-the-mill hockey games, but
yeah, man. So yeah, I definitely needed that, especially with all the sputtering that's been going on. And then as this text says, it's kind of funny. The most loved person in DFW right now is Mikko, and the most hated is Nico. Because MNOP. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man.
Not NM.
Yeah, that's really deep what you're doing there.
Not surface level stuff, Kevin.
Now, man, you're on one already today. I like it. All right, so we'll talk probably more later in the show, or maybe tomorrow going forward. The series against Winnipeg won't be starting until Wednesday, and then if you're hoping that there were going to be earlier games, don't look at the schedule. I have terrible news for you.
I'm never going to sleep again.
So we'll talk about the Stars' fortunes going forward, but you just really needed this because your only hopes right now, because the Cowboys don't start like realistically until September. Obviously, the Mavs are done. So it came down to the Rangers and the Stars in terms of the big four in your sports hopes. Well, if the Stars would have gotten eliminated, you'd have been stuck with a Rangers team that fell below 500, was in fourth place, and just fired their hitting coach yesterday because of how much they struggled. Think about this. I saw this from Sean McFarland, and he said the Stars scored more goals in the third period than the Rangers have scored runs in their last 4 games.
Dang.
Now, it feels like you'd say fun fact.
Sean McFarland covers the Rangers.
Yes,
by the way,
he does.
He's not taking shots because he's a Stars fan. Or
no,
anything.
Not at all.
That's him just covering the Rangers.
And this was obviously prior to Sunday's game, so this was out Saturday night. And you're like, what a depressing way to put that into perspective. Is that in that one period, the Stars scored more than the Rangers had in their last 4 games combined, which is why the drastic move to get rid of Donnie Ecker was made. And here's the reason why I say it's a drastic move. Once again, we go to our buddy Sean McFarland, who tweeted out, this is the first time that Bruce Bochy has had an in-season coaching change on his staff in 28 years as a manager.
Are you kidding me?
No. So he is an all-time, Boch is an all-time great manager, obviously Hall of Famer.
For sure.
Been doing this for 28 years. Never had the situation been determined to have been so bad that they were going to make this decision. Now, I know Boch doesn't make this decision on his own, and we heard Chris Young on the G-Bag Nation when he was like, hey, we're running out of patience. But think about what a dramatic move that is that Boch has never gone through before.
Well, and that's, Jared brought it up on Thursday when we were talking. It was Thursday? Yeah, last week when we were talking with him. And this is something that's I learned while Bannister was here. The idea of I'm going to be patient with these guys because when they do have their successes, I need them to remember that I was patient and there for them. And then whenever they have another when they go back down, they need to remember that I was patient for them.
Yes.
It's planting a seed with your players, planting a seed with your organization that you're going to support them through the goods and the bads, and you just got to go to work every day and do your thing. And that's what Bochy, he's said that too. He's like, I got to get their confidence up because once I can do that, then I can really work with them even more. But if they can trust me. The trust part's so big whenever you're dealing with a manager, a boss, whatever it is, trusting what they're doing. So making a move like that isn't great leadership whenever you're just irrationally doing it all the time.
Yeah.
So to make a move like that shows a significant change for Bochy to his club, sends a big message immediately, although they already know. Every one of them's looking at their batting average. They know they're not scoring runs. So now I don't know how they're going to respond, what's going to be different for the whole process of it all.
Is there any part of you that thinks the Rangers were like, I really wish we'd have done this on Saturday? It was
he scored 8 runs.
It was weird.
You scored 8 runs, and then you're like, letting the dude go. Got to say
Look,
later.
I understand.
Maybe they already knew. Maybe they knew that morning. And they were like, oh, okay, now that he's gone. I'm not, like, listen, Donnie Ecker's a good dude.
Is it either that or they were like, hey, we were going to show you that it's not really his fault that we were being terrible? I think they should have put something in place. All right, Donnie, here's the deal. You scored 8 runs in that game. As long as the offense keeps scoring 5 runs, you can keep your job. And if you do it for like a month straight, then we'll give you some more grace. And so like you can just tell all the players, look, I understand it was a way bigger picture, but it was a weird optic of, hey, in the last 4 games, we scored 3 runs total. Well, you'll stick around. Hey, we scored 8 runs. Get all your crap and put it in a box because you're fired. Like, it's just the optics of after that particular game was very strange.
So, yeah, for what you were asking, though, Kevin, sports hasn't been fun. Watching the Rangers score runs is fun. Watching the pitching has actually been pretty special. Our starting pitching has had some special moments.
Unbelievable.
But they've been stressed a lot. Those are stressful innings. Derek's told us that a lot. Playoff innings are stressful. Innings where you don't have a lot of run support are also extremely stressful on the pitchers. So that's been a blast, but it hasn't been fun baseball. And as we watched, basketball wasn't very fun for sure, too. So this Stars thing, I needed it. I needed it for my soul.
I don't know if people are going to like what I'm about to say based on some of these texts. From the 469, thankful that Tavares is finally out of there. But is he?
Yeah, This is a very interesting setup.
So it's similar to the Dane Dunning thing, where, like, look, if a team picks him up and there's 48 hours starting as of this morning, I can't remember if it was like 8 or 9 o'clock, probably 8 because of Eastern time. But teams have 48 hours to claim Tavares. If you claim Tavares, then you'll pick up the rest of his salary and everything like that. I guarantee you that is, of course, what the Rangers are hoping and praying happens. $4.75 million salary, so there's about $3.3 million remaining. All right, so the Rangers
Why would you do that, though? If you're another team, why would you pick that up knowing you don't that you won't have to pay it all?
I think
you could figure out a way to get him and not have to pay all that, right?
No, but that's the issue, because if you don't pick him up off of waivers, then he reverts back to control of the Texas Rangers.
And then if he reports to minor league camp, then we're good.
Yeah, exactly.
Like okay, gotcha.
So the option Tavares would have is be like, no, I'm not reporting to AAA. And if that's the case, then he can, to your point, negotiate with whoever the hell he wants. But he also sacrifices the rest of that money. I just don't think right now, if you look at his baseball trajectory, that is a wise move for Leody Tavares to be like, I mean, look, I am a fan of betting on yourself. So if he believes in himself that much, then obviously take a chance. From a strictly dollars and cents perspective, I understand how he would be like, well, I'm going to go back to AAA and try to work my way back up because I want to go ahead and continue to get the money. And so the money is still going to count against the Rangers unless someone picks him up.
Gotcha.
I'm not saying this is going to happen, but if he did go back to AAA, that's exactly what happened with Dane Dunning going back to the minors. And you could see him work his way back up. Now, if you think Evan Carter's about to come through, or you think Josh Smith is going to be the everyday center fielder, there's a lot of other options, then it might not matter whatsoever. But if nobody picks him up on waivers, I would not rule out seeing him again, because I don't think he's going to deny his assignment to the minors. But look, hey, if it happens, then you're off the hook for the money, and you're not going to see him as part of the organization.
It's kind of frustrating because that's a dude right there that when he got into the league, I was like, wow, that defensively, he tracks so well.
For sure.
Couldn't dive head first was something we found out, and that's a weird thing. And then the thing that I thought carried him around this thing was his defense, and that became a problem.
Yes.
I think, Kevin, for me, that started last year in the Detroit game for Jack Leiter's start.
I agree.
I was like, the hell just happened here? And then you go look at some of his hitting numbers, and you're like, holy crap, he has some of the most hard-hit balls on this team. He's one of those guys that he will hit just as hard as anybody else, but he's not consistent enough. And he let that part of it go. He never developed beyond that, and they, at this moment, are looking for lots of answers in lots of different areas. And that becomes another message sent to the rest of the team of we're not settling for this. That's Chris Young right there, I believe, saying I'm not settling at all. Everybody on this team should be alert about that.
And usually today is the day. CY will be on with the G-Bag Nation, so that should be very informative. We've got Bob Nightingale coming up in about 2 hours at 12:40. That should be very informative as well. But a lot of movings and shakings for the Rangers, which goes all the way back to it just felt like the Stars and this Metroplex desperately needed that win. From the 817, I love this. Took my daughter 6 and 10. So electric in the third period. Amazing experience. And you got to think, I wasn't at the game with those people, but you got to think hopefully you've created 2 lifelong hockey fans. Or like 2 much more likely to be lifelong hockey fans. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets. Big injuries and big records next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next...
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
First pitch. Line drive, base hit into left field. Langford scores. RBI single for Marcus Semien. And the Rangers get some insurance. They extend their advantage to 3-1.
And the Rangers were indeed victorious, although a lot of other news that we were just talking about kind of took precedent for the day. Rangers are off today. They'll get started in Boston tomorrow right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. It's time for Baseball Nuggets. Baseball Nuggets reminder that we start our Nelly ticket giveaway today.
What?
In the noon o'clock hour.
Man, it is getting hot in here.
Must be the money, man.
We'll be giving away a pair of tickets to go see Nelly.
Nelly's sold
Dos
a lot. He's sold a lot of albums.
Yes.
Lots.
I'm with you on all of that. All right. Let's start with the Kansas City Royals. The Kansas City Royals set a team record with 7 home runs against the Orioles. Are you impressed by how many home runs that is?
That is a lot.
And I told you that's not the only record they set in that game.
Oh.
They tied, according to Elias Sports Bureau, the record for most solo home runs in a game. So the Royals themselves, club record, 7 home runs. The two teams combined, the Royals and the Orioles, had 10 solo home runs, which was tied for the major league record as the Royals won 11-6.
Yeah, good for them, man. Very fast team, right? But they have not been hitting with a lot of power this season at all.
Yeah, and, you know, that'll help turn it around. Meanwhile, the Orioles. The Orioles are 13-20. They are last in their division. This is a team that, I mean, we've seen them last several years, and I'm sure a lot of people expect them to take the next step. They have most certainly not.
Well, I mean, look at this. Both of those teams, very young teams. The Royals, the last 10 games have been pretty nice to them. I think they were sitting at the bottom of the division right above the White Sox before this little run here. But both of those teams are very young teams. Like, their leadership is young, their core is young. And you started thinking, man, they're on the rise here. And last year, the Royals get the playoffs. They make that run there. And then what are they? Like, what are they? They probably got to be doubting their identity of what they are at the moment and starting to go, do we have to start making some changes to some of this stuff? So that's a big-time struggle for both teams.
Do you think they should fire their offensive coordinator and let one of their outfielders go to outright waivers?
Look, every team's different.
Okay.
So every team is going to need a little bit of a different approach. I don't know exactly what theirs is. I know what ours was.
Okay.
And what we needed.
Do you think that's going to pay off, the strategy that we just did?
Let's see who we hire to replace.
Okay. I'm going to ask G-Bag Nation. I'm serious. I don't know what Chris Young will say about this, but he feels like he usually cuts right to the point. My question would be, you definitely hope somebody picks up Leote off of waivers, right? Like, just to see if he's like, hey, we released him for a reason. Which I kind of think might be the way he answers that question. All right, let's go from that to the Red Sox. You were about to play Tristan Casas. He underwent surgery for a knee injury. He is, in fact, going to be out for the rest of the year. Not particularly surprising. He had a ruptured tendon in his left knee. And as soon as you heard that, you're like, ooh, that's probably going to be done for the rest of the year. He did, in fact, have surgery yesterday, I believe, at Massachusetts General, in case you really wanted to know that. You're welcome. And he will be out for the rest of the season.
Did you see it? Did you see
yes.
how it was the weirdest looking thing because his left knee collides with the first baseman.
Yes.
Like that hit.
Yes.
But I looked like the right knee was the one that gave. That was what was weird to me. Was it looked like the right knee when he stepped on the base was the one that gave, and then I was like, was it the collision that caused the tendon
And
tear?
then maybe you put too much
I
on
don't
the
know.
other side.
I don't know. It was a really weird looking thing to me, and that stinks, dude. I had a patella injury back in the day. It didn't tear, but it's not a fun recovery at all.
And it was his left tendon.
Yes, it was. Yeah, it was his left. That's why I said it banged up against something, but it looked like the right one gave. So that was weird to me.
It is a strange situation. Unfortunately for them, he is going to be out for the rest of the season. All right, I have another record for you.
Another one.
You might not be as excited about this one. On Saturday, Jake Myers tied the Astros club record with 13 total bases. Are you excited for him?
That's a lot of bases.
No, the answer is no.
How many home runs did he have?
Because he is on the Houston Astros.
You know what? You're right, Kevin. Screw them, is what you meant to say.
See? That's all I was looking for.
You're welcome.
By the way, Houston Astros are in third place in the AL West. The Rangers are in fourth, 4 games back of first place, where I guess I have to take the Mariners seriously now. But guess what? I still will not. Speaking of those Astros, did you see Lance McCullers Jr. made his first Major League Baseball start in 3 years?
That's impressive for
So
him.
he's kind of like the Landeskog of baseball. That is really odd that 2 players coming back from 3 years absence due to major injuries, and obviously we're interested in both of them. Now, the Astros lost in 5-4 in 7 innings because they decided, I don't want to see these 2 teams play anymore. Or it was because of weather. I will let you guys decide. McCullers was fine. He had 3 2/3, 3 hits, 3 walks, 4 strikeouts. Didn't give up any runs, but I'm sure the biggest thing for him was like, hey, I was back out there and I was starting a game again and I was pitching.
Dude,
so
that's
pretty
the
impressive.
truth. You get back out there after that kind of time away from it. It feels so good.
And he pitches for the Astros. Are you happy for him?
No.
Oh, man.
No, screw them.
Wow.
No, the Astros. That's what we've always said.
Man, I really thought.
I mean, it's good for him and everything.
Yeah. Really thought I was going to be able to convince you to support that.
Is there another way? Like, what else you want to add to it? Along the journey, did he save a bunch of pets out of a?
He was one of the founding partners of My Possibilities.
No, he's not.
Okay, well,
I know the history.
Well, like if you were
we had to take a tester on that place one day.
Oh man,
show is what I was going to say, not the S
but
word.
you could see how I would think that might convince you to be like, oh yeah, that's right.
That's pretty good for
I
him.
love that guy. All right, Shohei Ohtani. He had his second pitching bullpen session since his paternity leave. However, the Dodgers are really cautious to be like, hey, look, it's still probably going to be a couple months until Shohei pitches in a game.
Yeah.
And if you're the Dodgers, you could see how you'd want to hold it off till potentially toward the end of the season, right?
Yeah, and it's kind of like not having Miro and Robertson on the ice. Do we really need them to? Do we really need those guys to win a series? No, we just won the series without them.
Look, you're right about all of that.
Do we really need them to pitch? No, we're so deep on our rotation that we're just fine.
Okay, all of that is true, but there are multiple times in that hockey series where if you were like, do we need him? I would be like, yes, yes, we do. Get him back out there.
Which him?
Miro, because I think we all knew that Robertson wasn't going to play in this series. Do you think a question gets asked to Pete DeBoer in about 10 minutes? Hey, you said that Miro was going to play in the first round and he didn't. So why should I believe you this time?
Can we ever trust you again, Pete?
Yeah.
George Peter DeBoer.
That might be too aggressive of a question.
Especially after he just put this team through a Game 7 win. Maybe be a little nicer to him, Kevin.
Okay. Well, I'm just asking. I'm not part of this media scrum today. Go ahead and give me cut number 13 because Jacob deGrom also set a new record.
The 1-2. And that pitch, the bottom of the zone for a called third strike. Polanco caught looking at a slider, and that's career strikeout 1,700 for Jacob deGrom. It comes in 1,400 and 2/3 innings of work.
Now, for Jacob deGrom, he is the 13th active pitcher to achieve that feat. He also has done it faster than anyone in the history of baseball. He broke the record, which was set by son of a gun, Yu Darvish, and somebody else who I'm totally blanking on at the moment.
Dolan Ryan, probably.
Probably, but I don't know that for a fact.
Yeah, we'll have to we'll find it out.
But
I'm glad you said son of a gun, though. That was pretty impressive. It's interesting, though, Kevin, that you say that he's the second fastest, third.
No, he's the fastest in terms of number of games.
Okay,
so not
there. You go.
Look, I get it.
'Cause, like the fact that he's been missing so many times throughout his career and still been able to do that is very impressive.
Yeah, in terms of number of games, he is the fastest to get there. By no means in terms of like number of seasons or, you know, from the time you debuted to the year that you broke the record. So none of that. But I just wanted to throw it out there that I thought it was really cool. And you have seen once again, starting to see a little bit more of that Jacob deGrom that I think we'd all hoped.
Got a little deGrom swagger going on.
Exactly. Don't you think?
Yes, he's becoming the deGrominator again, dude. I'm excited about it.
And I know we're not like really supposed to spend a lot of time focusing on this and everything, but the fact that he is still healthy and he is still pitching. And
how much do you think that's because he grew his hair back out?
I had not.
Yeah.
Do you think that?
Samson, we know that story. So he's strong right now.
Tell me the story of Samson.
Well, Delilah went and cut his hair out of nowhere.
Did you say Delilah?
Delilah. Yeah.
Okay.
She went and cut his hair out of nowhere while he was asleep. And then Samson, he couldn't do what he needed to do, and that was break down the pillars. Everything else fell apart after
for sure
that.
you were about to say the walls of Jericho. I was almost
No, that was with the
100%
trumpets, Kevin.
that you were going to say that.
That was with the horns.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's go back to the Stars. All the facts, figures, and history from the Stars in Game 7. And looking ahead to Winnipeg. We also might need to talk about Scotty Scheffler and Derek Lively next on The Fan.
Skills? Doesn't sound right. What's it, saffron spot?
driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We have been on a Stars high today, and I wanted to throw it back to the Stars in just 1 second because we have amazing sounds, statistics from the Stars Game 7 win. But, there was another big thing that happened in the Metroplex this weekend. Go ahead and give me cut number 6. They had to play the final round of the Byron Nelson because that's the rule. But realistically, this thing was over. Let me hear you, Scotty Scheffler.
He ties the record. Full circle for Scheffler. Scotty wins for the first time this year, and it comes in the event he attended as a kid.
Now, he won by 8 shots, so I know you would never do this, but I do think it would be a kind of a hilarious bit if you just kept putting it around the hole just for a little bit, just to kind of mess around.
You know what? This is an interesting, and I wanted to bring this up. I'm glad you said that. No, you don't do that because, Kevin, what if you do miss the one that matters the most?
Man,
but it
you'll
would
be the biggest loser in history.
Oh, hey, look at me. But on Mikko Rantanen's last goal, the empty netter,
yeah,
my mind was he's gonna walk the dog all the way into the net. That was what I was thinking, and then he ended up shooting it.
Yeah.
And I was like, it's probably smarter of him to do that because he did have somebody on his tail.
Yeah.
And it needed to get in quick. How bad would it be if you just kind of coast and do a Leon Lett right at the very end, and all of a sudden it gets taken, and then it gets taken back for another goal?
How many more people still would have had their hats today if that would not have happened?
Hey, by the way, do you know where those hats are?
They go to charity.
That's awesome, isn't it?
Yeah.
That is really cool.
Now, Scotty Scheffler, after round 3, he was tied for the biggest lead since the 2011 U.S. Open with Rory McIlroy. He goes ahead and sets all kinds of scoring records at the Nelson. He wins the tournament. And Alec, did you hear one of the things that he said in his post-tournament victory speech?
Heard a few different things. Where are we going here?
Go Stars is what I love. So he was clearly led to victory by the greatness of the Stars. And we're going to get to the greatness of the Stars in just 1 second. But Corey, I know that the actual reason you weren't here on Friday was so that you could travel to Kentucky. Give me cut number 15.
I swear if you play a K.
Corey had his fancy hat on as he was undoubtedly at the Kentucky Derby.
Neo Equos is the leader at the top of the stretch. Journalism is on the move as they turn for home, and Sovereignty is coming with him on the outside. The two of them go right by with a furlong to run. Journalism and Sovereignty, nose to nose, down to the last 16th of a mile. Sovereignty has taken the lead. Journalism is second toward the inside. Baez is third, but it will be Sovereignty to rule the Kentucky Derby.
By the way, a lot of people had thoughts about it coming down to the names of those two particular horses.
I was definitely pulling for Journalism, but it's obviously it's failed.
You lost.
Yeah.
So this was the most
Entertainment's
watched
more important.
Kentucky Derby since 1989.
Why?
I don't know.
Like what was was it because one of Toby Keith's horses was out there or something?
Maybe they liked that it was in the rain. I don't know. How many people do you think watched the Kentucky Derby?
1 million?
17.7 million people in North America tuned in to watch the Kentucky Derby.
That is seriously, what's the significance of this specific one, or are we just there with betting now?
So
plays?
I don't necessarily, it could be either one. I don't necessarily think it's just that, because believe it or not, that's only up 6% from last year. Like, don't get me wrong. If your ratings go up 6%, you're like, hell yeah. I just didn't want to make it seem like usually the Kentucky Derby gets like 4 million people. Like, it is always a ratings monster, and they have a whole block of programming with other races and their pregame and those amazing interviews they do on horses, which I always think is super cool. After they win, they're like, I'm a reporter on a horse. Please tell me how it went. And you won with that horse. So that was super neat. But the best of the entire weekend, give me cut number 2. I'm still not entirely sure how this worked, but damn it, it did.
And off the clock here in the third period. Rantanen again. Rantanen scores! Off the skate of Gerard, the former Colorado Avalanche star has scored twice to tie it for Dallas.
Now, I'm really glad that, I think it's McDonough who said that. I'm really glad he did, because otherwise, I watched the goal. I saw how it happened. I did not understand how that puck got into the net.
Yeah, you used the word physics this morning,
Yes.
and that was exactly what I was thinking. And then when I finally saw it bounce off of somebody's skate, that was the moment. Because Kevin, when I was watching that, I was watching it on replay, and so I couldn't hear it. So I was watching it, going, "Oh my gosh, that's pretty special right there." The fact that that was Cape moment. He just said, I'm going to take advantage. I'm going to go do this. I'm going to make it happen. He did. And the Avs looked foolish. I love that even more.
They did.
When one of your players looks foolish because he knows he just made a mistake, and now you're all knotted up. And how many times did they say against his former team and the rest of that, like the rest of that game, what he's doing against his former team? But that play right there, Kevin, was, I don't know how many people can make that kind of thing happen the way he did. I really don't.
By the way, from the 469, are you going to overlook the amazing racing out at TMS this weekend? Coming up next, we're going to talk with the man who was the Grand Marshal at the NASCAR race yesterday at TMS, Shea Whigham. We'll talk to him in about 15 minutes. I hadn't really thought about this, but this is a great point that multiple people have brought up in addition to the gambling and the fashion and everything like that, is the Netflix show that people have been watching that's in the vein of the F1 show and the golf and the tennis show.
Full Swing.
Yeah.
Drive to Survive.
So a lot of people think that has kind of like up to the ante as well.
And multiple people have said that all of the horses were descendants of Secretariat. Is that true?
I have no idea.
And if that's the case, how I didn't see Secretariat run, so I'm not really sure. But he was fast.
And studded a lot,
dude. That is that's pretty wild. And it could be from Kay Adams. You know, she goes out there every year and she does a wonderful series from there with her Up and Adams show. So I'll give her some credit on that. She has the nice dresses. Talks about the $15,000 mint julep or whatever they have.
Is that a real thing?
There is I think, is it $5,000 drink? It's something ridiculous.
That is unbelievable.
Sure. Yeah.
All right, so let's dive into some of the amazing facts and figures from the Stars win. Probably the most amazing, and I know that people are aware, and we've brought this up. Pete DeBoer is now 9-0 in Game 7s.
So I listened to his full post game after on Sunday. I went back and listened to it, and he said, I really like this question. I thought it was a great question. What's been the common thread in all of these Game 7s for you? And he said, I think all but 2 of them have been at home.
Okay.
So, and I went back and counted. I think it was only 1 was on the road.
Oh, wow.
But I might be wrong.
That helps.
Sometimes that happens. That being said, being at home, he gave all the credit to the Dallas Stars crowd. Mikko, after the game, he was like, dude, the crowd gave us the energy. It was quiet in that place until the first goal happened, and then they came back to life. So that's the way. I did not try to get off myself by hanging out with the horses. You're
gonna want to reflect on the way
I did not try to. Oh my gosh! Somebody texted and asked a question. I'm sorry.
Because you're allergic to horses.
Yeah. But yeah, the common thread there, Kevin, he thinks is that it's been because he's had a lot of home games, and that's helpful whenever you're at home because you can control a few more things. Your line shifts are different and stuff like that too.
Now, while he is 9-0 in Game 7s, Colorado has lost 7 straight Game 7s. Now,
we own Colorado, by the way.
Hey, what's the tweet I put out? Death, taxes, and the Stars beating the Avalanche in a Game 7. Clockwork every single time. I actually ran into somebody at the Dallas Card Show who's a huge Avs fan, and they're like, just let us have this one. And I was like, no
way.
I will not.
There is no way.
By the way, quick note, you know who else I was very careful not to run into, but I said hello to at the Dallas Card Show?
Is her body fragile?
Derek Lively.
Oh, answered the question.
Derek Lively was at the Dallas Card Show on Friday, and what I loved about it is he was haggling with people. Not haggling, that's what I was doing. But he was out there and he's like, oh, only 80% of comps? I don't know. And so, like, I just loved that he was, like, going around and he's like, hey, I don't care if I do have lots of money. Well, there's room to negotiate here. All right, let's figure something out.
Were you following him to hear that? Or?
So I was talking to him.
Okay, gotcha.
And like, so I talked to him, and then he was like moving into
That's cool.
the Starlight Room, which is like the smaller room at the Dallas Card Show. And it was just great to watch his like process and stuff like that. And so, yeah.
That is really cool. That's really awesome that he was able to have a little chat with you while he was doing that. You know, better than that time when we had a chat with Brandon Carr. Obviously,
I don't know how many people know that story.
Long
That's
story
for like 3
for
people.
another. It's for our podcast.
Okay, Jake Ottinger.
The history behind the KNC masterpiece.
Ooh, all right. I would listen to that. Mikko Rantanen is the first player in NHL history to have a 4-point period in back-to-back games. Not in the playoffs, ever. It was never done by Gretzky, Howe, or nobody. And, like, I thought this at first was just for the playoffs. And that makes sense because they were like, oh, yeah, him and Hintz, 4-point playoff periods. That's tied for the most ever. So when he did it again, I was like, well, that makes sense that would be a record. But then when they said no player has ever done that in the history of hockey, that is freaking amazing. But we don't stop there. Mikko Rantanen, he also became, the Stars became the 4th team in NHL history with a multi-goal third-period comeback to win a Game 7. You know how many multi-goal third-period comebacks the Stars had this year?
None?
None is the correct answer. Throughout the regular season and obviously into the playoffs, they had no game where they overcame a multiple-goal deficit and won the game, let alone won it in regulation, because the Dallas Stars are the first team in the history of the playoffs to be trailing by multiple goals in the third period of a Game 7 and win in regulation.
That's insane.
Now, teams have come back and eventually won in overtime.
But not in regulation.
Yeah. Guess what? You just freaking saw it yesterday in the Winnipeg and St. Louis game, where Winnipeg came back from 2 goals down in the last 2 minutes and scored, I think, with 3 seconds left to tie the game. But they won in overtime. The Stars are the first playoff team to do so and still win in regulation. That kind of shows you the breadth of that collapse from the Colorado Avalanche.
Oh, and that is, you say the collapse, and that's what they got to be feeling.
For sure.
Like we, on our side, we're looking at it as we went and took it from them. You know, like Mikko.
And I don't want to dispute
that.
But
I can't. I bet in Colorado right now, that's what they're talking about is the epic collapse in their game, and how many times it happened to them this series where they lost it late in the game.
And the only reason is there's no way you can't, because you go back to Game 3, and we talked about it. I'm sure Avalanche fans still think there's no way they should have lost that game, but you did in overtime. And the fact that they've lost 7 in a row now, that's why I want to say Colorado collapsed. I don't want to make it sound like Mikko and the Stars didn't take it from them, but if you've lost 7 Game 7s in a row, you have to be like, what the hell? Did you see the headline for the sports section of the Denver Post?
I did not.
You're gonna love it. All right. So what happened that same day?
They got scrambled.
No, okay. I'm not doing that. By the way, tune in for Mike Bassick having to plug those upside down hats. He's gonna have to do it. But the Nuggets dusted the Clippers, and so that in the middle of the front page of the sports section, they have Russell Westbrook dunking, and it says 7th Heaven. At the very top of the page, it's Mikko scoring the empty netter, and the headline is 7th Hell.
That's pretty good.
It is
the 7th gate of hell.
Yeah,
that's
it is
awesome.
Tremendous, because like technically that's one on top, but the one that got the middle of the page and gets the focus is the win. And
I like it.
What a whirlwind of a day for Colorado and more specifically Denver sports fans to go from the highest of highs to looking like you're going to match it, only to see another loss.
I don't know if it was the same day, Kevin. We did kind of have that last year when the Mavericks made it to the NBA Finals with Luka and that team where Luka was on it. And then the Stars, we expected them to keep going and they lost. But yeah, that is kind of a weird time when you have both teams doing something like that.
Now, are you prepared for Jake Ottinger appreciation stats?
Absolutely, man. He was the phenomenator yet again, and we gotta love it.
Jake Ottinger in career Game 7s. He's 3-1. Oh, he lost one? Yeah, probably not his fault. 1.65 goals against average.
Dang.
A save percentage of 950. If you have a save percentage of like 920, you're right up there, if not outright leading the league. Goals saved above expected, 6. Now think about that for a minute. That means the number of goals he actually gave up is equal to the number of goals more that he should have given up per the numbers. That's freaking amazing. And his save percentage in the third period and overtime, 943. Again, as I just told you, if you're hovering near 920, you're doing unfreaking believable and thumbs up for everybody. He's at 950 for game 7s. And then in the crunch time, when it matters the most, third period and overtime, 943 save percentage. I know there are times.
That's what DeBoer said.
Yes.
It's the timing of his saves.
And
of his elite play.
He's somebody that I know sometimes hockey fans and Stars fans get upset about.
For sure.
But look at the numbers, man. We talked about it. You're going to need him to win you a game. I could argue going back to game 3, he won you that game, and he was a key component of keeping it at 2 and not losing in game 7.
Oh, absolutely, man.
We're the KNC Masterpiece. I almost said Game and C. That's not right. KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we said that we would go back to Texas Motor Speedway. Let's talk with a man who is an actor extraordinaire, also was the Grand Marshal at the NASCAR race yesterday. Shea Whigham next right here on The Fan.
Has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out.
got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now in studio, we bring to you one of the stars of the upcoming Mission Impossible, The Final Reckoning. And also, he was the Grand Marshal for yesterday's NASCAR race at Texas Motor Speedway. It's Shea Whigham. How are you doing, sir?
I'm doing great, man. It's a pleasure to be here with you, too.
Now, I know you were at Texas Motor Speedway in like a different capacity. The last night was the last episode of The Righteous Gemstones, and I immediately was thinking about your part as racing champion Dusty Daniels. I think it was only in like 2 or 3 episodes, but it made an impact. And when we had this coming up, and I was like, oh man, it was meant to be.
Rest in peace, the heater smoking Dusty Daniels.
That's right.
I love that. I love that going in. That was my probably third thing with Danny McBride. I mean, he's one of my closest friends, and we happened to do my second film ever with him, and now he's gone on to do these great things on HBO.
Yeah, it's incredible. That Vice Principal is obviously Eastbound and Down. Just go, go.
Kenny Powers.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. No, I think Vice Principal is one of the most underrated shows to come through. I love that show.
I could see that as well. My wife is a teacher, and her best friend is a vice principal, so she loves that show. Absolutely. I don't know if there's like the same behind the scenes stuff if you've seen the show, but man, she freaking loves that show.
Yeah.
Can you tell us about your experience? I want to get back into acting in a second, but can you tell us about your experience over the weekend and then yesterday at Texas Motor Speedway?
Yeah, they asked me to be the Grand Marshal, and I didn't know what I was walking into. I didn't know what to expect, but the expectations were pretty high, and I got to tell you, I mean, it blew my expectations away. You know, they were so great. I grew up. I'm older than you guys. I grew up with the old school, like Earnhardt Sr., Earnhardt Jr., Jimmy Johnson, Mark Martin, and all those guys. So I knew them all, and I grew up 30 minutes from Daytona in Lake Mary, Florida.
Oh, wow.
Okay. Yeah, the boys from the Little League boys from Lake Mary won the Little League World Series last year. So now I say I'm from Lake Mary, where the boys are from.
Good claim.
Yeah, and it was amazing. You know, I was be honest with you, I told you before we started, I was nervous saying that just a one line, driver, start your engine, because you go over and you head over and over again, and how am I going to do it? And then when they point to you to do it, everything goes out the window, because you look up finally at 250,000 people and I fumbled over it like almost, so it was amazing.
You're a professional actor too, and we're professional talkers. I still fumble over stuff all the time. It still happens, but
it very well could happen in this interview.
Yeah,
so
it probably will.
We'll try to act surprised when it does happen. Now, go ahead.
I was kind of curious because he was talking about a lot of the comedy stuff that you've done. My dad, growing up, I watched Perry Mason with him all the time. And then so there you are in something that serious. Like that was an extremely serious show that you were part of. But I was like, man, I wish I had him as my right-hand man. That dude, I trust him with my life right there. It's really interesting watching you. You have a look that you can pull off detective, cop. You have this type of look, but you add these elements into the character every time I've seen you.
I think what you're saying is with a mug like this, I can play anybody.
Yeah, you can play anybody. But yeah, that's
he really
the other part of
pigeonholed
it,
you as character actor right there, didn't he?
No,
I appreciate
it.
No, I really appreciate it. I mean, whether it's American Primeval that just came out or Perry Mason or Boardwalk Empire, for me to see, I have a litmus test. I like to see my closest friends, one who's here with me right now, do they just for even maybe a minute forget that because they know you intimately, or my family, my wife, and if they forget for just a minute that, oh, that's Eli Thompson or that's, Jasper Briggs from Mission Impossible, like that's the goal.
I know, obviously, totally separate from your characters, but please tell me at your house you have a collection of amazingly historical hats from all the different roles that you've had, because
you wear some cool hats.
Yeah, Boardwalk Empire and everything. Please tell me you have a plethora of all these cool hats.
No, I do. I've got the fedora from that. I've got the newsboy from Perry Mason. I do. I got the Dusty. I got the Dusty Daniel. I got them all. Yeah.
That's
an important part.
Yeah,
of it,
I'm serious. That makes me unreasonably happy. Now, you just mentioned the new movie Mission Impossible: Final Reckoning. What do we need to know going into this other than Tom Cruise does all his own stunts? I've heard that numerous times.
Yeah, look, that takes care of itself. You're going to see the most brilliant stunts, and he does everything. And I like you. When I got there, I thought maybe there's a smoke and mirrors in here, and a stuntman jumps in somewhere. It doesn't. He does everything. But what people don't know is that how much he loves cinema and how much he loves acting. Like, so when we have a scene in this, I'll just say without giving too much away, on a G5, he and I. And we go toe to toe, and he got so excited, just as excited about that as he does hanging off a biplane.
Yeah.
I mean, he's really quite amazing. So is McQuarrie. That's why they get better and better. These things get better and better.
Yeah, they just keep going bigger. With some of the action on it, and the cast over this time has grown into something special too. Man, that's a great cast.
Oh man, we have a deep bench. Like we go 5, 6, 8 deep. You look around. There's Nick Offerman. We're introducing Nick Offerman. We're bringing a lot of heavies in it, and it's because they like film and they like great stories. So you're not just waiting for the next stunt that Tom's going to do. You like the characters. You know what I mean? You get to know the characters.
Well, and you just mentioned somebody that I don't know if everybody is as familiar with this person, but the movie's directed by Christopher McQuarrie. He's also the writer. He wrote The Usual Suspects, which is one of my all-time favorite movies, and that's one of the things that gets me excited. Like, I know that's not like Christopher McQuarrie presents, and everyone's like, the hell with Tom Cruise. But like, that's one of the things that has me amped up for movies like this.
Oh man, well you said it. I'm glad you brought that up. Here he is. He comes out to Hollywood. Here's a little story. He comes out to Hollywood, and he's writing. Nothing's getting done. Nothing's getting made, and he writes this little thing, Usual Suspects, and they make it. And he goes on to get nominated and wins the first time out. So he says, I'm sitting there with 4 heavies waiting for my name not to be called. And I get called, and he goes up there. And then from there, he makes one more film called Way of the Gun.
Which is a good movie.
Very good film. But Hollywood, it didn't make, quote unquote, the money that it should have. And so he goes into kind of, director's jail for a little while. He doesn't do anything.
Go back just real quick, people, if you haven't heard of the movie or seen it. Watch the first 5 to 7 minutes of Way of the Gun. you'll know if that movie is for you or not.
Oh man, Benicio del Toro, who's a friend, is in it, but he goes and he really continues to study film. Macquarie does, and he gets in the room with Tom Cruise, and he goes, they were having trouble with the fourth mission. They didn't know how. They were really running up against something, and he goes, I know how to fix it. I'm telling you, I know how to fix it. And Tom brings him over to the Middle East. It's the one where Tom is climbing up the building.
Yes,
the red,
those
green
gloves.
The gloves. And McHugh came up with the gloves and how they work, and the rest of the film fell into place. And ever since then, he and Tom are thick as thieves.
That's awesome.
Now, your daughter Georgia's in acting as well. Is that correct?
Yeah, he said that.
I was really hoping
I'm waiting to see where you go.
Well, I was kind of curious. Y'all were in Waco together.
She did do Waco,
and
right.
I was kind of curious on the front of that, like seeing her go into that. And
yeah, I'll put a plug out. First of all, she does it on her. She's a better actor than I am already. She does a show called Ted.
Yes,
about the bear that is so funny.
It is shockingly good.
I'm telling you, yeah. My daughter Georgia is with Seth MacFarlane does it, who is the genius of all geniuses, well as on the comedy end. So yeah, she does Ted.
And I'm not saying this because you're here. I really love the first Ted movie. The second one, but when the TV show came out, I was like,
expectations are always a little different.
They
for
were
something
low.
like that.
It was so much better than I thought it had any right to be.
I agree. Yeah, she loves doing Ted.
Yeah, well, that was my kind of the thought is like, do you navigating that world? Because my kids are like, I want to be in radio, Dad. I'm like, no, you don't. And so I'm always kind of giving them other advice on things like that. So I just always want to be in acting, or
yeah, I mean, you know what I'm up against, right? With that, I tried to steer it away from. It's so hard to make it in acting. It's impossible. It's probably like radio, But if they want to do it, they'll find a way to do it. So
it's a job lotto. It is one of those things. You hit the lottery, you feel lucky that you're able to do it. You worked hard to get there.
That's right.
But you're definitely like, man, there's a limited amount of these things that exist. So
yeah, you do. And it never gets easier in my bit. Because I'm doing something right now, but I'm unemployed a lot of the time. And what that does to you.
Yeah. And that was that's interesting because when you see a script, how quickly do you know I'm this character, or I want to be in on this character?
Yeah.
I want to be in this thing.
That's a good question, man. That's a really good. I have to, at this stage, I've been lucky enough. I have to really respond to it, and it could be for a number of reasons. It could be because you want to. It could be Scorsese's directing it, so you go and you jump off from Boardwalk or The Wolf of Wall Street, because it could be director. A lot of times it's the actor that I haven't worked with, and I got a list like everyone else, So I did the new Brad Pitt, F1, and but circling back to like Cruise and Macquarie, I just didn't want to work with them. So to get that, here's a great little story. I go to one party a year really in Hollywood, and it's the Golden Globes party, and that's where everybody shows up. I mean, it is that you got the old timers. You look in there, you got Nicholson, and you got DeVito and Douglas, and then you look, and then you got Cruise and Pitt. And so I went to this, and I just done Homecoming with Julia Roberts, this great little piece.
Yes, it is.
And I just come and I see Macquarie across the room at this party, and we're both pretty shy, guys, and we kind of circle around each other and we hit, and I said, listen, I'm not going to be too cool for school here. I like what you guys do a lot. I loved Usual Suspects. I love Way the Gun, but I love what you do. And he goes, I saw Homecoming. Tom has seen Homecoming, and we're going to write something for you.
That's awesome.
And I went, just like that. That's awesome. And I said, but then that was in January of that year. I remember it like it was yesterday. And the whole calendar year goes by. And I'm sitting at home on December 15th, I remember, and I get a text that comes through and it says, is this still you? And I don't recognize the number. And I go, it is. And he goes, this is McHugh. I'm calling from a Europe number in 5 minutes. Pick up. I got somebody who wants to speak to you. And I said, oh, my God, it's going to be really, really good or really, really bad. So I'm there and I'm holding the thing and I go in my upper register like, hello? And I go, he goes, hey, it's McHugh. I said, hey, it's good to speak to you. And he goes, look, there's somebody here who wants to speak to you. and talk to me. I go, oh, okay. I'm not even thinking. And he goes, hey, buddy, it's Tom Cruise. How you doing? I go, I'm doing great, Tom. You know, I'm out of body. And he goes, listen, I've seen some of your stuff that you've been doing. How would you like to come not do one mission movie, but 2 mission movies? And we're going to go everywhere. Make sure you got your passport ready because we're going to Norway, and then we're going to Venice and Rome, Italy, and then we're going to circle back to London, and then we're going to be in South Africa. And I go, you had me.
Yes.
You had me at Norway, man.
Or I'm Tom Cruise.
Yeah,
that's what I think. So, talk with Shea Whigham right here on 105.3 The Fan. You're probably not supposed to say, but I'm going to give it a shot nonetheless. I've used my amazing powers of deduction. Mission Impossible, The Final Reckoning, comes out May 23rd. Is this going to be the last Mission Impossible movie?
Knowing Tom, I mean, he's capable of anything. So I don't know. I know that this is the best. It's the best one that we've done.
Wow.
Everything that you'll see when you see it, everything that he has done has led up to this mission. You know what I mean? Like he's pushed beyond anything he has been before. So and the stunts that he's doing, and when we were in South Africa with the plane, and then the underwater stuff, you're not gonna believe it. And we really hope people see it, and I hope they have an IMAX here that you can go see it, because when you see that, as big as it is, and you see what he's doing, you're gonna be blown away.
I believe if you live in the Metroplex, there's one in Dallas off of Webb Chapel.
All right.
There's a big IMAX right there. Just a suggestion for people.
When you say Tom has that, like, that ability to do things, the Tropic Thunder character and the way that all came about, and like that's the thing I think of is he was just like, hey, I kind of want to do this, and I'm going to dance. Watch this.
Yeah,
it turns out awesome.
Yeah, whatever he touches, he all of a sudden I remember I had a Thanksgiving ready to go. I've done 2 Thanksgivings. I've missed 2 Thanksgivings because of mission.
Wow.
So you're there and you're out in some location, and my wife has got everything together. We've flown the family in. It's 2 days or 48 hours away, and I get a call, and I'm like, he goes, hey Shay, it's Tom. This is McHugh. We're in Africa. We're in South Africa. We've got this location, but there's weather moving in. We got good news and bad news. And I said, well, what is it? He goes, well, the good news is that you're gonna jump on a plane right now and come over. The bad news is you're gonna miss Thanksgiving with the family. But I got more good news. And I go, what's that? He goes, when we're done wrapping that day on Thanksgiving, I've flown in a bunch of turkeys, and we're gonna have a spread like you've never believed. And I'm gonna fly you on my helicopter from that location. You meet you and McHugh and Henry Tierney, and we had a spread, man. It's one that I remember. Like I had to tell my wife. She's like, well, how was it? I go, I mean, it wasn't as good as what we would have.
Yeah, it's nothing like we got here. It was fine. It was fine.
Good answer.
All right. Yeah.
This morning we mentioned your name, and one of our morning show hosts who's obsessed with Fast and the Furious is like, yep, I know him from the Fast and the Furious movies. But like, those are super popular. What I was curious about is there a piece of work that you've done that people consistently ask you about that you're like, I had no idea so many people had seen this, or that it was this popular?
That's one, because I came in for a quick pop on that, and I get my nose famously busted up by Paul, and then it becomes Justin Lin had to become a thing. So yeah, I mean, when I do Silver Linings Playbook, but I gained probably 35 pounds for that, just for character stuff, and so that was a sports movie, which a lot of people and we caught Bradley, and Jennifer Lawrence and De Niro. We caught them all at the apex, and they all got nominated. So that's a pretty good one.
Well, the movie Mission Impossible Final Reckoning comes out May 23rd, 2025. It was really awesome having you in studio, man.
Oh, man, thanks. It's my pleasure, man.
Yeah, you're just as cool as we thought.
Thanks, man.
We're going to replay that question where he goes, now your daughter.
Okay, yeah. All right.
Hey,
we're going to replay that question.
Go Knowles. My father used to play at Florida State. So go.
Okay.
They're only the number 9 most toxic fan base in college sports. What I recently found out. I got that coming up at 1 o'clock today.
Oh, no, man.
Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy, when Amari Cooper reunion actually excites some Cowboys fans. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. Your name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay. This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Tight end in motion, sets up behind the tackle. Back to his left, 2nd and 8. Going to throw. Time over the middle. Down to the 5. Walking into the end zone. Touchdown to Amari Cooper.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, let's go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Rip it. Sorry.
No, you're good. We talked some about this last week. Yeah, no, don't worry. That's how Noah is. Every time we read a book, you turn the page, think we're going to read, and he wants to tell you something about that page. And even when you wait, he's going to wait until you start talking to jump in there. So I feel like I'm very well versed against that.
Lucy always wanted to go back to the page and look
sure.
at it for about 5 more seconds.
So Noah waits until we get toward the end of the book, and he goes, let me read it. And I was like, good try.
Yes.
I know you're trying not to go
stay
to bed.
up a little later.
So we talked about this last week and probably the last couple of weeks, but I wanted to go back to y'all specifically. Would a Cowboys Amari Cooper reunion excite you? That's an article that came up from Blogging the Boys. And the other reason why I thought about it is somebody at the Dallas Card Show told me that we had signed Keenan Allen and was really angry about it. And I was like, oh, okay. And then, not so much. Not saying would not happen. And I'm sure Zach Wolchuk would have lots of fiery thoughts about that I would be here for. But
so we didn't sign him?
No, correct.
What? How did they know? How did they feel they did? I don't know.
Yeah.
It must have been the Wolchuk
Trust
tweet.
me. There was also multiple people who said, have you heard the thing that Dirk is going to take over for Nico as the GM? And I was like, he is not. I'm so sorry to tell you that. They're like, no, I saw it online. I was like, no, I know exactly what you're referencing. It's not going to happen.
He is not happy with them.
So, my question, specifically Alec and Corey, let me get y'all's thoughts on what do you think about if it is Amari Cooper? And if you want to take it out to Keenan Allen, we can, but that feels like a separate conversation.
With Amari Cooper, I was listening, and that really kind of helped refresh some of the things this morning as I was listening to the morning show. The age and the simple fact that his body is not getting any better.
Sure.
And he was missing a lot from a lot of team from the Browns and the Bills the last couple of years. So his age and the fact that Kevin, when he was here, he looked like he walked like a 70-year-old man. We watched him at training camp, and we were like, dude, he looks kind of beat up.
Yeah.
I know he has a connection with Dak, and I know we have a connection and a need for a receiver too. But it just seems like that dude might disappear at times. And I don't really know, again, this is what I said last week, I don't know what motivates him. So I'm not really certain that I want to bring him into this team as Schottenheimer is trying to build this new culture and is making all these plans to be a successful head coach.
The question is, does it excite me? No, it doesn't excite me. It pacifies me in this moment because I do think that you need a little bit of help. I don't think he's as washed, as beat up as people want to say right now, just because You know, it was a been there, done that situation. We had him once. It didn't work out initially. He's been gone, it feels like forever now. So people assume he's super old. He's only 30 years old. I do think that the position that he would come in and play today on this team is very different than what he was asked to play when the Cowboys traded for him. So
yes,
I do think that the lack of attention, because CeeDee Lamb has evolved into a true top receiver in this game that's going to command double coverage more times than not, I do think that benefits Amari Cooper, and it helps the present day Amari Cooper, and it helps the present day Cowboys. So I do think it's a good move. It doesn't excite me, but I think it's the right move to make.
I think that's a very fair way of classifying it. Now, you talked about the things that Schottenheimer is trying to do. I don't know if you care about such things, but I'll bring you the news and let you decide for yourself. Brian Schottenheimer shuffled up the locker room, so now you have Micah Parsons right next to Dak Prescott.
Okay.
Obviously, two of your top players, both in terms of ability and soon to be monetarily, different sides of the ball, but they're going to put them together. And Schottenheimer, he's like, look, there's a method to the madness, and I don't think it's particularly complicated to figure out why you would put Micah, who is unbelievable, but maybe still learning his way as a leader, next to the person who for quite some time has been the leader of this team.
Yeah, the method to madness is always, you hear when a guy comes and takes over, you'll hear that as he's trying to make some changes or adjustments or grow things. But yeah, and you talk about leadership, I think we can all agree that that's the first quality we talk about with with him.
100%.
And with Micah, it's the first quality we talk about. We hope he grows more. So in that department. So I think I'll trust Schottenheimer until he shows me I can't.
Let's go from that to the Washington Commanders. The Washington Commanders are going to host the 2027 NFL Draft in Washington, D.C. Obviously, last week we talked about rebuilding or building the new stadium on the site of the old RFK. And now what they're going to do is expected to be held at the National Mall, where the Washington Monument stands.
There's a mall there?
I think that I don't specifically think it's like a shopping mall.
Like the base of it is just a huge Mall of America.
I think that is the expression for all of the different places around there. If it helps, this is the part, or I believe this is the area where Jenny ran through the water to get to Forrest Gump.
Because there were too many people.
If that helps you out.
Yeah.
And if you've seen like different marches or
I remember
protests,
Captain America and the Falcon, they ran around it together, and Captain America ran really fast.
Obviously, that was a stunning turn of events for me. But I'm not saying this will happen, but you've seen from previous, whether it's celebrations or protests, that place can easily hold 1 million people.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
And now, I'm not saying 1 million people will be at the draft, but if you're looking for a place you're like, hey, we have unlimited space, it's either at that Lady Gaga concert or it's at the National Mall for the NFL Draft.
Do you think that the DC fans will show up? Do you think that they'll be there for it? They're excited now?
Because, I mean, look, who knows what the next couple of years will bring, but you got to think the Commanders are on the right trajectory.
They're feeling hot.
And then the fact that you're bouncing the new stadium back over closer to that area, I would think that they're pretty fired up about that. Let's go from that to, I want to know how this family vote went. Because Abdul Carter looked like he was going to get number 11 from Phil Simms. And then Phil Simms said his family outvoted him. It feels like Phil Simms would be in a unique position to be like, hey, that's great.
Okay.
That's my number, and I will choose to let somebody have it if they want. I don't feel like I would get outvoted on that. It'd be like if my wife and older son were like, hey, we're changing the name of your show. And I'd be like, well, hold on.
Yeah.
No, you're not.
That would be really weird.
That would be really weird. But do you think it's odd that Phil Simms is like, I got outvoted, or do you think his family was the scapegoat when he realized he didn't want to do that?
That could definitely be one of them, the last part that you said there. But at the same time, he's always seemed like such a family man, Kevin. So maybe it's always been a democracy in the Simms household when it comes to decisions.
Yeah, I don't know. Look, if he's going to threaten a college athletics program that if they don't play his son, even if he's the inferior quarterback, then they'll get him the hell out of there. Maybe they're just paying him back.
Probably so.
I appreciate those family bonds. Good for them for making that happen. All right, couple of more things for you. The Packers have now put out another tush-push proposal that will ban all pushing.
What?
even if
there's no pushing,
even if you push it real good, hey, the story is legitimate. If you didn't like that joke at the end, that's fine. I want you to know the story is legitimate.
Good. Okay. So hold on. They're canceling pushing. What about
in this proposal?
Oh, in the proposal.
Because it is weird that you're like, you can't do a tush push. Oh, can I do other pushing? That's fine.
Mm-hmm. You have to push like the back or the legs.
That would make no sense. So that
put
is
your
the
back
new
into it.
proposal. See, you get it. We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the Rangers win. DeGrom sets a record, but we're probably going to talk more about all of those other transactions. Next, right here on The Fan.
remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curd?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
5-3 the fan. A couple of other quick notes I didn't get to mention just a minute ago. The Ravens agreed to a deal with former Rams offensive tackle Joseph Noteboom. I think that is of note because I was really trying to play that up. He went to Plano Senior. So local kid right there.
Did we cover him?
No, that was after. Yeah. And then
covered a lot.
For the Texans, it looks like Tank Dell is going to be out for the entirety of the season. And for the Chiefs, Patrick Mahomes' half-brother is getting a tryout with the team. So there you go. Now you're caught up on football things. Let's talk about baseball things. Go ahead and give me cut number 7, and let's talk about those Texas Rangers.
Open stance for Seager. 0-1. Swinging a hot shot on the ground. Pass the dive of Rivas into right field, a base hit. 1 run scores. Smith rounds third. The throw is late. He dives in safely. Corey Seager with a 2-run single, and the Rangers take a 2-1 lead in the bottom of the third.
So the Rangers get a desperately needed victory yesterday. Fair to say? Desperately needed?
Sure. Absolutely. This team, they were spiraling. That was an out-of-control spiral, and I don't know that this changed anything. I really don't, because even moving on from your offensive coach, your hitting coach, that could be a definite, maybe nothing happens.
Yeah.
But it did kind of put things on pause a little bit and give them a day off and then to refresh. Hopefully that's what they do.
Look, and you can go back and be like, hey, guess what happened after the last time we had an offensive eruption? So you scored 15 runs, and in the ensuing 4 games, you lost all of them and scored 3 runs.
Yeah.
So, by no means am I saying this is going to be fixed, but I'm intrigued I get why Donnie Ecker is out, the hitting coach / offensive coordinator. He has been fired. I get that. But you didn't just start struggling offensively this year.
Nope.
You struggled offensively last year.
And you had hires then.
Yes.
Who was the guy that was your hitting coach on the way to a World Series where you slugged the hell out of the ball for a long I mean, granted, there was that window at the end of the season where they didn't look like they could hit the ball again, and somehow they were able to win games. But yeah, it was the same. It was a different guy then.
Look, we've talked about this numerous times, and I'll agree with them. If the Stars win the Stanley Cup, I will put aside my idea of momentum at the end of the regular season translating into the playoffs ever again with the Stars and the Rangers. But I understand why he got let go. You needed to do something. Chris Young, when he was on with G-Bag, talked about losing patience. Later in the week, we heard that something drastic could be afoot, and I know this is the person who logically is going to lose his job, but how long do you get into it before you have to rethink other things and maybe be like, hey, maybe the players we did put together all, not like Corey Seager and people like that, but maybe a lot of them did have a show-out 2023 season. Maybe the struggles of this year and the struggles going back to last year aren't just because we were able to scapegoat a hitting coach.
Yeah, maybe some of these guys maybe their bat speed's a little slower than it was a couple years ago. Maybe they're different hitters altogether than they were. Maybe we had a career year 2 years ago, and that was the struggle that Chris Young had last year, right? Was, why would I trade these guys? Obviously, they did it once.
Right.
We had career, so maybe that was the apex for some of those guys, and now we haven't been able, with like a Jock and some of these other guys, it hasn't worked out. I mean, even Jake Berger in his situation.
Oh,
too.
yeah.
A lot of changes.
And Jock Peterson have just been horrendous. Now, one good sign is Josh Smith has played tremendously, so much so that maybe tomorrow we'll just give him a new position. Wyatt Langford has played tremendously, and it looks like he's on that path to continue his growth. Corey Seager has picked it up and is starting to look really good. Of course, the issue there is he's missed a lot of time because of injury. But the two people that you brought in, you just mentioned, in Berger and Jock Peterson, they were supposed to solve a very specific issue that this team had, and that is hitting fastballs.
Yep.
We had a nightmarish time, and that's one of the reasons you moved off of your first baseman, because you're like, oh, Nate Lowe, he can't hit fastballs, and so we're going to send him away, bring in Berger and Peterson, and that's going to change things. Well, Berger and Peterson have been horrible to start the year. You sent Jake Berger down because you had the option to. Rest assured, if they could have just sent Jock Peterson down with no problems, that absolutely would have happened. And so what I'm concerned about is I'm hoping we bump back up. We're far enough into the season, and you look at last season where you're like, all right, what's next? What if this doesn't work?
Yeah, then and you don't have the money to do much adjusting with it. So then the other option is let's see what our farm system has. And I mean, quite honestly, some of these guys are in the farm system for a reason. They aren't quite there yet, or they never will be, or they have a lot of growth to do and they're not ready and prepared for Major League Baseball. Some of them are. Some of them you're seeing it now. Like Justin Foskew's a name, Kevin, that you brought up with Jared last week, and he was like got a lot of limited ways to get him in there, and a lot
because
of different
he doesn't
areas.
have position
Yeah,
flex.
exactly. So it is kind of a tough place for Chris Young to be in, but he at this moment, Kevin, and he's already done it 3 times at least in the last 4 days. At this moment, it's time for him to be cutthroat with his decisions and make these very difficult and tough decisions, and those come along with a lot of conversation with Boach about what he's seeing and what they think they can do, but you got to do it quickly and get this thing turned around at some point and find some way for these guys to liven back up, go up to the plate and create opportunities for themselves to be on base, not opportunities for themselves to let a pitcher take advantage of them.
And I did see somebody's text. Sometimes the semantics in baseball get confusing because, like, Chris Young is not technically called the general manager, but he does the things that you ascribe to general manager. And so I know there's another person who technically has the position of hitting coach, but offensive coordinator encompasses that.
Right.
And so, like, that's why they moved off of him, because he essentially was the hitting coach more or less.
Yeah, somebody did ask this morning if the Stars offensive coordinator could become our offensive coordinator, and I was like, I don't know how that'll work, but they know how to put up goals in a flurry. So
man, do they ever? and I get why they moved on from him. Now, somebody asked the question about Leody Taveras. Now, there's a couple of things at play here. From the 2 and 4, why did the Rangers put Taveras on outright waivers? Was there an internal problem? I don't think so. As far as I know, and I feel like we're usually pretty well plugged in, it wasn't anything about that. It's just his bat remained mediocre while his defense regressed.
But the other part is, why didn't you trade him?
Look,
trade value was not there.
You can't trade him now, but to your question, I feel like that's something we preached ad nauseum in spring training. It was at a time when I think the Rangers have $5.5 million to spend, something like that they want to stay under the luxury tax apron. That is a decision by the ownership group, not by Major League Baseball, not by me. I don't think you're going to change their mind. All right. So you've got about $5.5 million that you had capable of spending. Well, we talked about it. If you could have moved off of Leody Taveras, maybe you could have figured out a way to keep Kirby Yates, or by going multi-year or something like that. Or maybe you could have figured out a way to bring in other high-end or higher monetary bullpen pieces, or maybe you could have just made the trade and brought in a cheap bullpen piece. Look, these are all things we talked about a lot in spring training. I don't know why the Rangers didn't do it then. I certainly don't know why they didn't do it now. In terms of trading him now, it's because the value is not there. Because what did you have? You had a light-hitting center fielder who was a defensive whiz, all right? But now if I told you had a light-hitting center fielder who was maybe average defensively, not a lot of appeal there.
Had Evan Carter been healthy,
maybe
this would have probably looked a lot different heading into the season and where we are right now. Not necessarily at the plate, but for him and where he is.
That's possible, and maybe you just think in terms of outfield depth, they've gotten more out of Pilar, maybe, that they anticipated. I think that's another
he's
part
looking
of
like
it.
he could start some more.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that this eminently means that Evan Carter is coming back. I still think part of this is a financial move. So again, I told you $5.5 million. Over the next 2 days, we'll find out. I am willing to wager that nobody is going to pick up Leody Taveras. If they do, that will eat the $3.25 million, give or take $3.3 million, that was left on his contract. So all of a sudden, you take that off the books, and I know it's not a ton, but instead of 5.5, give or take, maybe you have $8.8 million. And remember, if you do something at the trade deadline, that's kind of a prorated salary, closer to half of the season. So now you got a whole lot of players that are in your scope if you wanted to make a deal where you took on money, where the ownership could still stay below the tax apron so they can reset. And essentially, shorthand version of that is if you do it 3 years in a row, your penalties go up. Like percentage-wise, they go up. And so the Rangers are like, hey, let's stay under that, wipe the board clean, go back to zero. That's not to say next year they'll spend all of the money, but you'll be penalized less if you spend all of the money.
Yeah, I mean, I was kind of talking about this, I think, on Saturday with somebody regarding Ray Davis. He opened up the checkbook to build the team to a championship winner. Like, he did that then, and then he kind of scaled it back a little bit. I don't know if there's ever going to be another moment of, you know what, now is the time again. They tried to spend from the designer bin at the Goodwill this offseason.
Right.
And it didn't quite work out for them so far, so now they got to figure out a different plan. And then you got to take that plan to the boss that has the money and say, all right, so here's what I want to do. And he's going to sit there and nitpick every single decision you made so far, and why isn't that working? And you're like, don't forget about that World Series I gave to you 2 years ago. Let me do my thing. And so that's the kind of the hope. But as you said, there's a very small margin of money to deal with at the moment.
And for the 2-1-4, we talked about this earlier in the segment. Peterson and Berger aren't hitting either. I don't know if you missed it or if you're saying that for why not waive them? Berger, you don't have to just because you dropped him back down to the minors and you had that option. For Peterson, that's a non-starter because
$17 million, $18 million
per year, and you're under, I think next year's a player option. Well, guess what? I would be willing to wager that he goes ahead and takes that player option since he's hitting 100 or lower than that. And so that's a non-starter. To tell the ownership group where you're struggling to get money, you're going to be like, hey, I want to take that $36 million you just spent and send it away.
Yeah.
At least with Tavares, you've seen him on the team for multiple years. Now, from the 4.69, 2 different 4.69s, this is what I'm hoping for. With all due respect to Evan Carter. Alejandro Osuna, because what we're probably going to try to do tomorrow.
This is your dude.
Yes, we're going to try to put Josh Smith in center field full time, and then have Wyatt Langford in left, and then bring Osuna up to right field. But how's he been doing? The guy who, Alec, would you agree, certainly one of the stories of spring training, right?
I was excited every time I heard his name because I knew it was going to be something good.
Oh, my.
So,
oh, my.
Corey, that's a good oh, my, right?
Absolutely
Okay.
it is.
He's played 25 games thus far in the minors at Frisco. Fair to say, look, whether you think that's a big sample size or not, that it's literally all we have going. What is he at, Corey?
He's batting average is .317. His slugging is .387.
That's his on-base
percentage. His slugging is .462, and his OPS is an .848 right now. He's got 13 RSBI, only a couple home runs, but he's not a power hitter. That's not his thing. He's going to get on base, and he's going to get you doubles. He's going to be on base, and he can run like the wind.
And what
He's aggressive.
did everybody, especially Bochy, say about him in spring training?
He's
That's true.
He's kept saying he's the kind of guy that he forces me to put him in.
And he's a ball player. Now, I know some people get annoyed by that
He's a
cliche,
dirtbag.
but that is definitely a thumbs up from a coach. If they're like, he's just a ball player, they're like, that means they like him a ton. So I would be intrigued by that move. I don't know if that is what the Rangers are thinking, and we're trying to get down to the bottom of that, but I would not rule that out in all of these in all of these situations. And then for the 858, why not trade Peterson since he had that option? Wouldn't somebody take him? All right. That's a fair question. And if you think the Rangers have bungled this whole thing, you probably can. But again, you're going to eat at least half of that money to send him anywhere. But what I think is more likely is a team's going to be like, he's hitting 100 and I'm still on the hook almost 2 years, $18 million per. No thanks.
And, I'm not saying he's a bad teammate, but there are thoughts on the fact that he's been at some places and there's been some questions about work ethic and things like that.
Spicy.
So that's happened too. And, news travels.
Yeah.
News travels. And if you're a GM and you're like, do I really want to add that to my locker room? But I think the most important thing, though, is that batting average, where it stands right now. That's the one that you can't trade.
with a KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we move into the Expressway. We will talk with USA Today Major League Baseball columnist Bob Nightingale. We're also going to give away tickets to Nelly. And next, Dallas Stars TV host and Emmy Award winner Brian Ray, right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, forgive me a little bit.
that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Blades.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curd?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Let's bring to you, oh man, Emmy Award winner, Stars broadcaster, the man that I think knows everything about hockey. It is Brian Ray. Good morning, sir.
Gentlemen, good to talk to you. I am in my car, so you just let me know when I need to put my turn signal on for this one, and we'll be ready to rock here.
Well, I did already say good morning, and it's clearly the afternoon, so it's okay. It happens to the best of us.
Kevin, when I texted Brian to ask him to hop on the show, he said, "What do you want to talk about?" And I was like, "Oh no, Cowboy Mouth, his favorite band." And he said, "Then yes, I can do it." So we might have to, divert a little bit from the hockey.
My first questions have nothing to do with that and are just about hockey. All right. I know we need to reflect on Game 7, but bold take / Jake Ottinger appreciation post. Going into this series, the Stars have the goaltending advantage. What say you?
Ooh, I'm going to call it a 50-50 split right now. And it for me, it might be the most. First of all, how happy is Mikko Rantanen to start a playoff series and he doesn't have to answer questions about playing his former team?
Oh, we don't have to hear it either.
God.
Yeah.
He got absolutely blasted for 7 games of that question, and he never wavered, handled it as classy as anybody could. I was rather impressed watching him on game days and morning skates, dealing with the questions he had at his locker room stall. But I think the Jake Ottinger, Connor Hellebuyck storyline might be the most intriguing storyline of this series to start, at least. And I would not be surprised if it's Jake Ottinger's turn to start getting just burned with questions left and right of American goaltending, the Four Nations, Olympics next year. If Jake wins this series, is he the front runner as Team USA's number one in the Olympics next year? Is it still Connor Hellebuyck? There's a really intriguing storyline with those two. So I'm not surprised that you certainly bring them up. It is going to be very interesting to watch the goaltending in this one.
And I wanted to talk about Oettinger a little bit more. Like, I certainly understand how the other day so much focus on Rope and obviously tons of focus, and rightfully so, on Mikko Rantanen. But I don't want it to be left to the side how freaking good Oettinger was over these last 3 games, even despite the just catastrophes that happen at times in Game 6. He really has been on point and was on point in Game 7.
So the opinion I've been sort of developing on Jake Oettinger this season, because I think we're deep enough into his career that we have a large enough sample size. I do think there's a little bit of streakiness to Jake Ottinger's regular season game. Now, when the streaks are a little bit down, we're talking about it's still above average. It's top 15 in the league. I mean, this is a really good problem to have. But when he's on one of those streaks where he's up, he's a world beater. I mean, we call him Angry Otter, Brent Severin and I, but he's a mammoth beast. When you look at his playoff career, the eye test is there and the number data is there. His numbers in games 1 to 4 are okay. His numbers in game 5 to 7 are freakishly good.
Yeah.
It's like a 925 save percentage now, and I think the goals against is a little over 2. He's now 3-1 in his career in game 7s, and the one loss, he had to stop 60-plus shots in an overtime loss that nearly stole a 7-game series from the Calgary Flames a handful of years ago. So his game 7 numbers are even better from his games, 5 to 7. The thing with Jake Oettinger, and you always want your goaltender to just play lights out all the time, to be the most unbelievable beast, for 82 games in a full playoff run, but humans are humans. He has the rise to the occasion gene so far in his career. I think we've seen it enough times in big regular season games, later in playoff series, and in Game 7 that when the chips go all in, when the money in the briefcase gets opened up and placed on the table, he does not flinch. That is a phenomenal quality to have in a goaltender. It doesn't guarantee you a Stanley Cup, but entering that 7th game against Colorado when the quote-unquote anything can happen scenario pops in, I thought the Stars had 2 things in their back pocket. I thought they had home ice advantage in their back pocket, and I thought they had Jake Ottinger's goaltending experience in their back pocket. I didn't think Mikko Rantanen was going to go, Superman the way he did. But you know what? At some point, Mackenzie Blackwood needs to make a save. Whether he's supposed to make it or not supposed to make it, your goaltender has to give you a save. Jake Oettinger gave them the saves, and if Mackenzie Blackwood could have found a way to stop one of those first 2 Mikko Rantanen goals, what kind of scenario are we talking about here? I don't know. But I think if you're a Stars fan, you are thankful you have Jake Oettinger entering this series, and then let the series go wherever it goes.
Yeah, I think the line I heard Otter say was, I knew if I could just keep it at 2 that we had a chance once I saw the first goal, Mikko's first goal. And that's nice to say and think.
Yeah.
But to actually do it is a completely different thing, and that's what the Otter does. Now, Brian, that room, that arena, that crowd is a unique crowd here in DFW. The experience in that place must have been insane.
Obviously we didn't cover Game 7, so I was at the game with a friend of mine, and we were sitting there watching, and I thought when they were doing the pregame intros and the start of the first period and the energy and the volume in the building, I was trying to figure out what was louder, the Game 7 against Colorado or the Game 7 last year against Vegas. And I couldn't come up with a discernible difference either way. It was loud. I mean, it was insanely loud. But I was trying to figure out if I could compare or contrast those two, and I couldn't make a decision. When Rantanen scored the second goal, that was the loudest I have heard American Airlines Center in my 7 years covering the team.
Wow.
That was the loudest moment that I've experienced. Now, like, I wasn't there for Cinco de Moro, I wasn't there for some of the reunion days, so I don't have that full spectrum. But in the last 7 years, the second Rantanen goal and then the Wyatt Johnston power play tally shortly after, that is the loudest experience I've had inside American Airlines Center.
Wow. What a special moment there.
That is super cool.
Now, we did see the news this morning.
That's what I was just thinking.
That's what I was telling you yesterday. I'm exhausted.
Do this again?
I'm exhausted already.
Hopefully 3 more times. Yeah.
Now, the Brian Ray joined us here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. The news this morning from Pete DeBoer is that the Robertson and Miro are supposed to play in this series. Now, as Kevin, as we pointed out earlier, we can't trust Pete DeBoer because he told us they would play in last series. But seriously, I'm still kind of trying to figure out how do you fit them back in in the way that this group and some of these lines played together.
So, first of all, Kevin, welcome to the Stanley Cup playoffs. You can never trust a word that any coach or player says.
Definitely.
I get it. We live in a gambling world. Everybody wants all the information, for whatever reason. I love it. I think you need to embrace the hilarity that is playoff coaching sound bites. We embraced it when Bill Belichick lied to everything involving the New England Patriots or wouldn't give anything up unless he was forced by the league. I think you have to laugh and embrace it. So I don't know when they're coming back. I don't know if they're coming back. I do know Miro Heiskanen continues to skate with this team on the ice and continues to push further and further. But I do understand when Peter DeBoer was forthcoming before Game 7 that it's not just a player feels good and you bring him back in. There are boxes that need to be checked when you're coming off an injury like Miro Heiskanen's. So we'll see what happens. For Miro Heiskanen, I think it's pretty easy that if he's able to come back, Alex Petrovic, who's been fantastic in the playoffs in his role coming up from the minors, he's the body that comes out, and then you have the flexibility. Do you put Miro with Thomas Harley and start loading up top pairing minutes? Do you put him with somebody else and ease him in? You can put him almost anywhere you want. The question I have with Miro Heiskanen, and I don't know which way Peter DeBoer is going to go, if Miro Heiskanen returns in this series, does he immediately jump back into the Stars' number one power play? Or do you let Thomas Harley continue driving that train? Because Harley has been excellent.
He's been special.
Quarterback in the number one power play unit. But Miro has also, been very good. So that is a big question mark that I am curious to see if Miro Heiskanen comes back in this series, when he comes back in this series. Jason Robertson, if I had to guess, and this is purely a guess on my part, I think we're closer to seeing Heiskanen than we are Robertson. So I think there might still be a little bit of distance there. When Robertson comes back in, I don't know, because he's been the wingman to Rope Hintz for a handful of years now. But that line of Hintz, Rantanen, and Granlund, that segment of the Finnish Mafia has a real groove going on. And do you want to tinker with that entering the second round? Right. I don't know. I do think could you move him down with Wyatt Johnston? Can Jamie Benn shift to the right side, or does Jamie Benn center the third line and Wyatt Johnston goes to the right side? I think there's a little more chess piece maneuvering that would have to go with Jason Robertson, but you're going to get him in the lineup regardless. But I think he might still be a little further off than Heiskanen. We'll see.
I don't know how much you concern yourself particularly with betting lines or anything like that, but ever since this matchup got set with the Stars in Winnipeg, there's been a shocking shift towards the Stars. Like, it looked kind of dead even, and now it is decidedly in the Stars' favor. It looks like a lot of money has poured in on them. we're just a few weeks away, removed from Winnipeg squashing the Stars. What do you think has changed so much about maybe perception in these last few weeks?
I'm not huge on the gambling lines. It's just not really my forte. But I do think this is as much of a pick'em series as the Colorado series was. When I see if a line moves that way, I feel like that's more they're trying to maneuver money to go in a different direction and less what actually changes in the series. Compared to what we saw in the regular season, especially the last meeting, and now, I don't know how I'm going to try and put myself in the head of Vegas line setters, but we saw Connor Hellebuyck have a shaky series against the St. Louis Blues, and we saw the Dallas Stars just beat a Colorado team that, look, the hockey world picked Colorado to win.
Yeah,
I don't care what anybody says. The hockey world thought Colorado was going to win that series. We just saw Dallas beat a Colorado team that everybody thought was going to win without Jason Robertson and without Miro Heiskanen. So I think there's a little bit of recency bias that might be flooding that market. If you ask me today, this is as much of a 50-50 pick'em series as it was against Colorado. And we're going to learn a lot in the first two games. If Dallas can steal home ice advantage, we're going to learn a lot in the first two games. But I think this is as much of a coin flip as the last, which scares me because Dallas does not get Game 7 at home.
Yes,
yeah. 7.
Thanks a lot,
So
St. Louis.
We're far off from that, but that's in the distance if this series goes the way a lot of people think it may go.
All right. If I can't sell you on betting lines, do you think the other reason it's going this way is because everybody knows about the curse of the President's Trophy and Winnipeg is inevitably doomed to lose in this round?
You know what? I'm curious if Vegas would consider something like that.
I bet they do.
It's real. It's real. It's absolutely real. I don't know if you guys watched Game 7, Winnipeg and St. Louis. I certainly did. Connor Hellebuyck looked like the switch flipped when Game 7 went to overtime for Winnipeg.
Yeah.
So you wonder, have demons been exercised, or did you just get locked in to the most important point of that series? And then second of all, if you're the President's Trophy winner in Winnipeg, is this the scare that wakes you up or and teaches you the level you're going to have to get to if you want to move this thing forward? Or did the St. Louis Blues open up a couple of chinks in your armor that Dallas is going to take a look at in their pre-scout ahead of this series? Remains to be seen. But the President's Trophy thing is real. We'll see. These are just two really equal teams at the top of the division that are going to fight. The king of the playground is going to be decided right here.
So that means you think it's going 7 again?
I don't, man. I
hope not.
I don't want it to go 7. I think it's going at least 6. I do believe it's going at least 6. They're too evenly matched. They're too good on both sides.
And the Stars are going to win?
Well, of course.
Yeah, there you go.
I
needed that, though.
I'm just checking.
Thanks, Brian.
Man, thank you very much. Really appreciate the time and you keeping your turn signal in check today.
I appreciate it. I got to go get this Jersey Mike Cinco de Mayo deal now.
See?
I appreciate it.
Who is that for? All right. Thank you very much, Brian.
See you guys.
There you go. Brian Ray right here on 105.3 The Fan. And I want to make this very clear. Jersey Mike's is delicious. Their roast beef and provolone is amazing. The brownies they have are unbelievable. I just don't know if they're like, hey, Cinco de Mayo, so of course you're going to celebrate at Jersey Mike's.
Of course. Well, I mean, you got to eat.
You do.
You have to eat, so
that's just maybe not what I immediately thought about. I want to read you a quote real quick.
Okay.
Because this quote goes back to golf. So Scotty Scheffler, he won the Byron Nelson. He won in dominating fashion. Did you see what Jordan Spieth said? He goes, what he's been doing is inspiring. Given it wasn't that long ago, I was definitely better than him.
Mm-hmm.
And now I'm definitely not.
Yeah.
I hate admitting that about anybody, but I just watched those first 2 rounds and I've got to get better. It's very inspiring. I just appreciate Spieth because it's very rare that you get that kind of candor of, I was definitely better than him, and now there's no question he's better than me. I just appreciate that level of honesty.
I'll be honest, man. The more I've heard Jordan Spieth talk over the time that I've been able to like see him and observe him, the more I think that dude has it all like figured out when it comes to this whole process of it all. He seems real, and that's the thing I think I like the most about him. And I hope he does get better for him and for us locally here too.
And I'm looking at the clock, and oh my gosh, I feel like we got time for about 60 seconds on soccer.
All right, let's do it.
Are you excited about Bayern Munich winning the Bundesliga?
Oh, of course.
It is Harry Kane's first major trophy of his senior career.
Are you serious?
Yes. He's 31. He has long been appreciated as one of the better, if not one of the best players in all of international soccer. Finally gets the first major trophy of his senior career. How locked in were you to this game, and did you know that it had happened?
Man, Harry Kane is one of those guys that I've always just kind of rooted for. You know, he just kind of has that vibe about him that you're like, dude, and he's, extreme talent too.
Sure.
So for him to finally get this means a lot. This would be kind of like Jamie Benn getting a cup. Like, this is how much it meant to me watching that team do that. That's how it would feel if Jamie Benn won the cup. Hey, all this time he spent, all the love and passion I had, and finally he gets that professional championship.
There is no way that meant as much
Those
to you
two
as it would
people.
for Jamie Benn. By the way,
Always has.
I have crunched the numbers on the old guys without a cup rating. We will dive into that tomorrow to discuss Jamie Benn. But in the meantime, guess what? Let's go back to cut number 4. One of my favorite cuts of the entire year. This is the Stars closing it down against Winnipeg.
15.2 to go. Colorado the last 11 shot attempts. McCarr kept it in. Free puck. Lindell didn't get good wood on it, but Sagan got it out. Rantanen again. Unbelievable. A legendary performance by Rantanen against his former team.
Look, I meant against Colorado.
Of course you
Obviously,
did.
I've already gotten too cocky.
We're
to
already
think that
ahead
we're
of
gonna
ourselves.
defeat
Yeah, I like it.
Winnipeg. And this is the tough thing. So I go back to something that Brian Ray said and an article in the Morning News. Is Mikko Rantanen's Game 7, does it merit a spot on the Mount Rushmore of Dallas playoff individual performances? So, like, not your career, not all-time player, just individual playoff performances. And I want to say yes, because, like, we already talked about the history he made. Hey, here's another thing. Mikko Rantanen became the second player in NHL history with a 4-point period in Game 7, joining Kevin LeBlanc. Maybe LeBanc if you're not fancy.
Used to be on Friends.
In 2000, that is Matthew LeBlanc. In 2019. So you had another thing. So he made NHL history, helped the Dallas Stars make NHL history. And here's another thing that he's tied for the best of all time. The thing that's keeping me from saying for sure is it was the first round. Like, if they lose to Winnipeg, this is amazing, but I feel like it's going to get lost.
I completely agree with you because this you want this to be the step that launched them on to the next thing. Like, they will always believe, you know what, we can win at any point in any game. You know, like, that's what you want to happen. Well, hell, Kevin, last night the Winnipeg coach used the Stars as an example to inspire his team to go out there and win in overtime. Hey, look, you know, I know we're down right now, but we can absolutely do what the Stars just went out there and did too. So I agree with you. It could be left behind right now. The people that were in that arena will never forget it.
Yeah.
And I think for us too, like, it's such a special thing. You just kind of wonder if Colorado's sitting there going, we should have paid the $500K.
By the way, did you see the debate that broke out on social media about how it wasn't really $500K because the income tax structure in the different states? And I was like, again, I agree with that. I don't know how many players are doing tax work to go into it. I don't know.
And the 2-1-4 Evaldi's Game 5 in the World Series.
Okay, and that makes a lot of sense to me. One of the ones I was going to throw out there is Emmett against the Packers in the NFC Championship game. I think it was 95. 35 carries, 150 yards, 3 touchdowns. And, like, I can say that directly got you to the Super Bowl. Now, if the Stars win the cup, it's going to be weird. this is going back to round one. But then I think this performance takes on mythical.
It's the Jordan Montgomery game.
Yes.
Jordan Montgomery dives for that ball against Tampa in the first round of the playoffs.
And you're like, that did everything.
And yeah, exactly. You're thinking this changes. The whole team got inspired by what they just saw. Big man going and making a move like that. So it absolutely could launch into something else for sure.
What about Dirk in 2011 on the march to the championship? You could probably pick a lot. I'm going to focus in on the Thunder game. He scored 48 points on 15 shots.
Wow.
Now,
that's the epitome of efficiency.
Because he was driving to the basket again and again and again. He was 24 for 24 on free throws.
Jeez.
And so, that's another one that I think of, you're the next step to get into the championship round. And so, whether it's Evaldi, Dirk, Emmett, these are some of the, you can even go back to Troy Aikman in the Super Bowl against the Bills. He had 4 touchdown passes. Those are the ones that I immediately put up there, but I wonder if the Stars go all the way, if this will make it onto the Mount Rushmore.
It should, because of it. It's such a special thing. The first time in the NHL history that, all these things that you're pointing out. And then, Kevin, that's the other question I'm kind of asking you regarding this Mount Rushmore. The Wyatt Johnston goal, a couple things here. I'm watching it right now. It's right in front of me on the McAfee show. The puck jammed him for one. And then the window got smaller for that puck to get in.
That angle was amazing.
And he still was able to make that happen. And Kevin, now in Game 7s, you can just rely on Pete DeBoer is going to win and Wyatt Johnston's going to score a goal.
Yeah, because Wyatt Johnston hasn't lost any Game 7s with the Stars either.
He's scored 2 game winners in Game 7s now, and he's scored 3 in the 3 Game 7s he's been in. So this is, for me, that moment of, that's as big of a moment as what Rantanen did, but you can't get there without.
Yeah.
So it goes back to the Corey Seager, Adolis Garcia. Adolis Garcia hit the home run that won, but Corey Seager hit the home run that tied it up in the 9th.
It does feel impossible to leave those off the list as well. Oh, we need to make Mount Rushmore bigger. Maybe somebody's working on that. So you mentioned the Wyatt Johnston goal. That was another thing, much like you see with the dunk contest sometimes, that I'm so glad that they showed the slow-mo replay of it, because when I first saw the goal, I was like, well, of course, he better hit that goal because he's wide open off a sweet pass right to him. He's wide open. But to Corey's point, when you watch it upon further inspection, he might have been wide open, but that gap between the goalie and the goal and just the axis that you had to shoot that in, it was absolutely incredible.
DeBoer said afterwards, he said, the window for it to go in was small. The amount of skill that it took to make that is off the charts. And real quick though, I also watched the post games with Otter and with Wyatt Johnston. Wyatt's great. He is. You just love this kid for one. My favorite part though is go back and watch it if you can. He has this little cut on his nose, and while he's doing the interview, the blood just starts to kind of slowly run down to the tip of his nose until he realizes it. And then at that moment, that's when I was like, oh, he's in his head now, wondering if he's got to keep cleaning this thing.
And this is what I struggle with, because from the 4-6-9, don't forget the Dutch oven in the World Series. I struggle with that because I definitely should be on there. But the thing with Emmett, I could directly show you how that led to a title. Same with Aikman, same with Evaldi, same with Montgomery or Seager or Adolis. And that's the tough thing about that, is you ended up getting pretty wiped out in that series against the Giants. And so that should be on there, and maybe I should rethink how I put the people on that list.
Yeah, no, for sure. And what's really interesting here is, Kevin, do you remember on that Cup run in 99 an offensive performance that stood out like this? Because for me, I think it was Belfour's run that really kept standing out there, in that he was denying everything. And you had Modano, you had Neuendijk, you had Langenbrunner. All those guys were doing their job, and it just felt like they were a team doing that. They didn't have an individual performance that I can say stands out like that.
See, that's an interesting point, because I think about Brett Hull scoring in triple overtime, but I don't think, that series, he scored 12 goals.
Right, exactly.
I don't think about it like that. That's an interesting point. By the way, Brett Hull won that cup with the Stars. He also used to play for the Blues. Let's go back to that Winnipeg game. Go ahead and give me cut number 14. We're in double overtime. But how we got to double overtime is a whole nother story. But I want to play the game winner for Winnipeg.
Hard pass down low. Connor back up the boards for Peon. Now shoots. Score! The Jets win it on the deflection. The Winnipeg Jets will move on to face the Dallas Stars.
You know what's really wild on that goal, Kevin? The first shot whiffed.
Yeah.
Like the first dude whiffs on the shot, and at that moment, you feel like everybody's got to be, the whole defense on that team's got to be going, oh yeah, we got this. These guys can't even hit the puck. And then they still get it back around so you can make that.
They talk about planning and reaction in hockey so much. Every now and again, I think you would be well suited from a hockey perspective to just fake miss the shot, because everybody moves in one direction and you see goals off of that because they're like, well, that's not what was supposed to happen. Now, St. Louis dominated control of that game. They were ahead 3-1 with 2 minutes left in the game, in regulation. St. Louis scores, make it 3-2. That's fine. You still got to hold them off for about another minute 50. St. Louis scored again with like 2 point, I don't know, something seconds left. Winnipeg scored again. My apologies. Winnipeg scored again with 2 point something seconds left to tie the game, and now they've won. So when we talk about like individual franchises and Mount Rushmores, I'm sure that with Perfetti, they look at it and they're like, that's one of our legendary performances. You scored with a little bit more than 2 seconds left to keep us in the game, make sure we didn't get bounced as the best team in the NHL in the first round, and then now move on. So if they go on a run, they're looking at their own guys doing something historic.
Yeah, but again, Kevin, they had to use the Stars as their example for reminding themselves that they could do it.
True.
So,
very true.
So the Stars are their daddy.
Always comes back to Dallas. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Let's give something away!
877-881-1053. Caller number 10 will win a pair of tickets to Where the Party At when Nelly comes to the Dos Equis Pavilion on September 5th. You can, of course, buy tickets or you can win them for free right now. Caller number 10, 877-881-1053. Going to be doing that giveaway all week long. Coming up next, it's the C Block.
Most toxic college football fan bases out there, and I'm a pretty good guy. You shouldn't arrest me. Next on The Fan.
Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, forgive me a little bit.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. If you missed out on the Nelly ticket giveaway, we'll be doing that all week long, and we had to move Bob Nightingale to 120. Right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate that, Kevin. I kind of just want to keep talking Star Wars fight scenes like we were in the break.
Did you think I was making it up when I said Darth Maul used hatred and the Force to bring himself back together? I guess the dark side.
I did for just a little bit of a second there.
And he has like spider legs for a while.
It's kind of cool.
Yeah, it's this whole thing.
Oh, this is a nice little note from Tommy Yarish, Kevin.
Okay.
Bill O'Brien. You know him. He's coached the Texans.
Yes.
Coached at Alabama. He said on Tyler Booker's athleticism.
Okay.
I think he'll work hard to improve his ability, his change of direction, his lateral movement, and things like that. But I think at the end of the day, always important to throw at the end of the day in there. I never had an issue with at all with his athleticism. I saw him block the second level. I saw him in the SEC pull out on block defensive backs on screens, kick out ends on counter plays. Never had an issue with his athletic ability. I think he's going to be fine. So if you're looking for this offensive line to get back to its dominant ways, I feel at this moment, I feel more confident in Booker than I do Guyton, and that's because I've seen Guyton at this level. You know, like, isn't that the unknown you feel like you're excited about, and the one that you're like, no. So I'd still just need Guyton to take that next step.
I still like for Booker when he was like, I heard that every year I was at Alabama, and it seemed to turn out okay.
Yeah.
I was like, that's a fair point.
And then when I watch him, like when you watch him at that position inside, just blowing people off the line and push them all the way out of bounds, and you're just like, oh, these beasts, dude.
Yeah.
Like we're pretty happy with that. So they got their rookie mini camps rolling out there. Good job, Cowboys. Keep that rocking there.
Yeah.
Kevin, I have some statistics that I wanted to throw via stars out there real quick. This is Winnipeg and Dallas matchup here, head-to-head this season. Winnipeg is 3-1.
They whooped our ass those last 2 games.
Dallas is 1-3.
That makes sense.
Against them.
Mm-hmm.
Their points percentage this season. Winnipeg, 707. First in the league.
Yeah.
Dallas, 646, fifth in the league.
Okay.
Nice little combo right there. Goals for in the games played, 3.35, tied for third for Winnipeg. 3.35, tied for third, Dallas.
Whoa.
So they tied up. Goals against in games played, 2.32, first for the Winnipeg Jets.
Yeah, that's why their goalie is going to win the MVP.
2.71, sixth for the Stars. Here's where it really turns, Kevin. Power play goals.
Ooh.
29.4%. First for Winnipeg.
That is an incredible percentage.
22% for the Stars.
Still solid.
17th.
Oh.
How is you just said it's a really good percentage.
Solid. But solid gets you stuck in the middle.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And Winnipeg is number 1.
PK.
Hey, I'm going to give you a bonus stat.
Okay. After this one, though.
Okay.
PK. Penalty kicks, as they call them.
No, penalty kill.
Winnipeg, 79.4. 13th in the hockey league. Stars, 82.
Ooh.
Fourth. So
Nice.
82.5, I do believe. So this is a very, like Brian Ray was just talking about it, this is a very close matchup. This is very tight. It's very difficult. It's going to be a fun one. Hopefully, though, we will be able to destroy them by 6 games so that we don't have to go to Game 7 on the road.
Number of times pulled out of a playoff game thus far. Onger, only 1. Hellebuyck, 3. Which is surely the worst in the playoffs. That would be great if he had 0. But look, Hellebuyck is going to win. At least he's in the mix, obviously, for MVP. He's going to win the Vezina. People think he might, or that he was the real MVP of the season. But playoff Hellebuyck, that is a different deal. That has looked kind of shaky.
So we got 2 days before we get there. Like we got 2 more days before we get to that.
Are you upset about that?
I am. I wish it would start right now. Like I want to get back into it immediately. But I do like the fact that the Stars have an extra day off in this. And you had a double overtime game for Winnipeg.
Yes.
It does reset today, but that was a very stressful first series for both teams.
That was the only thing I was disappointed in. It wasn't that Winnipeg won. We got late enough in the second overtime that I was like, yeah, screw it. Go to 3 overtimes.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Let's see how that goes.
I had a situation. This was Rangers, Yankees. I believe this was the 11 season. The Yankees were playing, and I can't remember who they were playing, but it went into extra innings. And I think maybe it was 15, I don't know, 13, something like that. And I asked Mitch Moreland, I was like, how long did you want that game to go? And he was like 19, 20 innings.
Yes.
Use all their bullpen arms, use everything they got, wear them out before they got to come to Texas.
Agreed.
All right, so that was the stats I saw there, Kevin. I saw this too, though. Elite College Football. If you don't follow them on Instagram, it's kind of fun, especially if you like college football. They do a lot of rankings.
Okay.
They ranked the top 10 most toxic fan bases in college football. And you as a college football nut.
I thought I was until I met Carter.
Oh, yeah. Carter.
And I was
yes.
never mind.
Yeah.
I'm a casual.
Maybe he could, he's not back there, so I can't ask him to come in on this one. But number 10. Michigan, with a score of 6.8 out of 10.
Oh, in your face, Derek.
Yeah, sorry. Well, again, they're 10th, so they're not that toxic.
That's 10th out of all of the schools. That seems not great.
Yeah, but you're not the number 1, so that's a good thing.
Sure, for Texas.
Number 9, Florida State, with a score of 6.9.
Oh.
Sorry, Shea Whigham. We really loved you and everything, but your Knowles, that fan base, that's a low score, though. 6.9 out of 10. Pretty low on the grand scheme of things. Number 8, Alabama. Would you think Alabama would be higher on this?
I wonder if this was 3 years ago.
Oh, that makes
4
sense.
years ago, if Alabama's like a 10.1 out of 10, you're like, we had to change the scale.
Doesn't it still feel like Nick Saban has his hands all up in Alabama still?
Yes, because he's on that freaking stupid commercial about him doing Verbo or whatever every single week or every single commercial break. See, that's the thing. I hate that commercial so much. Now I've just turned it off. I don't know. He's probably not really selling for Verbo, but he keeps talking about the rules at his place that you're renting.
The mom in that commercial was on Dave. It was Dave's girlfriend on Dave.
Oh.
She's really pretty.
What is that commercial for?
VRBO, right?
Is it?
Verbo.
I don't, is
yeah,
it?
He's like, you can't party. You can't
It really
use the
is
hot
for
tub.
Verbo?
Yeah, I think it is.
Okay.
Yeah. Number 7, Texas, 7.8.
That's too low.
What do you mean that's too low?
Look, Texas has a lot of the classic components of a Cowboys fan in terms of, hey, we used to be really good.
We're going to be again.
Yeah, don't worry about what
We're
happens
back.
now. Now, the difference for Texas is they at least make it to important games before they lose. Whereas the Cowboys, they don't make it to important games before they lose.
You saying the playoffs aren't important?
The regular playoffs, not anymore. I'm done with that. Yeah, if you're a Dallas Cowboys fan, you don't think making it to the wild card round is important. Or like A&M, who, look, I'm pretty sure all that footage is in black and white the last time we played in games that matter.
Number 6, Tennessee. Sorry, Chop. Still not winning here. They got a
Question.
score of 8.2.
How much is that score impacted by just RJ Choppy?
Probably not that much. He's not an annoying Tennessee fan, is he?
No, he is, but
he knows what.
You know what I realized? No, but that's okay. We're all annoying fans.
No, he is.
It wasn't until I saw the guy on the field smoking the cigar after the overtime win that I honestly swear to God, for a minute, I thought it was Choppy. That I realized like how overbearing those fans can be.
The next one I didn't know was really this strong. Miami at 8.3. I didn't know people hated Miami that much.
I think they unfairly just put up the U and they're like, that's it. I'm done with you.
Everybody has university.
Yeah, I know,
in
but
it.
I think it's unfair. They put up those hands. That means Ohio State's going to be really high on this. But they put up their hands in the U signal and people are like, I'm done.
Okay.
Which I think is unfair.
Number 4. This is recent. Colorado, 8.5.
Man.
Yeah, that's the one that they nobody cared about Colorado until Dion got there.
You know what is staggering is all these people who have come out and been like, hey, I want to talk about that team that won a national title. How come any of those people aren't retired? But the team that went 13-12 and didn't win a bowl game, they got their jerseys retired. It's because of that.
Yeah. Number 3, Georgia at an 8.8.
I get it.
Number 2, Florida at 8.9. I didn't know that either. I guess the Tim Tebow era really put us there for a while, but they haven't been relevant.
That feels so unfair. The guy who's like, I'm going to put on eye black for John 3:16 so people check out the Bible. They're like, you're a piece of crap. I hate you so much. All right, I'm going to tell you this. Number 1 has to be Ohio State, right? Because if it's not, and Michigan is on the list, and the Ohio State isn't on the list, I think somebody who's a Buckeye wrote this.
Number 10 was Michigan with a 6.8, Kevin. Number 2 was Florida with an 8.9.
This is going to be like a 9.8.
Ohio State with a perfect 10
There it
is the
is.
number 1 most toxic fan base in all of college football.
And I will tell you this. It's the word "the" that gets them there.
That's it? That's all you have to do?
Yeah, think about it. Ohio State, everything else is the same. Everything else is the same. It was like, oh yeah, I'm from Ohio State. You'd be like, ugh, I don't care for them. I didn't like Urban Meyer, whatever. It's them saying the Ohio State that I think rockets them up the ranking.
Isn't that on like the school letterhead? Like, doesn't it say the Ohio State University?
But guess what? There's a lot of schools like that. And they don't all say, I went to the North Texas University.
OU is the University of Oklahoma, not the Oklahoma University.
Yeah.
So they call themselves OU. That's always been a little weird to me.
Yeah, so I think it's just that word that really sets it apart.
I think Ohio State fans are probably embracing that right now too. Like they're texting in the Ohio State Buckeyes, baby.
Let me tell you something right now. If my college football team was any good, and consistently won things that mattered,
would not care if they were a toxic
damn
fan
right
base.
I would be part of that group. Like, I know some people don't like Aggies to begin with and think we have a bunch of annoying traditions and whatever. We're not even good.
Mm-hmm.
What if we were really good like Ohio State? You're damn right. Is every time you said, oh, do you mean Ohio State? I'd be like, excuse me, sir. I believe you mean the Ohio State. Like, every time it would drive you insane.
I do like the person said, what about Megan the Stallion? That's a good point, Kevin. It's a good point.
Yeah, but
hey, how have you ever gotten out of a ticket after you got pulled over? Here's how Cake Boss star Buddy Valastro tried to get out of a DWI arrest.
Ooh.
The reality star released a statement to ABC saying, to all my friends and fans and supporters, please know that I want to share and explain to you what happened today. And I look forward to doing so at a later date. I appreciate your support and understanding as we handle things. He was arrested Thursday morning, appeared in court later that afternoon for allegedly driving while intoxicated. Reality TV star has not yet entered a plea. 90-day driver's license suspension, $300 fine. According to the prosecutor, he told cops during his arrest, I had a couple drinks. You can't arrest me. I'm the Cake Boss. And then he said, I'm a good guy. As they were putting him into the thing, and he said, can you just put me in the cab? I don't have to be arrested. I'm not a bad guy. And that is the funniest thing I've ever heard. I'm a good guy. I'm one of the good guys.
All right, let me go ahead and skip ahead for him when he said, I look forward to taking the time to explain what happened. No, you don't. Or else you would have said it right there. And I know people are like, that's still a pending legal case. Yeah, you know you're guilty. If you really had something to explain, you would explain it. But here's what happened. All right, I'll go ahead and write the statement for him. I got a little cocky, thought that I wasn't drunk, and I drove home. As it turns out, I was wrong about that.
That's true.
I'm sorry for making that errant judgment. It'll never happen again. This is why you just shouldn't drink and drive whatsoever. Something along those lines.
There you go.
Just do that.
Absolutely.
All right. Now, mine is not as serious, and I did get away with it, and I was very pleased with my clever thinking in this moment. The whole reason I wear my seatbelt now is because I have gotten a ticket for not wearing my seatbelt.
That's right.
Otherwise, I would not.
My old roommate got 3 in one day.
Oh, my God.
I was like, just put your seatbelt on.
So I almost got one another day in College Station. I was driving, didn't have my seatbelt on, and it was like a smaller road, and I immediately saw a cop flip a U-turn. And I was like, uh-oh, I might be in trouble. So instead, like a rational human just dealing with my punishment, which I should have done, but I was also in college and very stupid, I turned to the right and then went up like one block and turned.
I'm going to evade the police.
Yeah, turn to left. Look, stupid. Don't do that. All right? And so eventually the cop caught up to me and pulled me over, and this is where I had to think fast. He said, and of course I put my seatbelt on in the meantime. He said, were you trying to get away from me? And I was like, no, officer. Again, which is a lie, which is not cool either.
Huge supporter of the law.
I've made multiple mistakes in this. And he goes, well, it seems like you turned right when my car turned around before he flipped on the lights, but I knew what he was doing. And so I used my knowledge of College Station and said I was looking for an apartment building that I knew was close by, but not where I was. And I was like, I'm sorry. And he goes, and you turned a couple of times. I was like, I'm trying to find. And again, this is in like at the end of the 90s, beginning of the 2000s. So you can't just pull it up on your phone.
Yeah.
And so like maybe you printed out a MapQuest or whatever. And I was like, I'm really sorry. Like I'm trying to find this apartment. I don't know what it is. And he was like, it's just 2 blocks down and to the left. And he goes, but be careful. It felt like it felt like he knew, but he couldn't prove it.
Yeah, because there you are wearing your seatbelt.
And so by that point, but ever since then, I've worn my seatbelt, and I definitely will not try to evade the police. Again,
there you go.
I was like 20 and really stupid.
Because you're a supporter of the law.
Yes, that is true. And look, I also got arrested when I was in middle school.
That's the C block, ladies and gentlemen.
Coming up next, let's talk with USA Today Major League Baseball columnist and Odyssey insider Bob Nightingale. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
You've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
What? Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil blends.
Saffron squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Pre-club?
No.
Nutmeg maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, we bring to you USA Today Major League Baseball columnist and Odyssey insider Bob Nightingale. Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, doing good. How about you guys?
We're doing great, and holy moly, that was a plethora of moves that the Rangers made yesterday. Is it safe to assume that maybe the hitting coach or the offensive coordinator, that was not that surprising?
No, it's always the coaches are always the first to go when something like that happens. And, we'll see how it's next. I mean, it puts everybody on call, like, hey, you better produce, or, hey, we may get rid of you too.
You put out a tweet. The Rangers are 15-8 when permitting 3 runs or fewer, the most losses in Major League Baseball, just ahead of the White Sox, who are 8-7. Is it safe to assume that if you're in any category competing with the White Sox, things probably aren't going very well?
Yeah, good point. Good point. No, it's almost like they've switched identities with the Seattle Mariners. Remember last year, it goes, man, the Seattle Mariners are just wasting the great pitching. If they were in the playoffs, they could do a lot of damage. And I think the same thing here early on is like, wait a minute now, let's not waste what DeGrom is doing and everybody else. Best rotation in the American League. It's like, let's take advantage of it. So I think that's why. I like the fact that Chris Young is being this aggressive. Say, I'm not going to just sit back and be patient. Let me act right now.
Yeah, do you feel like maybe last year he was very patient, that he was like, I'm not letting that happen again?
Yeah, I mean, you see it happen to a lot of World Series champions. It happened to them. It seemed like they were just, never got going all season. And I think he's thinking, you know what, we're not going to waste this year. We got too many guys pitching this strong. We might give Bruce Bochy every bolt he can. Let's not waste this opportunity.
Yeah, the other thing, too, is my co-host was pointing out this morning that Bruce Bochy, in his 28 years, has never fired a staff member in the middle of a season before. The history that you've been kind of observing Bochy in his time, it always has seemed like he's just been very patient with this. This is a big change for him.
Yeah, and, in these situations, too, I mean, it's really Chris Young that fires them. It's always a GM that steps in. I don't know if he was close to Donnie Ecker or not. Probably not that close. It's not like he brought him in. And so I think it's just a deal where Chris Young says, hey, we're going to do this. And, Bruce Bochy put in his 2 cents. And I'm sure if, Bruce really fought hard and said he can't make this move, they wouldn't have. But obviously he must agree to it.
Now, you mentioned the Mariners, and I've been pretty upfront about this. I know they're leading the division. For the Mariners, they're just a team I don't really take seriously until they actually win the division because it's been so long. Do I need to take them seriously?
I think you do. I mean, the fact they got hot in September last year, made a push. Their offense is very good. Edgar Martinez is still back. Brought in Kevin Seitzer from Atlanta. So, and they've had some pitching injuries. So, no, I think, they've been such a tease. I don't blame you for not taking them seriously. But this may be the year, like, okay, if this offense does anything with that pitching staff, they could be very dangerous.
So do you think this could be the year that the Seattle Mariners put it all together?
It's possible. I mean, the American League, let's be honest, is wide open. The National League is so much stronger. If you say, okay, who's the 10 best teams in baseball, probably 8 of them are in the National League. So, I mean, Detroit top for real. AL East is way down. So we'll see what happens there. But no, I think they're going to be in contention all season long.
Now, you just mentioned the AL East. What are we to make of the Baltimore Orioles? Because this feels like one of the more shocking starts for a team to begin the season.
Yeah, I mean, there's like, 6 teams playing below 400 baseball. All but one were last place last year, and the team that wasn't was Baltimore, who won 91 games. Everybody was down on that pitching staff in the winter, saying, you got to do more. You didn't do anything to replace Corbin Burns. You brought in an aging, Charlie Morn, an aging Kyle Gibson, and now they're paying the price. They better be careful. This season's going to get away from them in a heartbeat.
The Leody Taveras locally here, we're a little frustrated with him. Is there a national interest in him? Is there anybody that you think might go after him on waivers?
I don't think so. Not at that price. I'm sure they're. When they tried to trade him last week, all they was asking for fringe prospects back in return, and nobody wanted to touch that salary. So at least it'd be nice to reserve now. I'm sure he'll accept his assignment to the minors because you want to get paid, and so it'd be nice depth in case you have an injury or something like that. And who knows, maybe he gets things going in the minor leagues.
Now, you mentioned last week, do you happen to know offhand if there were any attempts to trade him before the season started? Because he always felt like maybe an expendable piece for bullpen.
Yeah, I don't know that for a fact, but I would think that they probably let people know he's available, what he got to offer, that sort of thing. But, and when you're picking up guys like Alex Verdugo for $1.5 million and some of these guys for $1 million, his contract is more exorbitant than you want to pay. So it probably had, no takers in the winter and or spring, I should say, and certainly not now.
The as far as replacements go in center field for the Rangers, are you hearing any suggestions on the possibility of Evan Carter returning to this lineup, or is there something else you think they might do first?
I mean, you would think Carter would be a great viable alternative here to bring him up. The one center fielder that's starting to get hot now is Luis Robert of Chicago White Sox, but yet you're talking about he's making $15 million. So he'd have to get real hot for the Rangers or someone to trade for him. The last thing the Rangers want, you trade for a guy like that, then he goes belly up again. So I would think they'd prefer to stay internal right now, particularly since they're kind of, bucking against the luxury tax as it is.
I like that. Because we've talked about that, quite a bit. We're talking with Bob Nightingale right here on 105.3 The Fan. Excellent pitching for the Rangers to start. As you said, we're very hopeful about Eovaldi and DeGrom. But the person who's really surprised me, especially coming off an injury, is Tyler Mahle. What have you seen from him this year, and do you think it's anywhere sustainable or anywhere close to this sustainable?
No, I think it is sustainable. And this guy was a pretty good pitcher with Cincinnati. He always had this stuff, and you always thought that this guy's got a chance to be, a true frontline starter. And now he's healthy and doing it. So that's what I mean. You put the Rangers in the playoffs when you got those three guys. You match those three guys against any team in the American League, and you got a chance to get back to a World Series. So no, I think what he's doing is for real.
Yeah, the fact that dude is what he is has been pretty special there. The other thing too is this pitching staff, as it's been going along, they were missing John Gray. They were missing some pieces here and there.
Cody Bradford.
What's the idea on when those guys come back? They have a plethora of extra arms. What do they do with them? Keep them all, or do they start looking around?
No, I would think keep them all, at least for now. I mean, you can always stick some guy in middle relief. I mean, they still, Jackson's pitched well for him in the as a closer, but do you count on that? It's tough to count on. So I think the more arms, the better. There's not that many legitimate closers out there. There's only 4 or 5. Like I said, Jackson's done well, but you kind of hold your breath a little bit just because he's never been that guy. So we'll see what happens. But no, I think you'll hold on to that pitching unless you're, certain you get some offensive help. And, there's so many teams that are, going to be in the race, come July. There's not that much available.
We saw Imanaga leave the game for the Cubs over the weekend. Any update on that, and what do we think might happen there?
Well, I would think that put him on the 15-day injury list. You're not going to take a chance with a guy like that. Pulling the hamstrings. You're talking about you're missing at least 1 or 2 starts anyway. So they're a very good team. So I'd be stunned if he doesn't go on the injury list. You got to be careful with a guy like that who means so much to the organization.
Man, thank you so much for the time and breaking all this news and getting us up to date. We really appreciate it.
Sure, my pleasure. Thank you, guys.
There you go. Bob Nightingale right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, do you have a couple minutes, Corey, for a little bit of a combat corner?
Let's do it.
I'm a little sad about one of these combat corners, but Bo Nickel had the hype train extraordinaire going into the UFC event. I think it was in Iowa.
Good Bo, bad Bo?
Of the weekend. This was definitely bad Bo. He was 7-0 in his career. He wrestled at Allen. He won state championships. He won collegiate national championships. A lot of people thought that this is kind of like the next big thing. He was 7-0 in his mixed martial arts career. He had won 2 fights on the Contender Series with Dana White and then 4 straight in the UFC. Well, he unfortunately got hit with a knee right to the gut, and boom, it was over, done via TKO.
Oh, man.
Undefeated streak over, hype train. I'm curious to see how that gets reassessed.
That is knee to the gut got him, huh?
Yeah, it was brutal, man.
Yeah?
But you know what I liked about that fight? Something happened. Because I take you to Canelo. You think I'm kidding, but you just wait.
Right now.
I take you to Canelo Alvarez and William Skull over the weekend. That fight, which happened in Saudi Arabia in front of, 24 people, it really looked like there was like nobody there. They combined to throw 445 punches total in their undisputed title bout over 12 rounds.
Is that a lot of punches?
No,
Okay.
it is not. The paltry total represented the fewest combined punches thrown in a 12-round boxing bout in the 40-year history of CompuBox. That's really bad. To go along with it, Canelo, who won easily. He threw 152 punches. That was the second fewest ever thrown by a single boxer in a 12-round bout in CompuBox era.
Wow.
Which, again, is like 40 years. So he gets a big paycheck, beats somebody that, look, I know, let's unify the title, and I get all that, but not a particularly good fighter in front of 24 to 28 people. But the big money fight's coming up in September.
Yeah.
Canelo Alvarez versus Terrence Crawford. September 12th. I think this is probably right now as big of a fight, like a legitimate boxing match that boxing can put on. If you want to throw out some weirdo fight, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's been very difficult to know like the really good ones.
Yes.
There have been a couple in the last 4 years or so that have been like, oh, I'm interested in it, and then they maybe not have turned out the way you thought.
Canelo Alvarez is the biggest draw in all of boxing. He is going to fight undefeated Terrence Crawford. Obviously, we saw him just a couple of years ago take out one of our locals. This feels like a humongous bout, and it's a legitimate bout. They will legitimately be able to sell that out. I don't know if they already announced where it's going to be, and I am excited to see that fight. But yeah, coming off the lowest CompuBox totals ever in a 12-round fight.
Like you said, I'm glad something happened in that other
Exactly.
one. Otherwise,
That's
fighting
what I
would be ruined.
respected. I mean, I was disappointed Bo Nickel lost, but at least there were like actual strikes being thrown. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
has low V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Waves.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Sapphire Squad?
segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
A man up, now trying to take the lead. Down low, Johnston scores! Wyatt Johnston with 3:56 to go.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the fan. Mr. Game 7 right there. And right now, here to see a D&M Leasing. It is time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is ya?
Riding high, Hagee. How about you?
Yeah, I am doing excellent. The Stars win. Looks like we might have 2 big-time guests on Wednesday.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
Name one.
Bruce Bochy.
Yeah, he's pretty good. He's got some stuff that happened
Good
this
guest,
weekend.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's big time.
And maybe Paige Beckers. All right, that's what I think we're gonna have that rolling on Wednesday.
That is top tier.
We get to talk about Hurtado. So
Are those most of the questions you want to ask her? Hurtado-based questions.
What was your first barbecue? Is this the one? Like, I want to go through the whole process.
What's the bite that has stuck with you the most? And you don't want to just ask her about Hurtado. You will also ask her about her basketball game, her thoughts on Dallas, her shooting,
but also Hurtado.
Her competitiveness.
How are you going to accept that joke?
Well, because
and
a good joke.
That
was a really good joke.
Dump all over.
Yeah. I thought I out-Corey'd Corey on that one. Let's have a Corey off.
Oh, man. I don't know what that means.
I so want to see that. I really do.
Corey's favorite time of the week.
It's concerning.
What was the word in the men's tea commercial that you're like
contemplating? Or something
you're
like
that? I don't know. There's a lot of stuff there.
It's a lot of words.
It's so many letters.
It feels like he's carrying on the Mike Bassick tradition in commercials, and I love it.
It is. It's strong.
All right, walk me through the ebbs and flows of y'all's experience Saturday night, because if you told me I thought they were done for in the third period, I definitely get it.
I think I was trying to draw some confidence from what happened in Game 6.
Okay.
But yeah, confidence was low. And then after the first one, I was teaching 3.5-year-old Remy about the game of hockey. And she said, green team won.
Yes.
We were down 2-1, but anytime a team scores, she thought that was winning.
Okay.
And then they showed the replay a couple of times, so she thought we got a couple of more goals.
Yeah, that's confusing.
That's happened to me with home runs before.
Yeah, home runs.
I saw a replay and I was like, oh, dip, did they go back to back?
Yeah, so I was having to explain to her. Then I backed out of explaining. And but I was thinking, wouldn't that be great if we really were up 3-2 right now?
Yeah, absolutely.
The innocence of a 3.5-year-old imagination and creativity.
Look, they have no idea.
They say the darndest things.
The world ahead is going to crush their spirits.
Or lift them up. Or lift them up just 2 minutes later.
Yes. Okay, so I always go back to this thing when I was dropping Brandon off when he was in elementary school. I don't remember specifically what year because, elementary school is a long time. But there was a big headline in the front of the Dallas Morning News about the Cowboys. And at that point, they'd only played 2 games. And he goes, what's the big deal? They're 1-1. They won 1 game. They lost 1 game. They're not that good, and they're not that bad, just like every year. And I was like, my God, you are too young to be this jaded. Like, that's probably my fault.
I love that
moment.
Dude. I was
like, you'll have plenty of time to come to that experience on your own.
That's a man with passion.
It really is. So the goaltending down the stretch, because we've talked a lot about Mikko, rightfully so, and Wyatt Johnston. You just look at games 5 through 7. Save percentage. Otter, 910. Yeah. Blackwood, 806.
Yeah.
Goals against, 304 for Otter, 448 for Blackwood. I just don't want this to get lost along the way, is how much more dominant your goaltending was in the games that mattered.
No, absolutely. And this is where, when I was driving home from Austin, and I figured out now I have to listen to the games on satellite radio.
Yeah.
I can't watch them anymore. Got to listen to them on the satellite radio. So probably be doing that for the rest of the time now.
Is that like a superstition thing?
Yeah, it's just a Game 7. As much as I like Sean McDonough and Doc Emmerich and guys of the past like that, I guess I got to listen to the games on satellite radio, which I will. But my friends we were in a text, I was talking to Surrey. My friends were like, oh, they got to do this. And I'm like, it's 10 shots through 2 periods.
Yeah.
Shoot the puck on this guy.
Did you love the first Rantanen goal? Because it felt like it was like the hell with it.
Yes,
I'm going into business and I'm shooting to score.
I mean, it's like Colorado said, gosh, we got to pack this thing in because we know our goalie could just crumble at any moment.
Yeah,
absolutely. So now you're in a situation where I'm watching it, I'm going, just shoot the puck.
Yeah.
Find space. Get what you need out of this. Work it around. It's going to have to be some 5-on-5 stuff potentially to get back in. But the fact that they had 10 shots through 2 periods, I was screaming.
It's pathetic. Yeah.
I'm like, they just shoot. This guy will fall apart if you just shoot the puck on him.
To your point, goals saved above expected.
Yeah. Not many.
In these last 3 games.
Yeah.
Oh, you're going to be amazed at this. Ottinger, 3.4 goals saved.
Yeah.
Blackwood, minus 4.7.
Yeah.
Wow. That is an 8-goal swing in just those 3 games.
Yeah.
Like, that's obviously the difference.
The pressure got to him.
Yeah, absolutely.
The pressure got to him. They pulled him in that one game. It gave him time to think. And the further it went along, Otter's played in already for such a young guy. He's played in 50-some-odd games already.
Battle already tested. 4 game 7s.
Yes. This guy's thinking like, damn, we never did this in San Jose. You know? I mean, that's the thing about it is if you could just have found ways to get shots. And they did. They did. And in the third, they lit that guy up like they needed to.
Did you guys pay much attention to Winnipeg and St. Louis Game 7? Because obviously that had a crazy ending to it as well.
I did because to me it meant so much. The fact that if St. Louis wins, we talked about short travel.
Yeah.
We also talked about home ice.
Yep.
And now you don't have either.
Yep.
So, hey, go play it and see what happens.
I feel way better about the series than I thought I was going to, though.
Okay.
Something's wrong with Hellebuyck.
I was about to ask you.
Something's wrong with him. And I don't know, maybe if he sees a different sweater that might change, but because they were 3-1 against the Stars this year. But I just I hope that maybe he's not gotten out of that funk that he's in.
Last night, when they released the lines for this, the Stars were minus 105 on the series.
Yeah.
It has shifted to minus between 165 and 180.
Yeah.
That is a gigantic swing already.
It's probably because they think Dallas is going to have their guys back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's probably
Dallas getting a little bit healthier at the right time.
And we don't know because everything is a lower body injury and an upper body injury. And, we can't really call anybody and say, hey, is so-and-so playing this week?
They're like, I don't know. Maybe not.
To add a little more on Otter, in the last minute and 40 seconds, McKinnon shot on him 3 times. He had to save all of them. They were all on goal.
Yeah.
And you probably remember the one where he had, I think, Natchez or something posted up in front of him.
Yes.
And I don't know how he saw it coming around his hip, but that one was going in, I think, if it was just about any other goaltender.
Yeah. The height on Otter's a big advantage at 6'5".
Yeah.
He's able to see over things. He's able to see on the sides of things. Like he is able to get a little more. But yeah, there were so many times late in the season and early in this series, they just said, we'll just plant somebody in front of him, and he had to fight through it. And it's nice to see that he can.
In the Winnipeg goal, though, Bennington, he raised up.
Yeah.
He went really tall, and then he tried to go back down. And by the time he was trying to locate the puck or where the shooter was. And so when you start talking about being tall, he went real tall and then got real small, and then the puck was by him. I mean, if he'd probably stayed small, they'd probably be still playing hockey right now.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You know what? What do you guys got coming up on the program? That's only fair.
Yep. Pure gold as always. Thanks for asking, Hagee. We got Cy Young show at 4:20.
That should be very fascinating.
Shake him up, Cy.
Yeah, absolutely. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We'll be back tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say goodnight, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
presented by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Here we go, Hour 1, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. We are off and running here with a full 5 hours of sports to take you through the storm. You can go ahead, bring it down, maybe 40, 45 miles an hour right here, or slower through downtown right now on Central. Whatever the case, we have 5 hours of sports coming up. We have stars to talk about. We have massive Rangers news to talk about, and of course, everything's spinning around with your Cowboys and the rest of the world of sports. General at your service. If you see me, bear me. N.A. There's Broadus, former Cowboy Scout, Super Bowl champion. Lucius Alexander is in the Pimp Cup over there. Master Control here, 75 and Fitzhugh, fixing to go 5 once again. Chiafalo is in the house. Wolchuk is on a Caribbean cruise, living the good life. I put in a request. I said, I don't want to impose on your vacay, but if Bully Melrose himself uploaded a very short video to social media, I would definitely vote for G-Bag of the Day coming up at 5:30. So we'll see. Maybe he'll get to that tonight. Maybe he'll roll his eyes when he sees it. But damn it, I loved that Bully Melrose last week.
Me too, dude. It's amazing how it just came out of nowhere.
Yeah.
It kind of was half some it's like he's just talking, and all of a sudden it turns into some Canadian accent. And you're kind of thinking he's spitting the truth. It's just like Barry Melrose.
He just right in front of our eyes, he became a thespian, and all those years of musical theater came back in a big way, in an epic
Bully
way.
Melrose.
And it sucks that he is on vacation. I believe he woke up this morning thinking that the Blues were the opponent.
Oh yeah.
Did he?
Based on the way that we were texting back and forth. He's like, well, thank God.
Either
thank
that
God
or
we
was
got
it
the
the
Blues.
vodka?
I'm like, wait, what are you talking about? It's whiskey sours.
Whiskey sours?
It's whiskey sour season. He was texting me from the middle of the ocean somewhere Saturday night, watching at a sports bar. The Stars have one of the most epic comebacks of all time.
I'm so glad he got to see it.
Me too, dude. I was worried about him.
9-4-0 when Otter gloved the shot and skated out, showing it to the crowd.
Show it to him, yeah.
I knew it was over.
Yeah.
Nothing was getting by him.
Yeah.
The Franklin Frankel Injury Attorney text line is open for you at 877-881-1053. Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. You can watch us at 105throughthefan.com, Twitch, and on YouTube. It was a little bit of puck luck in your favor off the skate.
Talked that right off the Game 7, right off the skate. We kind of talked about that a little bit last week, and those are the kinds of things that happen to you. Everyone's good luck for you.
Yeah. You're going to have to get some good luck. I think in hockey it happens more than the others with some of these.
Just keep shooting at the net.
That's right.
That's all you do.
I don't know if they were going to get double-digit shots on net at some points in time Saturday night.
Yeah.
We might get a shot on goal here from the Lightning, dude. It's dancing all around us.
During the crosstalk, you didn't see it behind you, though. Woo. It was like a big ball. I thought it hit something downtown, one of the buildings. It was that close.
Well, I mean, it's over here in the Oak Cliff area. It's out there in Greenville. I mean, I'm getting like a 180-degree view here. Yeah. But I guess I have not seen all of them behind me, but I think this is spinning up here for a pretty good 36 hours or so.
Yeah.
Not spinning up like a tornado.
Well,
I think maybe CA butt cracked us on that tornado call last week.
We don't need the...
He might have did a Friday ball sacking, sending us into the weekend in tornado fear.
Yeah, don't need the flash flooding, but we use the water because in 3 months, it ain't going to rain a day.
We do need it. We do need it. And I appreciate the cool breeze a little bit, but the rain and the dark skies is getting a little bit old. We were having a great morning, riding scooters in the driveway, having a great time. Sun was out, and then we look over to the left side, and it's like, oh, wait, those clouds look pretty daunting. And then all of a sudden, you feel that cool breeze, like within seconds.
Yeah.
It goes from like feeling pretty warm to, oh my gosh, it's happening right now.
Yeah. Yeah, we were in the pool this afternoon with little Remy, before coming in. So we were enjoying a nice little mid-spring afternoon or late morning.
How cold is that water, bro?
It's too cold for me.
It's
too cold for me. I'm not going in. My feet are in.
Pick Pops up for church. I think it was 54 degrees yesterday when I picked him up.
Yeah.
So you're telling me young Remy, she's got hockey toughness? Getting that cold water?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know what the water is, but
you turn the heater on?
No, I don't have the heater. I don't have a heater in the pool. No.
That's a good move. You don't even want to have that thing tempting you.
70 degrees outside is way too cold for me to be swimming. I don't start swimming until it's at least 85.
We used to play water volleyball. Dad put in the floodlights in the back. We had what we called the blue line claws. That's like when you were in the water. I mean, everybody was blue because we were just like, we're going to play.
but everybody was so cold.
From the cold?
From the cold. We were just like,
I Googled it. I Googled it because Mom was saying you should not be putting her in that water. She's going to get sick.
Yeah.
And so I Googled it. I was like, is your kid going to get sick if she swims when it's 70 degrees out, 65 degrees? And everything that I read said it's just a comfort thing. Yeah. So if
it's just toughness, if you can stand it, it's like sitting when we go to the spa place, sit in the cold tub thing.
Oh, exactly. Yeah, Southern Leisure.
We got that this week, right? We got this week,
Yeah,
right?
Thursday after the Rangers day game, we'll be Southern Leisure spawning it up in Flower Mound. I think Broadus wants to do the cold plunge again.
I will. I'll do some radio from the cold plunge.
I just don't know why you want to do it in your skivvy so bad. Like, just keep the clothes on like last time.
Yeah, I just want to. It's funny. I had on a full outfit. Everything but shoes.
You're in your khakis. You had your leather belt.
I had the belt on and everything. And I got out, and it was like, and I felt bad because, how big I am, like water everywhere.
Yeah.
Like those if we had like a mop to kind of, like, oh, well, hey, I've got my towel. That wasn't enough.
You were a machine that day,
I was displacing water
not
like
shivering at all. That was crazy. That really was.
That's because I peed in it a little before you got in there.
I went underwater and just spit it out of my.
You liked it.
The thing about it is, though, I displace water like an aircraft carrier. I just the water level just goes way up.
Right, it did. So we're going to be at Southern Leisure again this week, aren't we?
Yes, sir. Thursday after the Rangers and Boston.
Yeah. It's going to be a great week of baseball here after an off night tonight. They better enjoy this day off. They have not had many of them.
No.
But Dallas Stars Glory at 877-881-1053. One of the top moments I can think of, in DFW postseason. I think you can go back and look at some of the things, obviously, that the Rangers
run
did.
Was cool. That World Series run and stuff was fun.
Yeah.
That was a lot of fun.
And
saying fun.
Obviously, we've had several, but I mean that was just unbelievable. The fact that they hadn't come back from multiple goals down and won a game in the third period all year, and you do it in Game 7 because Pete DeBoer, Mr. 9-0 himself, is your coach. I don't know. You're the most clutch team, and the fact that Mikko did it against his former team it was surreal.
Yeah. It was during the season they'd played 82 games, of course, and there was only 3 times all year that they came back from being down going into the
being down at all, yeah.
And so that wasn't it looked bleak. It really looked, and then you had the penalty that was late, and now you're having to kill that off, and you're like, my gosh, this is not going well for us. So, but that's the beauty of hockey right there. And we saw it ourselves. We watched a regular season game. I know it was Vancouver. I watched Vancouver score 3 goals in less than a minute, and I thought I'm never going to see anything like this again. And I felt like I was seeing it all over again, except the team I was pulling for was getting it done.
I know, dude.
Yeah.
It was incredible. And then I'm at church on Sunday, and I had some buddies that were at the game, and they were like thinking about beforehand. They were thinking about maybe just punting on the tickets because the tickets had skyrocketed so much they could make a pretty penny. But like, forget it. We'll go in there, and for 2 periods, they're just sitting there in disgust. I mean, that was tough to watch for 2 periods.
Yeah.
Thank God it was an early start. Otherwise, that could have been a bit of a snooze fest situation going on. And then all of a sudden, 13 minutes or so left.
Really tried.
Oh, yeah.
The crowd really tried throughout the match.
Once they saw the first one go in, you could just see the relief on everyone's face, and then that place became an absolute incredible environment. And all the players and DeBoer, everybody was talking about how much that mattered at the end there.
DeBoer said afterwards, he says, if this game was on the road, he goes, we wouldn't have won this one. He goes, the crowd was the reason why we won this match.
I love it. Okay, I got a collection of other moments here that might compete. Now, it's interesting because this is first round, right? So do you have to, diminish its score, its ranking because of that? You decide for yourself?
Didn't feel like a first round. I mean, that whole time felt like a Western Conference final, dude.
That was conference final quality. 2020 Game 7 versus the Avs. Kivi Ranta's hat trick,
that was in the bubble.
The OT winner, as that was the breakout party for Kivi Ranta, now with the Avalanche.
Yeah.
Obviously, 2024 Matt Duchene, and then a 99 Brett Hull's triple overtime game winner.
That was incredible.
Controversial. Controversial as well. I mean, but that's sitting there in the final. Mavs 2011 in the conference finals. They were down 15 points to the Thunder with 5 minutes to go, and Dirk let
him on a run.
Absolutely crazy.
Even in the finals that year, right, versus the Heat, wasn't it game 2, and they were down by close to 15 points as well.
Yeah, there was 2 of them in that
finished with the Dirk lay-in.
The how about them Cowboys energy of 92 is listed as one of the great Dallas postseason moments ever, across all sports. The 95 NFC title game, Dion, Emmett, Irvin, Aikman dominating the Packers.
Oh, there you go. Absolutely. It was dominant.
The Ice Bowl 1967. Did what we witnessed last night, will it resonate through history like the Ice Bowl? Probably not, but it's going to have a run to it. I mean,
I was trying to think of all-time great sporting events where a former player from another team was that type of a villain.
Yeah.
I couldn't I was trying to think of, give me the guy or gal that went to another team and just broke the hearts of that city.
In the postseason.
In the postseason. Or just you think
Babe
about
Ruth.
Yeah, Babe Ruth. I mean, Boston Yankees for sure.
That's how far back you're going. I mean, it's definitely not something that
I'm sure there's ones. I probably should have looked them up. I'm sure Dawson's typing away right now.
Yeah.
But there, I just wondered how many times have we seen. And by the way, Ranton, he was just. I mean, it was just traded twice in the same year, and then back into the division. Incredible that and against this old team, you had a feeling that something crazy was going to happen that way. Boy, he started catching steam late in the series, and they couldn't stop. They did not have an answer for him.
No, they didn't. And I think you'd probably have to scour pretty hard for situations like that. At least as far as it happening in the postseason, just has not been very common at all. Throughout. I think you have like Ray Allen versus the Celtics.
Oh yeah,
that's in 2012, where Ray Allen's sort of right at the end of his career. He's a 3-point shooter.
Yeah.
Miko's still very much in his prime.
Yeah.
And did a single period hat trick against them. 12 points in the series.
Yeah, it's really special. Somebody on Twitter was referencing like this would be the equivalent of basically Luka now scoring like 50 points in a game 7 versus the Mavs.
Yeah.
And it's like, 25 points in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
And they were trailing by like 20 points in the fourth quarter.
Right.
It'd be like that's sort of the equivalent in a different sport. And you're like, yeah, when you put it in context like that, what we witnessed was just otherworldly. You couldn't write a better script.
Okay, CY writing a new script for the Rangers last week in a massive way, a handful of moves, and he's going to join us at 4:20 to talk about those and what might be next.
My guess on this one, guys, that he is going to address everything before we even ask the question.
Yeah.
He's one of those guys, I think, that tries to get ahead. Like, listen, guys, I know we're not hitting. I know you're going to ask me about the coach.
This is going to start with Dawson saying, "Hey, how you doing, CY? Thanks for joining us." And he's going to go on a 90-second
He will.
spiel on what he's done.
He is going to come on this program and address everything about it, and we're going to be scrambling to rethink questions.
I love it. That's a good prediction for 4:20.
Yeah.
Cannot wait. Great news with CY is it's always a great conversation. So the questions,
it is, but he is always out in front of it though.
He is, yeah.
He's one of those guys.
And that's what I love about this year.
Yeah.
I mean, we're at the end of April, and it's like,
he's had enough.
Let's start moving things. So Donnie Eckert, a move that maybe was too late for some fans, but I mean, it's 1 month into the season. But now, I feel like we have an executive here, at least one of them, maybe Jim Nill's another one, who has championship expectations and isn't hiding from it, isn't running from it. When things aren't going well, let's see what we can fix. So Donnie Ecker's out as the offensive coordinator. They had scored only 30 runs during the 2-9 stretch, and 15 of those came in one game.
Yeah.
They either score 15, 8, or 2 or less, basically, over the last 11 games. It's been brutal. So Tavares had to go. He's not walking at all. Like, his batting average basically is his on-base percentage. He only played in one game against the Mariners. And boom, he's out just like that. And that was after being hot last week, which just goes to show you. Apparently, like, the exit velo and the barreled ball percentage wasn't there. They didn't give him credit for like the 7 hits in 6 games.
A lot of soft contact there.
Yeah,
was a problem.
And then the defense hasn't been as up to standard as you would hope for.
No,
certainly not enough to make up for the lack of a bat.
I talked to buddies of mine I got a couple of guys in Major League Baseball. I said, "Hey, Chansey's going to get claimed." And Guys like, no, listen, he's just not if you look at the metrics on him, the numbers are just not good enough. And the one thing that you've kind of known about him is he can play defense, and that's been subpar as well. So he's going to have a couple of options. Either he's going to clear and then he can go report the minors, or if in fact that he leaves, and then then there goes you don't have to worry about that money anymore.
I heard Sands. He said he didn't think that anybody's going to claim him.
Yeah,
the $4 million or whatever.
Yeah,
a
couple of my guys in the league said from other teams said they didn't feel like he was going to get claimed.
Well, unfortunately, it's not a ton of money, and hopefully he can get hot, be some depth, and show up and be in a better place when he does return. And again, it's not a killer to have to eat $4 million, but. I mean, they have to feel like right now they are absolutely in the market for an outfielder. I know Asuna's been killing it. Maybe we'll talk a little bit more about that later. NBA playoffs tonight. Knicks and Celtics, Game 1. Nuggets and Thunder, Game 1, both on TNT. Pacers took down the Cavs in Game 1. Darius Garland did not play, but your guy Carlisle has those Indiana guys playing great.
Yeah, I tell you what, man, I think Rick's lost the love for me. I've texted him a couple of times, congrats, coach, and all that. He might be doing it just as a superstition, not answering me back. Or then again, he might be like, you guys are in my rear view mirror now.
Well, guy's kind of a red ass. He might just be in a bummed out mood. He might be in the lab just figuring out how to take his team on an unexpected championship run again for like the 5th time in his career.
To beat Cleveland the way they did, my gosh. Yeah.
Okay, we got so much sports going here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Send Wooly Bully some love on social. He's out there cruising the Caribbean with his lovely family.
He's in the Saints somewhere.
Yeah. Top 10 at 2:20 coming up next. Chief has that. Where are we going?
We'll give you a tip of the cap to Jim Nill, of course. And on this day in world history, 1 year ago, it was the roast of Tom Brady. We have the top 10 Brady roast jokes next year in the nation. But first...
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, forgive me.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
Pepper Lady? Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Sapphire Squad?
Welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Looking forward to talking with CY coming up at 4:20. The Rangers president of baseball operations, 2 hours away here on your home of the 2023 champs. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franklin Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Brought to you by Cars for Kids as well. Donate today, carsforkids.org. Here's the Chief.
All right, thank you very much. 877-881-1053. I can't help but just be thinking to myself right now, like, are they going to replace Donnie Ecker? You know, is this just like you just getting rid of them and promote from within? Who's going to be the most hands-on now when it comes to the hitting and the offense and the plan and the strategy? What might be up CY's sleeve? Looking forward to that at 4:20. Also, speaking of incredible general managers, tip of the cap to Jim Nill of the Stars. And Saad Yousuf put it nicely. And we can think about the way our teams like to team build, and we can have some qualms about certain teams in this Metroplex, but the Stars are not one of those. They go every route. Jim Nill, high draft pick with Miro. You got a bunch of first rounders with Wyatt Johnston and Otter and Harley and Bischel. You have post first round draft value with Rupe and Robo. You have trades under his belt with this team building with Sagan and Rantanen and Granlund. And then in free agency, you have the Marchments and the Duchesnes of the world. And so just the way that Jim Nill has built this team and how in every opportunity, in every stream of opportunity that you can team build with, whether it's drafting, whether it's free agency, whether it's trading, he checks off all the boxes. He's not cutting any corners, and he's built one hell of a team to win that series and to do it short of Miro and Robo.
Yeah.
I mean, just that alone right there speaks so highly.
I think I'd have to give him best GM in DFW, Chief.
Yeah.
You know how I feel about CY.
Yeah, but I mean, the track record and how the consistency factor.
Yeah.
And obviously they haven't been able to complete the mission here as of late, but it is they're really knocking on the door. Jerry likes to talk about being around the rim, and it's like, dude, you're not even close. But the Stars have consistently been a championship contender. They're super battle tested, and you saw that all come to live at the AAC Game 7. They got guys that have been there, done that. No moment is too big for them.
If I had to describe the Cowboys with a basketball analogy, I would say they're trying to take a fadeaway three from the other team's three-point line with a man in their face.
That's incredible, but
it might happen 1 out of 70. We're dealing with pros here.
Right. Yeah, but everybody would understand, wow, that was one of the luckiest shots we've ever seen go in.
That's right.
Congrats to that guy. Tip of the cap. It probably won't happen again.
No. Glad you were here to see that one, folks.
But some will tell you that was right around the rim. Might as well have been a layup.
Yeah.
Just smoked it.
I mean, shoot, every decade or so, you probably would clang one.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, that's right.
10, 15 shots.
Well, that's not the way Jim Nill likes to play the sport of team building, and we love him for it. Saturday night was an unbelievable experience, and the entire series, really. I mean, how many great moments that you're just sitting there going, what a ridiculously incredible round of hockey, and it's round one.
To have a guy like Thomas Harley that can just step up and be amazing in the absence of Miro, to have more than enough forwards that Robertson went down and still beat the Avs. It's incredible.
His ability to stay aggressive, I think, is one of his best traits. And, you look at his career is he basically started off as a scout, then an assistant general manager. Like he was with the Detroit Red Wings for like 4 of their cup wins. And he's learned, I mean, as he was coming through the ranks, it's his ability to evaluate players, the eye for the talent is incredible. And I think, like I say, the fact that he's super aggressive. He's got a good team, but what does he do? He still finds ways to go out and trade for the player that was the difference in the series. The guy that made, that a lot of people, thought, well, hey, there was no way you're going to get him out of, Colorado. Well, Colorado's not going to pay him. Now he ends up in Carolina. They can't come to a deal in Carolina. Most people would have sat around and like, Like, well, okay, that's a shame what's going on in Carolina. It's a great player. But no, what do? You go take advantage of Carolina knowing they can't get the players signed up. Yeah. Can't get anything long-term done. So what does he do? He says, like, hey, I'm going to swoop in and, even though they're a really, really good team over there, let's offer some things and see if we can get that player away from them.
24/7, 365.
That's what you got to do. I mean, he took advantage of a situation in Carolina where they weren't going to get the player signed and made the deal for it.
Now, Chief, we do have an assistant hitting coach, Seth Connor, and a hitting coach, Justin Veal. If it was up to you, do you think you would elevate one of these guys to the position? Or do you think you would reach out and maybe get a name recognition guy?
I mean, I love me some Veal.
I do too.
Who doesn't?
Parmesan, even better.
But it's not, I mean, he's been here now and he hasn't been able to necessarily fix the problem.
Yeah.
I mean, in a perfect world, I would like for Bochy and CY to use the resources that they have and then the connections that they have. And I don't know, it might be slim pickings at this point in the season. You might have to get real creative with it. But I'd be trying to go. I mean, you have championship aspirations.
Yeah.
So you don't just kick the guy out and hope that the next guy knows what he's doing, even though he's been here and hasn't fixed a dang thing.
Yeah.
So in my perfect world, they go and make a crazy awesome move here.
That's an interesting thought, though, because we're a month into the season. It is slim pickings. You might have to get a guy that's not currently even in the game.
Well,
yeah,
that's the thing about it is, like you're saying, it's going to be very, very difficult. And these baseball guys all know each other so well. There might be a guy that we're not even thinking about.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was wondering.
They make a call and like, hey, bro, listen, man, you ever thought about getting back into this another way? These coaches, man, I don't know what.
Like the M's just did with Edgar Martinez.
Yeah. You just it never hurts to call somebody. The one thing though that I think CY said after he made the move was that we need a different voice. The players need to hear a different voice. So to your question, Dawson, about hiring within, that to me kind of eliminated maybe some in-house guys. I'm thinking about maybe somebody from the outside that these,
because we would already find that out.
Yeah, there's some baseball lifers out there that probably can handle this gig.
Well, maybe CY can tell us more coming up at 4:20.
Yeah,
that's the hope. Happy Cinco de Mayo, ladies and gentlemen. You guys got any fun plans? You guys going to be doing some? I mean,
Lucius used to be one of my
Lucius
faves.
is the
what are we thinking?
King of Cinco de Mayo,
what's on
right?
deck?
I mean, I think I've already celebrated. I've had like 2 bottles of tequila this weekend. I'm kind of drying out from it. It goes so fast. Yeah, it goes so fast.
The tequila or the weekend?
Both. Like, it's going fast. We started eyeballing what she's pouring. Like, how much is that? Are you sure?
Do you have a favorite tequila glass? Do you have a favorite tequila glass you drink out of?
There's a set that came with the Corlejos that we drink out of.
There you go. Yeah.
Yeah, you can't be drinking Cortalejo out of the red Solo cup.
What am I, a peasant?
Wait a minute. I'd like to say is, Lucius, would you be more bougie than me?
We're pretty close. I feel like you may, you're kind of beyond me, but yeah, we're pretty close. Because I got the chance to, like, my father had some paper. We didn't.
Yeah.
So I still had to do some work.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't.
You didn't have to do any work.
I had to do any work. Yeah. I wasn't, But I kind of feel like that Lucius has got some of those, like, he knows when I talk about certain things.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
He's like, yeah, man, I get you, man.
Yeah, my rain jacket is a Patagonia. You know what I'm saying? Shoot, don't get it twisted.
I'm about to say, I do agree I'm the bougiest here, but I think Lucius is a close second.
He's at least second. It might be a dead heat. I know he gets you in wardrobe and a sense.
No question.
Yeah.
No question. Yeah, no question about that. Yeah.
And cleanliness.
Yes. Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
You guys are both pretty dialed when it comes to the Clorox and whatnot.
Got 2 bottles sitting right in front of me right here.
I got a lot of respect for that.
Yep.
Okay.
Hey man, he and I, we survived the pandemic while you guys were doing radio at the homesteads. We were here fighting it out, man.
Sure was.
It changed you guys.
I was still stricken with COVID, even though I was at home. All right. 1 year ago today, we had the Brady roast on Netflix.
Wow.
Isn't that crazy?
Seems like a lot longer ago.
It does seem a lot longer.
Well, I have 10 of the best jokes here, but we'll just sift through a couple of them, and maybe we can sprinkle them in throughout the show. We'll start with the first one, Lucius. Here was Kevin Hart kicking off the proceedings.
By the way, single life is what you deserve because you had no choice. Giselle gave you an ultimatum. Giselle said, you retire or we're done. That's what she said to you, Tom. You retire or we're done. Let me tell you something. When you got a chance to go 8 and 9 and all it will cost you is your wife and your kids, you got to do what the you got to do. Do you understand me? You got to do it. You got to do it. You know what that's called, Tom? You know what that's called? That's called real shit. That's what that's called, Tom. Yeah, Tom. Them kids.
Whoa.
I mean, when Kevin Hart started and he was hitting those notes, I was like, okay, this is about
We're
to
in
be,
for it.
Yeah, we're really.
They're really doing this
Yeah,
thing.
they're not. This was not some big ploy.
It's not a powder puff kind of a situation.
No, he got absolutely crushed throughout the entirety of what
We're
was
gonna
like a
do it.
3.5
We're gonna do
hour
it,
show.
Tom.
Yeah.
Here you go.
Here was the roast master, Jeff Ross.
Look at you. You look like a vampire that only drinks almond blood. Tom looks like he bleaches his asshole just in case.
Oh, jeez.
The TB12 method, that's your book. Very helpful. In fact, Kevin Hart's been sitting on it all night. Kevin Hart is the biggest Eagles fan. In fact, one snatched him up in his backyard and dropped him off here this afternoon.
Jeff Ross is pretty good. The Kevin Hart jokes were pretty fantastic. I thought of all the players. Do you remember who you felt like did the best from all the players that were out of their element?
No, I can't remember right now.
Well,
not right now.
Not right now. Okay, we'll circle back. It's been a long weekend for Lucius. Still in Cinco de Mayo recovery mode. The fourth was with him yesterday, and it has now left him.
Edelman? Was he part of this?
Edelman, yeah, Edelman was pretty good. Gronk actually wasn't bad either. But here was Drew Bledsoe, who may have been the best.
Oh, there you go. Okay.
Yeah, here's Drew.
So look, when I first met Tom, he was not the greatest of all time. He was not what you see right now. He was just a sensitive, pretty boy from San Francisco who wouldn't shower with the team. And he drove a yellow Jeep. A yellow f***ing Jeep, right? So look, oh, don't make excuses, dude. It was a yellow f***ing Jeep. But look, I am not standing here right now saying that Tom Brady is gay.
Oh, man.
I'm not. I'm not saying that. But he sure did f*** me.
That's terrific. Drew Bledsoe with some red wine and a dry mouth got up there and, I mean, really hit it out the park. His whole set was fantastic. Okay, let me ask you: do you want to hear Belichick ripping on Gronk, or do you want to hear Nikki Glazer, who was probably the best of the
Nikki?
Night? Yeah, let's go.
That's what my vote is for.
Yeah, let's go with Nikki Glazer.
Rob Gronkowski is not all here. Hey, Rob. No, Rob, you're not really as dumb as you look and sound and act and are.
Oh.
You might be dumber.
Maybe dumber.
Is it true you were the first person born with CTE? Is that real? No, Gronk, I love you. You put the downs in touchdowns. You really do. You put the special in special teams. You put the tard in Rob Gronkowski as Why? I'm so sorry, Rob. You haven't caught this much heat since you were microwaved as a baby. I'm sorry.
I mean, she was killing.
That is amazing.
It is unbelievable.
Yeah, it's a sight to behold.
One of the best roasts, and I love these roasts. They usually hit pretty 10 out of 10. This one was no
They
different.
should get Belichick next. There's some content he's got out here to be nice and roasty. I'll tell you what.
Yes, that would be epic.
Yeah, would you call it, Dawson, a content-rich environment?
That's right.
You know, Belichick, I tell you what.
That's a great phrase, man.
Yeah, my brother came back from college 1 year, and I don't know where we were, maybe out some bar or something. And, you know, we were the younger guys hanging out with the older guy. He goes, yep, this is what we call a target-rich environment, boys. Best of the weekend coming up next, though, Chief. What do you got?
The dad of the year, the sports dad of the year, I should say, has already been awarded after what he did this weekend. That's next to the nation.
order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay,
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babies.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. G-Back Nation 105.3 The Fan. We'll talk more Stars and Rangers coming up at 3 o'clock. There is a little bit of Rangers news. We were just talking about the possibility of a new hitting coach or offensive coordinator. I mean, they have a hitting coach, an assistant hitting coach, and an OC. Jeff Wilson reporting Rangers are in talks to bring in an external candidate. Okay, but he says no hire has been made. Here's the Chief with your best of the weekend.
Oh, I cannot wait to hopefully get the official news before CY joins us. If not, we'll try to have to get it out of him. Give us the name. Who is it, CY?
That could be fun.
You can't get off the phone. We hold him hostage till he gives us the name that we're looking for.
And then you ask him a question about hash browns or something like that.
I mean, last week the gorilla question seemed to go over well.
Yeah.
He did appreciate that.
He did.
Little levity.
A little levity.
Maybe a little derby question brought us.
Yeah.
Fire off a derby question.
I'm guessing he probably didn't watch the derby.
You're like, hey, you were a caballo on the bump for so many years. Did you enjoy soaking in the Kentucky Derby on Saturday?
We actually did pretty good on the Derby.
Did you? I was going to ask you.
I tweeted
Congratulations to Sovereignty.
I had 2 of the 3 horses there for you. If you somehow, some way kind of work those horses around into your tickets and stuff, it worked out fine. I was in Austin with all of Bennett's friends watching it. And so it was funny, like when my friend of his pulled up the tweet and said, "Hey, Mr. Broadus, man, you nailed this thing." Bennett looked at me like, "Why don't you tell me? Why do you?"
You didn't give your son the scoop?
He didn't ask. He didn't ask. So
Jokes on him.
I put it on Twitter. I put it on Twitter. I said, "Hey, guys, these are the horses I like." I had 2 of the 3 finished in the top 3. So, but Bennett looked at me. He got so mad. He's like, "Dad, what the?" And I'm like, "Hey, I tweeted out my horses. I should have probably said something."
Were you watching the Derby the way you do, like the Cowboys and the Mavs and the Rangers, where you're just yelling at the TV and mother bleeping everyone on screen?
I cooked 60 pounds of crawfish for the guys.
How's the shoulder?
Luckily there were like some guys there that can lift, like
do the dump,
get everything taken care of.
Okay.
So all I had to do was really cook. So, but yeah, it
well,
worked out.
Maybe you're dad of the weekend. Maybe you're dad of the year. Because that sounds pretty impressive. Did you see what the Yankees? Did you see the Yankees, Dad?
No, what'd he do?
Carter Freeman's throwing it up on the fan cam as we speak.
Lucius got boxing on right now.
I believe this is dad of the year here. He's got probably 5-year-old daughter on his shoulders.
Oh.
Here comes the baseball. He's got the glove in the left hand. He's got the right hand sort of securing one of the ankles of the daughter. And right as the ball is approaching his glove,
daughter, who's on his shoulders, covers up both of his eyeballs with her hands. He blind snags I believe a foul ball.
Wow.
And
great hands.
Isn't that
so? A line drive, not like a bouncer ball, right?
No, this is not a bouncer ball. This thing was coming screaming in, he's got daughter on the shoulders, glove ready, eyes. He gets blinded by the daughter, still secures the grab.
Yeah, that's great stuff. Nice job by the daughter as well, as he had to take his hand off to secure the catch. She doubled down. She got the hooks in.
Dude.
Yeah.
What do you mean
Team
nice
effort.
job? She blinded that man.
Yes. She cranked up the level of difficulty.
But she also made sure she didn't fall off the back, which is your biggest
Okay.
concern as a parent.
This dude needs to be one of the 100 for the gorilla fight.
Okay, you think so?
I think so.
That qualifies.
We found our first gorilla fighter.
Which group would he be in? You know, there's like the A group, B group, C group.
This guy would be in the A group for the
You're
gorilla
giving
fight.
A group?
Damn.
Dad of the year. I don't think he's A group. He's not A group on my gorilla fight.
Why
he's
not?
He's not A group.
A group is going out of here first, man.
Hey, I'm just telling you, he was able to function blinded. That's important.
That's something you don't even think the gorilla could do.
I'm telling you, man, Lucius he does have me convinced we can't corral the
Have you
gorilla.
seen the animal experts?
I do see what they're saying, but they're saying one thing that I keep in mind. Us being humans, once we see two people get their heads bashed in together, the third guy is not going up there.
So all of a sudden that gorilla just snaps somebody's head off their body. We're pushing everybody in.
Finish him, Scorpio. You're like, nah, I'm good, fam.
Okay.
Turn you into a tadpole right there in front of everybody? No, bro.
We're going to need to be able to monetarily incentivize these gentlemen, and we're going to need backups, right? Because the offer's $10 million, right? It's got to be a huge number, maybe $1 million, but it's big, right? It's a big number. But as guys turn tail, as you're saying, Lucius, we got to have new guys who are like, you know what? I just want to take care of my family. I'm ready to go anyway. So if we can just get this on, that'd be great.
I was thinking PCP would probably help.
That would help.
PCP, hit a PCP out there on a cigarette, and they'll probably go nuts. They'll still be destroyed, but they'll do it with no fear.
Tony Montana with the Scarface.
I'll take your bullet.
Just riddled with bullets.
But as long as we're
fighting,
as long as we're talking about overestimating or underestimating, I think people are overestimating a gorilla's ability to stay focused while he's being swarmed and antagonized.
Okay.
And the stamina factor is one of the things that I keep seeing is like gorillas are.
Does it get tired?
They're explosive. It tires out.
Yeah.
They go hard in the paint for maybe a good 60 seconds, but then they have now emptied the tank, and that is when the other 75
I wanted
crazy
to believe
people.
it, but Lucius is right. Once we see like the second or third guy just get his head completely knocked off his body, we're not going to fight anymore. We're done with the fight, I think.
Well, I mean,
right? Don't you see, like, I'm not going in there and have him hit me in the head and my head go
bro,
flying.
ripping people apart.
Yeah.
Using body limbs to hit somebody else.
So the man has to be properly motivated. But, I mean, that happened at Normandy. They kept coming.
Yeah.
Okay, then some of those sons of guns climbed the dang wall, got those pillboxes.
You got a gun, I got a gun.
Yeah.
You got thumbs, I got thumbs. This right here is a gorilla, bro. You can't even get your arm around his neck to choke him out.
I think I would rather fight a gorilla than have that U-boat open up and me try to run that beach and then climb that wall. I think I'd rather just fight a gorilla.
I mean, I hear you on that one, bro.
I mean,
I hear you on that.
First off, I would trip going out of the boat in the water. I'd fall down.
I'd see that red water. I'd be out.
Stumble out of the.
I might try to swim back to Hawaii as soon as I see that
I'd
water.
Stumble out of the boat, and then
It'd be like the Avis parking lot all over again for you.
My headphones.
I love all the derivatives of this
You're
gorilla
right.
question.
I
though.
lost that. I lost
Sorry,
one of my
Chief.
earbuds. What the hell was?
No,
I
it's
doing?
great. Like now you have all these different ones, like 100 Don Zimmers versus 1 Pedro Martinez.
I'm going Pedro.
You got me versus 100 Frosty Miller Lights that went viral. 100 sports bettors versus 1 job application. 100 IRS agents versus 1 Shohei Ohtani. 100 women versus accountability. There's some really good ones out there right now.
Made me. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, no, that's exactly right.
That's what I hear. I would never did it if you didn't. Like,
that is it, and that's a direct quote. How about the group in Bolivia this weekend that survived 36 hours in alligator-infested swamp waters after a plane crash? Did you guys see
All
this?
Right. How many were there?
How
many people we got?
This was 5. This is like 3 women, 1 child, and 1 30-year-old pilot dude who
5 of them
had to safely land the plane, but he did it in Bolivian swamp waters, and they were surrounded by alligators on this little wooden perch for 36 hours.
Okay,
no water, no food. I don't know how. I mean, the bathroom stuff was always something that I think about in this moment. Like, for 36 hours, what are these people having to do from that standpoint? But all the while,
you're dehydrated,
you're
bro. You're not going to the bathroom.
It was a plane crash?
You're dehydrated.
It was like they had to safely land the plane because the plane started losing altitude, and so it was like an emergency landing kind of deal.
You don't have to worry about any more bathroom stuff. You got rid of that on the way down, brother.
So, this is not like a seaplane. This is just a normal, Bonanza with wheels and all that.
This is like a single engine
but it
kind of
didn't
situation.
sink. It didn't totally sink. It was it was floating.
Yes, it was floating. They were surrounded by alligators. Within 3 meters of them, there was like a family of alligators waiting for them to be food. But then it was like it was some fishermen that came by, saw them, and that's how they were able to alert the folks to get them rescued. So they're all fine. The child's fine. The women are fine. The pilot's fine.
What a story.
But they were stuck in the middle of alligator-infested waters for 36 hours on.
I'm about to say they could fight the gorillas with us too if they're
I mean, being their ability to overcome adversity.
All right, so 5 people can beat a number of alligators. We've determined that, right?
I guess if that's how you want to do the math on it, then absolutely, dude. I feel fantastic about it. I think we might be getting some Evan Carter conversation brewing right now as well in real time. So obviously with the Leody Tavares news, it felt like the Carter call-up could be just really in a matter of moments. And I saw from Kennedy Landry, Rangers likely to call Evan Carter before tomorrow's series opener in Boston.
There you go.
I'll take a Kevin Carter, too, if they got one the way these boys are hitting.
Anything, whatever it takes, plus the external candidate that is going to be the next offensive coordinator or the Donnie Ecker replacement. Yeah. So... Great
news is flowing.
Great day in the Ranger land.
CY is coming up at 90. We're 90 minutes away from the Rangers president of baseball operations talking about Rangers moves. They're apparently working on hiring a new hitting coach, and apparently Evan Carter is on his way up after the news over the weekend with Leody Tavares and Donnie Ecker. Very robust conversation here coming up at 4:20. Top stories of the day. Let's relive some of the top moments from Saturday's Game 7 victory. And what else is breaking here across the world of sports? That's coming up next in the nation. I want to...
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go, Hour 2, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. Thanks for making us part of it. We're an hour and 20 minutes away from Rangers President of Baseball Operations Chris Young joining us as reports are swirling around this baseball team. Might have Evan Carter coming up here real soon. Kennedy Landry reported that. How'd she phrase it?
Yeah, Tuesday, probably tomorrow before the Red Sox series.
Right on. Jeff Wilson reporting that they are looking for a new hitting coach or maybe offensive coordinator to replace Donnie Ecker as the axe swung once again over the weekend. The Jake Berger development from early last week was just the beginning. As I think what we're seeing is everything that's manageable so far. I haven't seen anything, drastic, but just all of the things at their disposal. I'm kind of surprised they did it so soon, but I love it at the same time. I'm used to teams dragging it out and waiting, right? Mm-hmm. But I think this is CY following up on what he said in Surprise at spring training, that he was not going to be as patient with this year's team as he was last year. And maybe one thing that he learned from last year is, don't assume that things are going to work out in your favor and be patient. So I like these moves, guys. What I would love is a trade for a big old son of a gun at first base or an amazing center fielder with a high on-base percentage. That's what would really get me excited. Right now, I think we're hoping that these guys who have been good hitters can be good hitters, and these subtle tweaks can sort of agitate the team into being slightly better versions of themselves. But I if I was CY right now, fingers crossed that this works, because right now it's still too early to address your team in the trade market. But in 6 weeks, that'll be a different story. And in 6 weeks, if these moves don't work out, it'll be on to the next thing, which is how can we remake this lineup in the trade market?
Yeah, and CY is always down to make those moves. So who's going to become available? There's always going to be some options out there. How constrained will he be by ownership to make a move? Because he's going to want to swing for the fences, so to speak. So I'm with you. I mean, we'll see what Krim can do over the course of maybe the next few weeks, and maybe he can start to really show a little something there at first base. But you clearly have holes, and if you have championship aspirations, come on now. Let's do this thing.
Yes, sir. At 877-881-1053, Rangers making moves here. They're quite active, Brian. Have they done enough? Will this work? What do you think?
I was sitting there, again, I was talking to some of my guys around Major League Baseball about this, and I was just saying, hey, if you're the Rangers situation, one of my guys said, hey, it's hard to fix a Major League team in spring unless you have these upper minor league prospects ready to contribute. And he says you almost have to wait until the summer when the trade market opens up, because if you can limp to the summer, there's a chance, but there's really not much to do right now except comb the waiver wire for other people's trash.
I do think they can limp to summer.
Yeah, so that's the pitching staff, right?
Yeah.
We're counting on the pitching staff, but yeah,
like 2 out of 10 games, you'll have a good offensive game.
My guys were and I even asked my guy, Dawson, you and I, the Walcott thing. right?
Yeah,
we're like,
yes.
We're watching Walcott and all that.
That's talent right there.
Yeah, and I'm
get him
like,
in the show.
Yeah, and I'm sitting there and I go, oh, okay. Well, hey, what just educate me about Walcott. Would you bring him up right now just to kind of be one of those guys? And my guy said, listen, Walcott would get badly exposed. The Rangers need veterans with a history of hitting to start hitting.
Mm-hmm.
And this coach to shake up is the warning. Trust me, that clubhouse is freaking out right now. So that's an observation from another Major League Baseball team about your Texas Rangers.
I mean, everybody's got to think, right? From
but can I also say something real quick?
Yeah.
Too? Yeah, and he also closed out with this. I meant to say about the Walcott thing. He said the Walcott move would also put CY in a really bad spot, especially if he looks like a teenager out there.
Mm-hmm.
He says CY will look desperate and the veterans will get pissed off.
Okay.
That's something else to kind of think about there.
We don't want to be putting our fortunes into the hands of a kid. We're not in a developmental situation right now.
Right now, we wouldn't be, no.
I wonder when that stops. Maybe 20 years old, 21 years old. I mean, it's very rare that a teenager actually plays in Major League Baseball.
That was for my other guy.
For good reason.
I was asking
but
about Walcott there, yeah.
I've never seen a kid that looks that ready. Not with my own eyes.
Yeah. I was drinking a lot of beers but he looked like a good baseball player to me.
It sounds different when his bat hits it.
Yeah.
He's big, but so athletic and so quick with his turns that he can make all the throws and turn them and all that. Have they done enough? Will it work at 877-881-1053? Move Garcia, move Carter, says the 901. I think I don't know if Adolis Garcia is tradable. I don't know if you'd like what you get back for him, but I don't know if you can continue to rely on him and continue to look at him as maybe an untouchable or a guy that you're building around at his age and his production last season plus now. It's time to probably trust what your eyes are telling you, which is unfortunately sometimes guys in their early 30s, they just had a couple of hot seasons in their late 20s, their prime, but that was their peak and now maybe no longer capable of being good. So I'm looking at right field, center field, first base, second base, DH as where can we legitimately make a move here for a player that could be a catalyst in the middle of our lineup or at the top of our lineup. Osuna's crushing in the minors, though. 16th best OPS in all of the minor leagues. First in runs scored and total hits. I've loved watching this guy play since I saw his helmet fly off his head when he was rounding second base in surprise. He plays with his hair on fire.
Mm-hmm.
He plays it like Pete Rose. That's what I would compare Osuna to. I don't know if he's going to challenge 400 at any point in his career, but he's killing it. And that's another guy that I think could have something, and maybe he's old enough. I don't know. Maybe we can get an update on CY on Osuna here coming up at 420.
Yeah, you just have both your best guys that's still in Double-A.
Yeah.
With Walcott and Osuna, it's like you probably got to, hey, let's get the AAA thing going, show that you can do the success there, and then, boom, we'll get you. But I'm kind of waiting for both of those things to happen.
That's kind of like if you're a bad team. That's why I always ask that question, like Jared. If you were a bad team, would you bring these guys up, but you're not a bad team. You're just a team not hitting right now.
All righty. So, I mean, the Rangers did drop 2 of 3. It was insane that we talked about it as much as we did after the day game Thursday. They'd gotten worked against Oakland.
Yeah.
And we were kind of licking our wounds, and it just seemed like that was rock bottom, and Friday was going to be the beginning of a different story, and they went out there, and they were shut out until the 9th.
Yeah.
They were one hit until the 9th.
Yeah.
And then you get one home run, and Dave Raymond and Mike Bassett did a tremendous job. I'm sure Sands and Hicks did a great job here on the radio, making the most of it and having a sense of humor about things and being patient. But, that's where we are right now with this baseball team.
I don't know if they've traveled. They probably left for Boston already. Maybe they haven't. I don't know. But, man, Dave Raymond just seemed so frustrated after the game the other day. Just watching I know Dave listens to us, and I have the utmost respect for Dave. I think does a great job broadcasting. But he seemed.
Oh, that post-game Thursday?
Yeah, that post-game Thursday. He was like. Yeah. He was like the fans. He was very fan-like. Try and talk me off the ledge here, guys.
I mean, that's the stages of grief, I feel like. Thursday, it was like, what the heck? Yeah. And then Friday to be plunged back in, and maybe worse, as Woo is dominating you. Yeah. I think the only thing you can do at that point is try to laugh about it to prevent yourself from crying or from maybe going on an epic rant, which we'd appreciate, Dave. If you want to have a rant, in the post-game show, we're here for it. Okay, how confident are you The Jets did win 3 of 4 against your Dallas Stars. They outscored the Stars 13-5 in the regular season.
Yeah.
NHL.com staff predictions, though, favor Dallas. 14 of the 16 analysts are picking the Stars to advance, Brian.
Okay, so there's 16 of them, right?
Yeah.
I think there were 14 analysts that picked Colorado to win. Probably the same guys and gals.
Oh, no. Is that the kiss of death?
The Stars, the Stars took every hockey person that had a pick. I was glad they didn't have my name on that list. But they had every hockey person, and they had them crossed off as like Colorado at 6, crossed out. Colorado at 7, crossed out. I think there were 3 people that picked the Stars to win that series. So I wonder if it's the same group. They're all like, okay.
Yeah, is this a blessing that you want?
Yeah. Fooled me that last time, kind of a deal. But I don't think they're a netminder. I like Hellebuyck is. I don't think he's right now.
Gave up 3.85 a game.
Yeah, I don't think he's right.
830 save percentage in the first round. They nearly got eliminated by St. Louis.
St. Louis did a great job playing down the stretch. I think they won like 12 straight games and then took that thing to game 7.
I'm not that disappointed about Dodge and St. Louis.
I'm not either, dude. I think Bennington would have scared me more than Hellebuyck at this point.
Hellebuyck. I think that to me I just was worried kind of like about the travel.
Yeah, no doubt.
And then I was worried,
and then not having the home ice.
And not having the home ice.
For sure.
That's where I was. That's my concern. I playing the Blues. I'll take my chances with the Blues. I was watching Winnipeg play and they're just offensively they're so good. But hey, like the Stars. Stars have kind of found some things here as of late, so hopefully that'll carry them in. And they obviously have a netminder that's doing great right now.
Okay, speaking of finding things as of late, is playoff Mikko, going to carry them now? Are you counting on playoff Mikko? Like 12 points in the first round is amazing. A hat trick to eliminate your former team is the stuff of legends. I feel like we should be going to pubs and raising glasses and singing songs to celebrate Mikko. Like that's what that is to me. But the first 2 games were so sobering, I guess, and that narrative that, oh no, that Mikko's not going to carry you. He wasn't that great in Carolina. He's only amazing if he's on the ice with a first ballot Hall of Famer like McKinnon.
Yeah.
And I was worried about that storyline last week. I was like, please don't take hold. And the way this thing finished, ever since that first goal went in, it was like a dam breaking. Yeah. And he damn near did it on Thursday night. I was just going to do it in Game 6, but that didn't work, so we decided to do it again. And this time didn't leave the Avs another period to come back.
No.
I thought it was genius.
Yeah, he's absolutely a guy that I feel like has now really come out of the shell. I mean, we can't understate how difficult it is to get thrown into a new team. All of a sudden, now things are a little bit different. You have guys coming in and out. Robo's gone now. Okay, let's figure things out. And then all of a sudden now he's back to his usual postseason self. I mean, he's a guy that was one of the things we talked about when they made the trade was, when you look at a team with championship aspirations like the Stars, this is a guy who his postseason track record is fantastic. He usually gets better in the postseason. So it seemed like it maybe took a little while offensively to kind of figure things out. But now, I'm absolutely confident that he's going to be one of the main reasons why they continue to win.
I think that with after the second period, with Dallas only having 10 shots, I think he took it upon himself to say enough. When you could take the puck from center ice and race with speed all the way through, and the balance that he had to get that puck on net and then off that skate, it's just like he just had enough. Something needed to happen. Something offensively needed to get that crowd back in the game, and something needed to be. And him and Johnson and others, I mean, that's what you got to have. And he really, for 10 minutes, he was. We laughed about the bubble games and stuff. Where they used to say, "Remember that we're not going home." He wasn't going to let him go home.
He refused.
He refused to let him. He was not going. We're not going home now. And that's when you make trades like that and how that thing worked out. And that just shows you the talent of that player, that he could put a team on his back for the last 10 minutes of a Game 7 and be the complete difference maker.
Total hero.
And Colorado knew it too.
Yeah.
Colorado knew. They'd seen that act before.
Yeah.
They'd seen that, like, you could kind of like, oh, geez, here.
I mean, they're supposed to have 3 other guys who might be better, you know?
Yeah.
And
well, I'll tell you, Natchez, who they got.
Maybe 4?
Well, Natchez didn't play bad, though. Natchez, I mean, they kind of feel like that Natchez, the trade-off was Natchez was going to be a lot of that type of player.
Oh, yeah.
Was going to be him, but for a lot less money. I think Natchez played pretty well against you in this series.
Yeah.
But you clearly had the better guy, but I felt like just watching Natchez play, he was kind of a pain in the rear for you, having to deal with him a little bit.
Record book weekend for Scotty Scheffler, winning the Byron by 8 shots, 4-day score of 253, matched the tour record since '83. Got emotional talking about it afterwards. It was his first pro start back in high school, was at the Byron.
Yeah.
So Jordan Spieth had a final round 62. He finished tied for 4th. The quote from Spieth was incredible, talking about his fellow Longhorn and buddy Scotty. He said, what he's been doing is inspiring, given it wasn't that long ago. I was definitely better than him, and now I'm definitely not. I hate admitting that about anybody, but I just watched it those first 2 rounds, and I've got to get better. It's very inspiring. I thought that was great honesty there from Jordan Spieth. It was exciting when he was dominating, but it's super exciting with Scotty Scheffler now. This is, the closest thing we've seen to Tiger. Right?
31 under is unbelievable.
Stupid.
I'll tell you what we need to do is go out there and play that course.
I'll go 31 over.
It'd take me all weekend.
No,
if I'm lucky.
There's sometimes you play courses that are pro courses. And then other times
this is a much scaled down version.
Everybody else was playing it, though. They were 8 shots back.
I know, but he was incredible. But they were 23 under, 24 under. This course is, if you hit the fairway, you got a chance to score. And that's pro golfers. That's all they do is hit fairway.
And the amount of water that we had, but hey, quite receptive.
It's a really nice place to play, but it is not going to challenge pro golfers like they need to be challenged.
FC Dallas fell to San Diego 4-0, first road loss of the season. They'll host AV Alta in a U.S. Open Cup match on Wednesday. Real Salt Lake up there on Saturday. Congrats to Atletico Dallas. Debuted their team name and logo over the weekend. It looks very cool. And they're going to begin play at 2027 in Garland. All righty, it's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. C-Note, Cowboys news of the evening coming up next here. It's the G-Bag Nation on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers, 105.3 The Fan.
Apes, you want the scoop from the sources? You came to the right place. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app, presented by Comerica.
Gentlemen, listen up. This is Gavin Dawson. I've got something life-changing for you. If you're feeling drained, sluggish, or just not yourself, go to Men's T Clinic. I've seen firsthand their total wellness optimization, changing lives, more energy, sharper focus, better recovery, without gimmicks, without shortcuts, science-backed, individualized optimization that gets results. 5 DFW locations. If you're ready to feel like your best self again, do what I did. Call Men's T Clinic, 972-GO-MEN'S T, mensteclinic.com. Salute.
Hello, it's Pete Thompson from the Consumer Team. You know, during the hot weather in Texas, nothing is more aggravating than being without your air conditioner and waiting for days, even weeks to get service. That's why we recommend the On-Time Experts. They'll be at your home same day, or the service and diagnostic fee is free. And their number one goal is to get you cool again quickly. They serviced the air conditioner at my home recently, and they really earned my trust. Go to theontimeexperts.com to set your appointment time today. Theontimeexperts.com.
Running out of burgers at the tailgate? Hard. Forgot your sunglasses? Hard. Your driver lost by an inch? Hard. Catching all your favorite racing content on Zumo? Easy. Life is hard. Zumo is easy. Stream NASCAR content anytime on Zumo TV, Zumo Streambox, or Zumo Play.
Are you tired of falling short on your health and fitness goals? It may be your hormones. Optimizing hormones can have a dramatic impact, both physically and mentally. BioT is the world's leader in training healthcare providers on bioidentical hormone optimization. BioT's providers treat low T, low energy, muscle loss, low sex drive, and performance. Get your edge back in 2025 by visiting myhormonelevels.com to see if you qualify for a reduced cost program offered by a BioT certified provider. That's myhormonelevels.com.
When you think mortgage,
TexasLending.com. It's time to spring into action with a home equity loan from TexasLending.com. Whether you're trying to get home improvements, a new pool, maybe some upgrades around the house, call TexasLending.com for your cash-out refinance, first lien home equity loan, or second lien home equity loan. 972-387-4600 online, TexasLending.com.
4201 Spring Valley Road, Suite 1150, Dallas, Texas, 75244. NMLS number 2297. Equal housing lender.
Cycling is fun. It boosts your mood and takes you to new places, like all the bases on the diamond.
On May 12th, thanks to Dairy Max, you can get a Wyatt Langford on a bike bobblehead to celebrate him hitting for the cycle. You'll own this collectible if you're one of the first 15,000 fans when the Rangers host the Rockies on the 12th. Grab your tickets today at Rangers.com. All for Texas.
Say goodbye to dealerships and private sale tire kickers when you sell your car to GiveMeTheVin.com. Now we're even better with the GiveMeTheVin.com big cash giveaway. Win $25,000 in cash every month. Sell us your car to increase your odds of winning. No purchase necessary. For official rules, go to GiveMeTheVin.com.
It's Big 12 college baseball time. Enter for your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to the Big 12 Baseball Championship at Globe Life Field. Go to 1053thefan.com/contests for more details and your chance to win.
Shop seafood savings at Whole Foods Market. Get 20% off sustainable wild-caught fresh halibut fillets with Prime through May 6th. Pair this light flaky Maine with fresh spring veggies. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Testing.
We're live from Chick-fil-A.
This is Grant.
And this is Laura.
And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Smokehouse Barbecue Bacon Sandwich is that sweet bun.
And that chicken filet was perfectly crispy and soft at the same time.
And that Smokehouse Barbecue sauce, it's a lot of fun. And the brown sugar bacon definitely had a little bit more pizzazz. Also, the mac, one of the all-time greats. Man, I'm getting hungry.
Order the Smokehouse Barbecue Bacon Sandwich and our Coca-Cola on the Chick-fil-A app for a limited time. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your Nature-Made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
You've spent the last 10 years...
Celebrating 50 years with savings. Save $1,975 on a new Generac generator installed. Huge savings on the things you need. Visit us at Berkeys.com today.
M37968.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It's time to hit the C-note, but we have some breaking Rangers news. For segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franklin Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Yeah, Texas Rangers PR tweeting it just 5 minutes ago as we went to break. The Rangers today announced the club has hired former Major League infielder Brett Boone as Major League hitting coach. Boone will join the club for Tuesday's series opener against the Red Sox at Fenway Park. This is Sean and RJ's Brett Boone.
That's right. All right.
This is incredible.
The hitting coach the show.
He's been doing hits with them. He's turned himself into just a podcast monster from an incredible baseball family. I first became aware of them with Bob Boone.
I watched his dad play.
Angels catcher, right?
Yeah, Phillies as well.
His grandfather, Ray.
Ray all the way back, too.
And then the brother, of course.
Yeah.
So I don't, exactly know where his tie-in is with this organization, but I look forward to talking with CY more about it. Obviously, the network of Bochy and CY and all these guys. We were, just speculating earlier, hint, that, if they were going to hire somebody, it was going to be tough to find somebody that would, have a great case. Because it's so early in the season, nobody's been let go. Everybody that wanted to be getting a new job has already got one. So who could possibly be out there that would be quality? But this is exciting. Brett Boone's a guy that could, definitely work his way around a batter's box. I was the Mariners board op in 2001. Dude hit 37 home runs as a second baseman. It was incredible. That was the 116 win Mariners team. So. That's a pretty cool story, and it's time now for the C-Note here, Cowboys news of the evening on your home of the Cowboys, home of the Texas Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. We are heading for a significant flooding event, though, aren't we, Brian?
Yeah, evidently the Trinity River right now is at 27 feet, and flood stage, it's right at the crest would be at 30, but they're talking about it potentially. The flash flood warning goes from today up and through Thursday. So this is going to be saying we're going to crest at 33 feet. So be careful if you're down in that area, please.
Yeah, that stinks. I guess it flooded the last time was back in 2022. It happens, and that
valley down there,
area down there, just it looks like a giant swampland there for that week. So hopefully it's not too bad. Okay, NFL power rankings here. Which teams improved in the draft? Yes,
Brian?
Brian?
Just saw the Dart family again on NFL Live, just in case you wanted to.
They love that B-roll footage of the Dart family enjoying their draft, don't they? Okay, we go to ESPN here, and this is a post-draft power rankings here. Not only do they give you some power rankings here, but they give you a little bit of a write-up. Where would you put the Cowboys right now if you look at the league?
Just NFL power rankings?
Overall?
I would say probably around somewhere in the neighborhood of 20.
Okay.
22.
I was gonna guess 18.
Okay, you guys are right on it. And who would you say is clearly the number one team in the NFL right now?
They will probably put the Philadelphia Eagles, I assume, right?
Yeah, I think it's still probably the Eagles or even the Chiefs.
Chiefs, yeah.
The Lions.
Lions could be in there. Baltimore.
Baltimore could certainly be there.
I was surprised they put the Chiefs up here at number one. I thought that Super Bowl butt kicking was so sufficient that if they lined up 10 times, I think the Eagles would beat them at least 8 of those, maybe 9. The way they dominated the second half of the season once they made their adjustments and sort of figured out what their strengths and weaknesses were, I don't know. That was impressive. Okay,
yeah, but they're getting a little bit healthier. From a wide receiver standpoint. Obviously, you now have Rashee Rice. You'll have Xavier Worthy in year 2. They've done some things on the offensive line there.
They got Jalen Royals.
They drafted Jalen Royals as well. They've done a couple of things at the running back spot. I'm trying to remember who they. I think they went and got one of the Niners running backs.
They traded for. Why am I brain dead in here? It's the guy who filled in for McCaffrey for all those weeks. I'm surprised the fantasy football people I'm sure people are texting.
Elijah Mitchell is who they got. No, Jordan Mason went to the Vikings.
Okay, Mason. I thought Mason. Yeah. Okay, my bad on that.
They're looking at the Eagles' losses. Now, tell me, Josh Sweat, Brandon Graham, Darius Slay, C.J. Gardner Johnson, Milton Williams. Those are 5 names. I'm pretty sure at least 3 of those guys are still dang good. They did re-sign Zach Bond. They did have Jahad Campbell fall to them in the first round, and they added Samuel Mondon Jr. in the 5th. Nakobe Dean still recovering from a torn patella, but Philly will have plenty of options at linebacker once he is healthy. So they're betting on those defensive losses to sort of be fatal, and that is significant. I don't know if that would be enough to have me thinking that they're better than the Chiefs now. I think I might let a couple of weeks of the season go on before I put anybody ahead of Philly after what they did in that Super Bowl.
I'll tell you what, if you just off my stack, when you start to talk about, you mentioned Campbell, the linebacker from Alabama. He is, depending on what happens with Nakobe Dean, Andrew Makuba is a huge upgrade at safety for them. I know we'll see how it plays out. They've kind of got Sidney Brown as a guy that maybe he played the strong safety. Sidney Brown's really just a special teams player. I wouldn't be surprised if Andrew Makuba and Reed Blankenship are going to be the starting safeties for the Eagles this year. And I think Makuba over Gardner Johnson's a huge upgrade.
Well, okay, to that point, where the Cowboys are is 19th here on ESPN's post-draft power rankings. They moved them up a couple of slots, and they were looking at the pass rushers as well, losing Tank, but Sam Williams, Dante Fowler, and Ezeraku. The combination of those guys being on the Cowboys defensive line has them actually moving up 2 spots from 21 before the draft to 19 afterwards.
And I do love that. The pass rush is going to be fantastic, but are you going to be able to stop the run? I think, to me, that is the big question about the defense still. Yeah. And it's great to have a pass rush, and you can't have enough of those guys.
Yeah.
But can you stop the run?
They have swung and missed so many times at this defensive tackle spot, and I hope Jay Toya can be the answer. Yeah. But, I mean, Quentin Bohanna, Ridgeway, I mean, since Jay Ratliff, it has been one swing and miss after another when it comes to finding these big guys.
Yeah, but you wonder how much are how much is Jay Toya? How much is he going to play?
There's a chance he barely plays at all.
See, that's what I'm saying, though. So,
I'm hoping he's better than Mozzie Smith.
No, but that's going to be the trick, because you've got to figure out Jay could play on first and second down, could play on first down for sure. You know, with Mozzie plays with more range than Jay Toya does, where you're going to really have to make this thing up. You're going to have to be better on the edges. And guys like, with Kenneth Murray, you kind of hope that you get something out of him.
Sanborn,
who made all, yeah. I mean, that's how the run defense got a little bit better. Last year, you were tougher on the edges or better on the edges, and then you were able to kind of those linebackers. But you got some guys, when you talk about Ravel and guys, and I got a really good report on him, talking to some people over there today, how he's come in and really accepted what he has to do, and he wants to get back like now is what he's trying to do.
Love that.
So he's pushing really, really hard to do that. But this is really not going to be about JT. This is going to be about some of those linebackers they signed, and can guys like Fowler and Williams and others play better off the edge. That to me is where this thing is gonna hinge.
Okay, it is the C note here. Cowboys news of the evening. We do it every day at 3:20 here in the G-Bag Nation, looking at the top Cowboys headlines. Things can get busy with the Rangers and the Stars and the Mavs and all the other sports, but every day at 3:20 we're going to be talking about America's team here as we go into this summer and approach training camp. Patrick Walker has a story up about how Shoddy says he's not going to change. He says, the guys I've seen change, I'm not going to name them. They weren't very successful. And I plan on being really successful. I like that line. He says, the reason I think I'll do that is because of my values and my beliefs and now how hard I work, but also because I'm going to be me, and I'm not going to change that for anything. I do believe being genuine and being yourself is amongst line one here at this level.
Well,
because the pressure is going to be insane.
If you just listen to the calls that were made, the secret audio that we played on the station, he's got an enthusiastic group of coaches. Those guys are excited about coaching these guys and getting on the field and being on. And he's got some young first-time NFL coaches involved. So always good to have those types of guys in the mix. And hopefully, like we were talking about the offensive line with the coordinator and an actual offensive line coach, will make that group better as well.
The 972 asking, guys, for the past couple of days, I haven't heard G-Bag of the Day at 2:30. You're right about that. Okay, it has been moved to 5:30 for the first time in 12 years. The G-Bag of the Day moved times. It's there at 5:30 now. If you can't hear it, you can always go back with the Odyssey app and instant rewind functionality. They break every show into like a podcast type of menu. You can just hit yesterday's or Friday's G-Bag of the Day and get caught up there. It airs at 5:30 every day. Then we get to LA Live. I feel disrespected is the quote from Dallas Cowboys undrafted rookie free agent wide receiver Trayshawn Holden.
I have a report about him today at 3:40. I'm going to break down some of these UDFAs for you as well.
I love it.
Mm-hmm.
Says, I've always been the type to just work hard, but I feel disrespected. He has his college position coach, Junior Adams, here. He says that was another reason why I decided to come too.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't draft a guy. I feel like I was one of the best receivers, and now I get to show everybody that I am. So Brian has Krusty's Corner here coming up at 3:40 every afternoon here in the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Okay, and then I got just something to put in your back pocket here, Chief. Thought you'd appreciate it.
Hit me.
Okay, 10 quarterbacks to know for the 2026 NFL Draft. Just in a hypothetical world where things don't go swimmingly for Dak Prescott next year, you're under 500, and you're thinking maybe now's the time to use that first-round pick on a QB. We go to Pro Football Focus here, and they say it seems likely Manning will not declare until the 2027 draft, but plans can certainly change. Currently tied for the betting favorite to win the Heisman. Do you guys think if he wins the Heisman and is considered the number 1 overall pick that he would still stay?
Yeah.
He wants to stay that bad?
I think so. Yeah, they've shown that they're willing to be patient. He wants to be the quarterback of the Texas Longhorns.
Yeah.
And he makes plenty of money. He doesn't need the money. And Peyton and Eli both played out their whole career.
Did. Yeah.
His numbers in very limited sample size, outstanding. But those aren't a great barometer, are they, considering who they played? Or what do you think about that?
He had some starts, I think, was UT San Antonio, I think was the one start that he made. But he came in the game as kind of like a power running quarterback. I was surprised about him is how good of an athlete he is.
He's great, yeah.
I kind of felt like that being tall and gangly and all, that he wouldn't be have that kind of slippery element to his game, but he really does, and he's got some power.
He's nifty, and he's been working out.
So, I was more surprised about his running ability than I was him throwing the ball.
Cade Klubnik, Clemson, Drew Aller, Penn State, Garrett Nussmeier, LSU.
He will be really good.
Sam Levitt, ASU.
Sam Levitt, yeah. Okay.
It's just okay. Carson Beck now at Miami.
I think Carson Beck had better find himself.
They say Lenora Seller, South Carolina, is the biggest boomer bust guy going into the season.
He is very similar to Milroe.
Cannon arm.
Yeah,
nice. Great athlete.
If he wouldn't have got hurt in the LSU game in week 3, South Carolina would have won that game.
Taylon Green, Arkansas. Nico, UCLA, whose stock is on life support. He needs a big bounce back. And then Fernando Mendoza, Indiana. Hoosiers doing a nice job finding these quarterbacks now, aren't they?
They are.
Had a guy last year, had Penix 3 years ago. Now they got another dude. I didn't think of that as a football place, but they must have some good coaches.
Was the quarterback this year.
Rourke,
he was kind of.
Did he get drafted?
No, I don't believe so.
All righty, it is the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan. That was a heck of a tease from Brian there a few minutes back. Remind us where you going here?
Yeah, we've got 9 undrafted kids. I'm going to take 3 today, 3 tomorrow, and 3 the next day. We'll talk about them next.
Coming up Tuesday morning on Sean and RJ, even more Payton Russell, the total.
low-fee products? I got to remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
They get me going in the mornings on the way in. I love the dynamics between Sean and Bobby, but I cannot miss LA Live on my drive home. That's hands down the best segment on The Fan.
Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-prices sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. The Rangers have hired Brett Boone as their new hitting coach. We have CY coming up at 4:20. Sandler's going to join us here at the top of the hour, and then we'll talk about what to watch for in the second round of Stars and Jets. So we got this thing surrounded. I'm excited. I think this is big money Ray stepping in. Maybe he doesn't want to spend money because he's concerned about the luxury tax and all the punishments that come if you start doing that. But hey, let's go take a guy out of the media world here to be a hitting coach with a big name. Maybe that's stepping up and writing a check to get a guy in here that has a chance to say the right kind of things and manage this offense back in the right direction, because it's clear it has been underperforming for over a season now, and it needs somebody to spell it out for them just a little bit better. All right, so Sands coming up at 4 o'clock. More on this story. Here is Brian with Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement.
Thank you very much, Sean. Thank you very much to Reliant. Just a couple of things before I get into these players. Dawson, I always have to ask you this question. In the moment, if you were at the AAC, the goal goes in for the hat trick. Is the hat going on the ice? and if it's one of your better hats?
It's going.
Just out of sheer excitement, right?
Yeah, in that situation. I saw a really nice stocking cap go over.
Yeah.
Oh, that was like, that looked like about $45 or something.
I loved the amount of hats that went flying before the puck had actually.
As he's got the puck on the tape, and he's just
that was great. You have to. I mean, especially in that moment, you can't even really fathom how caught up into the emotion you are in that building. Like talking to my friends at church on Sunday that were at the game, they're like, "Dude, I've been in a lot of different awesome playoff environments. There was nothing like that last 13 minutes of that game."
Yeah.
And so you're engulfed in the euphoria. That hat's coming off. Now you have to see where you have to make the non-emotional decision is before you head to the arena. You always have to keep in the back of your mind, this could happen. So I don't want to take my 1-seed hat.
Yeah.
You know, you got to have that hat trick hat that you're ready to let go of.
Yeah.
What if, okay, real quick, I promise I'm going to get to these players.
You do want to flex a nice hat at the arena, though.
You do.
If you got a new one.
Okay,
I get that.
what would you do?
I totally get that. Imagine you just bought a beautiful Stars hat.
That's what I'm saying. You bought one at the arena
At
for like
the arena.
$50 bucks. It's got playoffs on it. It looks great. Okay.
I think I'm just taking my
Dawson,
shirt off and launching that.
Just real quick. Okay. Chief and Lucius are sitting there with Wooly. We're all sitting there. But hat trick, and Chief grabs your hat and throws it. Are you okay with that?
Oh, yes. That's legendary.
Really?
Yeah.
You're not throwing your own hat.
You don't want to have that moment to yourself to be able to say, "Hey, that's my hat." You don't touch my hat.
Chief grabs your hat and throws it over the glass.
I think I would be so happy in the hilarity of the moment. I'd just be like, well done, dude.
Cool with it.
Like he's got his hat on. He's got his hat on like backwards and yelling, but he grabs your hat and throws it.
I keep my own hat on and throw his?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
He deserves to punch me in the face.
If he kept his on, then I'm going to rip his off and throw it.
He keeps his hat.
Yeah.
Like everybody's keeping their hat. But Chief, in a
grabs mine and throws it.
Drunken excitement,
that's fisticuffs.
Grabs your hat and throws it. Can you get away with that?
Absolutely not.
I don't think so.
Absolutely
If you've thrown your own hat and then you're frustrated with that I haven't thrown mine and you take it and throw it, I think that's hilarious. But if you keep yours and throw mine, we got problems. We're going right to the pro shop for a new one.
Would you try and defend your hat? Like,
for sure.
I mean, like you see, like. Okay,
I'd probably try to slap myself for being so silly to have not thrown it already.
Yeah, we've seen Eric at the drunken World Series game, right? Like a lot
I didn't make it to that game.
A lot of vodka. Okay, I did.
Yeah,
a lot of vodka in it.
You and Mrs. Bush saw.
Yeah.
Right?
Right, yeah. So, you have a way with words. So, we're sitting there, a lot of alcohol.
Earth Cabratus.
Yeah.
Mr. Bush was there, too, for the record.
I was just whatever.
That's Reagan's wife, by the way, too.
So there was a lot of alcohol in Chief.
Hey, tip of the cap. Any chance we get. That's a good call, Lucius.
A lot of alcohol in Eric. He's got drink in hand. He's not even thinking about his hat. He's thinking about your hat.
Yeah.
Do you try and punch him before?
He's really. I think I would be stunned because I'm watching the game.
Put both your hands over your head, like to try and hold your hat.
Because I'm turning to high five Chief.
But no, he's trying to high five you, but he's grabbing your hat and tossing it.
My reactions aren't going to be quick enough to it. I'm thinking high five. He slides in and grabs my hat. It's over. I don't think I have a chance to react.
Are you yelling as he's got hat in hand?
It's my favorite hat.
Like, no, don't. And then in a drunken rage that we know he's in, he's tossed the hat. He's looking at you like, yeah, look at that, bro. But he has his hat on.
That's probably when a Draymond Green kick to the nuts is.
Dude, this is an incredibly detailed picture he's painting for me over here.
Yeah, he wants you to hate me so bad.
And now he's probably defending his hat because he knows I'd be coming after it.
No, because I'm fearful Lucius would have grabbed my hat because Lucius probably will have on like his F1 Mercedes-Benz hat or something like that. So that thing ain't going over the glass.
Yeah, I'll give you a tip of the cap.
Yeah, Lucius has got cocktail in hand and he's like high-fiving. He ain't doing no hat. So,
well, I think I'd try to wink at you on the other side of Chief to grab his hat.
You don't want to be.
That's where I'm going to get to these players.
You do not want to be the guy or gal walking out of the AAC after a night like that with your hat still on your head.
No, that's a walk of shame.
Yes, that is the ultimate walk of shame.
But you just bought that playoff hat.
That's on you, man.
It's a $50 playoff hat.
It's worth it, though. It's worth it to say you did it.
Say you did it.
I saw the Hattie.
Yeah.
I saw Ottinger save all of McKinnon's shots.
All right.
Yeah, my pants would probably go flying off too at that moment. Let's be honest.
The drunken you at a sporting event is great.
I appreciate it.
It is.
That was
great.
unbelievable.
It is. Okay, I'm sorry about that. All right. I'm going to talk about 3 players a day since we've got 9 players. I'm going to start with Trayshawn Holden, the wide receiver from Oregon, first. I'm going to go 3 guys today, 3 guys tomorrow, and 3 guys the next day. We're going to knock all these UDFAs out. Holden is a 4-star recruit. Initially, he was at Alabama, and he was Alabama for 3 years, and then he transferred to Oregon. And so he wasn't very good at Alabama. He had some struggles with low number of catches, a lot of drops. But what this guy does at 6'2" and 211, he gives your quarterback a large target. And he's really, really good when it comes to running those dig routes, inside routes, the crossing routes. I don't think he has really, really natural hands, guys. I think he does fight the ball a little bit here. I think you'll see some double catching with him. And he's not a body catcher, but there's times where it just doesn't catch the ball particularly clean. And I think this is why people kind of went after him a little bit. So, like I said, got to be careful of him. Big guy, fighting the ball, double catching it. His size does allow him to run through some jams and presses more than just beating him with quickness or elusive moves. His releases, his route entrance, it just doesn't have much speed or suddenness to him as a player. And that's going to be a problem for him. But when he does have ball in hands, he is able to get all he can. He's got the ability to kind of weave through defenders until they can bring him down. But he can work along the sidelines, back of the end zone. Those things are good for him to do. Contested plays, again, the hands are a little bit questionable. The length and the height help here. I just think it's going to be a hard time for him to separate from corners. I don't think he has, like I say, that quickness or that speed, and that's probably what hurt him of not being drafted by anybody in the league. Speed, yeah.
How bad is it?
It's noticeable. It's noticeable. So, but when I watched him play, I was like,
he's just playing in quicksand.
Yeah, he's not getting through things very quick. But the size is pretty impressive. It's 6'2".
Great hands.
Not great.
Oh.
Not great.
Body catcher.
Not a body catcher, but he kind of double catches some balls too. That's what we're talking about here. So we'll see. We'll see how it plays out. Okay. Rivalando Fairweather.
Oh, the tight end.
From Auburn. He's 6'3". He's 300. He's 242 pounds. This kid transferred from Florida International University, FIU. And he moves well for his size. He's got really a long build, and he does have good hands. He's able to adjust to various passes that thrown his direction. Auburn's quarterbacks were awful. And he was able to kind of go low for a ball, go high for a ball, out in front of him, behind him. So the hand-eye coordination is really good there. This guy's got more straight-line speed than overall quickness. I do think he does a really good job of tracking the ball. He plays with body control down the field. He's able to work along the sidelines if necessary. There's a couple of times where routes, where things broke down and he got to the sidelines and he had to make that tap catch. But in college, you only need the 1 foot, but he's still tapped. He doesn't have a lot of routes at that tight end spot. He just did not execute a lot of routes. He'll work through the middle of the field mainly. He will play in line. When I mean in line, he'll play next to the tackle, but most of his stuff is flexed or as a wing, and he's more of a get-in-the-way blocker as opposed to one who's going to stick his nose in the action. He's not that great when asked to block as that wing, or when he has to play on the move. When he has to trap or get somebody out of there, this is not his cup of tea, as they would say. He just doesn't have pop. He doesn't have surge. He really he just can't move defenders like he would. But his ability to catch the ball and run after catch are his best traits for the position. I felt like he had some of that John Stevens. Remember the kid that got hurt the last couple of years?
Yeah.
The athletic tight end that you kind of see.
He's turned heads.
Making plays, but every year it seems like he gets hurt in camp.
Yeah.
He's got some John Stevens to his game by the way he's built and by the way he moves. So I could see why the Cowboys like this particular player. Fairweather from from Auburn. All right, the last
Did it check out like he could help you in the run game with his blocking?
No, he's not that.
That's what I heard about him.
Not that guy.
That's why I trust Brian.
Not that guy. All right, Elijah Clark in my last report for the day. He's the safety from Syracuse at 6'1", 188. He plays as a true free safety. This kid transferred from Rutgers. He does have versatile experience across the secondary. He's played a lot of different spots. He can really high point the ball when he needs to go get it. He reads well from depth. When he sees routes developing, he can come forward and make plays. He's really physical in coverage. He flies downhill in the running game, kind of can square up runners in the hole. His strike, he's got some violence at 6'1", 181. He kind of looks a little bit like a corner playing more than he does a safety.
Like a vegetarian corner.
Yeah, but he's thin. Might struggle a little bit having to deal with some, if you put him in the slot and ask him to cover those guys. He's a 4-5 guy running, but he does have some quickness to him and able to kind of adjust. His footwork's going to have to be a little bit better. Flexibility in space is going to have to be a little bit better. But as far as coming downhill and making plays, there's a sense of urgency. So when he plays, I was kind of impressed with that. I could say the versatile skill set, the play up, the play back. He might be kind of a guy you use in some nickel coverage. But, man, I'll tell you what, at 6'1", 188, I was impressed with how physical he was and his willingness when the ball went down the field, how he was able to play with some range and able to knock passes away. So I believe this was the highest paid college free agent the Cowboys signed. I think this kid was given a guarantee of $257,000.
Not bad.
As a guy. So that tells me that he was on the Cowboys draft board. A lot of these guys I bet were on Dallas's draft board. Those are the first guys they go after. So those are the three that we're going to start with today, and then we'll catch the other six in the next couple of days.
Man, I see on College Sports Network, UDFAs comprise over 12% of NFL starters.
Yeah.
There's some gold. There's some gold in these hills. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Undrafted free agent there in Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 3:40 here, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning. Sandler for some minutes, then what to watch for in the second round, Stars and Jets. And we're back right here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Fellowship at its finest. G&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's Hour 3, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. CY coming up in 20 minutes. We'll talk to him about all these storylines around his baseball team as moves have been made, and Jared Sandler joining us now here to talk some more about that. We'll get more Stars hockey coming up here in a few minutes. Jared Sandler, pre- and post-game show host, insider, and play-by-play man here on The Fan, brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing. Jared, good afternoon. How the heck are you?
Dawson, I'm great. I want to start. I know we're going to talk a lot of baseball, but we are sharing a hotel with the Knicks, and something you would appreciate. I was in an elevator with Maurice Cheeks earlier.
Let's go.
And yeah, that was kind of neat. I thought about that Portland playoff series back in the day, and obviously his playing career is incredibly impressive too.
Yeah.
That was kind of a cool moment. I don't want to say I was starstruck, but I kind of did a double take, like, oh my gosh, it's Maurice Cheeks. He didn't know, I can tell you, he had no idea what floor he was going to. And so I was able to assist him with the elevator. It was a new concept for him, I think.
Man, one of the nicest guys I've ever covered in all of sports, Jared. Thank you for that. So Rangers have a new hitting coach. News last hour, Brett Boone. Actually, he comes right off the Sean and RJ show and steps right into that role with the Rangers. Pretty cool.
Yeah, how about that? USC zone. I gotta add that.
Right on.
But yeah, that's right. Obviously, when Chris Young met with us earlier, well, first of all, the fact that there wasn't an announcement yesterday that someone was being elevated to that role, it seemed pretty clear that there was going to be an external addition. And at this time, like in the middle of the season, a lot of guys who maybe fit the typical mold are in a role of some kind, whether they're a hitting coach or an assistant hitting coach, or they've got a position. And so, you kind of figure, all right, well, it's going to be someone off the wall. Someone actually suggested Mark McGuire. It might have been Evan Grant in an article. But, Brett Boone, I'm not going to sit here and say it makes sense, because you could have given me 50 guesses. I don't know that I would have guessed Brett Boone, but hearing Chris Young talk about Brett Boone, it makes sense. They want to go back to, kind of just guys being guys. And, a guy steps in the box who is super talented, and just knowing in his head, I am a badass and I'm going to beat you, whoever's on the mound. And it's not that there's not going to be, any sort of information or science behind it at all. But I think maybe there's just a thought that it was time for a change. Voices, sometimes they're loud at the beginning and guys tune them out towards the end. And, maybe the voice, the message from Donnie Eckert just wasn't getting across, and it's always tough to know, right? Donnie helped lead this team to a World Series, right? And that shouldn't be forgotten. But I think that at the end of the day, something clearly needed to change, because this is not a lineup full of guys who are not supposed to be a top tier lineup. This is a line. I mean, Josh Young was hitting eighth yesterday, guys. That's an all-star starting third baseman a few years ago, right? That's a lineup that's deep, that's talented, not a lineup that's at the bottom or near the bottom of Major League Baseball in several offensive categories. And I think that with Brett Boone, I hate to say old school, because I think there's a stigma behind that, but I think what it's going to be is a more simplified, hey, we're going to battle in the box, right? You are going to win your battle every time you step in the box, and you're going to do the things that allow you to be a son of a gun. And we're going to give you information, but we're not going to overcomplicate things. I think hopefully that will allow these guys to tap into their abilities a little bit better.
Yeah, Jared, you kind of walked into that. I was going to ask you the question, like, when you start talking about guys being guys, is there a point in time where you're saying, listen, too many hitting charts, too many of this, too many of that, too many of this? Is it time to, all the analytics and stuff? I'm not saying completely throw it out the window, but is it really time just to trying to go back to the basics of trying to hit the baseball?
I think for some guys, right? Listen, Corey Seager, you keep doing what you're doing, right? Yeah. No one needs to worry about him. And frankly, Jonah Heim, hey, whatever you've been doing has been working really well. He's had a good year, but I look at Adolis Garcia. He's not at an age where things should really start to point down steeply the way that they have. And Jock Peterson, he's hitting under 100. Well, I don't know. I'm not in these meetings. I don't know what the conversations have been It wouldn't be fair for me to say that they're not giving Jock the tools to turn things around, but at some point, something's got to change. And I think for some guys, Broadus, I think, when things are going well, all that stuff reads like, Bob books, right? But when things aren't going well, sometimes that stuff is like in another language. And, you get too much in your head. And I'd say this. It's a weird thing to say, and I'm going to acknowledge right off the bat that this is just a random observation, and I'm not sitting here and telling you that with any level of certainty that this is accurate, but the Rangers have struggled. Obviously, we've talked about the chase rate, right? They're swinging a ton, and you don't need to be the most passive team, but I don't think any team that swings the most is a team that probably is going to be one of the best in baseball. You can attack that. They seemed at times tentative, and it seemed, and I've talked to some guys about this, and they've sort of shared a similar sentiment, but it has seemed at times as if there's a lot of thinking going on in the box. And when you got a guy throwing 99 with a 92-mile-an-hour slider, it's tough to think that much. You got to have a plan. You got to step in the box, be confident with your plan, and be able to get your best swing off. And but to your original question, I think to some degree that will help guys. I think to another degree, some guys do well with that sort of stuff, but I think making sure that guys are just put in that kind of individualized position to succeed is what's going to ultimately be best.
Jared Sandler with us here on The Fan. We got obviously the Leote news, but who do you think could be who's next in line in terms of like hot seat in the lineup?
I just want to tell you guys, PJ Tucker is going with a sleeveless denim vest right now, and it's like 45 degrees with drizzle. So if you're looking for a guy that is ready to ball tonight, I don't know if he's going to get any minutes. Yeah, he looks locked in with his outfit. Yeah. Sorry, I was just kind of surprised at PJ Tucker's outfit. You're asking about who can step in now, with the Leote news, Eric?
Yeah. I mean, we got the Evan Carter stuff. Looks like he's going to be getting the call up, but is there anybody, like you mentioned Adolis Garcia, like how many of these guys are looking at the Leote thing thinking like, man, I could be next?
Well, I mean, I hate to say this. I mean, they should be, right? Not in like you better look over your shoulder, because I guess to some degree you don't want them to. There's got to be a balance, right? You got to have a little bit of discomfort in knowing that you need to produce to have success, but you don't want guys thinking that with every at bat they can get cut or placed on waivers, what have you. But I mean, Adolis is coming off a down year, and he had that great moment against Kirby Yates, but the reality is, to me, a stat that helps suggest success over a larger sample is a stat that they have available on Baseball Prospectus. It essentially measures swing decisions. It's called Seager. It's actually named, they basically created the acronym after Corey Seager because, he is usually at the top or near the top in this statistic. And it measures a player's, it's not just do you swing at strikes and lay off balls. It's like, when you lay off a strike down the middle, you're going to get penalized as opposed to a strike that, finds the corner. And if you swing at a ball that's right off the plate in an 0-2 count, you're not going to get penalized as much as if you go chasing a pitch that's in a different zip code, right? It really kind of breaks it down. And Adolis Garcia's Seager score is lower this year than it was last year. And so, he's got to start making more disciplined swing decisions. He's got to have a better control of the strike zone. So, at the end of the day, we talked about this yesterday on the pregame, and Adolis has been in one of these spots here for a lot of the year, not recently, but the number 4, number 5 spots in this lineup combined to have the lowest slash line in all of baseball. And so, they right now, why are the Rangers not scoring runs? Well, unfortunately, Marcus Semion's had a slow start. Adolis Garcia's had a slow start. Jock Peterson's had a slow start. And you're not doing some of the little things, walking and getting free bases and stuff of that nature to supplement the games in which you do pound out 8-9 hits. And they're also not hitting for power. And why is that? This is a lineup that maybe they're not going to hit 300 home runs like the Twins and Yankees in 2019, but this is a lineup that should be top 10 in slug ability. And, they've had 2 extra base hits their last 3 games. It's just stuff has got to change. And, I'll give Chris Young credit. We like when our GM is aggressive, other than when they trade an all-world player for Anthony Davis. But, for the most part, that aside, we like when the GM's aggressive, right? Jim Mill, aggressive, made moves. Look where they are, right? And look where that franchise has been. Nico Harrison up until this year. His brief tenure, he was aggressive and helped make some winning decisions, or maybe lucked into it. I don't know. But Chris Young is aggressive, and he is not going to be patient and sit around and just rest on, get the back of a guy's baseball card. So I think guys take note of that. And when you get a guy like Leote, who's one of the longest tenured members of this organization, who's frankly not off to like this awful start, but it just hasn't been good enough. And, Chris Young and the front office put their foot down. And, I think it sends a message to the players and to the entire organization what their intentions are and, what their tolerance is going to be for this type of play.
Thanks for the update, Jared. Enjoy your night off, and we'll catch up with you tomorrow in Boston.
Sounds good, fellas.
There he goes. He's at Jared Sandler on Twitter. A must follow for Rangers fans everywhere. From Rangers, we go to Stars. Wyatt Johnson, Game 7 goal, the stuff of legends. I don't know who's going to have the bigger legendary tale from this one. Another Game 7 goal, or Mikko's hat trick to eliminate the former team.
The angle on that shot.
Wow.
Sniper. And the pass, too. Shout out to Duchesne.
It's one of my favorite passes in all of sport. But second time in his career, he's had the Game 7 winner. Pete DeBoer, quote, so clutch. I don't know if you guys saw the replay, but the pass jammed him. And the skill to make that shot at that time of the game, at that age, he's special. He's a special player. He wants to be in those situations, and he rises to the occasion. You cannot teach that stuff. So there was an added layer of difficulty as normal shot technique was not available to him. He had to improvise and figure out a way to get that stick on the puck and rifle it at a very acute angle.
Yeah.
Wyatt Johnson, legend. What do you think of DeBoer going 9-0 against all odds here in 7 games? He's not only perfect, but he has the most Game 7 wins in the history of the NHL now. At the same time, that's Joe Montana stuff. That's Michael Jordan stuff when it comes to executing.
He'd trade all of those for a Stanley Cup right now.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
He would.
Yeah.
He would say, "Listen, hey, I appreciate that means I've been in a lot of those situations and come up big, but." He would trade every one of those right now for a Stanley Cup to put his name on that thing.
I don't think I would trade DeBoer for a Stanley Cup winning coach, because I think the ability to get it done in Game 7 consistently like that, I don't know. Maybe it's still small sample size, Brian. I don't know. At 9, is there something to it? Is he the Magic Man?
That's Magic Man stuff right there.
Yeah,
he's done it with
having the right words.
Yeah, he's done it with 3 different clubs.
Yeah,
that's always something kind of cool to have in your back pocket. If you don't know much about hockey and you've heard that stat, that's the water cooler talk right there. People that don't know anything about the Stars, they're going to give you that coach. He's 8-0 in those Game 7s.
That's right. He's got that.
We got something to hang our hat on there, that kind of thing.
Yeah, that's me.
And you sound like you know hockey.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. How about a shout out for those special teams as well, Brian?
Yeah, there you go.
All 3 phases.
All 3 phases.
Scored 2 power play goals.
Hey, how many times did in this series, and Dawson, I know you were kind of tongue-in-cheek in that thing.
Yeah.
But how many times in this series did they have 3 double minor penalties that they had to kill off?
Mm-hmm.
That's amazing. That game, you deal with those double minors, and it's just, it's brutal. And the fact that they were able to control and maintain the structure. I know in soccer you always talk about the structure of your defense, the back end and stuff, but
it's amazing when they're end penalty kill. Mm-hmm. They only get in trouble when they're going through the middle third and they have a turnover. Yeah, then it's a disaster.
And then it's you don't want the shorthanded goals, which happened twice to this team.
Oh my goodness!
But that's crazy to give up shorthanded goals the way they do. But
shorthanded goal against a guy who scored twice during the regular season.
Yeah, if you're sitting there and you're killing off 4-minute penalties in major playoff game action,
yeah,
boy, that's a pretty nice thing to have in your back pocket as well.
Coming up at 5 o'clock, we'll talk about expectations for Miro Heiskanen. Is he coming back? This is starting to get weird, but DeBoer talked about him as well. We'll give you the latest on that. I have heard rumors that a slightly intoxicated Bully Melrose, our very own edition of Barry Melrose, Wolchuk on vacation, might have been ranting about the Stars' victory, and we might have actually audio evidence of that. That could be making its appearance a little bit later on in the show. But our guy CY is coming up next year. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105 through the Fan.
Uber Eats has lower fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, look at me.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Rangers off tonight, in Boston tomorrow, but it's time now for the Chris Young Show as the headlines are everywhere. It's the CY Show brought to you by Anheuser-Busch and PlayScore, and here he is, the Rangers president of baseball operations, Chris Young, here in the nation. And good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
Hey, guys. I'm well. How are you all?
We're doing wonderful, thank you. I guess we just start here with Brett Boone, new hitting coach. The news last hour. What made you guys believe it was time?
Well, just really, you have to look at the overall performance of the team, and at a point at which there's still a lot of baseball left, but the trend lines are really such that we decided that we need a new voice at the top to help get the best out of our group. And unfortunately, we felt like it was time to make this decision and part ways with Donnie. And really, this is not a reflection of Donnie necessarily. I mean, this is all of us collectively, myself, the coaching staff, Boach, and of course the players have responsibility anytime a decision like this is made. But we did feel like at this point in the season, with a lot of baseball left, it's time for a different voice that may find a way to get the best out of these guys and work with Justin Veely, our current hitting coach, and Seth Connor, our assistant hitting coach, and that this combo will be the right group to push this group forward and for us to start producing in a manner that we feel like this group is capable.
Is it hard? Is it different than talking with players when you have to make a change like that? What's it been like for you?
Yeah, it's extremely hard. It's been a long week thinking through this and really understanding the timing and why this move is necessary. I care about our people immensely, and Donnie's had a tremendous impact on our organization. He leaves here in a tremendous standing. He'll forever be attached to the 2023 World Series and his contributions. He's an extremely talented coach, a great worker. But unfortunately, we felt like this was the move that we need to make right now to push us forward as an organization. And it's not lost on me, the time, effort, energy that he's poured into the Texas Rangers, and I'm extremely grateful for that. And my hope is that this move will, and bringing Brett in, will push us forward and allow us to get back to playing winning baseball.
You know, CY, as a former player, and you mentioned it, players take responsibility of this, though, and how much responsibility do you take for that? We always kind of hear people talk about, well, the players, they had a hand in this, but as a player, what do you feel like when you're sitting at your locker and something like this happens?
My guess is based on the character of our group and the players we have, that they all feel bad about it because they're good people, and nobody wants to see somebody lose their job. And I think our group really cares about their coaches. I think they know as an organization the time and the energy and the resources that we pour into them. And all we ask for them is to reciprocate that by trying to take advantage of those resources. But the one thing I am very confident with all the people in our organization is the care factor is extremely high. I mean, we have a tremendous group of people in the front office and the coaching staff, and then our players as well. We're very disciplined to the types of people we bring into the organization, and everybody here is an extremely hard worker. And sometimes that hard work doesn't necessarily pay off in terms of the results. It's not a guarantee of success. What it does guarantee is the opportunity to succeed, but it doesn't necessarily guarantee the results. And unfortunately, in this circumstance, we all have some accountability that the results have not been there. And it's on all of us to try to fix that and move forward and finding a solution. And we believe we've taken steps to do that.
CY, it's such a driven when it comes to hitting, the pitching and all that, with the metrics and all that stuff like that. As an old school kind of baseball guy, did you feel like you needed to maybe go back to some of that?
Well, I don't try to characterize it as old school or new school. It's a blend of both. It's just really about the elements of using information and data and planning and combining that with the elements of competing and conviction and belief and confidence. And there's room for all of it. And really the best teams have all of that, and that's what we strive to be. It's what we had in 2023. And I think really on the confidence piece, our guys are shaking a little bit. There's no doubt about it. I mean, it's hard when you fail at the highest level, and you start wondering, am I a slump? Is this who I am now. What do I need to do differently? They start pressing, and I think we just need a different voice now to kind of mix that up and remind these guys of how good they are, how talented they are. I believe in this group immensely. I really do. There's so much season ahead of us. I believe our worst baseball is behind us. And I'm looking forward to what these next 5 months are going to entail for the Texas Rangers, because I really believe in this group and this roster, and I think great things are ahead.
It's the Chris Young Show here on The Fan. So how did the Brett Boone decision get made, and how did that all develop, and what was that conversation like?
Well, it came together relatively quickly. It kind of started behind the scenes with conversations in the front office with me and Ross Fenstermaker and then Bruce Bochy, and really sitting down and talking about if we had to make a change, what are we missing? What are we looking for in the next coach, and what are we missing as a group right now? And as we kind of discussed those things with Boch, we were all on the same page, and we kind of came back to this idea that we need somebody who's going to bring some of the wisdom and experience that a former player has, somebody who can, relate to these players, having walked in their shoes and done it, understands the ebbs and flows of the seasons and what a team mentality looks like, and somebody who has a little bit of edge to them, who can instill confidence and conviction and belief. And as we talked through the criteria, then we started listing candidates who may fit that, and Boone was one of those. And as we kind of reached out and he expressed interest, it materialized pretty quickly.
Is this just for a season kind of deal, or is this an extended contract?
Yeah, just given the timing, I have full confidence that Boone can do this beyond a season, but given the timing, I think it just made sense to get through the end of the season, and we'll reevaluate where things are and go from there. But let's get through the season. Let's get things on track. And Boone was great. He was perfectly good with that.
It's Rangers president of baseball operations, Chris Young, here with you on The Fan. So can he keep coming on with the morning guys and doing his podcast and all that, or how do you look at that?
Well, given that you guys that they cover, The Fan covers the Rangers, I see no reason why he can't continue at least jumping on The Fan. And regarding the podcast, I kind of leave it to him. He's built a very good business with this podcast. I think it's very insightful. I think it just exudes the passion for the game that he has. It's one of the things that really attracted us to him in these conversations. And, certainly we'd like to explore ways for him to be able to continue it in some capacity, while knowing that his primary responsibilities with the team are going to be our players and helping these guys win baseball games. And so I think it's going to be a time commitment on his end that's going to be a little difficult to balance. But if there's a way to do some of it, we're open-minded to it.
Chris Young here with you on The Fan. Now, we got a report Evan Carter is going to be coming back up. Can you confirm that or talk expectations here with us?
Yeah, absolutely. I can confirm that. We are excited that Evan will be rejoining the Major League team. He's in a really good place physically and performance-wise, and we're excited to get him back in our lineup. We think he complements our lineup very, very well, and he'll be a really good addition to the group we have. And I think it just collectively getting Corey Seager back, getting the good version of Evan Carter back in the lineup, and getting the confidence back in some of these guys. We haven't seen the best of this team. We just have not. This team has not clicked at the level that I believe they're capable. And I think once they build some positive momentum and kind of the confidence comes, I really believe this team will be capable of doing some special things offensively, and I'm looking forward to seeing that.
You mentioned that Evan had sort of passed all the tests that you had wanted to see. What were some of those things that you guys wanted to see from him before getting the call back up?
Well, it's consistency in terms of performance, consistency in terms of playing time, the ability to face left-handed pitching, the ability to come off the bench once a left-hander comes out of the game, and just different scenarios. I mean, he missed a lot of time last year. There's no doubt that he came into spring training and his timing was off, his rhythm. And it's hard. It's hard when you go without seeing Major League pitching for an extended period of time just to jump back in. And got off to a little bit of a slow start at AAA, and then over the last few weeks has just gotten better and better. He's made some mechanical changes, and he's in a really good place. I talked to him this morning. Physically, mentally, he's in a really good spot. I think he'll be great for our group.
Chris Young here with you on The Fan. See why when I play baseball, or when I did, I would like it to look like Alejandro Osuna, just hair on fire. Guy's so exciting, and he's tearing it up in the minors. What's your update on him and sort of what the outlook is as we move into the summer?
Yeah, Alejandro's doing wonderfully. He's again, he got off to a little bit of a slow start at AA too, and of recent, he's really turned it on. I was in Frisco last week and got to see him play. He tripled and homered the game I was there. It was fun to see. Continues to get better. The next step for him at some point will be AAA. My guess is that will be relatively soon here. We'll kind of get through today and talk with the PD group and see kind of what the timing on that may be, but he's doing wonderfully, but he's a work in progress. It takes time. As I look at our team and our season, I think the most important thing for our fans to understand is that we have a very, very talented Major League team right now, and the best players in our organization are on our Major League team, and our hope is that we're going to have some come up over the course of the season that are going to add to our Major League group, but we have really, really good Major League players, and we need to get those guys rolling and get the best out of those guys because that's what's going to help us win a championship.
And C.Y. Leote getting placed on waivers, obviously a very difficult decision. He's a champion. He's got a special place in all of our hearts. What went into that decision, and what can you tell us about what happens next?
Yeah, guys, just waivers are really there's a confidentiality element to waivers. It technically should not have been reported, so I really can't comment on it. I appreciate you guys understanding, but I can't either confirm nor deny it. It's until there's some resolution there.
All righty, definitely understand that. CY, always love having you on. My final question: do our Dallas Stars have a little bit of that magic that you guys kindled in 2023? How about that last night or Saturday?
I believe they do. I believe they do. What they did in the third period the other night, I was so happy for them. It was so fun to watch them and to rally in the third period and win Game 7. You just never know in these playoff runs how these things are going to shake out, and you put yourself over the course of the regular season in a great position to have the opportunity to succeed, but in the end, you got to go get the job done, and they did that in Game 7. My hope is that it builds the momentum for them to really take off, and that team is so talented. Jim Nill, Brad Alberts, their management has done such a good job of building a winning team. It's a great organization. I have great respect for all of them, and we're just rooting them on like crazy. I want to see them go win a cup.
Oh, we love to hear that. Thank you, CY. Give them hell in Boston. We'll be pulling for you.
Guys, thanks so much. Good talking to you.
Cheers. CY Show brought to you by Anheuser-Busch and by PlayScore. The segment brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franklin Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. Yeah, Rangers have a new hitting coach, a celebrity hitting coach, Brett Boone.
Yeah.
They like his edge. They like his podcast.
And he's still able to do some hits with the morning show.
Sound like he got the okay to hang in there with the boys in the morning.
Yeah, access granted.
Yeah. New era of sports, I suppose. Everybody can do a podcast while we're moving along here. All righty.
Tune into ours, please.
Yeah. Okay, what are we doing next, Chief?
Sounds of the Sports Day. Let's hear from Brett Boone and his side of how he became the newest Ranger. That's next year in the nation.
Eats has low fee products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-prices sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It is a full show Monday here in the G-Bag Nation. Rangers heading out to Boston. Series with the Red Sox begins tomorrow. Thanks so much to Chris Young for joining us. It's time now for Sounds of the Sports Day. I think we're going to get more context on this story as they've hired Brett Boone as their new hitting coach. Hopefully this works, baby. Here's the Chief.
Yeah, let's do it. Brett Boone, your newest Ranger. He's the hitting coach, and he gave his side of the story on his podcast earlier today. Here's the sound.
It's true. The story, the breaking news, is that Brett Boone is joining the Texas Rangers. Brett, reaction.
You never know where life's going to take you, and the longer I live on this earth, I learned that. It's just, this completely came out of left field. It started, I went up to USC, my alma mater. I threw out a first pitch. I ran into an old buddy of mine, Michael Young, and he's with the Texas Rangers, and we just started talking, and we had a 10-minute conversation, gave each other a hug. I said, give CY, which is Chris Young, my new boss, the president of the Rangers, and obviously the skipper Bruce Bochy, who is this I played under in 2000, but we become, have a really good friendship with him for a lot of years. And I get home and the phone's ringing and it's Bruce Bochy. And the first thing I thought is, this is weird. Mid-season, I know the Rangers have been scuffling with that offense. 2 years ago, they won the World Series and with the best offense in baseball, and now they're scuffling a little bit. I said, this is a weird time for Bruce to be calling, so I answered the phone as I do, and I said, Bruce, I know. Can't get enough. You want to come back on the podcast? Because we've had Bruce on quite a few times. And he said, no, Boone, it's a different call. And he kind of ran it by me, and he said, why don't you think about it? And, I talked to my wife, and I talked to the people, close to me, and it didn't take long. It was one of those things where I didn't know where this journey's taking me. But if there's a guy to get back on the field for the first time in a long time for me, there's no reason. Bruce Bochy's number one on my list. I mean, he's number one.
Number 1. So from MY to CY, it's amazing. This whole story, I love it. I don't know how it's going to go, but the thing I love about it, Brian, is you're reaching out to a guy that's got a very busy baseball life.
Yeah.
He could be a hitting coach at any time.
Sure.
But after a short conversation with Mike Young, maybe the curiosity's peaked a little bit, he gets on the phone with Boch, and he's like, hey, if you want me to be your hitting coach, we're doing this.
This meeting to me doesn't seem like it seems like this was maybe kind of not a coincidence.
You think you think Mike Young went to go find Brett Boone?
I think he did. This doesn't sound like to me that like, hey, buddy,
just bumped into you.
Yeah, hey, how's it going? We're scuffling along. Boone, you thought about coaching? Maybe being a hitting coach? You ever think about that? Because the fact that he gets home and then
phone's ringing
already.
Yeah, that's not happenstance.
Michael is saying he's going mission accomplished. Call him.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I don't know if it's mission accomplished or it's, dude, I just ran into this guy.
I think
here's the perfect guy for us.
I think Michael Young was probably, maybe Michael Young might have been out scouting. I don't know. Maybe been out just helping out, doing some stuff. But this seems to me like very much not a coincidence. This seems like there might have been some planning like, hey, Michael, go out there. And we would have never known this never happened unless Boone tells the story, right?
Oh, the Michael Young aspect?
The Michael Young aspect
for
of
sure.
it. This seems like to me, but hey, good for them. Sometimes you send people like to, hey, go find out something for me. Let me know. And that way you're kind of not getting your hands dirty on it. Like you're sending somebody else to kind of figure out. Like,
yeah, Bochy knew the call was just a formality at that point. Michael Young's like, yeah, this guy's down.
Yeah, this guy's down to being a coach, and next thing you know, like all he has to do is talk to and his wife, Boone's wife's probably like, sure, man, you love baseball, go back to it.
972 says, I'm nervous because Brett Boone has no coaching experience. His last name is Boone. Okay, guy could have probably managed a big league club at 12 years old.
Yeah, everybody knows the B in Boone stands for baseball.
That's right.
Baseball lifer.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chief. I usually my back on that one.
And that's a guy, who has he been around? This is a guy just from osmosis. Ken Griffey Jr.? Come on now.
Yeah. And
Ichiro? Come on now.
Yeah.
Edgar Martinez? This guy knows what's going on.
Yeah.
I'm fired up. This is fantastic stuff. Now,
couldn't be any worse.
Let's continue here. Sounds of the Sports Day. The upcoming foe of our Dallas Stars, Mr. Connor Hellebuyck, who has been not playing that well, leaking confidence all over the ice.
Not like the Vezina winner he is?
No.
I hear they're calling him Hellebutt up there.
That's right.
Playing like Hellebutt?
Dude, in St. Louis, when his world was caving in on him and the entire arena is just chanting Connor. They were just chanting Connor, getting into his head. I thought he was going to short circuit after the first period yesterday. First shot on goal, bang, here we go, off to the races. You're down 2-0, you're feeling terrible. Honestly, kudos to him for being able to stick it out because you're thinking, are they going to yank him? Are they going to yank him out of this game? Yeah. They obviously don't do that. They go on to win in epic fashion. Now you have Game 1, Stars in Winnipeg on Wednesday. But this was Hellebuyck talking about how no one has studied and researched the art of net minding. in the history of the world more than him?
I know you don't love giving up that many goals, but we're 2-2 in the series. That's all that matters, winning the next one. Am I going to be better? I am going to be better. I've studied goaltending extremely hard. I've probably studied the most out of anyone in this world. So I know what to do and how to get my best game. So that's what I'm looking forward to do. And, I got to get 2 days here and, time to bring it in Game 5.
How about that? That's some hubris right there. Putting it all out there. No one has studied the art of what I do in the history of the world more than me.
Damn good.
I am that guy. I feel better about
he was
Otter.
bad in that St. Louis series, but man,
I'll take ours. This is sports.
Ours is good.
I don't need a studier. I need a guy with quick reflexes. I don't care if you can't read. What I need is confidence. And cojones. And that's not what I'm seeing right now in Hellebuyck.
No.
It's what I see in Otter, though.
That's right. He's got the eye of the tiger right now.
Oh, I've studied.
It feels great.
Good for you, dude.
Yeah, that's great, man.
Yeah,
I've been there,
go
done
write
that.
about it.
Yeah. I cannot wait for us to just pepper him with goals and completely end the season for him. That should have already been ended.
Calling a sweep.
I'm not going to do the RJ Choppy stars in 4. Okay.
Did he
At least
do
not
that
till
today?
Wednesday.
Did he do that today?
He did do
Good
that.
for him.
Okay, do you guys want to close it down with Draymond Green on his perpetual nut kicks, or do you want to hear from Russell Westbrook in the most self-awareness he's ever shown in his career at the microphone?
Option A?
Go A, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, how can Draymond explain that?
Let's go Draymond.
A, yeah.
I never met a nutsack I didn't want to kick.
Okay, come on.
I never met a nutsack I didn't want to kick. If I see my own nuts, I immediately just start kicking as a habit. It's like a Pavlov's dog kind of thing. I had to win this game for LeBron. I know he's not on our team, but I love that dude so much. Most people don't know he actually has 2 sons in the NBA, Bronny and me. I wish I would have been breastfed by LeBron. Maybe then I could hit a fucking jumper. Buddy Hield looks like Donkey from Shrek. And that's coming from a guy that looks like Donkey from Shrek. If we lose to Minnesota, I'm definitely going to punch another one of my teammates. Yeah, I haven't decided who it's going to be. Probably one of the light-skinned dudes, which just means it's not going to be Jimmy Butler.
I respect the honesty from Draymond Green there as well.
Yeah.
After a high-intensity game like that.
It's hard to be vulnerable at a time like this.
Putting the Rockets to bed, and they advance now. Warriors, T-Wolves.
Man, it was crazy. I didn't think the Rockets would lose that series. And when they went down 3-1, I was like, wow, could you be any more wrong, Dawson? Okay.
You said it, no shooters, right?
Then they come flying. Yeah, under pressure, they just don't have enough offense still. I think they got to make a trade.
Yeah.
But it's always good to see Houston lose, at least in this situation.
Amen.
Okay, yes, you have heard right. The Rangers have hired Brett Boone as their new hitting coach. Okay, so they're making a move there. We'll take a look at the big Rangers storylines of the day as they're on an off day. They'll visit the Red Sox tomorrow and then continue to look at Dallas Stars and Winnipeg Jets with Game 1 coming up on Wednesday night. We're back with that and more. Then we'll hit the Expressway here. It's the G-Bag Nation on the Fan.
driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Hour 4, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. I believe here with your Texas Rangers, this is called Fire a Coach, Get Healthy, and Hope Something Good Happens. And we're about to find out tomorrow night, Boston Red Sox. It's going to be a 3-hour G-Bag Nation for you tomorrow, so soak up these 5-hour shows while you can, right? But I'm fired up. You know, I think the Rangers have made a smart move here. Many players, insiders have testified to the fact that right now inside that clubhouse, a lot of guys, can feel anxious. Everybody, I think as a top-paid guy, you might be feeling guilty. As a guy, trying to become a top-paid guy, you're like, crap, am I messing up my opportunity here to get paid on a great team? And then on those lower players, you're seeing it right now. Tavares gone. Nobody wants him, right? He was kind of a World Series hero. He was the guy on base when Seager hit the game-1 bomb.
That's right.
And he had some moments in that World Series. You need him on that wall. So he
Baltimore.
He had done some things right on and earned his status as a proper World Series champion that deserved the respect of the fans. But since then, it had gone so bad that I think most fans are celebrating this right here. Lady Tavares out, and the other news of the day is Evan Carter could be very well on his way up tomorrow. As CY confirmed that he is.
Yes,
in fact, he's going to be returning to the big league club tomorrow, and things have gone really well for him. I think between him and Pilar. Like, let's do Pilar against the lefties, Evan Carter against the righties. I think this has a chance to be pretty dang good for a little bit.
Yeah, I agree. Hopefully Carter can hit the ground running a little bit, but the confidence is obviously back. Hopefully the health remains, and that he's been lighting it up here as of late. And I saw Evan Grant was talking about how Adolis Garcia is probably the next guy on the hot seat, and at any point we could see Osuna.
Yeah,
your guy.
Oh, yeah. I don't shoot. I hope, man. I think we got to get through AAA. It's not unheard of though that a guy could be so red hot, and I think he is. That you jump like the quality from AA to AAA. It's more about the maturity level of the guys and about what situation and right team could be perfect. But guys have made the jump from AA to the big leagues and had success. I think Rugi did it before things went irreparably horrible. But I'm optimistic. And CY's point about the minor leaguers right now is the best players in the organization are at the big league level. We need to do everything in our power to get the most from them before we start looking at the minors. And I think, Brian made a really interesting point about this earlier as well. Like, would you tick off veterans if you start going with the young guys and playing them? Because if they don't perform, then it looks like you're trying to go cheap or you're trying to turn it into a developmental situation.
Yeah, that's, I was talking, like I said, with a couple of buddies around the league, and our level of team building is like, oh, wow, we really like these young guys down in the minors. Let's see if, but baseball is kind of different in that way. And they were saying, because we were always asked about guys like Walcott and others. And one of my buddies said, he goes, listen, he says, if you put Walcott out there and it puts CY in a really bad spot, especially if he looks like a teenager out there. If it doesn't work out and he looks like a teenager, he'll look desperate, and the veterans will get pissed off about that. So that's coming from another baseball front office guy. Everybody kind of goes through this. Everybody wants to play the younger kids. I mean, I know I do. I'm always like, hey, we've seen what the old guys can do. Play the young guys, but in baseball, it seems a little bit different, how that room takes things.
Yeah. You got to be sensitive to all that, and I love that this team is making moves here so early in the season. But more must change, and on that we go to ESPN.com's Bradford Doolittle stock watch. One thing that must change for all 30 MLB teams. It's obvious what they're going to say about the Texas Rangers. It's the offense, but he also ranks each team and gives you percentage odds of making the playoffs, your average win expectation at this point, and your chances of being a champion. He does rank the Rangers 16th, one game below 500. I think that's in the range of fair. I mean, with a pitching staff this good and some of these bullpen numbers, like this Hobie Milner, his microscopic ERA, it's just ridiculous how good the pitching staff is. And I think we're frustrated. We've seen them lose quite a bit since that opening 2 weeks of the season. They've been significantly under 500. So I mean, 16th might seem a little bit high to me, but I think it'd be tough to rank them right now because you don't think the offense is going to continue to be this bad, but you do believe the pitching staff is going to continue to be this good.
If the pitching staff was bad, you would be the Colorado Rockies right now.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you'd be a 7-10 win team.
Yeah.
If that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, their pitching every night has at least put them or given them an opportunity. I almost asked Chris about because they've won games, lost some others, but man, their pitchers have been in some high leverage situations already and done a pretty good job.
They have.
And so now do you look at that as a positive going forward? That if you do figure out the hitting, that, hey, the pitching staff is the starters, the relievers. I mean, there's been some high leverage situations that you've done a pretty good job with. So maybe you get that experience you mentioned with Milner and some of the other guys that have gone out there and taken the ball. So that to me is like a positive, even though I hate when they lose a game 2-1.
It's horrible.
I mean, I just hate it.
Yeah.
I hate it for the starter. I hate it for the guys in relief that hold the other team to 2 runs, and you can't find a way to get a hit in the 7th, 8th, or 9th to make a difference.
It's a miserable place to be, and it just lacks entertainment. At least for the majority of the Rangers' existence, we can't pitch, but we're going to hit 3 home runs here tonight. Hope you enjoy it. Their win average, what do you think expectation would be? I mean, slightly under 500. It's 81.9. They have had a very difficult schedule. That's something that you can look at and lean on if you want to. Slightly above 500, battling for a wild card spot in September, I guess, is the average when you simulate this thing. What happens?
Yeah, they've played 6 games against the Mariners. That their pitching staff played 3 games against the Dodgers.
Yeah, it's been brutal.
I mean, they've played
Cubbies.
The Cubs. They've played against some teams that have some outstanding starting pitching.
So last month, when ESPN ran these numbers, their playoff odds were at 61%. Where do you think they are now?
42.
I was going to say 52.
Okay. You guys are in the ballpark. I like how you're leaning optimistic. The computers say 38%.
Okay.
Oh, my gosh. It has plummeted. And last month, their odds of being champions were 5.2%. Pretty healthy number. They had that good start. Where are they now?
1.
Oh, wow. You nailed it.
Yeah.
A staggering 1.1% chance that these Rangers will be champions. I want to believe that these are some sort of statistical outliers and that what has happened in a combination of injuries, bad luck. I mean, the exit velo on some of these is absurd. You're watching these games against the Mariners and A's, and they're getting like seeing eye singles. I'm going to flare this thing. It's going to hit the line. And the Rangers are barreling 106, 108. It's on a line to the center fielder again. It's at the warning track. And yeah, a lot of that stuff is going to even out. But, I mean, what is the peak of what they could do? I know they drew it up to be a top 5 offense. After seeing a month of being this crappy, I think my hope is that they could be average. What did I say last week? 18th?
Yeah.
Just be 18th. Yeah. And I think at that point you would have a very entertaining summer. You'd be a defense pitching, and we're going to score enough. And then maybe if CY can make a trade at the deadline for a catalyst bat, you could be on fire. ESPN wrote, even after an 8-run outburst, the Rangers are 29th in scoring, yada, yada, yada. You know how all that goes. Let's get to Bully Melrose. Zach Wolchuk on vacation, and he was seen staggering about his Carnival Cruise Line, ranting about the Dallas Stars' victory on Saturday. Let's see if we can pick up the audio.
Stars fans, Bully Melrose here, straight from the oasis of the sea. God knows where the hell I am, just in the middle of the ocean here, boys. But what a performance from our Dallas Stars in Game 7. Mikko Rantanen saying, Luka who? I'm the king of Dallas now, baby. I told you the Colorado Avalanche would pee down their leg as soon as they got up 2 goals. Who said anything about Colorado advancing? Nobody. Sure as hell wasn't me. All right, the Dallas Stars are just too damn good. Otter's too damn good. And I'm telling you, boys, just get pucks in front of the net. All right, rubber on net. You never know what the hell can happen. Next thing you know, We're bouncing off skates. We're bouncing off shoulders. Just get the forecheck going. This thing's going to be great because Canada doesn't know how to win hockey games. And I know this because I was drafted by the Montreal Canadiens. And I think the last damn time that Canada won a Stanley Cup, I was coaching the LA Kings and Montreal beat me. Good thing is, I ain't coaching the Dallas Stars, boys. That's Petey DeBoer, undefeated in Game 7s. So if this one goes to Game 7, doesn't matter you don't have home ice because Winnipeg, we're coming for you. You suck. Hellebuyck, you're going to be in a living hell with Mikko Rantanen and Robo. Yeah, that's right. Robo's going to be back, boys. Miro's going to be back, boys. They're coming for you, Hellebuyck. Get ready. A lot of pucks on the cage, and it's going to be too much of a flurry. Stars in 6. They wrap this up at home. You heard it here first. Belly Melrose here. That's right. Stars in 6. F you, Winnipeg, Canada. Keep your damn tariffs to yourselves.
Keep your damn tariffs to yourselves.
I kind of like Belly Melrose a little bit better. That is him in the middle of the ocean somewhere.
That's
just
so awesome.
hockey horny as you've ever seen him. That is incredible.
Man, even when he missed the dismount, he still nailed the dismount. That Wolchuk is a broadcast genius, and
He is good.
salute to him for
Belly Melrose.
weighing in from
That's incredible.
vacation with his lovely family. Now, he mentioned Robo, right? On the injured players, could Miro and Robo both play? Coach saying, I believe you're going to see them both play in the second round. I don't know if it's going to be game 1 or game 3 or game 5. I was just wondering about this. How confident can we be at this point? I asked ChatGPT what knee injuries could keep you out for 4 months specifically.
Yeah.
And they gave me a pretty interesting list, like meniscus tear, repaired, not removed, could be 3 to 5 months. MCL sprains are 4 to 6 weeks, so it's not that. Patella tendon strain could be 3 to 5 months. But then I went back and looked at this, and this came in from the side.
Yeah.
Like it could be an ACL tear.
Yes.
ACL,
So
yeah.
I'm looking at this thing going like, if this is an ACL tear that requires surgery, that's 6 to 9 months. Right now, I don't think Miro's coming back, Brian. What do you think?
It's funny because as you say that, some of my trainer buddies that I know from around the league,
Gang of 7 Trainers Edition.
yeah, they're sending me clips. Like they're like, hey man, you talking about this hockey guy? So I'm like, yeah. They're saying it looks like they sent me a clip off TikTok. I guess the guy was skating this morning.
Yeah.
Miro was skating this morning. And they were saying, hey, this guy looks like he's wearing a Don Joy. That's the name of the brace.
Okay.
It's called a Don Joy Defiant under his socks there, or his, what they wear, their shorts and stuff like that. And that's an ACL brace is what that is. And
it is.
But my guys were saying like he's skating like looks like he's skating, but these are football guys.
Okay.
He goes, it looks like he's moving around okay, but they're thinking also too that maybe there was a partial PCL involvement here too with the collision. They went back and looked at the that part of it, the initial injury when Stone hit him, that there might be ACL and then a PCL. I said, well, listen, with an ACL partial, chance he could still play? And my guy said, he said, yeah, the brace could be indicative of that being just the case. So this brace that he has, it's like a special kind of a brace that it looks like, because they recognize how it looks, with their own, how they see it. So, we're just, my trainer guys are just, they're trying to help me here a little bit.
I love it, dude.
Yeah, I do love that. I do love, and that piece of information about that's an ACL brace, that makes me feel like, now we do know he had surgery for that January 28th injury, and it's 4 months later, right? So I asked ChatGPT, 4 months after an ACL surgery, could you be practicing? They said at 4 months after ACL reconstruction, your mobility would likely be significantly improved, but returning to full hockey practice, especially with contact or high speeds, is usually not recommended. And then they gave you a breakdown of what you could be doing after 4 months, and it kind of feels like that's what Miro's doing right now. Being out there, I'm pretty quick, but would you test that under a full load while you're getting smacked in the face? No. Or, having to go on a full sprint down the ice and then stop suddenly.
Yeah.
That's the stop-start problem.
The mental toughness that you would have to be able to not think about that and get out there and really just skate your tail off that would be pretty rare. You're talking like a minimum, you would think 6 months.
Yeah. Just scanning through that more. I definitely don't want to be an alarmist. But I think this is psyops. I think this is, Miro could come back, and I think that's just kind of how you do it in sports sometimes.
I think that's why the odds swung so much. They put Dallas back as the favorites to win the Stanley Cup. I think I think Vegas is betting on the fact that Robinson and Miro are going to come back and play. I think that's usually Vegas, they know a lot more than we know, right?
Yes. Yeah, they do.
They usually do.
They will get levels of information. I'm sure they have doctors and heads of staff with passwords to medical records. That's billions and billions of dollars are on the line.
Yeah, you can't.
Those
really,
are the most resourceful people.
You can't butt crack the books very rarely, but maybe DeBoer's got it in him.
All righty, it's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Again, Evan Carter coming back. Brett Boone, new pitching coach. CY told us.
Hitting.
What's that?
You said pitching.
Oh, pitching, my bad. Yeah, Brett Boone, new hitting coach, and CY told us last hour he is going to be continuing to come on with Sean and RJ.
Yep.
And maybe even doing a little bit of podcasting. Okay, what we have next here is the Expressway. We'll go commercial free to the top G-Bag of the day coming up at 5:30, and we're back with all that here in the G-Bag Nation. I want to chat about another nation, though, and
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
That you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
that, Sally.
Buddies, let's do it. Let's hit the expressway. This segment's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the On-Time Experts as well here. A G-Bag of the Day is coming up in just 5 minutes. Let's take a snapshot of the world of sports. We'll talk about things you should know about Stars, Jets as well, which will get underway Wednesday night. The Ravens make what they call a tough decision, releasing kicker Justin Tucker. The GM there, Eric DeCosta, said sometimes football decisions are incredibly difficult, and this is one of those decisions. Considering our current roster, we made the tough decision to release Justin Tucker. I don't know if that's the right words that I'd be putting on it. It doesn't seem like you want to frame that as a tough decision if Justin Tucker was, the predator that maybe some of these stories are portraying him to be. Just so bizarre, that would be your thing, and and you would continue to. Do that over a repeated period of time. Just a brutal story in the end, and hopefully, we don't have any more of these pop up in the NFL.
Yeah, that'd be nice to get a break from this particular type of story, and it doesn't help his cause that he just wasn't good anymore. Seems like that has a huge factor in this, even if it wasn't for the off the field stuff, and maybe the off the field stuff contributed to him just not being in the right headspace because he knew what was sort of looming over him. Yeah. And so that maybe contributed to him not being any good, but the level of play warranted him not being on the team anymore.
It's just weird how you'd show that like deference and respect to a guy that was accused of so much. I just don't know if they framed that properly, but it's a complicated situation. 2-game ban expected for the Michigan assistant Moore, who had a network of friends and family members around the country who were spying, trying to accrue signals. It was like Spygate 2.0 there. The top quarterback of the 26 class, Curtis, has chosen Georgia over Oregon. So congrats to the Bulldogs fans out there. Okay, let's do this. Let's look at some things to know about this second round Stanley Cup playoff series. Both teams coming off highs. Not only the Stars' epic third period, one of the greatest periods or periods of time in DFW sports history. But the Jets were, 2 seconds away, 1.6 seconds away from being eliminated until Cole Perfetti there scored the game tire there in Game 7. I think this is advantage Stars, though. They end up playing an extra 36 minutes, more than half of an extra physical game. Mm-hmm. This thing is got to leave them gassed.
Yeah, that was one of the things that I was most excited about. I was like, I'm ready for this game to end last night. And but there was a part of me that was like, hey, let's just keep this going as long as possible, because whatever team we face is just going to be, they had to empty that tank. And the Stars did too, don't get me wrong, but they have the extra day of rest plus just at least a little bit less mileage from the previous series. So I'm grasping at anything to just give me all the hope possible.
Yeah, I tell you what, though, the thing that is just disappointing to me was, in fact, if it comes down to a Game 7, that Dallas crowd was incredible the other night. It really, really was. It was just the whole night. It was looking for a reason, and it got a reason in the third. The first two periods were awful. 10 shots, and it just kind of a lifeless crowd. But you get that group going at the AAC. Those Stars fans, very passionate fans.
It was pandemonium.
They really did a nice job.
They thought they lost.
Yeah, the players and the coaches acknowledged that, how important that was for them.
Hell of a job.
Yeah, to get that done.
Okay, Winnipeg does have a reputation for falling apart in the playoffs, and so does their goaltender Connor Hellebuyck, who is being heckled by the Blues fans. They've reached the playoffs 7 of the last 8 years, but have advanced past the first round only 3 times. And including this year, they've only won 4 total playoff series ever.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
I know.
Jets into the playoffs, league's best team, facing the Blues. Last team to secure a playoff spot, but the series required a miraculous comeback. They almost totally buckled, and the goaltender Hellebuyck is goals against average in the series 3.85. So it just seems like this guy's a little bit of a mental midget. He's a regular season type of player, and that's nothing to be ashamed of. Happens to a lot of great athletes.
Yeah, absolutely. We see it time and time again, and hopefully Hellebuyck is ready to completely cave in on himself in this next series. Certainly looked very much so human in the previous series, and now they also got those other banged up players, right? I mean, Morrissey and Scheffler.
Yeah,
Scheffler didn't play. Yeah,
he's their second leading scorer. Missed Game 6 and 7 after major hits in Game 5.
Yeah, they beat him up pretty good.
He finished with a career high 87 points in the regular season. We'll be looking for an update on him throughout the next couple of days.
It's so fun, kind of about hockey and games that then they best of 7s and that kind of thing. Is you have to learn a whole new group of players.
Yeah.
You kind of learned all the Colorado players, and now you got to learn all the Winnipeg players.
Yeah, Morrissey left in Game 7, undisclosed injury. He had 62 points in 80 regular season games, 4th on the Jets. So you're kind of even there. It's 2-2 at least until Robo or Miro can return. Of course, home ice is in Winnipeg's favor, and they had a regular season record point total at home as well, so that can be a tough place to win, as Brian was alluding to.
Yeah.
It's time to go into the Pimp Cup, where Lucius Alexander has your G-Bag of the day.
Shoot, bro, you got to chill out, Dawson. You got to chill, bro.
What's up?
You speeding right here.
Am I? M-word?
He's speeding,
Was
bro.
it the M-word?
He's speeding. Yeah.
Oh, my bad. Yeah, I saw that on the text.
God,
I think mental dwarf was the word that you were looking for. Really? Mental dwarf.
Oh, my Lord.
I didn't even think about that one. You were just a smidge off.
Yeah, Luce, I thought he was going to throw the Justin Tucker story at you.
Yeah. He still did something, though. He still managed to do something. Nobody died, but he got me. He still got me.
Nice work, Dawson.
Fastball right down the middle, bro. All right, anyway, this is G-Bag of the Day. We do it every weekday on the Fan at 5:30. If you see anything floating out there, don't be afraid to hit me up, shouty, at Lucky Lucius P on social media, Lucius Alexander on Facebook, or you can follow us all if you find G-Bag Nation on Twitter, and you can send all your hate mail there. Now, I think this is day 3 for this fellow right here, right?
I believe so.
Pac-Man Jones?
Yes.
Yeah, I remember Pac-Man Jones. We were both in the VIP in the club. My VIP was right next to his. He was minding his business. Everything was cool. And then I heard my old lady say, "Ew, get off of me." And I looked over, and there was little Pac-Man Jones, just sweaty, just dripping with water. Hair was everywhere, chains all over his chest, and a bottle of champagne in his hand, and he was trying to grab my girl by the hips.
Oof.
Oh, yeah. He was like, "Oh, you with him?" And then just berated me, to her. "Oh, he ain't got this, he ain't got that." Oh, man.
Like Scottie Pippen did in that video from last month?
Yeah, bro. He ripped me up. And he was doing pretty good because I didn't have a haircut, so I was already feeling low. You know what I mean?
So what'd you do at that point? Do you leave?
No. No, we just sat on the other side of the VIP like, all right, let's get away from the old hothead Pac-Man. Let's do a stroll around the club for a while. It was pretty fun, though. I'll never forget it. Pac-Man Jones went off on the Browns GM for how they did Shadur.
And I really do think the president has something to do with this in a good way. Like, hey, yo, tweet about it, boom. Obviously, he get picked 5 minutes later from the worst team that could have picked him. And the coach, I don't know if y'all seen the interview of the coach. This guy has the GM, sorry. This guy have no coof about nothing that he is saying. Andrew Berry, shove it up your. One of the worst interviews I've ever seen a GM do about a player that they are drafting. He's saying shit that we already know. Why are you guys? We expect him to come in and work hard. Nothing's given to you. Ain't nothing gay to nobody. He's a 5th round pick. You got 5 mother quarterbacks. Bro, that shit got me hot, bro. If I'm his agent, we're trying to figure out if we can go anywhere besides here. Let's get the out of here.
Exactly. I like that Pac-Man stuff. And I think that's a big dub for you, Lucius. If one of the best players in the league tries to pick up your lady or your wife and she has that reaction, I'd be strutting around that. Let's take a victory lap. That's a victory lap.
Ew, gross. That's right. I bet his soul was crushed, or maybe he was just too drunk to even hear that. All right, let's go to Stars Hockey. Bully Melrose.
Yeah.
That's right.
Now, this is from Thursday, the original.
All right.
Just, give you some taste of it.
Count on me, L.A. King Stanley Cup champion Barry Melrose. I'm telling you, Game 7, get Miro out there, boys, all right? Get him back there.
I don't want a Game 7.
Well, I know I don't want a Game 7 either here, Brian, all right?
I don't want a Game 7.
None of us want a Game 7, Brian.
I don't want
right?
a Game 7.
Captain freaking obvious. Get home. Don't come home and have to go ahead and play a Game 7. Nobody wants that, Brian.
Get his ass buried.
Everybody wants to win Game 6, Brian.
Ding.
We want to end the series tonight, Brian, but if you have to.
Was that a little Canadian accent?
If you have to, Pete DeBoer.
It's Barry Dan Melrose.
Good old Petey.
It is Barry Melrose.
Petey's undefeated in Game 7s,
I didn't know it worked with Barry Melrose.
Petey's undefeated, and they're going to get Miro back there. It's going to be incredible. Game 7 at the AAC. The barn's going to be a-rockin'.
I think that's Bully Melrose, actually.
Let's go.
I can't say anything to that.
But we're not going to have to worry about it. They're not going to need Romo. They're not going to need Miro. This thing's going to end tonight, Game 6.
Let's go.
Brandlin, Duchesne, they're going to get it done. Otters pitching the shutout. Screw you, Cale Makar. Screw you, Nathan McKinnon. You boys ain't got bleep on us. Texas hockey, baby. Let's go.
The best coach we've had on staff since Coach Ballsack.
Bully Melrose, a.k.a. Belly.
He did all that, and he
Melrose,
said,
dude.
Colorado 4-3.
We got to get this guy a costume. He's going to go viral. He is. Stars keep winning.
Yeah.
I could see
Get
him
a wig.
I could see him on a float in the damn parade.
Yeah.
That's what I think of that bit.
He's gonna be boozing out of Lord Stanley when it's all said and done.
I can see that happening.
That'd be great.
All right, let's go to our very own Chris Arnold.
Uh-oh.
Yes.
Uh-oh.
Hall of Famer right here. Hey, hold up.
You do to me. I never could believe the way you are.
It's the filters on that voice.
Every day I that you got through to me.
I love that. All right, Chris Arnold was telling the story about a peep show that he went to in New York.
Oh, yes.
Then he started talking about Magic City and Lemon Pepper Lou.
So Lou Williams, 6th man of the year for the Clippers back in the day. I shouldn't say back in the day. Back during the pandemic, everybody's supposed to be in the bubble in Orlando, and, you can't leave the bubble. How come he had to go to Atlanta for a funeral, so they let him out of the bubble? And while he was there, he's killing some time. He went to Magic City. Somebody busted him and announced it on the PA or something. Anyway,
great.
They've been calling him Lemon Pepper Lou ever since.
I don't know if I want that other nickname.
Lemon Packer Lou.
Bro.
Plenty girthy.
Bro. Chris is so amazing.
Man,
that's perfect, man.
Somebody busted him and announced it on the PA or something. Anyway, They've been calling him Lemon Pepper Lou ever since.
Yes, baby.
Dude, the Peep Show story is iconic as well. I think the Peep Show story went 5-time like back in 2013.
That was so funny, bro.
Might have been G-Bag of the Year.
Yeah, he got his head slammed in there. Something like that.
The door closed on him.
It was closing on his neck or something like that. He said, how do I get another Mac open? They said, put another quarter in there.
Digging through his pockets with his head on the other side.
Oh, my gosh. Hey, yesterday was a church day. I pray you got your blessing because there's a blessing out here for you, baby. Shout out to my Reverend Dr. Pastor Freddie Haynes. This brother right here went up to the church and did a little worship and praise. And he had this Roger Troutman machine, you know. So rough, so tough out here, baby.
Blessed assurance, Jesus is mine. He's in the fortress, in the fire, time after time. Born of his secret, and washed in his blood.
That was crazy.
That's pretty fire.
Peter Frampton like there.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, dude. He's making the guitar talk.
Yeah, I'm coming back to church.
Is that who made that? Is that Roger Troutman?
Yeah, Roger Troutman. Yeah, then T-Pain came and did it with the auto-tune.
Okay,
yeah.
Modernized it.
Yeah.
Is it Pac-Man Jones, our 2-time G-Bag of the Day champ? Is it Bully Melrose? Is it CA with the Epic Peeps show story followed with a lemon pepper Lou? Wanted to diss a freaking peer.
Yeah.
Or is it the church
I
clip?
like how he keeps talking like, nah, I didn't say that. Let's just keep
Yeah, just kept it moving.
I don't know what to go for it. Either one. I'll go with the Bully. Chief?
Yeah, me too.
CA.
Brian?
Oh, let's go with Bully.
By a score of 3-1 and your new G-Bag of the Day champion. It's Wolchuk. He's on vacation, and he'll be back next week. Might return triumphant as a recent 5-time G-Bag of the Day champion. You'll have to see how the rest of the week goes. Tune in every evening at 5:30. The goal is to go 5 times, kind of Jeopardy format, at which point you are immortalized and eligible for the G-Bag of the Year. Let's stay in the Pimp Cup where Lucius has LA Live.
I got a Monday, Friday edition. Whoa.
All right, you squares.
Time to smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toke. It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
So this order will make it socially acceptable for a man in his 70s to date a 24-year-old.
That's right. We're calling it the Belichick Law. We're going to make girlfriends young again, okay? Old men can now date far younger women. We like that. It's hot. But in reverse, it's quite disgusting, right? Very Dateline, you know? Did you see Belichick's girlfriend? She's pretty hot, right?
Yes, she is a beautiful creature.
God, you're creepy. This is why we don't hang out outside of work.
Yeah, people are concerned for Bill Belichick. They are concerned. That's all I've seen on the timeline this week. I'm concerned for Bill Belichick. We'll get to that for just a second. This is LA Live for Monday, May 5th, 2025. It is a Monday, Friday edition of LA Live. Welcome in Tolos. Welcome in first-time listeners. Welcome in last-time listeners. Welcome in long-time listeners. This is LA Live. Shout out to now disbanded Dallas hip-hop group PPT for naming today. LA Live is sponsored by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is greystone-roofing.com. Before I get into all that Belichick stuff, it was a big weekend for boxing, y'all. Big weekend.
Big weekend.
Big old weekend. It ended falling up short, though. A lot of boxing fans, even the casuals, were pretty upset by how it went down because they had a big lineup. You had 3 big fights. You had Friday at Times Square, Saturday in Saudi Arabia, and Sunday in Vegas. The highlights in NYC was Rolly Romero. He beat up Ryan Garcia in a unanimous decision. We're happy for Rolly.
Okay.
We're happy for Rolly. Rolly got the power, and he came through and beat up Ryan Garcia, even though he had sparred this guy before, and he beat him up in sparring, so I feel like he kind of had his number.
Yeah.
But this is a good look for Rolly.
Up and comer?
Well, he's been around for a minute. You've seen Rolly before.
Okay.
He kind of talks like this a little bit, but he's got like super big arms. I think he's Puerto Rican.
Nice.
Yeah, man, great fighter. Great fighter. Teofimo Lopez looked good. He was putting on a fight. Devin Haney, who fought Ryan Garcia before when Ryan Garcia was on the juice.
Yeah.
Devin Haney looked like he was still kind of shell-shocked from that last beating he took from Ryan Garcia.
What happened?
He was running all over the ring.
Make you trigger shy.
I mean, it was awful. People calling it PTSD. I'm talking about ex-fighters and everything calling it PTSD.
I could see
He would take a couple of jabs at somebody and then do 4 circles around the ring.
Oh, I saw clips of
Punch
this.
again and do another circle. It was really nasty looking, bro.
Yeah, that's terrible.
Yeah.
Put on a show or retire.
Yeah, exactly, man. Exactly. So, yeah, it was pretty disappointing for all the fighting fans out there. Even Oscar De La Hoya had to stop his vacation to get on there because he said he was embarrassed. So he kind of wagged the finger at the fighters.
But it's sad. It really is. You know, it starts from the top, too. I mean, when you're fighting for the money and not legacy, every young fighter just follows that pattern. And it's not fair. It's not fair to the organizers, the people putting up the money, the promoters, you know, the fans especially. The fans want to see good fights. Let's go. It's teed up for everybody. Turkey's bringing out his wallet and paying everybody, and the least we can give them is good fights.
Yeah.
Go out there and fight. I'm just frustrated. I'm frustrated. But, hey, we got Crawford Canelo. I'm looking forward to it. Even though they're both almost 40. I'm looking forward.
Yeah, there was damn near no punches thrown in the Canelo fight.
Oh, jeez.
He fought William Skull. William Skull got like $3 million. We don't even know who this guy is out of nowhere. Turkey Al-Sheikh is the one paid him. Turkey's got to find another way to get some incentives on these fighters.
Yeah.
Instead of paying them flat out and knowing they're going to get paid, you got to be like, hey, man, okay, you get $1 million to show up, but I need you to like certain incentives around them.
Yes.
I need you to fight.
Yeah.
I'll put up a whole lot of money. I had it in Times Square, which he kind of dropped the ball on that one because he should have let a lot more people just watch it for free.
Yeah.
Like if you got a hotel room or something above the fight,
wow.
You should be able to see that.
Oh, they blocked all that out?
They blocked it off.
Wow.
You should be able to just walk up and see what's going on in the fight. Maybe not close to the ring, but something. You try to get a good look for boxing. You wanted something to be talked about for a long time. Like, wow, there was a lot of fighting going down there in New York, and it was great, but didn't happen. He tried to protect his product a little way too much, and you couldn't get to it.
Yeah, you know, and I guess that there's such a financial incentive to continue to do that, you know, and not be a fighter. I think the structure of the league is unfortunate. You know, but the late, great Bill Walton had a very wise statement one time. He said, if you play the sport for the money, that's all you'll ever get, you know, and I don't know what the answer is, because the athlete empowerment is great for boxing. Like other sports should aspire to have that much control of your product and that much say in how much money that you make. But I think the downside to it is there's no way of sort of leveraging the athletes into, giving us the fights that could allow the sport to flourish.
Yeah.
It's only times like this when you're doing boxing that I'm really engaged in it,
Mm-hmm.
And when Errol Spence was on top and I was watching all those fights, I loved it because I had some kind of hook to bring me in.
Yeah.
And I was learning more about the other fighters.
Yeah.
But without those big events, right?
Yeah.
And when you have big letdowns like you did.
Big letdown.
Yeah.
No fighting, bro.
You can't grow like that.
They were in the ring just chasing each other around. You paid $90 to watch these fools chase each other around the ring.
And committed time.
Stealing money from Turkey Al-Sheikh.
You could be doing something else. All right, so next time that comes up, do you want to do that?
Yeah.
I don't know.
It was really nasty. Sunday was the best day, though. Monster Inoue, he put on the show. That was a good fight. They're calling it the fight of the year, but I think that might be like recency bias just because it was such a bad weekend that you ended a good weekend. I mean, you ended the weekend with a good fight.
There you go.
So they might be like, hey, that's
It's
fight
like
of the year.
birdieing 18. I want to golf tomorrow all of a sudden.
Yeah, he looked pretty good out there. Teddy Atlas was pretty excited about it.
He fights like he's got zero in the bank. like his bank account is zero. He fights like a guy again that the refrigerator at home is empty. How do you not like this guy?
Fights like he got zero in the bank.
That's what you're talking about, the incentive though, right, Lucius?
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
And Monster's already doing this thing anyway. I don't know what these other cats are doing. You got a full bag to fight. You got to fight. That was an embarrassing look for boxing last night. Even the casuals are upset about it. And, they don't even know, respectfully, what they're looking at sometimes.
We don't know.
Yeah, I get that.
But that is embarrassing. Anybody can tell sort of a sandbagging situation. Just dudes dancing around in there.
They were all doing it for the money, bro.
That's awful.
It looked really, really bad.